Chapter 1. Beast World Continent. In the primordial forest, towering trees so immense that several individuals could not encircle them were plentiful. The hordes of zombies had vanished entirely. Xiyao rose, noting that her body was marred with wounds and her feet were shackled. Yet there were no signs of having been devoured by the zombies. Ding! Life signs of the host detected. System binding commencing. Binding successful. Host information acquired. Name: Xiyao. Race: Fox Clan. Gender: female. Talent: mental power. Health: extremely weak. Fertility stripped. The childbirth system has been successfully bound. Welcome to the Beast World Continent. I'm a system Xiyao. Initial points: 10. Free exchange for childbirth elixir and pain-free elixir. Host: your task is to continuously bear children to propagate life on the waning Beast World Continent. The higher the talent of the offspring, the greater the points earned, allowing you to unlock various supermarkets and exchange points for items, along with additional rewards. Do you accept the mission, host? Xiyao bit her lip, her radiant and ethereal face reflecting confusion and bewilderment. And what happens if I refuse the mission? The body from the host's original world has already been destroyed, unless you wish to return as a zombie. Failing to accept the mission will lead to your annihilation. Annihilation? Xiyao felt a throbbing headache, her enchanting eyes filled with tenacity. Whether in her past life or this one, she was a person who valued her life above all, desperate to survive. If you accept and complete the mission, accumulating points to 100 million, you will be granted a chance at rebirth. The system can arrange for you to enter a brand new world, possessing a healthy body and sufficient wealth to live anew. A second chance at life? Xiyao's heart stirred. After enduring the apocalypse for so many years, what was there to fear? All right, I accept. With her agreement, a translucent screen appeared, visible only to her, showcasing an array of items, many displayed in gray, indicating they could not be exchanged. The only colorful items were the childbirth elixir and pain-free elixir, both provided free of charge to promote fertility, with quantities marked as 999. Thus, the first mission commenced. The host must locate a male with decent talent within 1 hour for conception. Failure to do so will result in immediate annihilation. 1 hour? With such a tight deadline, how am I supposed to accomplish this? Where will I find a male? Mission target is approaching. Approaching? Xiyao wore a perplexed expression. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive tree was toppled by some colossal force. Xiyao, pale with fright, rolled aside just in time to avoid being crushed. Then, a gigantic white tiger leapt into the air, its blue eyes filled with ferocity, rage, and a thirst for blood, its furry lips stained with crimson, as if it had just devoured something raw. Are you kidding me? Is the mission target referring to him? What male? This is clearly a wild beast. Despite having somewhat prepared herself mentally, the sight of such a colossal predator still left her gasping in shock. With a creature of this size, how could one bear a child? This was life-threatening. The Beast World Continent's beastmen not only possess low reproductive capabilities, but due to incessant wars, their primal instincts have intensified, leading to a gradual loss of rationality. The host's own mental power has accompanied this, a unique ability absent in the Beast World Continent, capable of soothing beastmen and pulling them back from their frenzied natures to regain normalcy. Host, I believe you can accomplish this. Give it your all. Xiyao, now exasperated, retorted, give it your all? What nonsense! The white tiger sniffed, clearly detecting a sweet scent, its blue eyes locking on a Xiyao on the ground. Roar! With a thunderous roar, it landed heavily before Xiyao, hot breath billowing from its nostrils, akin to a gourmet spotting a delectable dish as it lunged towards her with its gaping maw. With shackles still binding her legs, Xiyao had no chance to escape. In a moment of desperation, she gritted her teeth and unleashed her mental power. As if time had slowed, the white tiger quivered midair, its blue eyes gradually regaining clarity. In the instant it fell, it transformed into a handsome young man with fair skin and long legs. Host, he has returned to normal, though just pulled from his feral state, his mind is still not entirely clear. Seize this opportunity to consume a childbirth elixir, and he will undoubtedly conceive. Mission target detected as a 5th grade, 9th tier beastman, talent, strength. Completing this mission will yield 2,000 points. You have 30 minutes remaining to complete your task. Failure will result in immediate annihilation. Hearing the system's urgency, Xiyao bit her lip in exchange for a childbirth elixir, swallowing it hastily. She got up and slowly approached the man, intending to turn him over, but found the shackles on her legs still unremoved, making it quite inconvenient. As she contemplated changing her approach, the man on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, his nostrils filled with a sweet scent, Desire flooded his blue gaze. He sprang up with a sudden motion, his intense stare fixed on Xiyao as he let out a low growl and crushed the shackles on her feet, pinning her to the ground in a dominant manner. Time seemed to blur, and Xiyao awoke due to hunger. She trembled as she rose, her entire body aching, and recalling the earlier events, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This white tiger beast man was indeed formidable. She had exerted all her skills to control him, to fulfill her task within half an hour. Yet afterward, he had become insatiable. Host has awakened? Congratulations on successfully completing the mission within the allotted time. You are now pregnant. Reward: 2,000 points, successfully unlocking the level 1 supermarket. The screen before her flickered, and her points surged from 10 to 2,010. A grand entrance to a supermarket appeared before her eyes, and Xiyao suppressed her discomfort, raising her hand to open the door. In the next instant, it felt as if her entire soul was being drawn inside. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself within a bustling shopping mall. The illuminated entrance before her led to the supermarket, while the other stores appeared gray, their doors tightly shut and locked, clearly inaccessible without sufficient points to unlock them. However, isn't this the largest and most prosperous mall in the city from my original world? Xiyao glanced around and suddenly realized that this mall was an exact replica of the one from her previous world, even down to the layout, though after the zombie crisis, that mall would never return to such a state. This was indeed modeled after the mall from the host's original world. Currently, the points are only sufficient to unlock the level 1 supermarket, with limited goods available, so exchange cautiously and cherish what you acquire. 002. Level 1 supermarket unlocked. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiyao asked, "Is the Beast World continent resource poor?" The Beast World continent has both fertile and barren regions. Due to years of continuous warfare and monster invasions, some tribes are considerably underdeveloped. The area you find yourself in is a place of exile, where resources are undoubtedly scarce. Unlocking the supermarket will greatly benefit you. Glancing at her tattered clothing, Xiyao shook her head and decisively stepped into the glowing supermarket. The supermarket, illuminated by fluorescent lights, was only a small portion, while another area remained gray, indicating that the level 1 supermarket scope was indeed limited. This supermarket boasted 2 floors, and she had currently unlocked the first. Several shelves were filled with a dazzling array of food and seasonings. Xiyao spotted familiar items such as instant noodles, hot dogs, potato chips, and bread, causing her to swallow hard in hunger. All these colorful items can be exchanged, right? This is wonderful. I'm so hungry I feel like I could devour a whole cow. The food area in the level 1 supermarket is available for exchange. To obtain fresh produce, you must advance to level 2 supermarket. Each food item has a corresponding point value, and once the points are paid at the checkout, the food will be immediately obtained. According to the system's protection policy, items exchanged in the mall can only be used with the host permission. Any unauthorized theft will render the items invalid and cause them to disappear. This protection policy is quite good. At least it ensures I won't starve in this Beast World continent. Xiyao sighed in relief, finding the childbirth system surprisingly humane, though she also understood that this safeguard was primarily to ensure her survival as the bearer. A friendly reminder to the host: you are now pregnant. For the healthy growth of your offspring, please upgrade to level 2 supermarket as soon as possible to unlock fresh produce and maternal infant sections. I've only just unlocked the level 1 supermarket, and you want me to upgrade to level 2? It can't be that simple. I should at least wait until I give birth to this child. Xiyao touched her still flat belly, feeling somewhat dazed. Had she really become pregnant just like that? The offspring born will possess higher talents, allowing for the accumulation of points. The host must quickly pursue more exceptional males after giving birth to maximize the number of high-talent offspring and accumulate points effectively. A superior male? In the past, Xiyao would never have considered seeking out different males to bear offspring. Yet now, for the sake of survival and a better life, she must do so. Will the items I redeemed at the supermarket affect my accumulated points? Her stomach growled with hunger, and Xiyao eagerly grabbed 2 packs of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, and a bottle of water, all of which cost 1 point each. Points were far too precious for her to squander. While her accumulated points remained unchanged, the usable points diminished with each redemption, and completing tasks would increase them. All right, I understand. After selecting her items and paying with points, she felt a pang in her heart as she noticed 4 fewer usable points on the screen. Having redeemed her food, Xiyao exited the supermarket and beheld the immense, gray-hued shopping mall, an unprecedented surge of desire swelling within her. One day, she would unlock it all. Whether in the apocalypse or the current beast realm, this mall held immense significance. Returning to reality, Xiyao realized she was in a cave, lying on a bed of dry straw, with a campfire flickering nearby. The massive white tiger had vanished. She could not concern herself with him. Her hunger was overwhelming. She tore open a package and devoured the bread, still feeling ravenous. Holding the instant noodles, it suddenly struck Xiyao that she had no bowl to prepare them. Even if she used the packaging to soak them, she had no hot water. Boiling water in a mineral water bottle over the fire was impractical, leaving her with no choice but to eat the dry noodles. Even so, she savored every bite. After finishing the 2 packs of noodles and drinking the entire bottle of water, Xiyao felt revitalized and the discarded packaging vanished as if recycled. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. The enormous white tiger returned, a deer clamped in its jaws. Upon seeing Xiyao awake, its body stiffened as it stepped inside, placing the prey on the ground. In an instant, it transformed into a tall, white-haired beauty with 8 defined abdominal muscles, clad in loosely draped clothes made of beast hide, approaching her barefoot with graceful strides. Little female, I lost control and entered a berserk state yesterday. I never anticipated encountering you in the beast forest. I sincerely apologize. The white tiger's demeanor was genuinely contrite as it half knelt before her, gazing at her with utmost care. In its blue eyes, her reflection shimmered, and the previous day's fury had vanished, leaving only remorse and gentleness. Xiyao felt somewhat bashful, considering that she had, in a way, utilized him to conceive, and softly replied, "I understand, it's all right." Seeing this delicate yet beautiful little female, so gentle and understanding, lifted the white tiger's spirits. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, I've never had a female by my side before. You're my first. I entered a berserk state because the duration of my beast transformation has increased, so I came to the desolate land to avoid harming others in the tribe. You seem to possess a peculiar power that soothes my inner turmoil otherwise. I fear I would have completely devolved into a beast yesterday." The first female? Xiyao felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. She then asked, "Is it possible to survive the berserk state? If one cannot, do they merely become a beast, devoid of human thought and will?" Her mental strength had already reached grade during the apocalypse, and she was surprised to discover her ability to provide mental solace in this beast realm. He responded, his expression tinged with sadness. "Yes, nearly half of the beastmen in this realm cannot endure the berserk state, ultimately leading to mutual slaughter, especially among males with higher talents, who are more prone to falling into a berserk state." Xiyao was aware of this, having reviewed the information provided by the system. In this beast realm, the abilities of beastmen range from 1 to 9, with each grade further subdivided into 9 tiers. Talents varied, and those with higher talents were more susceptible to beast transformation. Without mental solace, they would ultimately succumb to becoming wild beasts. "By the way, little female, what is your name?" "I'm Bai Yin. I have never seen you around here before. I remember you were wearing shackles on your feet yesterday. Have you just been exiled to this desolate land?" Whether due to the events of yesterday or the faint, sweet scent she exuded, Bai Yin was quite taken with this little female and wished to learn more about her, aspiring to be her first beast husband. 003. She's pregnant. "My name is Xiyao." Xiyao lowered her eyelashes, recalling the original owner's background as she spoke. "I'm the daughter of the Su family of the Fox clan, which hold a modest reputation in the imperial capital. However, my sisters could not tolerate me and deliberately plotted against me, stripping me of my ability to bear children. Their family holds significant power, and without my fertility, I was unprotected and was secretly captured and thrown into the desolate land." What she said was indeed true. The original owner's sister harbored resentment because her love interest sought to marry her younger sister, resorting to such malicious tactics against her. If she could return, she would certainly not spare her. "The Su family of the Fox clan in the imperial capital?" Bai Yin murmured, seemingly having heard of it before. He frowned and said, "Which female is so malicious as to target you so ruthlessly and even strip you of your fertility? That is a violation of the imperial capital's rules. She should be the one exiled instead." Xiyao replied softly, "The imperial capital values power and influence. Only those who are strong enough can afford to concern themselves with gains and losses." Bai Yin, heart aching, reached out to gently stroke her dark hair, planting a tender kiss upon it, and declared resolutely, "Yao, I do not care whether you possess the ability to bear children. Allow me to protect you. I will not let anyone bully you again." Having not experienced such tenderness in a long time, Xiyao felt a stirring in her heart, her gaze clearing as she hesitantly nodded. After all, she had nowhere to go at the moment, and with a child growing inside her, having someone to care for her was indeed the best option. "Actually, I am not entirely devoid of fertility." Xiyao contemplated, deciding it best to clarify otherwise. When she truly bore a child, this gentle white tiger would be utterly astonished. Bai Yin, cradling her with utmost care, assumed she was still troubled by the matter and urgently explained, I genuinely do not mind these things, and since the berserk state has not fully passed, once I transform, I can only focus on you. Xiyao clarified, no, you misunderstand. They are unaware of my abilities. In truth, I possess the power of regeneration, much like my ability to soothe your restlessness. This is known as mental prowess, which can be considered my innate talent. Bai Yin was astonished, exclaiming, Yao, you possess a talent? But that cannot be right. In the beast realm, it is predominantly the males who possess talents, while females are endowed with reproductive capabilities. I have never heard of a female possessing talent. Xiyao gently yet resolutely conveyed to him that mere lack of knowledge does not equate to complete absence, does it? One hand caressed his cheek, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Bai Yan's body. In an instant, all his inner turmoil subsided into tranquility. After a moment of dazed reflection, Bai Yin sensed that this tumultuous phase had entirely passed, attributing all credit to the exquisitely kind maiden before him, as a warm current coursed through his heart. In disbelief, Bai Yin exclaimed, Yao, you are truly a treasure. The Fox clan must be blind to have banished you. If they were aware that Su Shiyu possessed the miraculous gift of rebirth and the ability to soothe the hearts of beasts with her spiritual energy, they would surely lament their folly, for each of these qualities is a rare gem in its own right. Su Xiao blinked her eyes, gently caressing her flat abdomen as she said, I am hungry. Perhaps it was the reason of carrying a child. Despite having eaten moments ago, she now felt ravenous. It is my fault for being so engrossed in conversation with you that I forgot you hadn't eaten yet. I specifically hunted a deer for you. The venison here is exceptionally delicious. I shall prepare it for you right away. Having stumbled upon such a treasure in the form of a female companion, Bai Yin felt elated. He tenderly kissed Su Xiao's forehead, then approached the campfire. With deft claws, he expertly carved the deer into numerous pieces, selecting the most tender cuts to roast over the flames. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking meat, and Su Shiyu watched eagerly, her mouth watering with desire. Once the meat was sufficiently cooked, Bai Yin carefully blew on it to cool it down before bringing it to her lips. Gazing at the steaming, juicy venison, Su Shiyu could hardly contain her anticipation. She quickly leaned in to take a bite, but before she had even chewed, she couldn't help but gag. Yao, what is the matter? Why does this meat have no flavor at all? Su Shiyu gazed at him with a sense of grievance. Although the venison was quite tender and its juices were delectably sweet, in the desolate world they inhabited, such a dish was considered a true delicacy. However, her pregnancy had heightened her sensitivity to flavors. The unseasoned roasted meat made her feel nauseous, triggering a reflexive urge to retch. Yao, in the wasteland, there are unseasoned items available for purchase. I shall seek out some wild fruits for seasoning, Bai Yin said, noticing her distress. Instantly, he transformed and, as a magnificent white tiger, leaped from the cave, swiftly disappearing from sight. Once Bai Yin had departed, Su Shiyu felt an emptiness in her stomach. She gazed longingly at the steaming roasted meat in her hands, swallowed hard, and promptly went to the supermarket to use her points to buy salt, as well as a bottle of cumin powder and another of barbecue seasoning. Sprinkling them evenly over the meat, the aroma wafted delightfully into the air. Unable to bear her hunger any longer, she took a hearty bite of the meat, which was nothing short of heavenly. The pure, roasted flavor was simply exquisite. By the time Bai Yin returned with the fruits, Su Xiao had devoured a substantial portion of the meat, her belly round and content as she lay on the straw. Upon his arrival, she warmly greeted him. I have finished roasting the meat. Come and enjoy it. Bai Yin, drawn by the enticing aroma, swallowed hard. Observing the perfectly roasted meat, he placed the fruits aside and indulged in the feast. He savored every bite of the generous portion of meat without a trace of waste, maintaining a semblance of elegance as he finished it all. With his sensuous lips glistening with grease, Bai Yin exclaimed in astonishment, Yao, this roasted meat is exquisite. How did you manage to make it so delicious? After a moment of contemplation, Su Shiyu remarked, you may consider it as my innate talent. It is indeed no exaggeration to call it a gift. How many virtuous individuals possess a system and a supermarket as remarkable as hers? Noticing that Su Shiyu was not inclined to elaborate further, Bai Yin refrained from probing and instead praised, having tasted the delectable barbecued meat prepared by Yao. Any subsequent meal will pale in comparison. How could that be? She replied, in the future, I shall enjoy exquisite dishes. Otherwise, my little one within me would surely suffer. Su Xiao gently caressed her belly, a subtle glow of maternal radiance gracing her fair visage. How wonderful it is to always have enough to eat. Wait, a baby? Bai Yin froze completely, gazing incredulously at Su Xiao's slightly rounded abdomen. With a hint of shyness, Su Xiao cast a glance at him and candidly confessed, yes. I believe I might be expecting a little one. 004, back to the Qing Yin tribe. Expecting a child? After residing in the cave for nearly a month, watching Su Xiao's belly gradually swell, Bai Yin finally felt a sense of reality. He was truly about to become a father. Bai Yin, a gentle white tiger by nature, transformed into an epitome of a devoted partner upon realizing that his beloved female was carrying his offspring. He wished fervently for Xiyao to remain on the straw bed, feeding her delicacies himself. However, Bai Yan's culinary skills were rather simplistic. It was either roasted meat or grilled fish, which left Xiyao feeling weary of the monotonous fare. As the wilderness of the exiled lands turned increasingly cold, one day torrential rain poured down, flooding the cave. Gazing at the resulting chaos, Bai Yan resolved to take Xiyao back to the tribe. He skillfully hunted a bear in advance, meticulously preparing its hide to wrap around his petite beloved. Then, he transformed into his white tiger form, allowing Xiyao to mount his back. They departed from the cave, the white tiger galloping through the forest. The brisk wind sweeping across Xiao's face, prompting her to burrow deeper into the bear hide, clutching Bai Yan tightly to avoid being jostled off. From the rise of the sun to the appearance of the moon, they finally returned to the Qingyan tribe where Bai Yan had once resided. Observing the small wooden tree houses, Xiao rubbed her eyes, regaining her spirits. Wait, Bai Yan, it seems there are people ahead. Are they from your tribe? Xiao lay upon the back of the white tiger, her gaze falling upon 2 or 3 figures stealthily infiltrating the tribe. Bai Yan had also noticed their presence, detecting a peculiar scent that tightened the muscles along his back. With great caution, he lowered Xiao to the ground before emitting a low growl of warning and lunging toward the 3 figures, bathed in moonlight. Xiao finally discerned that these were 3 beastly creatures, resembling lions and emanating dark mist. Their sharp fangs dripped with saliva as they charged at the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger let out a series of roars, rousing the orcs within the tribe. The orcs rushed out to assist, transforming into rhinos, elephants, and grizzly bears, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Ah Yin, be careful. Xiao had a clear vantage point from her position and noticed a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on the back of the white tiger while they were distracted. Unable to contain herself, she shouted a warning, inadvertently revealing her presence to the creature. The alluring scent of a female was far more enticing than that of a male orc, prompting the beast to swiftly redirect its attention towards her, charging menacingly. Roar! Bai Yan emitted a frantic roar as he rushed towards Xiao, but he was too late. An alarm blared, signaling the host of imminent danger. The system inquired if she needed to exchange. Before the system could finish its notification, a flicker of lethal intent flashed in Xiao's eyes. She raised her hand to unleash formidable mental energy, and in that fleeting moment, a psychic barrier materialized, intercepting the beast's advance. The creature froze, its claws poised to strike at the petite female before it, yet it found itself utterly immobilized. Utilizing such potent mental force during her pregnancy left Xiao feeling utterly drained, and she let out a soft moan, her legs weakening beneath her. At that critical juncture, a massive tail wrapped around her waist, whisking her away from the perilous situation. As the control of her mental power dissipated, the beast crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a furious roar before being pinned down by the onrushing white tiger. Phew! Thankfully, all was well. Xiao leaned weakly against something, belatedly noticing the chilling sensation on her abdomen. She raised her hand to feel the tail entwined around her waist, its cool touch accompanied by the delicate texture of its scales. Xiao was engulfed by a wave of goosebumps, her neck stiffening as she lowered her gaze, only to catch sight of the dark, sinuous tail of the python. In an instant, her composure shattered. Ah, 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 she instinctively screamed. For while she feared nothing in this world, cold-blooded creatures were her greatest terror. Sniff, sniff, she still preferred the warmth of plush, furry beings. Yao. Upon hearing Xiao's cry, Bai Yan's heart nearly leapt from his chest. He swiftly transformed into his human form and rushed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace to soothe her. It's all right, Yao. You were rescued by the shaman of the tribe, Mose. He is a python beastman. Xiao cautiously lifted her head from Bai Yan's embrace, her gaze falling upon the cold, aloof, yet exceptionally handsome visage of Mose. She made a concerted effort to avoid lowering her eyes. Confronting the serpent-tailed healer, she bit her crimson lip and said, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Xiao. It was all rather sudden, which startled me a bit." Mose, with his tail swaying gently, edged closer to her, noticing her tense demeanor. He replied coolly, "Is that so? Are you certain it's not because you detest pythons?" No. Once I acclimate, I will be fine." Xiao endeavored to modulate her voice, striving to sound less resistant. Mose cast her a fleeting glance but refrained from further teasing. Bai Yan had returned. "What splendid news! You successfully navigated your feral phase and have not succumbed to complete beastification. Quickly, let us return to the tribe together. Everyone has missed you dearly." Once the matter of the magical beast was resolved, the orcs within the tribe eagerly surged forward, jubilant at Bai Yan's return. They extracted the cores from the magical beasts and buried their carcasses on the spot, effectively deterring other beasts from approaching. A bonfire was kindled in the tribe, with everyone encircling Bai Yan, animatedly conversing. "How fortunate that I returned in time. Otherwise, you all might have fallen prey to those mid-tier magical beasts." Bai Yan asserted with composure. "I had previously cautioned you to ensure regular patrols. Such diligence prevents opportunities for ambush." Indeed, the patrol changeover was timely, and thankfully you returned. "You are the lucky star of the Qingyan tribe," the rhinoceros orc remarked, patting Bai Yan on the shoulder with a radiant smile. "However, this is not solely my accomplishment. It was Xiyao who first detected the presence of these magical beasts. Bai Yin gently pulled Su Xiyao before the others and introduced her. This is Su Xiyao, my mate, who will be living alongside me in the Qingyan tribe. She hails from the Fox clan, so please extend her your kindness. The tribe had long noticed Su Xiyao, for such beauty and the sweet fragrance she exuded were exceedingly rare. Ah, Bai Yin, you have always kept your distance from females. It seems you finally come to your senses, the other males teased him. What? Bai Yin, you actually brought a female back? How do you expect to face Qinghua? A sharp voice pierced the air, nearly shattering eardrums. 005, slap that wicked female. Spoke a want-faced female, her furious gaze fixated on Su Xiyao, clearly regarding her as an adversary. Yin and I, what nonsense are you spouting? Qinghua and I share no connection. By what right do you question me? Bai Yin shielded Su Xiyao, his brow furrowing, blue eyes glimmering with disdain and restraint towards Yin and I. He was not as patient with all females as he was with Xiyao. In the past, he had ignored any advances from females in the tribe, preferring solitude except when uniting against magical beasts. Thus, the other males were astonished that he had brought a female back. Yun and I furiously accused him, you ungrateful male beast. If it weren't for Qinghua bringing you back when you were alone, you would have perished in exile. After arriving in our tribe, Qinghua tended to you tirelessly, even having her brother craft a treehouse for you. Even when you entered your feral phase, she never abandoned you, waiting faithfully by your treehouse for your return. With such a devoted female, you should consider yourself lucky. Yet, after merely stepping outside, you've entangled yourself with a dubious female. Do you think our tribe is a refuge for refuse? Dubious? Refuse? Bai Yin's blue eyes narrowed, rage boiling within him. You may speak of me, but you shall not speak ill of my mate. He swung a fist at the male orc beside Yun and I, landing blow after blow until the male howled for mercy. While Yun and I paled and fried at his ferocity, regaining her senses, she cried out in terror, Bai Yin, what are you doing? Why are you striking my male? Have you lost your mind? Bai Yin, enough. Su Xiyao gently called out, prompting Bai Yin to cease his assault. He coldly wiped the blood from his hands, stating indifferently, Tangji, I do not strike females. If your female provokes me, then it is you, as her male, who must bear the consequences. I have made myself clear. If you provoke me, we can discuss it, but if you provoke my mate, I shall show no mercy. Bai Yin was a grade 5. 9th tier male beast. Prior to his joining, the Qingyan tribe had not even possessed a grade 3 male, making any of them no match for Bai Yin. Moreover, the incident was indeed Yun Ni's fault. Tang Ji, battered and bruised, dared not voice his displeasure. After the confrontation, Bai Yin turned and took Su Xiao's hand, saying, Xiyao, I should not have brought you here. This is no longer my tribe. Let us depart. Su Xiao nodded obediently. All right. Just then, the old chieftain of the tribe, supported by someone, approached. Beside him stood a delicate girl with bronze skin, her long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, with her large, watery eyes. She cast a hostile glance at Su Xiao before her gaze settled on Bai Yin, as if time itself stood still in that moment. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow, already discerning that this girl must be Orange Flower. The old clan leader, Bai Yin, suppressed his anger, still giving the old clan leader some respect as he called out. The old clan leader spoke soothingly, Bai Yin, do not be hasty in leaving. There must be some misunderstanding. We are all delighted that you have returned from the violent period. No one wishes to drive you away. The Qingyan tribe was indeed a community comprised of isolated beast groups, long troubled by the onslaught of magical beasts, until Bai Yin's arrival allowed the tribe to find its footing. The old clan leader did not wish for Bai Yin, a warrior of such caliber, to depart. His murky eyes glanced once more at the petite Su Xiao, and he distantly inquired, females are already scarce in the beast world continent. Bai Yin, your return with a female is certainly welcomed, but do you truly know her background? Without hesitation, Bai Yin declared, I am unconcerned about her origins. I only know she is my little female. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's lips curled into a smile while Orange Flower's eyes brimmed with resentment. Unable to contain herself, Orange Flower voiced her discontent. Brother Bai Yin, even if you have entered the violent period, I have always awaited your return. Yin and I only spoke a few words on my behalf because she cares for me. How can you treat us this way over an outsider? Bai Yin cast her a cold glance and resolutely replied, Yao Yao is my little female. I shall unwaveringly stand by her side. Moreover, do you still speak the truth? It was I who rescued you from the exile lands. You pleaded for me to escort you back to the tribe. It was you and your brother, along with the old clan leader, who implored me to stay. Have you calculated how many magical beasts I drove away for this tribe? His words rendered them speechless, and Yun and I felt a flush of embarrassment on her face. Orange Flower, still unwilling to give up on Bai Yin, glowered at Su Xiao with resentment. Brother Bai Yin, I am doing this for your own good. Did you bring this female back from the exile lands? I have heard that females are generally not exiled unless they bear some incurable illness or have committed a grave offense, losing their fertility, which is why they are cast out. What good is such a female? Though I, Orange Flower, may not possess her strength, I have been tested by a shaman and found to have intermediate fertility. Brother Bai Yin, I like you so much and can bear you offspring. Why then did you choose her? If you change your mind, I would still choose you to be my first beast husband. Bai Yin firmly rejected her. There is no need. Yao Yao has no illness. She is perfectly well. Orange Flower's expression conveyed disbelief. with a calm demeanor. Xiyao met Qinghua's fierce gaze and casually brushed aside the beast's skin draped over her, revealing her rounded belly. She smiled softly and remarked, "You need not worry about my fertility. I am already with child, carrying Yan's offspring." Qinghua appeared as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Xiao's belly, exclaiming, "Impossible. This cannot be." Even though she had been identified as possessing intermediate fertility, conceiving was no simple feat yet. This unfamiliar female had indeed become pregnant with Bai Yan's child, igniting a tempest of envy and resentment within her. "Heavens, Bai Yan, you are to become a father. Congratulations," she cried out. It was no wonder he brought the young female back. Had he mentioned this earlier? With a female and a child on the way, he would need to exert himself more in hunting. The male beastmen, who shared a good rapport with Bai Yan, gathered around him to offer their congratulations, causing his expression to shift from gloom to brightness. "Grandfather, the die is cast. It seems Qinghua shall not win Bai Yan's heart," remarked a male beastman, who bore some resemblance to Qinghua, leaning closer to the elder chief. "In a few months, the northern wilderness will enter winter. We require Bai Yan's combat prowess, not only for stockpiling meat for the season, but also to defend against the magical beasts." The old chief understood this well. Otherwise, he would not have tacitly allowed his granddaughter to pursue Bai Yan. With Bai Yan's mate now pregnant, it was a momentous occasion for the Qingyan tribe, as it had been a long time since any offspring had been born. "Let us not harbor ill feelings. We are all family. Please take your young female back to rest," the elder chief said with a warm smile, offering a gracious exit. 006. Sour fish soup and salted delicacies win hearts. Bai Yan did not respond to him, but instead lowered his gaze to his young female, his eyes filled with inquiry. Xiyao gently clasped his hand, her smile radiating warmth. "Since the elder chieftain has spoken, then Ian, let us take residence here for the time being. Soon, I shall give birth, and having someone to look after each other will allow you to hunt with peace of mind." Bai Yan comprehended Xiao's intentions, which was precisely why he had brought her back to the tribe. The winters in the beast world were notoriously prolonged, and without sufficient provisions, survival was improbable. Moreover, the absence of the imperial city as formidable defenses made them vulnerable. A chance encounter with a magical beast while alone could spell disaster. With a sigh, Bai Yan acquiesced. "Very well, I will abide by your wishes." Before the elder chieftain could express their delight, Bai Yan softly addressed Xiao. "Tonight, we shall return to our original treehouse for the interim. Tomorrow, I will construct a new treehouse for us to move into." Xiao gently nodded her head, acquiescing. Qinghua was nearly in tears, stamping her foot and exclaiming, "What do you mean, Bai Yan?" Bai Yan replied coldly, "I do not favor tree houses that have been previously inhabited, nor do I appreciate receiving food that is given out of pity." "Food given out of pity?" Qinghua's brother, Casey, felt a pang of embarrassment, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his lips, but unable to articulate a response. Bai Yan had constructed most of his treehouse himself. Casey had merely assisted in moving a few logs, hardly qualifying as true help. Conversely, Bai Yan was always the first to charge into the hunt, sharing the spoils with everyone in the tribe. Upon reflecting on this, Casey also felt a twinge of guilt. He pulled Qinghua back and lowered his voice, saying, "Qinghua, that's enough. Don't say any more." With even her brother unwilling to support her, Qinghua covered her face and wept, turning to flee back to her own treehouse. "All right, Yao. I will take you back to rest," Bai Yan said, wrapping his arm around Xiao as they made their way to the treehouse. He replaced the animal skins on the wooden bed with fresh ones before finally settling him beside her to sleep. The following day, Bai Yan resolutely set about constructing a new treehouse. Xiao remained in the house, unearthing an old iron pot. Although the pot was not perfectly crafted, Xiao was thoroughly pleased with it. With great delight, she cleaned the fish that Bai Yan had brought back and exchanged it for a package of pickled fish seasoning at the supermarket, preparing a pot of delectable pickled fish. The enticing aroma wafted through the window, drawing the attention of several passers-by who peeked in curiously. 2 female members of the Fox clan from Bai Yan's family entered, somewhat bashfully calling out to her. Their eyes caught sight of the bubbling pot of pickled fish, and they couldn't help but swallow hard, asking in unison, "What are you cooking? Is that fish? It smells so good. I've never seen this method before. We usually just grill the fish, and it doesn't taste as delightful as this." Xiao smiled at them graciously, presenting wooden bowls and chopsticks, filling them generously with a steaming portion of her dish. "This is my exclusive recipe, known as sour fish," she announced. "It's quite delectable, though I haven't yet prepared the oil. If you could find some prickly ash and chili to sprinkle on top, followed by a drizzle of oil, the flavor would be even more aromatic and delightful. You must give it a try." "What is prickly ash?" "We do have oil at home." The 2 females exchanged glances, feeling a touch shy. Yet the allure of the sour fish was irresistible. With bashful smiles, they accepted the bowls, disregarding the heat as they eagerly took large bites. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I never realized fish could taste so wonderful." The 2 females, perspiring from their fervor, could not bring themselves to stop. "Could you please enlighten us on how this sour fish is made? Our male orc would certainly relish it as well." Xiao shook her head and said, "It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, the materials are exceedingly difficult to procure. I have exerted considerable effort to bring them back. Furthermore, Cooking is a talent of mine, and it is this innate gift that allows me to create such exquisite flavors. Indeed, the sauerkraut fish seasoning pack requires 2 points. And I simply found myself craving it, reluctant to settle for the monotonous grilled fish, which led to my decision to redeem it. If I were to redeem it every day, I would undoubtedly feel a pang of regret. Oh, is that so? Both females expressed their disappointment. Upon witnessing this, Xiyao hesitated for a moment before rushing over to the wooden cabinet, rummaging through its contents. Subsequently, she tenderly presented 2 small bowls to them, graciously stating, "Although I lack the ingredients for the sour fish, I can share this with you. At the very least, the grilled fish and meat will possess some flavor. My heavens, is that not salt? And such finely grained salt at that? Oh my, Bai Yan's little female, from where did you procure this salt? You are exceedingly generous, bestowing upon us such an abundance of salt. You truly are remarkable." The 2 females, upon seeing the bowls brimming with salt, were astonished to the point that their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, cradling the bowls as if they were sacred relics, fearful that even a single grain might spill. Their gazes towards Xiyao transformed into one of trust and fervor. It is noteworthy that the salt ponds of the northern wilderness had long been monopolized by the affluent of the imperial capital, never to be shared with external tribes. To obtain salt, one must purchase it. Merely a small bag of salt would require the exchange of 5 monster cores or 10 copper coins, an exorbitant price indeed. Who among them could effortlessly slay 5 monsters? Prior to Bai Yan's arrival, the Qingyan tribe could barely manage to drive away monsters. However, once Bai Yan came, they began to collect cores, yet the small bags of salt they managed to exchange soon dwindled within the tribe. Most of the time, they subsisted on wild fruits and meat together, at least alleviating the blandness of their meals. Xiyao generously shared such a bounty of salt with them, leaving them genuinely astonished and elated. The salt, indeed, was purchased by me. Xiyao hesitated and asked, "What is the matter? Is salt so difficult to obtain?" Indeed. The 2 females eagerly reiterated. Even the small bag of salt we managed to purchase contained only broken salt crystals. After bringing it home, we had to grind it ourselves, and it never reached such a fine consistency. "I see," she replied. "Perhaps the one I acquired was of superior quality. However, it is quite challenging to find a seller now. Please keep it for yourselves. If I come across more next time, I shall share it with you." Xiyao suddenly felt that a bag of salt exchanged for points was not so expensive after all. "I am truly grateful to you. My name is Bai Shi, and I am a rabbit beastman. I am Lanshu, a guinea pig beastman. From now on, we shall be friends. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We live right across from your new home." With a small bowl of salt, Xiyao successfully endeared herself to 2 females, and she readily sent them on their way. Soon, news of Bai Yan's generous gift of salt spread throughout the entire tribe. Bai Ji and Lanshu's male beastmen brought her game as a token of gratitude, while other females looked on with envy, occasionally lingering at Xiyao's doorstep, hoping to procure some salt themselves. 007. Give birth. Embark on a new journey. When Bai Yin returned and saw the game laid out on the ground, along with a pot brimming with sauerkraut fish, he was utterly astonished. Upon hearing Xiyao recount the events that had transpired, Bai Yin smiled with delight. "Yao, you are truly remarkable. Not only can you prepare such delectable dishes, but you can also barter salt for game. I cannot fathom the fortune that allows me to have such a perfect female like you. It seems that my tumultuous period arrived at just the right time. Otherwise, I would never have ventured into the exile and encountered you." Bai Yin did not specifically inquire about the source of the salt. He had unreserved trust in Xiyao. "What nonsense are you speaking? It is best without the tumultuous face." Xiyao playfully remarked, "You must be exhausted after such a long time of work. You should eat more." A pot brimming with sour fish was devoured in no time. Bai Yin, with his commendable initiative, constructed the treehouse in just a couple of days. Bai Ji and Lanshu enthusiastically enlisted their male orc to assist in moving their belongings, to express her gratitude for the help with the relocation. Xiyao had Bai Yin fetch a thinner stone slab, which she placed over the fire to prepare grilled meat. She generously sprinkled sea salt, cumin, and barbecue powder, enchanting all present with the tantalizing aroma, causing them to indulge joyously. The delightful scent drew in orcs from the tribe, and Xiyao, unreserved, entrusted the grilling duties to Bai Yin, inviting everyone to partake in the feast. Bai Yin, though somewhat resigned, dutifully grilled the meat, as he wished to pamper his little female for a lifetime. The Qingyan tribe resonated with laughter and joy. The rare tranquility allowed Xiyao to unwind, appreciating the simplicity of life. How wonderful it would be to enjoy a cup of wine at this moment. Xiyao felt a pang of longing, yet regrettably, the food section of the first-tier supermarket only offered mineral water. Other beverages remained inaccessible until an upgrade was achieved. Drinking alcohol? We possess a selection of brewed fruit wines. However, Yao, as you are expecting, you may indulge only in moderation. Bai Ji's rabbit ears perked up at Xiyao's words, and promptly conjured a small cup of fruit wine for her. Xiyao's eyes sparkled brightly. After expressing her gratitude, she took the cup, brought it to her lips, and sipped a small amount. The sour taste of the fruit wine was indeed not particularly delightful, yet it was still alcoholic, causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Filled with joy, from a distance, Chenhua glared at them with a venomous gaze. Beside her, Yin and I watched their revelry with envy, yearning to join in. However, due to her previous rudeness towards Xiyao and the need to placate Qinghua's volatile temper, she could only stand by, watching from afar. Her heart unable to resist harboring resentment towards her. Life in the Qingyan tribe gradually stabilized, and the day of Xiyao's delivery drew nearer. The Fox tribe's gestation period lasts only about 2 months. The usually composed Bai Yin began to feel anxious, fully aware of the challenges of female childbirth. He frequently sought the shaman Moze. Indeed, when Xiao experienced a sudden onset of pain, Bai Yin rushed over to bring Moze to her side. This was not the first time. It was not as if a female would give birth immediately upon feeling pain. Moze dismissively waved Bai Yin's hand away, gracefully moving his long tail closer to observe the expression on Xiao's face. Xiao let out a bitter smile. No, Moze, the midwife. This time it is truly time to give birth. A few days ago, she merely experienced occasional contractions, but now even the system was alerting her that labor was imminent. Moze raised an eyebrow and leisurely remarked, "Is that so? It is really time?" Indeed. Xiao endured for a moment, but could no longer restrain herself. Moze. The shaman, is it not possible for you to fully transform into human form? She had truly been patient with his serpentine tail for quite some time. Moze's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes as he deliberately flicked his tail in front of her and replied, "I am afraid I cannot help it. My violent phase is approaching, and I often find myself unable to maintain my human guise. Merely revealing my tail is quite an achievement. Or perhaps, do you wish to see my complete beast form?" Xiao could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. Although it made her somewhat uneasy, she was feeling quite warm, and found it rather comforting to be close to him. Thus, she inched closer to Moze. Noticing his body stiffen, yet her anxiety about snakes diminished significantly. "Well, perhaps next time, I shall give birth. The host is on the verge of delivery. To alleviate the pain, please exchange for a pain-free elixir immediately." Xiao, fearing pain, promptly exchanged for a free pain-free pill. After consuming the pill, the discomfort in her body indeed vanished, allowing her to exhale in relief. The delivery had taken over 2 hours, during which Bai Yin anxiously paced outside the room. The other members of the tribe awaited news, for this was a long-awaited new life in the Qingyan tribe, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Amidst the faint whimpers of a small tiger, Bai Yin caught the scent of his own bloodline, his heart racing with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he rushed into the room and was met with the sight of Moze gently placing 2 tiny tiger cubs beside Xiao. "Yao, are you well?" Bai Yin approached her, first checking on her condition. Seeing that she was safe but merely fatigued, he felt a wave of relief wash over him before turning his attention to the 2 white tiger cubs. The cubs had transformed into their beastly forms upon birth. Their tiny eyes still closed, mouths instinctively searching for nourishment. Bai Yin, filled with emotion, said, Yao, thank you for bringing our little tiger cubs into the world. You have worked so hard." Xiyao smiled and shook her head, closing her eyes in feigned slumber, contemplating that the task of childbirth had finally been temporarily fulfilled. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 2 little tiger cubs, initiating the assessment of their innate abilities. The first cub, male, possesses a wind affinity grade A, with capabilities exceeding the 4th tier, granting a reward of 3,000 points. The second cub, also male, exhibits a water affinity grade A, with abilities surpassing the 4th tier, awarding an additional 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host for a total accumulation of 6,000 points, successfully unlocking the interface for beauty elixirs, as well as the second-level supermarket, which includes fresh produce in maternal and infant sections. Additionally, the host may opt to expend 5,000 points to unveil the shopping mall map. Please make a prompt decision on which section to activate. Upon hearing this, Su Shiyu felt invigorated. She opened her eyes and observed the fluctuations in her points displayed on the screen. As she unlocked the entrance to the marketplace, she beheld a myriad of shops within the gray confines, including clothing stores, pharmacies, and furniture outlets. For a moment, she hesitated, pondering which establishment to initiate. Moreover, activating a single store required a hefty expenditure of 5,000 points, which caused her considerable distress. After all her efforts, she had finally accumulated over 8,000 points, and the thought of depleting 5,000 in one go weighed heavily upon her heart. Must I make a choice immediately? She contemplated. The host is required to select a new store within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in a diminished selection opportunity, ultimately leading to the inability to successfully activate certain shops. 008. The Hyena clan is launching an assault. Sushio certainly would not forfeit the opportunity to open a new shop. Those 5,000 points were destined to be spent. She pondered which establishment to initiate. Upon noticing a gray clothing store, she was captivated by the soft garments within. The animal skin she currently wore, despite Bai Yan's utmost efforts to polish it, still retained a certain roughness, making it challenging for one accustomed to pure cotton attire. It was suggested that the host consider opening a clothing store. After all, one is often judged by their attire, and a beautiful appearance can attract males of exceptional talent. Your intentions are indeed quite clear. Su Shiyu was indeed captivated by the clothing store, yet she wished to ponder her decision a little longer. By the time she had rested, Bai Yin had already taken 2 kids to find goat's milk for them to drink. The live goats they had located in advance, frightened by the imposing presence of the orcs, produced only a meager amount of milk. The 2 kids cried out in hunger, leaving Bai Yin and Mose, who remained to assist, in a flurry of confusion. Xiyao hurriedly exchanged points for formula and bottles in the mother and baby area. After preparing the formula, she taught the 2 how to feed the cubs. Only then did the 2 little tiger cubs enjoy a hearty meal, finishing with loud milk burps. Xiyao, you are truly remarkable, giving birth to 2 little tiger cubs at once. It is known that the more gifted a male beast man is, the harder it is for a female to conceive. Why, she looked at the 2 cubs with envy, reminding her, also, you must be cautious of Qinghua. She harbors unrequited feelings for Bai Yin and keeps appearing around him in various ways. Her beast skin is getting shorter and shorter, and I can hardly bear to watch. She always relies on being the granddaughter of the chieftain to wield her privileges. During Bai Yin's raging phase, she clearly flirted with other males while pretending to be deeply affectionate towards him. It's truly exasperating. In response to Bai Ji's indignation, Xiyao gently patted the little tiger cubs in her arms, her maternal love overflowing as she lulled them to sleep. Thank you, Bai Shi. I have faith in my Yin. He will not be deceived by Qinghua. Observing Xiao's flawless, snow-white skin and exquisitely beautiful features, Bai Ji nodded earnestly. Indeed, any male with good sense would choose you. Yao, you are truly stunning, akin to the daughters of the affluent families I have seen in the imperial capital. You deserve to be nurtured in a land of abundance. Affluent families of the imperial capital? Xiao smiled faintly, her lowered eyelids brushing against a flicker of shadow. Bai Ji was indeed correct. She had originally emerged from that place and would inevitably return one day. Alarm bells rang out. An orc raid was imminent. Everyone, remain vigilant. As Xiao gently laid down the 2 young tiger cubs, an enraged roar from a male beast man echoed outside. She could see shadows swiftly darting past the window, hastily rushing towards the entrance of the tribe. Bai Ji was startled as well, quickly scooping up the slumbering cubs and vigilantly gazing towards the door. Yao, hurry. We must take the cubs and hide. The commanding and powerful roar of Bai Yin reverberated through the treehouse, echoing with authority. Xiao hurriedly picked up another young tiger cub and followed Bai Ji to the entrance, where they beheld Mose gliding towards them. It was evident that he had also engaged in the fray. Blood was splattered on his serpent-like tail, and his handsome visage was shrouded in an aura of coldness. His eyes, fierce and piercing, emanated a murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Bai Shi, with a tone laced with concern, inquired, Mose, the shaman, what is the situation outside? I was about to take Yao and the cubs to the cave for safety. Noticing that Xiao had averted her gaze, Mose clenched his hands tightly, suppressing the turmoil within. Gritting his teeth, he replied, it is the hyena clan. They intend to force their way in and seize the females of our tribe. Fortunately, Bai Yin is present. He should be rallying the others to drive them away. For now, we are safe. As he spoke, his pupils elongated into slits, and fine black scales began to emerge across his face and arms. Mose let out a pain groan. My berserk phase has come upon me prematurely. I am losing control. To ensure your safety, I must depart immediately. With that, he swiftly glided away, beyond their line of sight. Bai Shi, filled with trepidation, pondered what they would do if the shaman succumbed to his berserk state. She was uncertain whether he would endure, and without a shaman in the tribe, it was imperative to ensure her own safety and avoid injury as much as possible. Xiao averted her gaze, furrowing her brow as she stated, he is considering our well-being. Otherwise, if he enters a frenzied state and reverts to his true form as a colossal python, he could devour us whole. Let us seek out others for a solution. All right. I will heed your words, Yao. After they had traversed a short distance while cradling the young ones, they spotted Bai Yin and his companions approaching, carrying a bloodied male. Yun and I followed closely behind, wailing in despair, Tang Ji, please don't die. You promised to stay by my side forever. Sobbing uncontrollably. Yao. Have you seen Mose? As Bai Yin and the others laid the male upon the ground, Xiao realized that the unconscious figure, with deep gashes on his thigh and chest, was none other than Tang Ji. Xiao shook her head with a sigh. Mose had entered a state of fury. At this moment, she feared he would be powerless to contain himself. If he caught a whiff of the blood on Tang Ji, he would likely succumb to his primal instincts and devour him. The moment these words were spoken, the faces of those present turned grim, and the atmosphere grew heavy with despair. It's all your fault, Qinghua. If you hadn't enticed the males of the hyena clan, they would never have dared to launch an attack on our tribe. You are the reason Tang Ji is in this state. You wretched creature, you have doomed my mate. Yun and I rushed up to Qinghua, raising her fist to strike her. Qinghua, however, was no pushover. She retaliated by pushing Yun and I down, her eyes darting as she defended herself. I didn't seduce them. They approached me while I was out gathering fruit. How could I have known they would audaciously raid us? Can you truly blame me for this? Yun and I, why don't you reflect on your mate's weakness instead? Qinghua, silence yourself. As Qinghua's words threatened to provoke the ire of the crowd, Kishi interjected sharply. They were all bruised and battered, and Qinghua's remarks about a male's weakness struck them as unbearably harsh. Brother, ever since this female arrived, none of you have supported me. Qinghua sobbed. Her pent-up anger and resentment directed squarely at Xiyao, glaring at her with malice. The blame she cast was quite audacious, and Xiyao showed no mercy. Her expression cold as she retorted, "Shut your foul mouth. In times of crisis, are you only concerned about yourself? Tangji's injuries are grave. If we do not staunch the bleeding immediately, his life will be in jeopardy." Yun and I wept, her cries mingled with snot. "What shall we do? Mose, the shaman, has succumbed to his frenzy. There is no one who can save Tangji now. He will die." Xiyao hesitated for a moment, sighed lightly, and resolutely declared, "No. I will not allow him to perish. 009. Activate the first-level pharmacy to heal and save lives. Jin Bao, I choose to expend 5,000 points to unlock the first-level pharmacy." Faced with the gravity of life and death, Xiyao unhesitatingly opted to initiate the pharmacy. "Host, do you wish to consume 5,000 points to open the first-level pharmacy? This action is irrevocable. Confirm." A luminous screen, visible only to Xiyao, materialized as she felt a pang of sorrow at the sudden depletion of her points. The marketplace door swung open once more, revealing the first-floor pharmacy now accessible. As she stepped inside, she noticed that only a small portion of the medicines were displayed in vibrant colors, while the remaining areas remained shrouded in gray. Jin Bao, what is required to upgrade to the second-level pharmacy? Host, to elevate to the second-level pharmacy, merely 8,000 points are required. Merely? Xiyao took a deep breath. Suppressing the urge to strike at the system, she retrieved a roll of bandages from the medicine cabinet and was taken aback to discover that redeeming points required 3 points. Gritting her teeth, she proceeded with the purchase, also exchanging 5 points each for iodine and alcohol. Upon noticing the prices of hemostatic and antipyretic medications, Xiyao could not help but inquire why the antipyretic medicine was so exorbitantly priced, with a single box costing a staggering 100 points. Is it a points robbery? Each box of antipyretic medicine contains 10 pills, with each pill costing 10 points. Such medicines are exceedingly crucial and rare in the Beast World continent. Thus, 10 points is not exorbitant. The host may redeem them individually, one by one. Very well. With a determined bite of her lip, Xiyao exchanged 10 points for a single ibuprofen and then traded 20 points for 2 small vials of hemostatic medicine before departing from the pharmacy. Once she regained her composure, Xiyao blinked and commanded, "First, bring Tangji back into the house, then boil as much water as possible. And also find me some softer animal hides." Yun and I, momentarily forgetting her tears, gazed at Xiyao with a bewildered expression and asked, "Can you truly save Tangji?" Xiyao furrowed her brows and stated, "In times like these, you can either place your faith in the divine or trust in me." Yun and I gazed at Xiyao in a daze, as if she were enveloped in a radiant glow. "I believe in my little female." Bai Yin decisively lifted Tangji and carried him into their treehouse. The others began to spring into action, gathering hot water and seeking out animal hides. The old chief, having heard the news, hurried over with a look of concern, expressing that Tangji, being a prime male in his prime, would be a significant loss to their tribe if he were to perish. Kaisi sighed, lamenting the unfortunate timing coinciding with Mose's period of fury. It remained uncertain whether Bai Yin's little female could indeed save Tangji. Qinghua, with a smirk of amusement, derisively remarked that she was merely a weak female. Full of bravado, should Tangji truly die, she would become the most heinous of individuals. In such a scenario, no one would remember that the hyena clan had arisen because of her, and all blame would fall upon Xiyao. This thought brightened Qinghua's mood. Kaisi, filled with indignation, retorted, "Qinghua, are you wishing for Tangji's demise? It is fortunate that Bai Yin returned to the tribe, otherwise, none of us would be safe. You know well what you have done, and this matter is far from settled." Qinghua glared back, ready to argue. But the old chief's warning gaze deterred her from continuing. Inside the dwelling, Xiyao entrusted the little tiger cub to Lan Shu. She examined Tangji's grievous wounds, which were so horrific that both Bai Ji and Lan Shu turned pale and averted their gazes. Fortunately, having witnessed even more grotesque sights during the apocalypse, Xiyao remained unruffled. Calmly, she began to cleanse his wounds with hot water, followed by alcohol and iodine. Throughout this process, Tangji trembled violently in response. Xiyao applied a layer of hemostatic powder to his wound, finally managing to stem the flow of blood. Due to the considerable size of the injury, she procured 2 rolls of bandages from a primary pharmacy and meticulously wrapped the wound both internally and externally. With the bleeding halted, there were no immediate concerns. The male beastman possessed a remarkable self-healing ability, and now it was a matter of his own recovery. As Xiyao rose, Bai Yin immediately approached her, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. He spoke softly, "Yao, you have worked so hard." Yun and I, who had been watching from the side, saw that Tangji had not perished but had fallen into a deep slumber. Overwhelmed with emotion, she knelt on the ground, bowing her head to Xiyao, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you so much, the little female of the Bai family. You saved Tangji's life. I had been so rude to you before, yet you still chose to rescue my male. You are truly remarkable. Orange Blossom cannot even begin to compare. I am profoundly grateful to you." Bai Ji and Lan Shu shared in her gratitude, saying, "You should have recognized Yao's goodness long ago. You insisted on following Orange Blossom. And now you see the truth of the matter. Xiyao felt somewhat fatigued as she leaned against Bai Yan's embrace, softly stating, Yunny, you may simply call my name. Moreover, my rescue of Tangji was solely because he fought alongside Bai Yan. It has nothing to do with who he is as a male. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan felt a surge of tenderness in his heart, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Oh heavens! He could hardly comprehend what virtue he possessed to be graced with such an extraordinary female. It felt akin to a dream. Hearing the commotion within, Xihua mistakenly believed that Tangji had perished and that Yunny was causing a ruckus. She eagerly pushed the door open, exclaiming, Yunny, why are you crying? Did Xiyao, that female, manage to kill Tangji? I told you, she is nothing but a liar, full of grandiose claims. However, Xinghua's exuberant voice was abruptly silenced as she noticed the hostile glares directed at her from everyone inside, while the male she had claimed was dead lay peacefully asleep. Xinghua, what ill intentions do you harbor? My Tangji is perfectly fine. Yao Ao's abilities rival those of a shaman. No, they surpass even that. She has staunched Tangji's bleeding. He has not succumbed. Yunny glared resentfully at Xinghua, her gratitude towards Xiyao evident as she began to refer to her affectionately as Yao Ao. What? Xinghua's complexion turned ashen. And the elder patriarch along with Kaisi approached to inspect Tangji's injuries. The elder patriarch exclaimed in astonishment, what is this wrapping? And the wound? It appears to be completely devoid of blood. Little female from the Bai family, could it be that you possess healing abilities? Yet, that cannot be. Aren't females devoid of such talents? Unless. Sushiyu believed that the old patriarch possessed extensive knowledge and retorted, unless it is something else? The old patriarch replied solemnly, unless it is a holy matriarch. For only a holy matriarch can possess both extraordinary fertility and the innate abilities akin to that of a male. Yet, in all my years, I have never encountered such a mythical being. Sushiyu felt an immediate sense of relief, and with an air of feigned profundity, she declared, since we are all siblings of the Ayin tribe, I shall not conceal the truth from you. All that I employed to heal Tangji, as well as my culinary prowess, are indeed manifestations of my innate abilities. What? The little female of the Bai Yan family, is what you say true? This is truly your extraordinary talent? You possess such a gift? How astonishing. The elder, overwhelmed with joy and surprise, nearly gasped for breath. The notions of Bai Yan and valiant males faded from his mind. His gaze upon Xiyao burned with fervor, as if she were a priceless treasure. Bai Yan, feeling a pang of unease, tightened his embrace around Xiyao. Yet, he understood that such remarkable talents possessed by his little female could not remain hidden indefinitely. Indeed, I had not intended to disclose this, but in times of crisis, I must step forward. I also hope everyone can keep this a secret and refrain from spreading this information. Xiyao imparted her warning with great care, fully aware that her talent could easily incite envy in others. Being a female only amplified her allure, rendering her a veritable treasure. She turned her gaze towards the envious Xinghua. Her voice icy as she declared, especially you, Xinghua. I am acutely aware of your resentment towards me. Yet you must grasp the gravity of the situation concerning the tribe's safety. You need to discern what is of greater importance. Indeed, Xinghua, you must remember this. The old patriarch, aligning with Su Xiao's admonition, took it upon himself to caution his granddaughter. He understood her character well. If Su Xiu truly was the holy female, it was imperative to instill some sense into Xinghua. What could possibly eclipse the significance of the holy female? Grandfather, Xinghua exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. How could she be certain that this female wasn't fabricating tales to elevate her own status? You must discern the truth and not be deceived. Bai Yan replied coldly. Who has been lying is evident to all. You. Xinghua could not miss the underlying implications, especially when it came from the one she cherished. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Meanwhile, the slumbering Tangji stirred restlessly, attempting to grasp at his wound. Tangji, Yun and I rushed forward to prevent him, exclaiming, you mustn't do that. You'll worsen your injury. The regenerative abilities of male beast men were indeed remarkable, as he swiftly began to feel an itch at the sight of his wound. Yin and I, you must stop him from scratching it. If the wound becomes inflamed, he will undoubtedly suffer a fever. Upon merely casting a glance, Su Xiao discerned that a fever was inevitable, which is precisely why she had deliberately exchanged for ibuprofen. As anticipated, it was not long before Tangji became feverish, his body writhing, and his lips uttering nonsensical babble. Oh no, Tangji, please do not frighten me, Yin and I implored, as she gently touched Tangji's forehead, only to discover that his entire body was alarmingly hot, prompting her to weep in fear. With trembling lips, because she could not restrain herself from speaking. I recall a certain first-tier, fifth-grade orc who, after suffering grave injuries and falling ill, exhibited symptoms akin to Tangji's. His wounds festered, and he burned with fever. Despite Mo's treatment, he ultimately succumbed to his afflictions. Upon hearing this, Yin Ni's sobs intensified. The elder patriarch fell silent. As this incident had indeed transpired in the past, it is of no concern, let us remain calm. I shall administer this medicine to him, and if he can endure, the fever will subside. Su Xiao approached calmly, inserting the ibuprofen into Tangji's mouth, watching as he swallowed it. Then gently reminded Yun and I, once he takes the medicine, he will begin to sweat profusely. You must use warm water to wipe him down. Ensure he does not catch a chill at this moment. Do you understand? Yun and I, her eyes swollen and red, gazed at Xiyao with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities, nodding earnestly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I understand. Afterward, Xiyao leaned against Bai Yin, her voice soft and delicate. Yin, I just gave birth today and have been bustling about. I am utterly exhausted. Please carry me back to rest. The little ones must be hungry, and I need to nurse them. Of course, Yao, you have truly worked hard, Bai Yin replied, his heart aching for her. Without hesitation, he lifted her effortlessly in his arms and carried her back to their treehouse. Lan Shu and Bai Ji followed suit to assist with the nursing. They departed only after Xiyao and the two little tiger cubs had fallen into a peaceful slumber. Bai Yan's home, the little female, Yao, after a deep slumber, they awoke the next morning, just in time to feed the insatiable cubs. When the elder patriarch and Yun and I burst in, Xiyao casually inquired, what is the matter? Tangji should be fine now, right? Yun and I, filled with emotion, responded, indeed, after taking the medicine you provided, Tangji has been sweating profusely. I worked tirelessly throughout the night, and by morning, his body temperature had returned to normal. He has awoken and managed to eat a little. Although his wounds have not yet healed, making movement difficult, he specifically asked me to express his heartfelt gratitude to you. Once he has fully recovered, I shall ensure that Tangji brings you some delicacies from his hunt. Xiyao chuckled softly, urging, let him recuperate in peace. Hunting can wait, and I am not in a hurry for a meal. Yin and I readily agreed. Of course. At that moment, whatever Yao said was met with enthusiasm. Oh, holy female, you truly are a holy female, the old clan leader exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, he had harbored doubts, but after witnessing the miraculous effects of the medicine Xiyao administered to Tangji the previous night, which had eased his fever after an entire night, he found it utterly astonishing. Such extraordinary medical skills could only belong to a holy female. With this revelation, any lingering skepticism vanished, and he now regarded Xiyao with an unparalleled warmth. Who could have anticipated that a holy female would emerge from our Qingyan tribe? Truly, it is a blessing for our clan. The old clan leader beamed. Bai Yin, you have done splendidly in bringing back a holy female. It is a rare fortune to encounter such an individual, possessing perfect fertility, capable of strengthening our tribe, coupled with remarkable medical talent. This is surely the heaven's intention for our Qingyan tribe to ascend as the foremost tribe of the northern wasteland. Bai Yin pressed his lips into a thin line and lowered his voice, saying, Old clan leader, the little cubs need their rest. Let us discuss matters outside. Very well. We shall step outside. The old clan leader's face radiated joy, and he showed no reluctance in leaving Xiyao to care for the cubs as he accompanied Bai Yin outside. Old clan leader. The title of holy female is yet unproven. I believe we should refrain from using it for now, Bai Yin replied, his heart heavy with concern. He was no stranger to the concept of a holy female, and it was precisely this knowledge that left him in a state of turmoil. You are indeed the holy female. You have given birth to cubs and saved Tangji. What further proof is needed? The old clan leader gazed deeply at him. Sighing softly, Bai Yin, you must understand that in the beast world, males outnumber females. Even Bai Ji and Lan Shu possess more than one male. Not to mention the responsibilities of a holy female. You must broaden your perspective. We are all one tribe. You should actively seek mates for the holy female. What do you think of Kaisi? The old clan leader had his own motives. After all, if his grandson Kaisi could become the second mate of the holy female, it would be a significant achievement, justifying his boldness in recommending Kaisi. Bai Yin felt discomfort in his heart and coldly replied, this matter is not solely mine to decide. Moreover, if Yao is truly the holy female, are you certain you can keep her? If the imperial family learns of her existence, they will undoubtedly take her away. A holy female should be matched with a strong and gifted male beast man. Kaisi, at merely 3rd rank 7th level, is far from adequate. Upon hearing this, the old clan leader's face shifted from red to pale, unable to refute Bai Yan's words, and could only plead earnestly, I understand. Which is why I need you to attract more mates for the holy female, ensuring she remains with the Qingyan tribe. Bai Yin dismissed his words with a wave and returned to his wife and children. The news of the holy female could not be kept secret for long. The entire Qingyan tribe learned of how Xiyao had heroically saved the critically ill Tangji, affirming her status as a genuine holy female. As she walked through the village, the males looked at her with fervent admiration, displaying themselves like peacocks, while the females gazed at her with reverence, flocking to befriend her. Only Changhua felt indignant, filled with resentment. I can attest that on the day we went to gather fruits, I saw Changhua conversing with a male from the hyena clan. She did not refuse the food he offered, bringing it all back. Isn't that an acceptance of his courtship? The hyena clan later came demanding females, but Kaisi drove them away. It was hypocritical of her, inciting the clan's ire to the point of wanting to raid our tribe for females. Chenghua's actions were excessive, endangering our males and nearly costing Tangji his life. She must face punishment. Indeed, she must be punished. The tribe's beastmen gathered, condemning the hyena clan's raid, with most females standing to accuse Chenghua. Chenghua, unable to defend herself, looked despondent, wanting to hide behind Kaisi. Kaisi, too, felt disgraced. He pulled Chenghua forward and stated solemnly, "This matter is indeed Chenghua's fault, and she will face the consequences. Brother, you cannot treat me this way," Chenghua cried, collapsing to the ground in tears at the mention of punishment. The old clan leader, though pained, gritted his teeth and declared, "Take Chenghua to the female cave for confinement. No one is to let her out." "The female cave? I refuse to go there. I am a fertile female. Why should I be confined? Grandfather, I am your granddaughter. How could you side with others instead of me?" Males dragged Chenghua away, her cries filled with despair as the old clan leader shook his head in disapproval. Bai Yin interjected, "Let us set Chenghua's matter aside for now. The hyena clan is notoriously vengeful. We must enhance our patrols. I fear they may retaliate against us." Kaisi, revitalized, agreed with Bai Yin. "He is right. We must all work hard in the coming days." From then on, even at night, the Qingyan tribe remained brightly lit, united and vigilant, with no sightings of the hyena clan in the vicinity. Just when it seemed peace had returned, within the female cave, Chenghua, having been doted upon by the males, stared blankly at the cave ceiling. A potent mix of resentment and bitterness engulfed her. Struggling to her feet, she wrapped herself tightly in animal skins and stealthily made her way to the cave entrance. Seizing the opportunity during a guard shift, she transformed into a weasel and sprinted away from the Qingyan tribe, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Chenghua had escaped, and the news spread rapidly throughout the tribe. Xiyao felt an unsettling premonition deep within her, and even when Bai Yan's passionate kiss graced her lips, she remained unresponsive. Bai Yan, panting heavily, noticed her divided attention and could not help but gently bite her. His voice hushed as he inquired, "What troubles you? Are you still preoccupied with the matter of Chenghua? She has fled, and no one cares. Her absence merely signifies the loss of a venomous female." Xu pushed him gently, furrowing her brow. "If she merely fled, it would be one thing, but I am concerned she may seek revenge." Bai Yan's fervent palm rested upon Xiao's delicate waist, wandering restlessly. "She possesses no talent. Such a feeble female could hardly enact vengeance. Yet, she is still a female, akin to her enticing the males of the hyena clan. She is well acquainted with the terrain of the Qingyan tribe and is aware of your existence. She could conspire with others to retaliate against the Qingyan tribe and against me." With a soft sigh, Xiao cradled Bai Yan's face in her hands, articulating her concerns with deliberate clarity. Hearing her earnest words, Bai Yan furrowed his brow, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, and then turned to rise. "Yan, where are you going?" Xiao inquired as he made his way to the door. Clad in his animal hide, Bai Yan replied, "Your worries may come to fruition. I must go and remind Kaisi and the others." "All right, do take care." Once Bai Yan departed, Xiao began to play with the little tiger cubs, who had just opened their eyes. One cub mirrored its father's striking blue eyes, while the other inherited her dark gaze. Typically, they would instinctively shift into their beast forms, their soft fur providing an indescribable comfort. After some time, both cubs became drowsy, and Bai Yan had yet to return, while outside, a cacophony erupted. The fierce roars of magical beasts reverberated like thunder, jolting Xiao awake. The two cubs, on the verge of slumber, also emitted soft iya sounds. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed from outside, accompanied by Baiji's voice. Yao quickly opened the door. Xiao immediately went to open the door, and Baiji's eyes were already swollen from tears. She urged Xiao to quickly bring out the two little tiger cubs. "Yao, we must leave this place at once. We must protect these two little cubs." As Xiao deftly secured the little tiger cub to her body, she inquired, "What is it? Is it the hyena clan again? I can hear the sounds of magical beasts." "No, I haven't seen the hyena clan. It is the magical beasts, an overwhelming multitude of them, resembling a tide of beasts. They are swarming everywhere. I do not know how this has happened. My male has already sacrificed himself. They cannot withstand such a horde of magical beasts. Bai Yin sent me to find you and to lead you away from the Qingyan tribe. We cannot remain here. If the males can no longer endure, this place will soon be laid to waste by the tide of beasts." Tears streamed down Baiji's face as the thought of her second beast husband's tragic demise overwhelmed her with sorrow. How could this happen? A tide of magical beasts? Seeing Baiji's profound grief, Xiao's complexion paled considerably. She clutched the cub tightly and departed the treehouse alongside her. In the distance, flames could be seen, kindled by an unknown source, engulfing the treehouse. The fierce blaze mirrored the grotesque faces of the magical beasts, who roared as they brandished their claws. The arm of a rhinoceros beastman was severed, and the anguish cries echoed in the air, lingering ominously. Yao, we must flee quickly. They will not hold out much longer. Let us head west towards the beast forest. There lies the territory of the night gray wolves. Their tribe is formidable. Even if they do not shelter us, they will eliminate the magical beasts pursuing us if we reach their domain." Baiji, suppressing her tears, led Xiao in the opposite direction. Roars of the magical beasts grew ever closer. "Warning! Alert! A threat to the cub has been detected. The host may choose to exchange 100 points for a teleportation talisman, transporting the cub to a safe zone. Would you like to proceed with the exchange?" Just then, a massive shadow leaped into the air, engulfing them in darkness. In a moment of panic, Baishi stumbled and fell to the ground, the impact sending the cub flying from her grasp. Xiao's pupils constricted abruptly as she made a decisive choice. Yes, to exchange. The exchange was successful, and a beam of blue light flickered momentarily. The little creature hovering in midair, along with the one bound in Xiao's embrace, vanished into thin air. The ferocious magical beast roared in frenzy, its claw poised to strike Xiao's back. Suddenly, a blood-soaked white tiger appeared, recklessly colliding with the magical beast. Its once clear blue eyes were now stained crimson with blood as it positioned itself protectively behind Xiao, letting out a low growl in her direction. Xiao understood that Bai Yin was urging her to flee. However, upon witnessing the beast's counterattack, her gaze sharpened, and instinctively, she raised her hand to unleash her mental energy, ensnaring the beast in midair. Bai Yin reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to leap forth and rend the creature apart. Each use of her mental power exacted a tremendous toll on her stamina, leaving her complexion devoid of color. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired of the system, Jibao, when will I be able to wield my mental energy indefinitely, rather than enduring this weakness? The system responded, in order to utilize mental energy boundlessly, the host must prioritize the conception of the next offspring. The greater the talent of the progeny, the more points will be accrued, enabling the activation of vitality water. Consuming a single vial will restore your vigor instantaneously, allowing for sustained use of mental energy. By seeking out males of higher talent among the beastmen for procreation, you can also enhance your mental power. Your current S-rank mental energy can be elevated to SS, SSS, SSSS, or even the pinnacle of SSSS. At that juncture, you will be capable of safeguarding your young. Conceiving offspring grants you points. In Xiao's eyes ignited a fierce flame of competitiveness. She had never been weak or helpless, and she was determined to grow stronger. Bai Yin transformed into human form and solemnly urged her, Yao, you must hurry along this path. I cannot abandon you. The little tiger cub had already been escorted to a safe area by the system, and Xiao was unwilling to forsake him at this crucial moment. Bai Yin shook his head, gesturing towards the other females he had escorted, each of whom bore expressions of terror and sorrow, their faces stained with tears. Gazing at them with hopelessness and despair. With unwavering resolve, Bai Yin bent down and gently pecked Xiao on the lips, sighing, Yao. I am aware of your innate abilities. If possible, I implore you to lead this group of females to safety. My brothers are still fighting valiantly, and I cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. I must do my utmost to bring them back. So I beg you. Tears glistened in Xiao's eyes. What about me and our child? Bai Yin gazed at her with a lingering affection, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, I promise you. I shall live to reunite with you and our child. Very well, that is your word. Should you break it, I shall seek another male to bear offspring. Xiao inhaled deeply, deliberately threatening him. All right. Bai Yin suppressed the sorrow in his eyes and embraced her briefly before transforming into his white tiger form, dashing towards the direction of the flames. Yao, where is the little tiger cub? Baishi exclaimed, her face pale as she gazed into her empty arms. Do not worry. The little tiger cub is safe. We must prioritize our escape. Xiao wiped away her tears, her gaze resolute as she addressed the other females. If we can run faster in beast form, let us transform and sprint forward without looking back. Her words resonated deeply, for they were already a leaderless group. And with Xiao's esteemed title as the holy female, they followed her commands without question. In that moment, rabbits, mice, and cats transformed, dashing toward the ominous darkness ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive boulder tumbled down, effectively blocking their path at a narrow gorge. The chilling howls of hyenas pierced the air, and soon, a pack of hyenas with glowing green eyes appeared atop the gorge, their hungry gazes fixated upon the fleeing females. It was the clan of hyenas. Lan Shu's face drained of color as she clenched her teeth in disbelief. How could they possibly be here? A mocking laughter rang out. I told you. This was the simplest plan. Look, so many females have been delivered to you, a guaranteed profit. Now, how shall you express your gratitude to me? The arrogant voice belonged to Chenghua, who was perched on the back of a hyena, a sinister smile playing upon her lips. At that moment, the realization dawned. Their Qingyan tribe had been betrayed by Chenghua. Chenghua, have you lost your mind? You were collaborating with the hyena clan? Did you intentionally lure those beasts here? Baiji's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to consume her flesh and drink her blood. You treacherous wretch. Do you have any idea how many of our kin you've doomed? Even your own grandfather and brother. You madwoman. You have even caused the death of my male. May you suffer. Chenghua's expression twisted in rage. Grandfather? Brother? Did they think of me as family when they cast me into the den of females? They deserve to die. Her gaze, filled with venomous hatred, turned to Xiao. Especially you. You should never have come to the Qingyan tribe. If not for your presence, our tribe would still be thriving. You foolish beings, can't you see? The true source of your hatred should be directed at her. She is the harbinger of this calamity. Lan Shu shook her head in despair. Chenghua has truly gone mad, filled with venomous spite and insanity. Xiao's gaze was icy and piercing. She spoke coldly. Orange Blossom, you should never have been confined to the den of females. Instead, you should have been eradicated. You are beyond redemption, foolishly envious. And you drag the innocent into your turmoil. You are the most heartless fool. 013, Hyena versus Python. Xiyao continued to scold. Do you truly believe these hyenas will heed your commands? They are merely exploiting you, using you to strike at the Qingyan tribe while plundering their females. In the end, you are nothing but a tool for their breeding purposes, and yet you bask in your own delusion. Have you lost your mind? Qinghua's expression darkened in response to the insults. She pressed her lips together and stubbornly insisted, I have made an agreement with them. As long as I assist them in acquiring females, they will allow me to remain in their tribe and choose my own males. Isn't that preferable to being confined in the female den? Xiyao, do not attempt to sow discord. I will not be deceived. No sooner had she spoken than the hyena carrying her transformed into human form, a gaunt figure with a rather ordinary, even somewhat lascivious visage, who abruptly embraced Xinghua and began to grope her. You certainly have a lot to say, little female. It is thanks to the information and terrain you provided that I have been able to acquire so many females. The male hyena disregarded Xinghua's struggles, leering as he planted several unwelcome kisses on her face and lips, leaving her overwhelmed by the foul taste of his saliva, nearly provoking her to retch. Kunfu, what are you doing? Did you not promise me that you would not force me? Xinghua, infuriated, attempted to push him away. But the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Kunfu laughed heartily. Little female, those were merely sweet nothings. Did you actually believe me? Xinghua, consumed by fury, pounded him. You deceived me? Kunfu, as the leader of the hyena clan, how can you break your word? Do not speak so lightly, Kunfu retorted. When we offered you fruits and prey, you did not refuse us. Yet when we sought you in the Qingyan tribe, your foolish brother chased us away. Tell me, who is truly deceiving whom? Kunfu narrowed his beady eyes and grasped Xinghua's chin. Do you think our hyena clan is easy to bully? You dare to mock us and propose terms? Your fantasies are quite amusing. Soon, I shall return you all to our tribe and confine you in the female den to reward my brothers. What? The female den? No. Kunfu, you cannot treat me this way. Xinghua cried out in pain as she struggled fiercely, prompting Kunfu's irritation as he considered tossing her aside. In desperation, she shouted. That fox tribe female. Her name is Xiyao. She is the sacred female, identified as such by my grandfather. She possesses extraordinary abilities. Why not direct your ire towards her? Do not harm me. My heavens, why is there no lightning to strike down this wicked female? She not only seeks to harm our males, but also threatens our lives, and that of Yao. Bai Ji's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could eliminate this disaster herself. Sacred female? The gaze of all the hyenas, glowing with greed, turned towards Xiyao. Kunfu, intrigued by the notion of a sacred female, casually discarded Xinghua and leaped to stand before Xiyao. You are the sacred female? His gaze, unrestrained and appraising, swept over Xiyao, his lewd eyes causing discomfort. Xiyao responded coldly, Am I a sacred female? It is not for me to decide, nor for Xinghua. Why not take me for a test? He laughed heartily. Where could I possibly take you for such a test? The only places capable of determining if one is a sacred female are in the capital or the foremost tribe of the northern wilderness. Do you think I am a fool? I have no concern whether you are a sacred female or not. If you truly possess extraordinary fertility, then a few intimate moments between us will reveal whether you conceive a child. Kunfu chuckled arrogantly, raising his hand as if to caress her face. Following the scan, it was determined that this male hyena possessed an earth affinity, classified as a third-tier, ninth-rank male beast man, with talents deemed inadequate, rendering him unworthy of further investment of time. Xiyao let out a disdainful snort, swiftly swatting his hand away, declaring, You are not worthy of possessing me. The Kunfu was instantly humiliated, his face flushed with anger, as he commanded, Take these females back to the tribe. Once we return, I refuse to believe they can continue to act so arrogantly. They will have no choice but to obediently await our affection in the female den. The male hyenas erupted in excited howls, rushing forward to seize the females. No, let us go. Bai Ji and Lan Shu struggled against their captors, but they were no match for the strength of the males, each being hoisted on his shoulders effortlessly. Kunfu forcefully grasped Xiao's arm when a massive, dark, cold serpent's tail swept through the air, sending him flying. Following closely, a large python, flicking its tongue, locked its cold brown gaze upon the pack of hyenas. With remarkable speed, it coiled around them, its venomous fangs sinking mercilessly into their flesh, the bloodthirsty ferocity catching the hyenas off guard, causing them to wail in agony. Bai Ji leaped with joy, exclaiming, It is the shaman Mose. He has come to rescue us. Quick, find shelter. Taking advantage of the chaos between the hyenas and the python, Xiao led the others to a safe area. Then, step by step, she approached Xinghua, who lay collapsed on the ground, her gaze vacant as she looked up at Xiao, panic rising within her. What do you intend to do? Xinghua, you have shown no mercy even to your beloved grandfather and brother. Your heart is truly grotesque and filthy to the extreme. You are responsible for the death of Bai Ji's mate, for the demise of your companions who lived alongside you in the tribe. You are the one who deserves to perish. Su Xiao's fury surged as she raised her hand, enveloping Orange Blossom in a binding force of mental energy, leaving her no chance to flee. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "What have you done to me? Why can't I move?" To which Su Xiao replied, "This is my innate talent, an S-grade mental power. Orange Blossom, you should consider yourself fortunate. You will be the first scoundrel in the Beast World continent to fall victim to my mental prowess." Su Xiao's lips curled into a devilish and enchanting smile. Under the terrified gaze of Chenghua, she unhesitatingly clenched her fingers. Crack! Without granting Chenghua a moment to react, just as she had dispatched zombies in her previous life. Chenghua's neck snapped audibly, her eyes wide open, forever unable to close. Returning with an air of menace, Su Xiao faced the utterly bewildered females, her palms damp with perspiration. Hesitating over how to explain her actions, Baiji embraced her tightly, weeping, "Yao, you did well. Chenghua deserved death. She was the one who caused my beast husband's demise. Her end was well warranted. You accomplished what I had longed to do." Lan Shu clenched her fists and affirmed, "Yes, Yao, you performed splendidly. I too wish to eliminate that vile Chenghua. Indeed, Chenghua deserved her fate. Yao, you were in the right. Yao, you protected us." The chorus of females echoed their support, leaving no room for blame. Su Xiao exhaled in relief, a flicker of warmth resurfacing in her icy gaze. 014, he possesses dual talents. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds jolted their thoughts back to the battlefield. In a frenzied rage, Moze had become a whirlwind of destruction, heedless of the numerous wounds adorning his hardened scales. His bloodshot eyes fixating malevolently on the grievously injured Kung Fu, inching closer with a serpentine tail. Kung Fu, paralyzed with fear, found his legs partially devoured by Moze, forcing him to shuffle backward in desperation while pleading, "No, please don't kill me. I can return all these females to you. Whatever you desire, I can grant it. Even the position of chief of the hyena clan. I beg you, spare my life." Moze dismissed his pleas as mere drivel. Opening his gaping maw and swallowing Kung Fu whole, the screams gradually faded, and as the gruesome spectacle unfolded before them, the females felt a mix of exhilaration and terror, reluctant to approach Moze. "What should we do? Moze, the shaman, has entered a state of frenzy. Will he turn on us next?" Lan Shu expressed her concern. For a male in a rage is known to recognize no kin. After devouring Kung Fu, Moze heard their murmurs, his bloodthirsty gaze chillingly darting toward them, the murderous intent still simmering as he began to slither in their direction. "Baiji, take everyone and hide." Su Xiao furrowed her brow and urged herself to move faster as she stepped outside. Baiji was startled and could only call out, Yao, please be careful. Mo's witch doctor, it is I, Su Xiao. Do you still remember me?" As Su Xiao beheld Moze's beastly form up close, goosebumps prickled her skin. "With patience," she inquired, "having eradicated the hyena clan, are we now safe? Can you revert to your human form?" The great python flicked its tongue, its brown eyes reflecting Su Xiao's visage. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, a serpentine tail coiled around Su Xiao, propelling her forward. Baiji and the other females called out in vain, Yao. A cool breeze swept past, nearly causing Su Xiao to lose her composure. She quickly placed a hand upon his body, channeling her mental energy. The great python let out a pained groan, its movements gradually slowing. Su Xiao exclaimed, Moze, please regain your senses. As she continuously channeled her mental energy, she felt on the verge of fainting. Suddenly, with a loud splash, the massive python vanished into thin air, and the handsome man embraced Su Xiao, both plummeting into the nearby river. The icy water jolted Su Xiao back to her senses. Upon seeing Moze, now reverted to his human form, she breathed a sigh of relief. Gritting her teeth, she dragged him from the water to the riverbank, utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Moze, are you all right? Why are you still unconscious? Su Xiao, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, lunged onto him, raising her hand to slap his cheek, only to discover that his body radiated an intense heat. Could it be a fever? How could he be so hot? Xiyao, could you please assess his condition? The system has detected that this python beastman, after consuming the hyena beastman, has undergone a transformation and is currently on the verge of breaking through his abilities, poised to ascend to the 6th rank, 1st tier. Su Xiao was somewhat taken aback. A 6th tier 1st rank, his strength was surprisingly comparable to that of Yen. Moreover, he had just annihilated such a multitude of hyenas. It was detected that this male beastman possessed dual talents, namely the healing and dark attributes. The talents passed the examination, and it was recommended that the host consume the reproduction elixir to bear offspring of the serpent beastman lineage. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What? At this juncture? You expect me to bear his offspring? Is that madness? The python beastman had entered a berserk phase and unexpectedly triggered his mating season. If the host did not assist him at this moment, he might very well perish from the strain. Su Xiao, in a state of disbelief, exclaimed, how could such a thing be possible? Xiyao, surely you do not intend to suggest that I should bear a child, do you? Do not go too far. I am utterly exhausted. The system's detection results were merely a narration from Xiyao, and moreover, did not the host desire infinite mental strength? A male orc possessing dual talents could further stimulate and enhance one's mental prowess. This opportunity must be seized. This statement struck a chord within Xiyao as she reflected on the events that had just transpired. If her mental capacity could be strengthened and perfected, she would be able to safeguard the entire tribe, and Yin would not. Oh, what a painful thought. Mose felt an intense heat coursing through his body, beads of fine sweat forming on his skin. The male orc, now in his mating season, experienced heightened sensitivity in all his senses. He inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of Xiao's uniquely sweet fragrance. With a swift motion, he rolled over, his eyes misty, and pulled Xiao close, pinning her beneath him. His nose brushed against her fair cheek, and his fervent lips grazed her face and mouth. Xiao pressed her hands against his chest, her heart engaged in an internal struggle. Suddenly, she heard Mose passionately call out her name. A tremor coursed through Xiao's heart as the image of the person she yearned to protect materialized in her mind. Swiftly, she exchanged for a fertility pill and swallowed it down, subsequently closing her eyes gently, relinquishing her grasp, and embracing all that Mose had to offer her. As a creature of cold blood, it was the first time Mose had ever felt such fervor, and his passion was wholly devoted to the delicate little female before him, eternally. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Qingyan tribe lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland. The white tiger, collapsed in a pool of blood, was barely clinging to life. Suddenly, a fleeting flash of blue light appeared, and two adorable tiger cubs landed beside the white tiger, blissfully unaware of their dire circumstances, emitting soft, plaintive sounds. A streak of white light traversed the dim forest as several yellow-striped tigers dashed forth, encircling Yin. Roaring in unison, two men clad in black robes approached along the path cleared by the tigers, gazing down upon the battered white tiger and its two oblivious cubs. After conducting a thorough examination, it was confirmed that the creature was indeed General Yin. He had miraculously survived the berserk phase. It appeared that the high priestess's words held truth. The holy female had truly manifested, and his prophecy had come to fruition. The man in the black robes swept his staff over Yin, then lifted the two cubs with astonishment, exclaiming, "They are all white tiger cubs. These are the offspring of General Yin. My heavens, are these the cubs birthed by the holy female? Where has she fallen to? Quickly, we must take General Yin back and report to the high priestess." Yes. As dawn's light began to break, Xiao succumbed to a profound slumber, overwhelmed by exquisite delight. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, a singular thought occupied her mind. Above all, do not seek out a male serpent. Their extraordinary talents are utterly astonishing, not to mention the special attributes they possess, which could utterly unravel one's very being, endangering life itself. 015. The joy of helping others. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived, earning 3,000 reward points. The rapid fertility pill has been activated, along with level 1 vitality water. SS-level mental power has been unlocked. Xiao furrowed her brow, awakened by the cacophony of the system's incessant notifications ringing in her mind. As she opened her eyes, the sight of lush trees and a cerulean sky greeted her. Recalling the events of the previous night, she suddenly sat up, only to feel a sharp pain radiating from various parts of her body. Hiss. With a sudden cry, Xiao felt an overwhelming sensation of soreness and weakness throughout her body. In the next moment, a large hand reached out to gently massage her waist, providing her with considerable relief. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and, lifting her gaze, met the deep brown eyes of Mose. The two of them froze simultaneously. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Mose's handsome face as he silently turned his head away, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. I was in a frenzy and lost control of my actions." Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, she too had sought to utilize him for the purpose of conception, and having long since come to terms with it, she softly replied, "Yes, I understand. It's all right. In a moment of crisis, I acted to save you. Human life is of utmost importance, so you need not dwell on it." Need not dwell on it? A flicker of hurt crossed Mose's eyes, his thin lips pressed into a firm line. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, Yao, last night was also my first time, yet I harbor no regrets. The brief moments I spent with you have brought me immense joy." Xiao cast a surprised glance at him. Sensing the subtle affection he harbored, her heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words and fell into silence. "I am aware that you still hold feelings for Yin. The Qingyan tribe is no longer in existence. For now, allow me to care for you. I do not seek to become your second beast husband. I merely wish to remain by your side." Mose, who had always been as aloof as a flower on a high ridge, spoke with a tone of humility, stirring a pang of compassion within Xiao. "Very well. Let us return and see if anyone has survived. We must also check on Ji and the others. We left so abruptly last night, and I am concerned for their well-being." Xiao clenched her teeth and rose to her feet, her body suddenly feeling weak as she collapsed into Mose's embrace, who swiftly caught her around the waist. Mose's handsome face returned to its initial indifference as he looked down at her, his eyelids lowering as he spoke. "Your body is still quite frail. Allow me to carry you over. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance in helping me successfully navigate the tumultuous phase. Otherwise, I might have truly lost control last night and devoured those females. Xiyao recalled the wildness of the previous night, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She nestled into his embrace and murmured softly, "How rude." Mose held Xiyao tightly as they swiftly returned to the canyon, where the carcasses of the hyena clan lay, yet Baiji and the others were nowhere to be found. They then dashed back to the Qingyan tribe. And upon witnessing the desolation before them, they saw charred remains scattered everywhere, rendering it impossible to distinguish between the beasts and the tribe's kin. Xiyao struggled to search around, but found no trace of Bai Yan. "Jinbao, where's Bai Yan? Is he still alive? And what about my cub? Where have you sent him?" "Rest assured, host. The male white tiger beast man is in good health, and the cub has been transported to his side. They're both safe now, allowing you to focus entirely on nurturing your offspring." Sushiyu let out a sigh of relief, yet could not help but inquire. "Where exactly are they? Can't you just tell me directly?" "Information unrelated to the reproduction system is not available," the system replied. "Jinbao has already made an exception by informing the host about the situation of the white tiger male beast man. The host should focus on nurturing offspring, as it will not only enhance points, but also activate a myriad of additional functions." After delivering this message, the system fell silent, leaving Xiao's questions unanswered. Sushiyu could only accompany Mose in search of Baiji and the others, judging by the footprints on the ground. They must have ventured to the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe seeking assistance. Mose carried Xiao on his back, following the trail of footprints. And soon they discovered their destination. "Must we also journey to the tribe of the Dark Night Grey Wolves?" The Wolf clan is known for its strong sense of community and unity, particularly the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe, which is vast in size. Their leader, Munan, is a ruthless individual endowed with dual talents and formidable strength, a figure whom most beastmen dare not provoke. I harbor doubts that he would offer refuge to the females of our tribe, as he is not known for his compassion. Xiao inquired with curiosity. "But Baiji and the others are female. Isn't it true that in the beast realm, males outnumber females? Is he truly rejecting even the female gender?" Mose replied in a low tone. "That fellow, Munan, has an aversion to females. In the prime of his youth, he has spurned not only the females of his own tribe, but even the daughter of the chief from the first tribe, who sought to follow him to the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe with her beast husband. He disdainfully dismissed her advances and remains a solitary bachelor to this day. Thus, it is indeed perplexing." Xiao murmured. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to ascertain the safety of Baiji and the others. The Qingyan tribe had perished, and they needed to find a new tribe that could shelter them. Indeed, Mose quickened his pace, soon catching sight of a towering city wall. Behold, that was the stronghold of the Night Grey Wolves tribe. Suddenly, as they were about to reach the territory of the Night Grey Wolves, a female voice echoed from the woods ahead, crying out for help. Xiao gently patted Mose's back and said, "It is a female. Mose, quickly go and see if it is Baiji and the others." Mose obediently rushed over and beheld an unfamiliar female lying on the ground, drenched in sweat and exerting herself, with blood surrounding her feet. Xiao's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly leaped down to investigate. "Are you about to give birth?" "Yes, I am," the unfamiliar female replied. "I came out with my beast husband, but he fell into a deep pit and broke a leg. I intended to fetch help, but unexpectedly fell myself, and now I am about to give birth." The stranger grasped her hand tightly, her voice laced with urgency and desperation. "Please, I implore you to save my male. He is in the forest nearby. This beastly woodland is perilous. Above us lies the nest of the vulture clan, and to the south is the swamp of the crocodile clan. They are all aggressive, and if they discover him alone and injured, they certainly will not spare him. I beg of you." Xiao furrowed her brows and said, "You are about to give birth. Your well-being is of the utmost importance." However, upon meeting her helpless and heartbroken gaze, Xiao helplessly turned to Mose and said, "Mose, could you assist in searching for her male beast man in the beast forest?" Mose pressed his lips together and replied, "All right, I will be swift in my return. Please take care of yourselves." "Yes, you must be cautious too." "Understood." With that, Mose rose and ventured into the beast forest, disappearing from sight in no time. 016. "He is Munan." Xiao guided her. "All right, Mose is going to rescue your mate now. You can focus on giving birth without distraction. Just take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale." After taking a deep breath, the unfamiliar female cried out in agony, "I can't take it any longer. Why is giving birth so arduous? I wish I could transform into my beast form to ease this. I'm in such discomfort. Am I on the brink of death?" "Do not panic." Xiao had never assisted in childbirth. She could only rely on her own experience of giving birth. As she witnessed the unfamiliar female in excruciating pain, her eyes rolling back in agony, she promptly exchanged 5 points for a quick childbirth pill. Bringing it to the woman's lips, she urged, "This is my medicine. It will help you deliver the child more swiftly. Please take it." At that moment, the unfamiliar female could no longer concern herself with the potential toxicity of the medication. She felt as though she were on the brink of death and swiftly swallowed the pill. Mere seconds later, the child emerged successfully, transforming into an adorable little bear cub the instant it touched the ground. Xiyao carefully cradled the little bear cub and presented it to the unfamiliar female. Smiling as she said, "Congratulations, you have given birth to a male bear cub." The strange female, panting, cast a tender glance at the cub and murmured, "Indeed. The offspring of the bear clan are exceedingly difficult to bear. After enduring so much pain, I have brought forth only this little one. I am truly grateful to you. Had you not happened to pass by, I might have perished here with my cub." The unfamiliar female expressed her profound gratitude. "My name is Xia, a female of the wolf clan. The Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe ahead is my home. This is my first pregnancy, and I am utterly inexperienced. I had hoped to endure until I could return to the tribe for help." A glimmer of light flickered in Su Xiao's eyes as she smiled and introduced herself. "I am Su Xiao, a female of the Fox clan. Previously, I resided with my male counterpart in the Qingyan tribe, but last night, we fell prey to a devious plot orchestrated by the hyena clan. They lured magical beasts to our tribe, resulting in the sacrifice of most of our males. The females of our tribe, seeking refuge, intended to approach the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe along this very path. Thus, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. And you and the little bear cub are not destined to perish." "Ah, such a thing occurred? The hyena clan has truly lost their senses. So, the magical beast tied from yesterday was directed towards the Qingyan tribe? Their actions are utterly reprehensible. Is there nothing that can be contested with honor? Rest assured, Yao. I will return and inform our leader, urging him to assist in punishing the hyena clan. That may not be necessary. Why not? We have already exacted our revenge. The hyena clan no longer exists." Su Xiao spoke softly, emphasizing that the priority now was to manage the remaining females of their tribe, who should have arrived at the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe by now. "Females? Aren't they typically welcomed by every tribe?" Yao, rest assured. "For you have saved both me and the little cub, I will certainly assist you." At this moment, Xia had regained some strength and, brimming with energy, patted her chest confidently. Su Xiao offered her a gentle smile and said, "I appreciate your help." Soon, Moze returned with a robust male figure. One of his legs gruesomely injured, his complexion pale to a haunting degree. "Jialua, are you all right? I am so worried about you," Xia exclaimed, embracing a small bear cub. With tears mingled with laughter, she continued, "Look, I've given birth to a healthy little cub for you. This little one has been quite a handful. I almost thought I might perish here. Goodness." Xia refrained from uttering such ominous words. Jialua tenderly consoled her before glancing down at his little bear cub, feeling a surge of emotion as he said, "Thank you, Xia, for bringing this little bear into my life. I feel immensely happy right now." Moze coldly doused their joy with a dose of reality, stating, "Happy, you say? You should hurry back for treatment. Otherwise, if you end up with a permanent disability, you won't find it amusing." Xia eagerly responded, Yes, let us return to the tribe at once." Moze transformed his tail into that of a serpent, dragging Jialua out of the deep pit, and proceeded to pull him back home with his serpentine appendage. Su Xiao gazed upon the towering city walls and the seemingly endless expanse of the prosperous tribe before her, her eyes shimmering with envy. It was no wonder that Bai Ji and her companions sought assistance here. The Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe was indeed vastly more formidable than the Qingyan tribe. Even the demonic beings would hesitate to confront such imposing fortifications. Moze spoke softly, Yao, everything will be all right. I will guide you to a new life in this tribe. If you wish to search for Bai Yin, I will accompany you in that endeavor as well." A flower blooming on a high peak, he was a gentle and understanding male amidst the mundane world. Su Xiao nodded and followed Xia into the territory of the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe. The aroma of food and the constructed small buildings made it feel as though they had entered an entirely different realm. "Xia, are you all right?" Several male orcs rushed over, anxiously pulling Xia to look left and right. Xia replied, "I'm fine, but Jialua is injured. Quickly summon the shaman to attend to his leg wound." "Have you given birth to a bear cub in the wild?" One short-haired male glared menacingly at Jialua. "How could you protect Xia? Everyone knows she is about to give birth, and yet you dared to take her outside. It's one thing for you to be injured, but if anything were to happen to Xia, you wouldn't be able to pay the price even with your life." Acknowledging his fault, Jialua clenched his teeth and admitted, "It was my mistake. I failed to protect Xia." With a fierce howl, another male beside Xia transformed into a grey wolf and lunged at Jialua, disregarding his injuries and aiming to attack. "Savi, enough. Stop." Xia's eyes turned red with anger as she exclaimed, "Lenoa, quickly intervene." Calmly, the short-haired male Lenoa responded, Xia, this is a duel among males. It is not appropriate for me to interfere. Do not concern yourself. Savi knows his limits and will not kill Jialua." Frustrated, Xia stamped her foot, wishing she could separate them herself. Suddenly, a deep wolf howl resonated through the air, causing the nearby male orcs who had gathered to watch to part and kneel respectfully on one knee. A massive Dark Knight Grey Wolf slowly approached, its green eyes filled with a fierce aura of menace. With each step, it emanated a commanding presence. The chief, Lenoa's complexion paled as he called out, the earlier bravado instantly deflating. "Is that him, Munan?" Su Xiao stood composed and unflinching, curiously observing him without shying away from his intensity. Munan could sense a unique gaze directed at him, sharp and penetrating, and he momentarily froze, astonished to discover that the owner of such a gaze was a striking young female. 017, precisely hitting his sensitive spot. Munan was a reclusive and aloof dark gray wolf, possessing considerable strength and talent, having spent years engaged in battles. He exuded an aura of unyielding authority and icy menace. Even the females of his own tribe dared not meet his gaze so boldly. Yet, this young female before him had the audacity to look him in the eye? A playful smirk curled at the corners of Munan's lips as he transformed into his human form. The man, clad in black fabric, boasted broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with gray hair and green eyes, his handsome and alluring visage undeniably captivating. Even Xiyao couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. She now understood why the daughter of the leader of the first tribe had taken a liking to him. Such looks would entice anyone, anywhere. Mose leaned closer and remarked casually, Yao, wipe your drool. Huh? Xiyao believed him, touched the corner of her mouth, found nothing there, and couldn't help but blush as she glared at him, accusing, you tricked me. Mose curved his lips into a smile and replied, you were staring for too long. If you continued, you might actually start drooling. Xiyao muttered, absolutely not. Munan leisurely inquired, what transpired? Engaging in a brawl here? Lanua replied, Chief, it was Jalua who ventured out with Sha. Not only did he sustain injuries himself, but he also caused Sha to give birth to a bear cub in the wilderness, which is exceedingly perilous. Savvy, as Shasha's second beast husband, is understandably infuriated. Sha, did you sneak out again? Munan frowned, observing the cub nestled in her arms. The shaman previously mentioned that you were carrying bear cubs, so the likelihood of complications during delivery was high. How could you be so disobedient? What would you do if an accident occurred? Sha, chastised by his outburst, immediately lowered her head and timidly replied, I have already encountered danger. It was Yao and her male orc who aided me and Xiyao. She helplessly recounted the events that had transpired, and upon hearing this, both Savvy and Lanua's expressions grew grave and apprehensive. The robust male orcs approached Xiyao, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Little female, we are immensely grateful for your timely rescue of Sha. Otherwise, we cannot fathom a life without her. Xiyao waved her hand dismissively, stating that there was no need for such formality, as she had merely rendered a small favor. Furthermore, it was only natural for females to assist one another. Observing Xiao's beauty, kindness, and the faint, sweet fragrance that surrounded her, the male dark night gray wolves present all felt a profound admiration for her. Munan cast a glance at them, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, which inexplicably stirred discomfort within him. With an indifferent gaze, he turned to Xiao and inquired, so, does this mean that the previous group of females were allied with you? Indeed, they have come here, have they not? Chief Munan, may I ask where they are now? Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity, and Munan could see his reflection within them, feeling somewhat uneasy. Munan turned his head away and coldly remarked that they wished to seek refuge in their tribe, so he had sent them all to the female cave. The female cave? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her gaze swiftly turning icy. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, are you jesting? Bai Shi and the others are fertile females. You have not even assessed their fertility before casting them into the breeding pits. On what grounds do you justify this? In the beast world, where males vastly outnumber females, it is utterly unreasonable for you to deny other females and males the pursuit of their own happiness simply because of your inadequacies and disdain for the female gender. Is it unacceptable? A loathing for females? Nearby, the male night gray wolves held their breath in awe, reverently gazing at Xiyao. This petite female was remarkably formidable and audacious. Every word she uttered struck precisely at the chief's vulnerabilities. Munan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Striding swiftly to stand before Xiyao, he grasped her chin with a menacing grip and ominously stated, who is it that you claim is inadequate? Little female, you would do well to be accountable for your words. Xiyao let out a cold snort, as if this were not a well-known fact. It had already spread outside. Asking someone to retract their words now seemed rather tardy. Everyone is aware of my inadequacies? Munan cast a frigid glance at the other wolves, who trembled and lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak. Very well, I shall demonstrate my capabilities. Munan gritted his teeth, especially as he drew closer and inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from Xiyao, his gaze deepening with intensity. A peculiar, restless sensation surged within him, prompting him to embrace Xiyao and attempt to take her away. Suddenly, a serpentine tail lashed out, and Munan narrowly avoided it while holding on to Xiyao. Turning, he met the fierce gaze of Mose. With a wicked smirk, Munan taunted, so you are the male beastman accompanying this little female? A great python, I see. But what of it? This is the territory of the night gray wolves. Did you not consider the consequences before entering? Mose sneered. Even if you rely on your numbers to kill me, so be it. I shall never allow you to harm Yao, even in death. His sixth-tier presence was equally formidable, with his dark affinity being poison. The toxic aura emanating from his serpentine tail caused the nearby gray wolves to feel dizzy and disoriented. Munan's eyes flickered with admiration. He found him quite impressive. Under ordinary circumstances, he was one to cherish talent. Wait, brother, have you lost your mind? They are my and Jalua's saviors. You cannot treat them this way. Shasha exclaimed, utterly stunned by the turn of events. She quickly raised her voice. If you continue like this, I will ignore you. The next time Ina seeks you out, I will not help you keep her at bay. Brother? You are siblings? Xiyao was taken aback to discover that Xia was Mu Nan's biological sister. She could not help but mock him, saying, your sister is innocent and kind-hearted, which is in stark contrast to your petty and narrow-minded nature. Petty and narrow-minded? Mu Nan gritted his teeth and glared at her. You certainly know how to provoke my anger. Xiyao pushed him away with her mental strength, successfully freeing herself from his embrace. With a frosty expression, she remarked, you were the one who drove Bai Ji and the others to the breeding den. Who can you blame? Mu Nan let out a cold snort, asserting, the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe has never accepted the worthless. Even females must possess value to receive the protection of our wolf clan. Do you understand, little female? As he spoke, an elder approached, surrounded by others. Chief, I have already assessed them. All these females possess reproductive capability. The best among them is rated B, while the least is rated C. Although their ranks are not particularly high, they are still capable of bearing offspring and do not need to be sent to the breeding den. The newcomer was the tribe's shaman, who wore a smile, evidently pleased by the arrival of so many females. Xiyao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that they had brought Bai Ji and the others to assess their fertility. She lifted her gaze towards Mu Nan, who gave her a rather proud look, as if to say, did I not tell you? 018. She has no fertility? However, Xiyao was not inclined to indulge him. With a hint of disdain, she retorted, Mu Nan, you are truly childish. Since you have taken them for fertility testing, why deceive me here? The issue clearly lies with you, and you ought to apologize. Mu Nan's smile froze at the corners of his lips as he incredulously responded, apologize? Me? Yes, you deliberately misled me first. Should you not offer an apology? Mu Nan was momentarily speechless, acutely aware of the gazes of everyone around him, eager to witness his reaction. His expression darkened as he sought to change the subject. Han Qin, the shaman, Xia has given birth to a little bear outside. Can you check on her condition? Also, examine the cub. He then addressed the crowd. Xia has brought a new life to our tribe, which is a joyous occasion. Today, we shall feast. Savi, please bring out the wine I stored in the cellar for everyone to share. Upon hearing that there would be wine, the pack erupted in excitement, cheering jubilantly. Upon witnessing Mu Nan's demeanor, Xiyao couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain, finding him utterly childish. It was not that she demanded an apology from Mu Nan, rather, she felt displeased by his deceitful behavior in hastily rushing to the female den without discernment. What? You've already given birth to a little cub? The Han Qin shaman expressed astonishment, and upon seeing the little bear cub in Xia's arms, he incredulously asked, Xia, did you not experience any complications during childbirth? You are a night gray wolf. Yet you have delivered the offspring of the brown bear tribe. Such a stark contrast in size must surely complicate the birthing process. Did you manage to deliver it in the wild all by yourself? Could it be that my initial assessment was erroneous? No, Han Qin shaman. I did indeed have a difficult delivery. It was Yao who saved me. She provided me with a pill, and as a result, I was able to deliver the cub smoothly. Xia grasped Xiao's arm affectionately, declaring, Yao is the savior of both me and my cub. This young female's medicine facilitated your successful delivery? The Han Qin shaman scrutinized Xiao with curiosity, inquiring, young female, are you also a shaman? No, I am not. Moze is the true shaman. He possesses dual talents, including healing abilities. Xiao waved her hand, pulling out Moze, and added, I merely possess a smattering of medical knowledge. Yao, you are being excessively modest, Xia remarked, her eyes brimming with admiration. After you administered that pill to me, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy and was able to give birth to the cub in an instant. You are truly remarkable. Throughout my life, I have never encountered a female with such medical prowess. Xiyao could not help but glance at Mu Nan, her gaze meeting his profound eyes. After a momentary pause, she pursed her lips and inquired, does this mean I possess value? Mu Nan let out a slight scoff and replied, did you not say so yourself? Females must have their fertility verified. Han Qin shaman, take this young female to assess her reproductive capability, and then determine whether she should remain. Xia shot him a glare, asserting, with her medical expertise, Yao is more than worthy of staying. Brother, you truly are overstepping. It's no wonder you remain a solitary bachelor, unable to find a female to cherish you. Xia. Mu Nan glared at his sister, his teeth clenched. Were it not for her recent childbirth, he would have transformed into his wolf form and engaged in a brawl with her. The Han Qin shaman chuckled amiably. Very well, then. Young female, you shall accompany me. All right. Xiyao nodded obediently and followed the Han Qin shaman to the testing point. Naturally, Xia accompanied her, along with several other males who held affection for Xiyao, all curious about the test results. As it became apparent that a large group was trailing behind Xiyao, Mu Nan furrowed his brow in hesitation for a few moments before deciding to follow as well. Along the way, the Han Qin shaman conducted another examination on Xia and was astonished to find that, aside from being slightly weaker than usual, she was in remarkably good health, displaying no signs of having gone through a difficult labor. The shaman flashed an amiable smile at Xiyao and inquired, "Little female, do you happen to have any more of that miraculous medicine you gave to Xia? I am quite eager to know what sort of potion possesses such extraordinary effects." Xiyao expressed her apologies. "I am truly sorry, Han Qing, the shaman. That medicine is, in fact, a manifestation of my innate talent. It is not something that can be easily acquired. Furthermore, it is but a minuscule grain, and you likely cannot discern its composition. The quick conception elixir requires a points exchange, and unless absolutely necessary, I would not squander my points for such a purpose." "Talent?" Han Qing's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Did I hear correctly, little female? Are you suggesting that you possess a gift?" Indeed, if Xiyao is to temporarily take refuge here, she naturally would not conceal this matter, especially since she has already administered the medicine to Xia, the origin of which she cannot hide. With a cunning individual like Mu Nan, he is bound to indulge in wild speculation. It is far better for her to speak candidly. "I have never encountered a gifted little female. If you truly possess such a talent, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable miracle for our tribe, or rather, for the entire Beast World continent." At this moment, Han Qing, the shaman, has taken an interest, and they have arrived at the testing point. Xiyao immediately spots Bai Ji and the others, who have been arranged to rest here. Bai Ji, Lan Shu. Upon seeing them, Xiyao joyfully rushed over to embrace each one. "Yao, it's wonderful to see you. Are you all right?" Bai Ji and Lan Shu, upon spotting Xiyao and Moze, shed their previous gloom and were filled with elation. "Yes, we have visited the Qingyan tribe, but it has become uninhabitable. You should remain in the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe." As Xiyao recounted her sorrowful tale, Bai Ji and Lan Shu discreetly wiped away their tears. Yet both resolutely nodded in acknowledgement. They discerned from Xiao's tone that the likelihood of their males surviving was almost non-existent. They dared not inquire further, nor allow their minds to dwell on such grim thoughts. "Yao, come and assess your fertility." Xia beckoned her to approach a nearby stone pillar, which was transparent and adorned with intricate carvings of beasts. "Young female, place your hand upon this pillar and meditate silently," instructed the Hanchi shaman, guiding her on the required procedure. Xiyao obediently pressed her hands against the stone pillar. As seconds ticked by, the pillar showed no signs of reaction. What? Why is there no response? Could it be that this young female lacks fertility altogether? If the divine stone remains unresponsive, it would imply a lack of reproductive capability. It is a pity that such a beautiful young female might be devoid of this essential trait. After all, beauty alone cannot compensate for infertility. Would the chief still accept this young female? A group of males whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances at the calm expression of Mu Nan. Suddenly, the previously inert stone pillar erupted with a radiant golden light, cascading forth without pause, enveloping the entire structure. Crack, crack. The sturdy divine stone could not withstand this surge of power, and small fissures began to form across the stone wall, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. 019. Super S-level fertility. As Xiyao perceived something amiss, she promptly released her grip. Nevertheless, the golden radiance emanating from the stone pillar lingered for an extended period. My goodness. I never anticipated witnessing such extraordinary fertility before my demise. The Hanchin shaman, regaining his composure, wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "Heaven bless our wolf clan. Chief. This little female is a once-in-a-century sacred female. In all my years, I have never encountered a sacred female before." A sacred female? The male members of the wolf clan were taken aback, fully aware of the implications of such a designation. The old patriarch had indeed spoken the truth. Yao is the sacred female. Bai Ji, Lan Shu, and the other females spoke with pride. However, Moze could only manage a wry smile. Painfully aware that once Xiyao was recognized as a sacred female, she would be surrounded by a multitude of males vying for her attention, leaving him uncertain of his place. Extraordinary fertility? Mu Nan was equally astonished, never having imagined that Xiyao could be the sacred female. Xia also sighed, acknowledging Yao's remarkable prowess. Wait a moment, little female, it appears that the Hanqing shaman, upon witnessing the golden light descend, noticed a faint red glow lingering beneath and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you pregnant?" Pregnant? The other wolf clan members were stunned, and even Bai Ji and Lan Shu were taken aback. Moze's heart skipped a beat, and a flicker of hope ignited within his brown eyes. Xiyao gently caressed her flat abdomen and nodded candidly, affirming, "Yes, I'm expecting a little one." Although it was a recent revelation, she was surprised that the divine stone had detected it so swiftly. Bai Shi, in a daze, remarked, "But Yao, did you not just give birth to a little tiger cub? It has barely been a while, and you are already expecting again? Is this child perhaps a posthumous offspring of Bai Yin?" Concerned about upsetting Xiyao, Bai Ji hesitated to elaborate further. Xiyao responded somewhat shyly, referring to it as a little snake cub. A little snake cub? They simultaneously turned their gaze toward Moze, whose lips were curving into an uncontrollable smile. After all, he was the only python beastman present. So that is how it is. Yao, you truly live up to the title of the holy female. Your rapid pregnancy is indeed enviable. Bai Ji let out a sigh of relief. not perceiving the relationship between Xiyao and Mo as progressing too swiftly, but rather feeling a deep sense of admiration. In the beast world, females can possess multiple males, let alone a holy female. Is this python male the second beast husband of the holy female? Han Qing, the shaman, seemed to have grasped the situation and did not find it concerning. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "The fertility of the holy female is indeed remarkable. I wonder if you might consider taking on a third beast husband?" Xiyao appeared utterly bewildered. Nearby, the males of the wolf clan immediately raised their heads with pride, flaunting their muscular physiques as if engaging in a courtship display. It was no jest. She was the sacred female. Having just given birth to tiger cubs, she was already expecting snake offspring. Her remarkable fertility was a source of envy. Not just the third mate, but the fourth and fifth were clamoring for a chance. Han Qing, the shaman, disdainfully waved his hand at those males, dismissing them with the notion that their innate capabilities were unworthy of the sacred female. I am referring to our leader, who is exceptionally gifted in both appearance and talent. The sacred female could certainly consider him. Shasha's eyes sparkled with excitement, joining in the ruckus. Yes, yes. Although my brother is a solitary old bachelor, he is an exceptional hunter. With him by your side, you need not worry about sustenance. Yao? You should accept him. Mu Nan's expression grew somewhat rigid, and he lowered his voice to admonish Shasha. Han Qing, that is enough. Enough of what? Shasha couldn't help but mutter, this is the sacred female we are talking about. Brother, are you truly incapable, or what kind of female would you actually consider worthy? Xiyao calmly stated, I am not currently contemplating matters concerning beastmen. I shall let nature take its course. Upon examination, Mu Nan, a male orc of the Dark Night Grey Wolf clan, is classified as a 6th rank, 7th tier entity, possessing dual talents in wind and concealment attributes, thereby meeting the requirements for progeny. The host may, after giving birth to the little serpent offspring, subsequently bear a litter of wolf cubs. Xiyao was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the system, leaving her at a loss for words. At this moment, she had just become pregnant, yet she was being urged to contemplate her next brood. Mu Nan spoke with a teasing tone, stating that since she was a saintess, she ought to be treated well. Savi, please escort them to find a vacant residence. Yes. Savi promptly led them away. As Mu Nan watched Xiao's figure fade from sight, he finally withdrew his gaze. Chief, that is a saintess. Your innate abilities are formidable. And even if you harbor a disdain for females, you must ensure the continuation of your lineage, Han Qing, the shaman, gently advised him. Mu Nan pressed his lips into a thin line and replied softly, Han Qing, you mentioned she is a saintess. Can the Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe keep this matter concealed? Or should we report it to the imperial capital at once? Han Qing was momentarily taken aback and hesitated. If the imperial capital becomes aware, they certainly will not let it slide. However, she is a saintess, even if you are reluctant. I believe we must find a male from the wolf tribe to serve as her mate before she is courted by the imperial capital. I shall seek out suitable young males immediately. With that, Han Qing dashed off, leaving Mu Nan feeling quite distressed in his place. Due to Xiao's status as a saintess, Savi arranged for her to have a 2-story vacant residence. Moreover, following Sasha's suggestion, the accommodation was situated very close to Mu Nan's dwelling, practically as next-door neighbors. Xiyao was entirely unaware of this. She felt quite content with the 2-story building. As she relaxed, a pang of hunger struck her. She exchanged for 2 packets of spicy turkey noodles at the supermarket. For some inexplicable reason, ever since she became pregnant with the snake cub, she had developed a craving for spicy foods. Just as she boiled the water and added the noodles, Mo arrived. He effortlessly took the bamboo chopsticks from her hand and skillfully cooked the noodles, mixing them according to her instructions. Observing her relish her meal, he smiled gently and said, Yao, thank you. Xiao glanced at him, swallowed the noodles in her mouth, and slowly spoke, what is there to thank for such matters? It is a delightful thing that my beloved female is carrying our little serpent offspring. Mo took the opportunity to confess, Yao, allow me to care for you and our little serpent. Upon witnessing the glimmer of expectation in his eyes, Xiao let out a soft sigh and remarked, Mo, is it acceptable even if I do not yet harbor such affection for you? For a brief moment, Mo's gaze dimmed, and he shook his head, saying, Yao, my desire to love you and care for you is my own affair. You need not worry about any burdens. Perhaps from the very first moment he laid eyes on Xiao, he was captivated by her delicate and tender demeanor. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly rushed to her aid. In that instant, the proud Mo found himself humbled. There is nothing that cannot be resolved over a steaming hot pot. After all, it is your little snake offspring. Once I give birth to them, I shall require your nurturing. Xiao pressed her lips together, offering him a semblance of reassurance. Whether it was by Yin or Mo, both were merely instruments for her to bear a child. There surely existed feelings, though they varied in depth. The thought of nurturing a little serpent within her stirred a sense of trepidation. She still held a lingering fear of such cold-blooded creatures. Uncertain of what the offspring would resemble, the females of the Qingyan tribe had seemingly settled within the Night Grey Wolf tribe, celebrating the birth of Sasha's little bear cub under the cover of night. The atmosphere was alive with joyous song and dance from the wolf pack. The males had brought forth ample wine from the cellar, indulging in unrestrained revelry, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of alcohol. Xiyao inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of desire. The wine, brewed from wheat, was quite pleasant, yet alas, she could not partake. Moze, discerning her longing, noted her condition and remarked, "You must be hungry. I just returned from hunting a large bison with Lenova. Allow me to prepare a leg of meat for you." Bison? As Xiyao experienced a moment of inspiration, she followed and observed Lenova and the others as they slaughtered a cow. Just as they were about to discard the organs, she promptly interjected, "Wait, these are beef tripe, tongue, stomach, and heart, edible delicacies. Do not throw them away. It would be a tremendous waste." Lenova paused, puzzled, and inquired, "Are these truly edible? We have never tried them before. Do we also roast them?" The group of men regarded the entrails with a hint of disdain. "Please wash these organs thoroughly," Xiyao instructed. Moze, could you also slice some meat from these parts? We shall enjoy a hot pot together shortly. Xiyao directed the males to work, and though they exchanged puzzled glances, they obediently complied. Shasha leaned in and inquired, Yao, what is hot pot? Is it just for cooking vegetables? Besides meat, do we have any vegetables? Yes, indeed. Xiyao replied. Although the wolf clan is not fond of vegetables, the Hanchin shaman has cultivated a few. I shall send someone to gather some. Shasha promptly instructed Savi to fetch the vegetables. Do we have a large iron pot? The kind that can be set over a fire to cook? We have everything prepared for you, came the assurance. The wolf clan watched Xiyao bustling about with keen interest, curious about what this little female would bring them. Chief, have you ever heard of hot pot? Lenova asked, following Xiyao's instructions to clean and cut the cow's organs, observing as they set up the large iron pot. With pursed lips, Munan's dark gaze remained fixed on Xiyao, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "It seems similar to what the aristocrats in the imperial capital enjoy. But the flavor is rather bland. There's nothing particularly delicious about it." Ah, does that little female actually enjoy such insipid fare? Lenova's enthusiasm waned instantly. For male beastmen typically relished meat and had little interest in a clear broth. Unbeknownst to Xiyao, Lenova and Munan had misinterpreted the situation. She had exchanged several packets of hot pot base at the supermarket, and while no one was paying attention, she tore open the packaging and added it to the pot. Once the water was boiled, the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air, awakening everyone's appetite. Shasha exclaimed in awe, Yao, it smells incredible. This hot pot is truly magical. I have never encountered such a fragrance before. The base, made from beef tallow and chili, is exceptionally fragrant. I was concerned that it might be too spicy for you all, so I deliberately adjusted the heat level to be a bit milder. Xiyao eagerly greeted Moze, instructing him to place the freshly sliced beef and beef tripe into the pot for cooking, assuring him that it wouldn't require much time before it was ready to be enjoyed. Moze obediently complied. Among the vegetables brought by Savi were cabbage and greens, along with some unfamiliar wild greens that Xiyao, after washing, tossed into the hot pot. The aroma of the bubbling broth grew increasingly enticing as Xiyao could hardly contain her excitement, cradling her bowl and deftly picking up pieces of beef tripe and tongue with her chopsticks. Upon tasting them, the rich, spicy flavors flooded her senses, igniting her taste buds and enveloping her in a profound sense of satisfaction. Ignoring the heat, she relished every bite with unrestrained joy. The others, witnessing Xiyao's delight, swallowed their saliva in anticipation and joined the feast with enthusiasm. How spicy, yet utterly delicious. What a divine delicacy this is. I never imagined I could savor such exquisite flavors. They marveled at the fact that the organs of the cow could be enjoyed in such a manner, lamenting the countless delicious morsels they had previously discarded. I declare, hot pot shall become my favorite dish. The sumptuous meal successfully captivated the entire wolf clan, who indulged with laughter and tears of joy, unable to stop themselves. As they sipped the brewed wine, it felt as though they had reached the pinnacle of culinary bliss, truly magnificent. Amidst the revelry, the wolf clan, lost in their euphoria, began howling with delight. It doesn't appear bland at all. Lenova gazed longingly at them, inhaling the enticing aroma and unable to resist swallowing. He glanced at the still figure of Mu Nen beside him and chuckled awkwardly. That leader, I shall go check on Shasha. With that, he hurried over to join the feast. A group of beastmen reveled in their merriment, and soon, a massive wild ox was reduced to mere remnants. Xiyao cradled her satiated belly, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Indeed, there is nothing that a hearty hot pot cannot remedy. Observing Moon and drinking alone, she pondered for a moment before approaching him with a bowl brimming with hot pot ingredients. Here, give it a try. What's the point of just drinking? You must experience something new. Moonen lifted his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Slowly, he accepted the bowl from her hands and took a tentative sip. A glimmer of light sparked in his eyes as he reluctantly praised the flavor. It was indeed delicious, a far cry from the bland broths of the imperial capital. Xiyao chuckled with a sense of pride. Of course, this is a flavor that is both fragrant and spicy. Only a select few can replicate it. Observing Xiyao, who resembled a little son, a peculiar feeling surged within Munan, and she was about to utter something when Han Qing, the shaman, rushed over, pulling Xiyao away. He exclaimed, "Hee, You truly are the holy matriarch. How is it that you are so remarkable, capable of creating such delectable hot pot? At my age, I am fortunate to savor such exquisite flavors. It would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Come, come. These are the youngest and most promising young wolves from our night gray wolf tribe. Look at their perky posteriors and muscular chests. They are undoubtedly prime candidates for fathering female offspring. Choose whomever you deem suitable to take home as your beast husband. If you fancy them all, I shall gladly gift them to you. 021. The snake eggs have been laid. Han Qing's shocking declaration caught attention, as the males of the wolf tribe, under his direction, began to preen and posture before Su Xiyao, hoping to gain the favor of the holy matriarch and become her beast husband. Su Xiyu felt a sense of helplessness. She was too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. In this shadowy realm of the gray wolf tribe, only the leader, Merman, had managed to pass through the system's scrutiny. I find myself easily drowsy after a satisfying meal, and considering my current condition with the little one, I shall temporarily set aside these matters. Thank you, Han Qing the shaman. But I must take my leave to rest now. Su Xiyu feigned weariness while chuckling lightly. Mose promptly approached, indifferently addressing the Han Qing shaman, suggesting that the elderly shaman ought to retire for the night. Xiyao is with child, and we shall not entertain the notion of acquiring additional beast husbands for the time being. We shall return to rest, without granting them further opportunity for discourse. He embraced Su Xiao and departed. The holy female will give birth in just over 2 months. We could begin selecting suitors now. Do reconsider. The Han Qing shaman, unwilling to concede, called out. Mose, the shaman, do remember not to harbor jealousy. The Han Qing shaman continued. Is it truly necessary to rush into finding a beast husband for the holy female? At some point, Munan had approached his side, inquiring softly. Is there such urgency in this matter? The Han Qing shaman responded with conviction, of course. Just look at the enchanting appearance of the holy female, coupled with her culinary prowess. If we do not seize the moment, we shall surely regret it. You, as the chief of our wolf tribe, ought to take the initiative to become her beast husband. Yet, you seem reluctant. If you are unwilling, I must seek other suitable candidates. Is that not permissible? Munan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling rather uncomfortable, he averted his gaze, coughed lightly into his fist, and replied, No one has said they are unwilling. What did you say, chief? Nothing of consequence. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Munan hesitated to express them, ultimately retreating with his bowl in hand. The Han Qing shaman observed his departing figure with a mischievous grin, chuckling to himself. I knew he was merely being coy. After all these years of singlehood, he lacks any means to pursue a female. It seems I must resort to subtle hints. TSK, once I succeed, he'd better reward me handsomely. As the weather in the northern wilderness gradually turned cooler, the male beastmen of the dark night gray wolf tribe commenced their hunting endeavors to stockpile provisions. They excavated a cellar where they would store their catches during the winter months, ensuring a steady supply of sustenance. Bai Ji and Lan Shu gradually set aside their misgivings, selecting males from the wolf tribe to serve as their beast husbands and relocating to live with them. Su Xiao's abdomen had grown considerably, and in just half a month, she would be giving birth. Shasha's little bear cub was quite fond of Su Xiao, visiting her every day to play. Just as Shasha and Su Xiyu were sharing their experiences of motherhood, a series of howls echoed from outside, sounding rather unusual. What could be happening? Su Xiao lightly furrowed her brows, stepping outside with a sense of unease. A chilly breeze enveloped her, prompting her to tighten her thin garment, invoking a longing for her down jacket. It was essential to focus on the signals. Sasha, cradling a mischievous little bear, voiced her concerns, noting that winter was swiftly approaching. At this juncture, it seemed that her brother and the others would soon venture out to eradicate another wave of magical beasts. Must there be a cleanup of magical creatures before the onset of winter? Indeed, prior to winter, we must engage in hunting and stockpiling supplies. The magical beasts, too, will surge in numbers as winter descends, launching widespread raids on various tribes to feast and gather energy for the entire season. Sasha sighed softly, remarking that without regular culling, the proliferation of these creatures would soon surpass our own numbers, leading to far greater complications. Su Xiao and Shasha arrived at the city gate, where Munan had already rallied a group of formidable male wolves, poised for action. Mose, do you wish to join? Su Xiao caught sight of Mose amidst the crowd, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed upon him. The indifference etched on Mose's face softened slightly upon seeing Su Xiao. He approached and enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring, Since we have arrived at the dark night gray wolf tribe, we must make some contributions. Let us accompany them along the way. Should anyone sustain injuries, I shall be able to assist in their healing. Su Xiao inquired, How long will it take? Approximately half a month. Mose replied gently. I will ensure that the beasts are cleared back to the boundary line. Rest assured, Yao, I will return to accompany you before your delivery. All right, just be careful and do not get hurt. Su Xiao understood that Mose had made up his mind, so she cautioned him. As she raised her head, she caught a glimpse of Mu Nan gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. Su Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, standing there in confusion. Suddenly, Mu Nan approached her step by step, his deep voice resonating. Little female, when we return victorious, I have something to tell you. Huh. Xiyao was somewhat taken aback. Observing his earnest demeanor, she gently nodded and replied, "All right, I shall await your safe return." They watched as the wolf clan's army departed, leaving only a group of males led by Savi to guard and care for them. For the subsequent half-month, there was no word from the wolf clan, and the females in the tribe forced smiles to endure their days. It was only on the day Xiyao experienced labor pains that the tribe finally became bustling with activity. Xiyao lay feebly on the wooden bed, having exchanged for a quick conception pill, yet refrained from consuming it immediately. Noticing her frequent glances outside, Xia understood that she was awaiting Moze's return. She could not help but advise, Yao, they will be fine. All the tribes across the northern wilderness, including the imperial capital, are sending people together to cleanse the tide of magical beasts. It is not solely our wolf clan's team. They are certainly delayed on their way back. After all, the temperature in the beast forest they ventured into is much lower than ours, and it is said that it has already begun to snow. Traveling through the snow always requires a slower pace. Xiyao, suppressing her emotions, shook her head and said, I promised Moze that I would wait for his return to begin anew. Gritting her teeth, she exchanged for a pain-relieving pill and swallowed it, allowing a breath of discomfort to escape her. After waiting for another half an hour, the door was suddenly flung open from the outside, revealing Moze. Weary from his travels, whose handsome features were taut with tension as he nearly lunged to the bedside. He grasped Xiao's hand and, with a tone of sincerity, apologized. Yao, I am truly sorry for my late return. Xiao bit down fiercely on his wrist in a fit of frustration, and then said, Fine. I won't hold it against you. It's not too late, is it? Upon seeing him return safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and swallowed the hastily obtained quick conception pill. Soon, to her astonishment, she gave birth to 3 plump serpent eggs. 022. Unlock the second-tier clothing store. What on earth? Xiao gazed at the 3 serpent eggs, momentarily at a loss for words. Although she need not confront the hatchlings immediately, the sudden emergence of 3 eggs from a viviparous beast man like herself profoundly shook her inner self. Congratulations, host, on the birth of 3 serpent eggs. Commencing assessment of the offspring's innate abilities. The first hatchling, male, possesses a dark affinity and wood element, grade A, with a capability exceeding the 4th rank, 5th tier, earning 500 points. The second hatchling, also male, harbors telekinetic talents of an unknown element, grade A, with a capability surpassing the 4th rank, 5th tier, earning 5,000 points. The third hatchling, again male, is endowed with healing abilities intertwined with curses, grade A, also exceeding the 4th rank, 5th tier, earning another 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for a total of 14,500 points from this brood. You have successfully unlocked level 1 body cleansing pill. You may utilize 5,000 points to open the latest clothing store or spend 8,000 points to upgrade to level 2 apothecary. Please make your choice promptly. Even though the serpent hatchlings had yet to break free from their shells, the system had already detected their potential. The sudden acquisition of 14,500 points banished Xiao's fatigue, filling her with exuberance. Without hesitation, she opted to spend 5,000 points to inaugurate the clothing store. Oh my, I have longed to refresh my wardrobe, she exclaimed, especially with the cold winter approaching, yearning for a warm down jacket. Congratulations, host, for successfully using 5,000 points to open level 1 clothing store. With a flourish, the formerly gray clothing store transformed into a vibrant spectacle, and the chains at the entrance fell away. Xiao stepped inside and beheld t-shirts, dresses, denim jeans, and short skirts. However, who on earth could enlighten her as to why all the garments were summery? Xiyao, it was the dead of winter, who in their right mind would don shorts, short skirts, or short sleeves. Would they not freeze to death? The primary clothing store stocked summer attire to transition to winter apparel. The host must upgrade to a secondary clothing store, requiring an additional payment of 8,000 points. 8,000 points? Xiao's heart bled anew. Yet, gazing at the gray down jacket, the sweater, and the heavy cotton coat, she cast a glance at the fabric garments adorning her own form, garments that could be deemed relatively decent. However, such attire offered little resistance against the biting cold. Even as a member of the Fox clan, adorned with a luxurious coat of fur, she could not possibly transform into her beastly form for the entirety of winter. Xiao finally gritted her teeth and confirmed the use of 8,000 points to upgrade to a second-tier clothing store. She was determined for the sake of her down jacket. Fortunately, the points she had earned were sufficient, leaving her with a surplus even after the upgrade. With this thought, a sense of comfort began to blossom within her. Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing 8,000 points to upgrade to a second-tier clothing store, unlocking the winter apparel. With the system's announcement, the previously gray winter clothing area transformed into a vibrant array of colors. Xiao gazed at the vibrant array of down jackets, long sweater dresses, and woolen coats, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her, yearning to wander through the store for an hour or two. However, the cost of purchasing points was exorbitant. Redeeming a long down jacket required between 25 to 50 points, while even the cheapest garments demanded a minimum of 5 points. She glanced at the second floor of the clothing store, noticing that the staircase was locked. She could not help but inquire, Xiyao. Must one unlock the third level of the clothing store to access the upper floor? What kind of clothing is up there? Indeed, host. Access to the second floor requires unlocking the third level of the clothing store, which features men's apparel as well as children's clothing and accessories. How many points are needed to unlock the third level? Unlocking the third level requires only 13,000 points. Only? My foot. Xiyao was on the verge of cursing, whose points fell from the sky. These were all earned through her arduous efforts in raising her offspring. Fuming with indignation, Xiyao exited the mall, only to behold Mose, his expression tender, cradling 3 snake eggs in his embrace. They were both enraptured in the joy of impending offspring. Oblivious to Xiao's distress. How wonderful, Yao. 3 snake eggs. This means we shall hatch 3 little serpents. You are truly remarkable. Xia gazed at the 3 eggs with a sense of wonder. But do these little serpents really need to be hatched? How long will it take? How do we care for them? Mose offered no reply. Instead, he approached Xiyao, leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon her lips. Thank you. My Yao. You and our little ones will forever be my most cherished treasures, more precious than life itself. Mose, who had always walked alone, had never envisioned possessing a beloved female in his own lineage. In that moment, happiness materialized into something tangible. Xiyao gazed at Mose with anticipation, inquiring, Mose, you wouldn't expect me to incubate these snake eggs, would you? She was genuinely apprehensive about it. Mose, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, how could that be? You are a female of the fox tribe, not well versed in the art of hatching eggs. Rest assured, I shall take care of the incubation. I will find a dry chamber and revert to my original form to oversee the process. You need only focus on your recuperation. Xiyao sighed in relief, nodding eagerly. All right. There are plenty of rooms in the tribe. Choose as you wish. Xia exclaimed joyfully, my brother surely hasn't heard this news yet. Where is he now? Has he returned to the city? I shall notify him at once. Although he may seem aloof, he is, in truth, a man of few words but warm-hearted. He cares deeply for you, Yao, and just before leaving, he asked me to look after you. Upon hearing Xia mention Merman, the joy on Mose's face faded abruptly. He pressed his thin lips into a line and called out to her, wait, perhaps you should not go. Merman has not returned. Xia halted in her tracks, her expression one of confusion. What do you mean? My brother hasn't returned? How is that possible? I distinctly heard Lon Nova's voice just now. Were they not together? Mose turned his head away, his tone somber. What I mean is that Merman is missing. Missing? Xia felt as though she had been struck by lightning, shaking her head in disbelief. Impossible. My brother is a dual-talented, 6th grade, 7th tier beastman. He is incredibly formidable. How could he possibly be missing? You must be lying. I will go find Lon Nova. With that, Xia spun around and dashed out. Mose, is what you said true? The leader Merman is missing? How could this happen? Xiyao was equally astonished by the news of Munan's disappearance. It is important to note that Munan was the backbone of the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe. Moreover, that proud and haughty male beastman had clearly promised to return and share certain words with her before his departure. How could this be? Mose sighed softly, remarking that this wave of magical beasts was far more formidable and troublesome than anticipated. Initially, it was believed that most of them were mid-tier magical beasts, only to discover that they were high-tier. With Munan missing and star-level magical beasts emerging, we had painstakingly collaborated with other tribes to drive them to the border. Just as we prepared to retreat, star-level magical beasts appeared in our vicinity. Mose's gaze darkened as he spoke in a hoarse voice, explaining that star-level magical beasts are even more powerful than high-tier ones. They have never appeared in groups before, yet this time a small squadron emerged, causing significant losses among our beastmen. In order to ensure our safe departure, Munan and Lon Nova held the line behind us. Ultimately, only Lon Nova returned, severely injured, and Munan was never seen again. Now, we are left in uncertainty, not knowing whether Munan is alive or dead. Star-level magical beasts? Xiyao had heard of the star-rated beasts. In most regions of the North Wilderness continent, one could find only mid to high-tier beasts, devoid of thought and driven solely by primal instincts, knowing only the art of slaughter. However, star-rated beasts were distinctly different. They possessed intelligence and engaged in cooperative endeavors. Their innate nature was one of frenzied violence, turning the tables to hunt the orcs, making them formidable adversaries. Just as male orcs are classified from 1st to 9th rank, star-rated beasts are similarly categorized from 1 star to 9 stars, with these star patterns intricately etched upon their bodies, symbolizing their formidable power. Xiyao furrowed her brows and said, I have heard that star-level magical beasts seldom appear in the Northern Wilderness continent. Even if they do, it is predominantly in the Universe Beast Forest. How could they suddenly manifest here? Could it be that something has transpired in the Universe Beast Forest? Or perhaps there is an issue arising from the Western Wilderness continent? Mose lowered his eyelids and replied with conviction. The Western Wilderness continent and the Northern Wilderness continent are adjacent, separated only by a stretch of beast forest, which happens to be the Universe Beast Forest. This is indeed a strong possibility. Su Shiyu was not well acquainted with the terrain and circumstances of the beast world. Listening to Mose's analysis, she felt that anything was possible. Soon, a series of mournful howls echoed from outside, the anguished cries of female wolves resonating through the air. Su Shiyu recognized the voice immediately. It was Xia. Su Shiyu remained unconvinced and, disregarding Mose's objections, set out to find Xia. At the city gate, a group of male wolves hung their heads in deep sorrow. A somewhat slender gray wolf was howling incessantly, attempting to break free from the embrace of Savi, who resolutely refused to let her go. Xia, please calm down. We will seek out Chief Munin. You are a female and going out alone poses great danger. Trust me, I will bring the chief back. Savi implored Xia, sorrow etched on his face, wishing to dissuade her from taking such a perilous risk. He is my brother, my kin. We do not know if he is alive or dead. He has protected our clan for so many years, bearing countless scars inflicted by magical beasts. He has endured so much, he cannot be dead. I must save him. Winter is fast approaching, and if I do not rescue him, he may truly perish. Xia, unable to match Savi's resolve, ultimately surrendered, transforming into her human form and collapsing into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene. Injured and weary, Lenoa struggled to rise, kneeling on the ground. I am sorry, Xia. I fought alongside the chief against a star-level beast, but we were ensnared by a trap. It is I who have burdened him. He is entangled in this peril because of me. Lenoa, do not say such things. The chief protects more than just you. A male wolf, unable to bear the sight, knelt beside Lenoa, asserting, it is our lack of strength that has led to the chief's disappearance. Let us bear this blame together. With tears blurring her vision, Xia caught sight of Lenoa's blood-soaked wounds and his faltering form. Her heart ached with an overwhelming sense of urgency, leaving her unable to voice her reproaches. Lenoa, you need to rest. Your wounds are still bleeding. Su Xiao pulled the shaman Hanqing over, her brow furrowed as she said, Hanqing, quickly tend to his wounds. In these trying times, we cannot afford to let anyone else suffer harm. Hanqing hurriedly approached to administer treatment, shaking his head and sighing. The holy maiden speaks the truth. Renuova, you are a formidable warrior, second only to the leader. You must take good care of your health. Otherwise, how will you protect Xia and our people? Even the stalwart Renuova felt tears welling in his eyes as he helplessly nodded in agreement. Su Xiao approached Xia, soothingly saying, Xia, Munan is incredibly intelligent. He is undoubtedly still alive. Right now, you must remain calm. Savi and the others will organize the male orcs to search for Munan. Do not exhaust yourself. Your little bear cub is still waiting for your care. Upon hearing the mention of the little bear cub, Xia finally found her resolve. Grasping Su Xiao's hand and weeping silently. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of this sorrowful atmosphere, someone knocked on the city gate. Who could it be? Her brother, perhaps? Xia, hearing the commotion, was filled with joy and dashed toward the entrance, certain that it was her brother returning. Xia, Su Xiao called out, but it was too late. Xia had already opened the door. Standing at the entrance was not Munan, but an unfamiliar male orc. Greetings, neighbors. We are the male orcs of the Crocodile clan. My name is Kunta. Our chief informed us about the recent turmoil concerning the magical beast tide and mentioned that your Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe has encountered some difficulties. So we have come to offer our assistance. Kunta's shifty eyes darted around, peering past Xia as he scanned the interior, seemingly in search of someone. Xia, displeased, replied, no need for that. You should leave at once. Kunta hastily responded, wait. Don't be so hasty. Our chief has also joined the mission to eradicate the magical beast tide. He witnessed the moment when Chief Munan was ambushed by a star-level magical beast while alone, and we are concerned for his safety. If he has not returned yet, we could send some of our males to help search for him. Xia's eyes brightened. They indeed lacked manpower at this moment. She eagerly exclaimed, yes? My brother is truly missing. However, Chief Munan has only sustained minor injuries and has returned. We do not require your assistance. Su Shiyu promptly interrupted Xia, her expression indifferent as she shook her head at her. He has returned? Kunta cast a skeptical glance her way. And who might you be? You claim that Chief Munin has indeed returned. Is that truly the case? Our Crocodile clan extended our assistance out of goodwill, so do not deceive me. Goodwill assistance? It was difficult to perceive such benevolence from the Crocodile clan. Su Xiao let out a cold laugh. I have already stated that Munan has returned and is recuperating. Must a wounded individual emerge to meet you in order to assure you of my sincerity? Are your intentions genuinely to offer assistance? Or are you merely seeking an opportunity for retaliation and territorial conquest? You are nothing but a crocodile and a foolish bird. The pointed remark left Kunta visibly uneasy. He cleared his throat awkwardly and responded with discomfort. Dear female, you must not speak recklessly. We are neighbors, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. Our intentions are rooted in goodwill. Your doubts are simply unbecoming. Su Xiao, with an air of resolute authority, stated, I have already mentioned that Munan has returned to recuperate and does not require your assistance. Please take your leave. Her assertive dismissal left Kunta uncertain about the veracity of her words. This was, after all, a test, and he found himself unable to see through Su Xiao's intentions, unsure whether her claims held any truth. With a forced smile, he replied, "Is that so? How splendid. To have returned unscathed from the clutches of a star-level magical beast truly befits the esteemed leader Munan. I shall promptly convey this delightful news to our leader." Kuna departed, glancing back repeatedly. Su Xiao promptly ordered the gates of the city to be shut, asserting that they should remain closed until Munan's return, unless absolutely necessary. Savi had never encountered such a calming presence in a female. He quickly responded, "Understood, holy female." It was the first time Xia had witnessed such a cold expression from Su Xiao, and she felt a twinge of unease, akin to confronting an angered brother. Hesitantly, she spoke, Yao, I apologize, it was my folly. I was merely hopeful, as the crocodile clan's rare willingness to assist stirred a flicker of expectation within me." Su Xiao softened her expression and gently patted her arm, inquiring, "Have you not heard of the phrase crocodile tears? Do you truly believe the words of such cold-blooded creatures?" Mo Zhe, who had emerged holding a snake egg, fell into a contemplative silence, feeling as though he had been subtly insulted. Sheng Xi's words rang true. The crocodile clan had always been fiercely competitive. Previously, they had clashed with Savi over the ownership of a waterhole, and had it not been for their leader's formidable strength, they might have lost it. Moreover, they had engaged in numerous treacherous dealings behind the scenes. They would never benevolently assist us in locating our leader. Lan Nova's wounds had been bandaged, and he cast a grateful glance at Su Xiao. Calmly, he informed all the beastmen of the news regarding Chief Munan's disappearance, insisting that they must not let it slip. "We are beset on all sides. The crocodile clan has long cast a covetous eye upon our imposing city walls, yearning to seize our lands. Their leader, Scar, harbors a grudge against Chief Munan and will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must unite and face this adversity together. Do you understand?" "Understood." All the males responded, their spirits ignited. Before they could devise a plan to search for Munan, the harsh cries of vultures echoed ominously through the sky. Su Xiao looked up and saw several vultures circling above their territory, their piercing gazes scrutinizing them. It was the vulture clan from the upper canyon. Savi said in a low voice, "These creatures never dared to soar above us before. This time, they have grown quite bold." Su Xiao pressed her lips together, pondering that they, like the crocodile clan, were probing into Munan's whereabouts. It remained uncertain whether the two clans had forged an alliance. Should they have, the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe would find itself in peril. This tribe, which Bai Ji and the others had painstakingly stabilized, was one Su Xiao wished to see endure. "What shall we do?" The male beastmen, including Lan Nova, cast their trusting gazes upon Su Xiao. It must be noted that Su Xiao's sagacity perfectly counterbalanced the innate recklessness of the beastmen. Su Xiao decisively stated that there were rudimentary bows and arrows in the tribe, suggesting they could use them to shoot down the foolish birds. Savi scratched his head and candidly replied that, despite their shortcomings, the Vulture clan were still gifted beastmen, and thus, the arrows would likely not be lethal to them. Su Xiao smiled, aware that they could not be easily dispatched, yet felt it necessary to instill a sense of intimidation. Did they truly believe that with Munan absent from the tribe, the Dark Knight Grey Wolves were so easily trifled with? Indeed, the holy female was correct. It was time to procure the bows and arrows. The male orcs were invigorated by Su Xiao's confident words and promptly set about gathering makeshift bows and arrows, each equipped with one. Whoosh. The arrows were meticulously aimed at the bothersome vultures, and a volley was unleashed. The startled vultures above flapped their wings in haste and took flight. Xia breathed a sigh of relief, finally having driven off the troublesome creatures. Su Xiao reminded them not to be complacent and emphasized the necessity of increasing personnel for daily inspections. "Very well, we shall heed the wise counsel of the esteemed leader," replied Savi, who was wholeheartedly following Su Xiao's lead. In a state of anxiety, Xia inquired, "Who shall be tasked with locating my brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao remarked that she was uncertain whether the crocodile tribe and the vulture tribe were secretly watching them. If they discovered that their party had been absent for an extended period, they would undoubtedly deduce that Munan had gone missing, which would put the camp in jeopardy. This matter required careful deliberation. Once the communication was settled, Su Xiao returned to rest, for she was utterly exhausted after recently giving birth. The host's body was generating a considerable amount of waste. In order to facilitate the production of offspring with superior talents, one could exchange for a first-grade cleansing elixir, which would rejuvenate the entire being. The system provided a timely reminder. Su Xiao summoned a luminous screen, revealing that it required 100 points to exchange for a soul-cleansing pill. She felt a twinge of regret and hesitation. The soul-cleansing pill boasted remarkable efficacy, offering exceptional value. The host could also redeem a beauty and youth pill, ensuring everlasting youth and charm, which was also vital for attracting more beast husbands and offspring. Su Xiao, Jinbao, do you realize what you resemble? You bear a striking resemblance to an ancient courtesan. Su Xiao could not help but mock the system, resignedly exchanging 100 points for a first-level cleansing pill and 25 points for a beauty pill. Both elixirs emitted a delightful fragrance, and without much mental preparation, she swallowed them whole. After consuming the pills, Xiyao lay down and indulged in a blissful slumber. In the latter half of the night, she was abruptly awakened by a foul odor. Groggily opening her eyes, she discovered her body was exuding an abundance of filth, akin to having not bathed for a decade, with clumps of grime easily coming away with a mere touch. Startled, Xiyao hurriedly boiled water for a brief wash. During this time, she found herself yearning for the comforts of a modern bathroom. Once she had rinsed away the mud, she felt remarkably invigorated. Her vision seemed clearer. Her hair flowed in lustrous ebony, and her fair skin appeared flawless, as if she were indeed a favored child of creation. Refreshed after her bath, she felt revitalized and boldly pushed open the doors of the shopping mall, stepping into a clothing store to indulge in a delightful shopping spree for sweaters, long skirts, and down jackets. Xiyao, in a delightful mood, tried on several long winter dresses, as well as some sweaters and trousers, joyfully filling her shopping cart to the brim. With the side quest of rescuing the Wolf King Moon Nan in mind, she finally selected a long white down jacket to conclude her shopping spree. Gazing at the overflowing cart, Xiyao felt a sense of satisfaction and comfort in her heart. At the checkout, the total cost amounted to 150 points, which was quite acceptable, and she promptly redeemed her points. Another advantage of the shopping mall was that the items she exchanged could be stored within the mall, available for use at any time. Xiyao eagerly donned a soft, off-white knitted long dress, yet she felt an emptiness within. As her socks and shoes had yet to arrive, she glanced at the gray lingerie and shoe boutiques displayed in the mall, determining that they would be her next targets for exploration. When Xiyao finally appeared before the crowd, all male and female gazes were irresistibly drawn to her. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and she possessed an ethereal beauty that set her apart. Xiao's every smile and frown exuded an innate charm. Her attire distinctive and elegant, akin to a fairy of the mountains. Xia swallowed hard, enviously exclaiming, "Yao, your outfit is absolutely stunning. How was it crafted? Moreover, it's only been one night since I last saw you, yet I feel you are even more beautiful than before." Xiao replied, "Xia, these are simply my inherent abilities, manifestations of my enchantment. If you like, I shall conjure a similar piece for you next time." Xiao generously stated that she genuinely wished to enhance the overall living standards of the females. However, due to her limited points, she was unable to effect such a transformation at this time. Xia's eyes brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Really? Yao, you are simply wonderful. Truly worthy of being the holy female, how impressive." As everyone gathered, the purpose of the meeting was to discuss who would rescue Chief Munin. With the exception of Moze, who was in the form of a giant python and busy incubating eggs, all the Wolf Clan members were present. Savi spoke in a deep voice. "Lenova has already sustained severe injuries. Allow me to go and rescue Chief Munin." Struggling to rise, Lenova insisted, "I can go too. I am still capable of fighting." The healer Hanqing firmly restrained him, retorting, "With my old bones, I have painstakingly bandaged your wounds. Do not push your luck here. If your injuries reopen, it will only lead to further trouble." Xia gazed at him with concern, saying, "Lenova, I understand you are a great general of the Wolf Clan, but your current physical condition does not permit it. Let Savi go instead." Lenova despondently replied, "I understand. No, Savi cannot go." Suddenly, Xiyao spoke up, stating that Lon Nova had sustained injuries. If Savi were also absent from the tribe, the Vulture Clan and the Crocodile Clan would become suspicious and turn their attention towards the tribal encampment. Indeed, during my morning patrol, I noticed crocodile orcs lingering nearby. Xiyao, the only member of the Bear Clan to have married into the Wolf Clan, remarked that just moments ago, vulture orcs had flown overhead, uncertain whether it was intentional or coincidental. Xia, gritting her teeth in anger, exclaimed how utterly outrageous their behavior was. Hanqing, the shaman, sighed, reflecting on the harsh reality of a world governed by the law of the jungle. After a moment of contemplation, Xiyao proposed, "Perhaps I should go, as a bear orc. It would be entirely normal for me to venture back to my own tribe, and they would not harbor significant suspicion." Xia, moved by his words, looked at him with gratitude and exclaimed, "Xiyao, are you truly willing to seek out my brother?" Xiyao nodded, gazing back at her with deep affection, affirming, "Yes. Xia's brother is, without a doubt, my brother as well. It is my solemn duty." "Xiyao, have your legs healed?" Xiyao glanced at Xiao's leg, and after a 2-month period of recuperation, it appeared to be in good condition. Xiao confidently patted his leg, asserting that male orcs were not so delicate. After such an extended rest, he had fully recovered and encountered no significant issues. Xiao munched on the wild fruit handed to her by Xia and mumbled, "The best approach would be for you to venture out alone in search of Moon Nan, tracing the route they took back. You are bound to uncover clues regarding Moon Nan's disappearance." Ding dong. Keywords identified. Side quest activated. Rescue the Wolf King Moon Nan. Would the host like to accept this mission? Xiao choked on a piece of fruit flesh lodged in her throat, nearly suffocating. She questioned, "What is this? Keywords? What did I say? Jinbao, why must I go save someone? Completing the side quest will yield 1,000 points." Xiao swallowed the fruit pulp and, brimming with righteous energy, said to Xiyao, I suddenly feel that it would be unwise for you to embark on this journey alone. Instead, allow me to accompany you in seeking out Moon Nan. Xiyao appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, Huh? Sha, equally astonished, interjected, Yao. Do you intend to search for brother as well? As a female, do you believe you can withstand the perils that lie beyond? Perhaps I should join you both? To which Xiyao confidently replied, Sha, you need not worry about me. I possess innate abilities. Xiyao gently moved her fingers, and a strand of mental energy locked onto Sha. In that instant, Sha felt as though her body was ensnared, utterly immobilized. Overwhelmed by terror, she gasped for breath as Xiyao retracted her hand. Only then did she sense a release from the invisible bonds, her heart still racing with fear. Yao, is this your mental power, your innate ability? My heavens! Truly, you are a sacred being, endowed with such formidable talent. Han Qing, the shaman, was moved to tears, reflecting on his long life and feeling profoundly fortunate to witness the existence of such legends. Xiyao asserted firmly, moreover, I am not a female of the wolf clan. I belong to the fox clan. Accompanying Xiyao will raise no suspicions, and it will be easier to look after each other along the way. But you are a sacred female. What if danger arises? Savi and the others hesitated. Enough with the nonsense. If we delay any longer, we may not know if Munin is still alive. Xiyao decisively declared that no one should interfere with her quest for those 1,000 points. She instructed Sha and the others not to inform Moze just yet, as he needed to focus on hatching the eggs without unnecessary worries. Following this, Xiyao and Xiyao swiftly tidied up, and under the eager gazes of the crowd, they departed from the dark night gray wolf tribe. Outside, the weather had grown notably colder. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiyao caught sight of the stealthily lurking crocodile orc trailing behind them. A cold smile crept across her face. As suspected, they had been watching us all along. Xiyao frowned and suggested, let us take a detour towards the bear tribe. Those rascals. If it weren't for the urgent matter of seeking Chief Munin, I would certainly teach them a lesson. Familiar with the terrain, Xiyao transformed into his beast form and, with Xiyao, raced towards the bear tribe. Once they entered the territory of the bear tribe, the crocodile orcs finally retreated. After a lengthy detour, Xiyao and Xiyao traveled for 3 days and nights before finally catching sight of the snow-covered beast forest. Xiyao, feeling utterly cold, had already donned the long down jacket she had exchanged for, and with her hat in place, she was fully equipped to blend seamlessly into the snowy landscape. 026. Hidden System Attribute. Xiyao, crawling through the nearby snow, lowered his voice and said solemnly, ahead lies the boundary line of the beast forest. Magical beasts often emerge here, so Sanis must exercise caution and avoid drawing their attention. Understood. Xiyao surveyed her surroundings and realized that this was indeed the battlefield previously ravaged by Moon Nan and his companions. The pristine white snow still bore the remnants of the beasts, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier conflict. Now, she found herself uncertain of Moon Nan's whereabouts. The snowfall from the previous night had obscured any footprints that may have existed. In a moment of melancholy, Xiyao found herself at a loss as to where to search for the missing person. Suddenly, a chime echoed, revealing a crucial keyword that activated the tracking potion. The system promptly announced that the host could exchange points to successfully trace the Wolf King. Without hesitation, Xiyao opened the interface and indeed spotted the colorful tracking potion. It required 5 points for a single vial. Determined to secure her 1,000 points, she decisively chose to redeem it. She retrieved a vial of the tracking potion and tilted her head back to drink it. Mere seconds later, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Shaking her head, she noticed a transformation in her surroundings. A black guiding line appeared against the originally pristine white snow, stretching into the beast forest. The tracking potion had taken effect. The host merely needed to follow the trail to locate the Wolf King, Munan, and successfully escort him back to the tribe to earn her 1,000 points. Xiyao sniffled, her nose reddened, and waved her hand, declaring, I have discovered the whereabouts of Munan. Xiyao, follow me. Understood, holy maiden. Xiyao obediently matched her pace. As they entered the beast forest, a chilling breeze assaulted them. Xiyao cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The ominous silence of the forest was unnerving. For some inexplicable reason, Xiyao felt as though a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching their every move, which was profoundly unsettling. Suddenly, the echoes of monstrous roars reverberated from all directions. Xiyao, focused on her path, was startled by the cacophony. Nearly losing her footing in the snow, Xiyao, his body tense, positioned himself protectively behind her, gritting his teeth. This is bad. There are indeed beasts nearby. Holy maiden, be cautious. If a beast charges at us, I will hold it off. You must run. Run as far away as you can. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled. 3 ferocious wolf-like beasts, their teeth bared and eyes glowing crimson, lunged forth, tackling Xiyao into the snow. With a commanding roar, Xiyao transformed into his bear form, swinging a powerful paw to engage the 3 beasts in combat. They are high-level monsters. I cannot withstand them for long, holy maiden. You must flee, he shouted, his body already marred by scratches as he struggled against the odds, knowing they would not escape otherwise. No, Xiyao. If I leave, you will undoubtedly perish, and Sha will be heartbroken. In Su Xiao's eyes, a fierce glint emerged as she raised her hand with a sweeping motion. Her formidable mental power propelled the beast that had been suppressing Xiyao, sending it crashing violently against a great tree, where it emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining two beasts, now aware of Su Xiao's presence, lunged toward her with claws bared and fangs bared. Su Xiao raised her hands, gripping their necks with an iron hold, effectively suspending them in midair. As she tightened her wrists, the once ferocious high-level magical beasts emitted anguished cries of suffocation, desperately thrashing their limbs in a futile struggle. On Su Xiao's forehead, beads of cold sweat clustered densely, and she felt as though every ounce of strength within her had been swiftly depleted. Even with both hands exerting effort simultaneously, she found herself unable to exchange for the vitality water. Su Xiao could only shout, "Jialua, finish them off." "All right, I'm on my way." Jialua, astonished by Su Xiao's prowess, quickly regained his composure and sprang into action, raising the ice spear in his hand to deliver the final blow to the two beasts. Bang, bang. The two monstrous creatures collapsed lifelessly into the snow. Su Xiao, feeling utterly drained, leaned against the tree trunk and, with trembling hands, exchanged for a bottle of vitality potion, which she consumed. Only then did she sense a considerable restoration of her physical strength. "Saintus, are you all right?" Jialuo exclaimed in surprise, his gaze filled with concern for her well-being. Su Xiao waved her hand, pointing at the corpses of the three magical beasts and said, "I am fine." While the scent of blood still lingers, Jialua, please bury their bodies beneath the snow mound. We must hasten to find Merman. This beast forest is exceedingly perilous. Leave it to me. Jialua promptly took action, swiftly concealing the bodies within the snow, before dashing through the forest alongside Su Xiao. "Jialua, we are nearing our destination." After an indeterminate period of racing through the woods, the dark line marking their path was almost at an end. Su Xiao spotted an entrance to a cave, and with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she directed, "There is a cave ahead. Merman must be inside." Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Su Xiao dismounted from Jialua's back. The chill within the cave was palpable, prompting her to tighten her down jacket. She hurriedly traversed the cave's interior but saw not a single shadow. She quickly inquired, "Ji Bao, what is happening? Is this tracking potion truly effective? Why can I not see Merman?" "Host, the tracking potion is nearly infallible. There is no issue." "Then where could Merman have gone? Has the host forgotten the inherent abilities of the Wolf King?" As Su Xiao experienced a moment of enlightenment, a thought struck her. Indeed, Merman possessed dual talents. In addition to his affinity for the wind element, he also had a hidden ability. Could it be that this hidden talent pertained to concealment? Just then, Jialuo transformed into his human form and entered, catching the tail end of Su Xiao's revelation. He nodded in affirmation, "Indeed, holy maiden. Although I have not witnessed it myself, I have heard from Sha that the leader Merman has the capacity to obscure himself, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd." Su Xiao suddenly realized that this was indeed invisibility. No wonder they could escape from the presence of the star-level magical beasts. This meant that Merman was currently within the cave, merely concealed from sight. Su Xiao patiently wandered through the cave, calling out, "Merman, it's Su Xiao. Are you there? You are safe for the moment. Jialuo and I have come to find you, so please show yourself." The soft, melodious voice of the petite female echoed in his ears, stirring Merman from his stupor. As he blinked open his eyes, in a daze, he truly beheld the exquisite visage of the young woman. He murmured with a faint smile, "Have I already passed on? Can I really see her now? How wonderful. But I regret that I cannot express the words I long to share with you. Little one, I rather like you. Merman, are you here?" Su Xiao, with a heightened sensitivity, discerned Merman's deep voice. Following the sound, she made her way to the stone wall, her hand reaching out to explore. Accompanied by his words, "I quite like you," Su Xiao's fingers brushed against the remnants of warm wolf fur. 027, Merman, I will take you home. Merman, I have come to escort you back. Su Xiao sighed softly and gently whispered in his ear, "I have truly come to find you. You are alive." The sweet fragrance emanating from Su Xiao's presence roused Merman from his stupor, bringing clarity to his muddled mind. In the next moment, his grievously injured beast form appeared before Su Xiao and Jialua. His silvery gray fur was matted with blood, which had already congealed, and his body was riddled with numerous wounds. The most severe of these was a deep gash that extended from his abdomen, nearly spilling his innards. "Little female?" Merman gasped, weakly gazing at her. "Indeed. Your injuries are quite grave. It seems you cannot be moved immediately." Su Xiao furrowed her brow, deeply troubled by the sight of his injuries. "You actually came to find me? I thought I would perish here." Merman spoke, taking 4 or 5 labored breaths between his words. "The Dark Night Grey Wolf tribe is besieged on all sides. If you were to die here, the tribe would undoubtedly be divided and consumed by the Crocodile clan and the Vulture clan. Is this the outcome you wish to witness?" As Su Xiao contemplated which medicinal remedy to exchange at the primary pharmacy, she simultaneously provoked him with her words. Did they dare? Suddenly, Merman's spirit surged, only to be swiftly extinguished as he collapsed to the ground in despair. Observing his despondent demeanor, Jialuo hastily remarked, "The leader has been missing for several days and must have gone without sustenance. I shall procure some game for him at once." without waiting for Su Xiao to intervene. Xiyao dashed outside. It was truly reckless for him to venture out to hunt, especially while nursing his own wounds. Su Xiao shook her head helplessly and sighed. She exchanged some mineral water at the supermarket and fed it to Munan, who was already parched. Afterward, she procured some medicinal supplies and bandages from a first-class pharmacy. Tending to his lighter wounds first. However, she felt utterly at a loss when it came to the most severe injury on his abdomen. What should I do? I have never stitched a living person before. Su Xiao murmured softly, yet with unwavering determination, she threaded the needle she had obtained from the pharmacy. Her hands trembling as she spoke. Munan, I'm going to stitch up your wound. It might hurt a little, so please bear with it. The first-rate pharmacy did not have any anesthetics available, so after a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao decided to give Munan a painkiller first. Munan, trusting her completely, replied, It's all right, little one. I've endured worse pain. Do as you wish. Then, I shall begin. Su Xiao, unwilling to prolong the situation any further, steeled her resolve and promptly set about stitching up Munan's wound. The gray wolf remained taut, uttering not a single sound. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and at last, Su Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. Her hands were now smeared with blood, and although the stitches on the gray wolf's abdomen were somewhat crooked, they had nevertheless managed to bind the wound, and it had been properly disinfected and bandaged. Munan, are you all right? After completing her tasks, Su Xiao, drenched in perspiration, cast a concerned glance at Munan. Noticing his lethargic demeanor, her heart sank, and she quickly exchanged for some ibuprofen to administer to him. Outside, the sky had darkened considerably, and Xiyao had yet to return. Not only was Munan feeling famished, but Su Xiao herself was also experiencing hunger. She ventured to the supermarket, where she exchanged for some biscuits and bread, and then proceeded to the fresh produce section to procure milk and grapes. Munan, please eat something. Su Xiao unwrapped the red bean bun and brought it to Munan's lips. Previously in a deep slumber, Munan was roused from his dreams, and in a dazed state, he consumed the bun. It was his first experience with such a fragrant, sweet, and tender bread, awakening his appetite. He surprisingly rose to devour a total of 30 red bean buns and 6 bottles of milk before finally succumbing to satisfaction and drifting back into slumber. Su Xiao gazed at the vanishing packaging bag, her heart a tumult of emotions. Jin Bao, this side mission offered a reward of 1,000 points. And I have spent nearly a third of that on him. The Wolf King Munantian possesses remarkable talent. If the host can bear him wolf cubs, it would yield even greater points, a guaranteed profit. What more could Su Xiao possibly say? Truly, she is worthy of the title bestowed by the progeny system. Her every thought consumed by the pursuit of offspring. The snow has begun to fall once more, as the frigid wind rushes in through the cave's entrance. Su Xiao lay wearily beside the gray wolf, feeling the chill seep through her tightly wrapped-out jacket. As she trembled, the wolf opened its emerald eyes and gradually moved closer, pressing its warmest spot against her. The sudden warmth drew Su Xiao, in her drowsy state, towards the source of comfort. A sharp intake of breath escaped Munan as Su Xiao inadvertently pressed against his wound. Yet, gazing at her serene sleeping face, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him, a mixture of bittersweet tenderness. He nestled his wolfish head closer to her, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, and soon succumbed to a deep, blissful slumber. When Su Xiao awoke and opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Munan, devoid of his usual attire, and only then realized that she had unwittingly spent the night nestled in his embrace, their positions rather ambiguous. Instantly, her body tensed. Munan also opened his eyes, his green gaze profound and intense, and the two exchanged wide-eyed stares. Feeling something unusual at her waist, a faint blush crept across her fair complexion. Irritated yet flustered, Su Xiao shot him a glare. Munan, you're still injured. What are you thinking so early in the morning? However, witnessing her bashful expression, Munan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he smiled broadly, leaning closer to her ear, his warm breath caressing her skin as he spoke in a deep voice. Who was it that said I was incapable? Now you know just how capable I truly am. Su Xiao felt a tingling sensation in her ears. Taking a deep breath, she quietly extricated herself from his embrace and remarked, having narrowly escaped death, what are we even discussing here? Xiyao has not returned all night, and we cannot ascertain whether he has encountered danger. If you are not seriously injured, we must hasten back to the tribe. Although Munan recognized the validity of Su Xiao's words, he relished the solitude shared with her. With a hint of melancholy, he replied, understood. We shall depart at once to search for Xiyao. Transforming once more into a gray wolf, Munan crouched low to the ground, inviting Su Xiao to climb onto his back. Su Xiao politely declined, stating, you are still injured. Do not carry me any longer. I am capable of walking on my own. However, Munan insisted, your pace is too slow. It would be better for you to ride with me. This beastly forest harbors hidden dangers. Among the star-level magical beasts I have battled, one is a 3-star beast, formidable in strength. Had I not concealed myself, I would have surely met my end by now. My instincts tell me that this creature is likely lying in wait nearby. If you encounter him, your speed will not save you from his grasp. The 3-star beast, Nightfall. A 3-star beast? Su Xiao felt a sudden pang in her heart, realizing that Munan spoke the truth. Reluctantly, she climbed onto the back of the gray wolf. As they approached the cave entrance, a biting wind swept through. The already thick layer of snow had accumulated even more overnight, and as she stepped out, her legs sank deeply into the snowdrift. The path through the snow was rather treacherous, Munan. Should we not clear away some of the snow first? Xiyao gazed into the past, where the snow along the journey lay undisturbed. The tribe had faced an attack, yet emerged triumphantly. What are the prerequisites for unlocking a level 3 supermarket? One must accumulate a total of 50,000 points, which will automatically elevate the supermarket to its next level. A friendly reminder, the spirit spring within the business district is equally invaluable. The level 1 spirit spring, once activated, can heal wounds and enhance physical strength, thereby improving one's cultivation. With each upgrade, the effects of the spirit spring become increasingly potent. 50,000 points? She had only amassed half of that amount, and would need to bear more offspring to achieve her goal. Xiyao let out a soft sigh. At least she was aware that 030, the little serpent hatchling, had emerged from its shell. Sha, filled with anxiety, inquired, Yao, is my brother all right? He was already gravely injured and had been relentlessly rushing back without a moment's rest, only to engage in yet another battle. No matter how robust his physique, it cannot withstand such strain. With all of you crowding around him, how could he possibly avoid fainting? Sushiyu replied calmly, rest assured. He has merely fallen into a deep slumber. I will tend to his wounds, and then he can rest peacefully. With several experiences in wound care behind her, Xiyao proceeded in an orderly fashion. The content of Chapter 031, the three-way battleground, is currently being processed. Please be patient. The content of Chapter 032, please allow me to have Munan, is currently being processed. Please be patient. The content of Chapter 033, the Radiant Holy Lion, Xiyao, is currently being processed. Please be patient. Chapter 034 has triggered the main storyline quest. A main storyline quest? Xiyao was taken aback when the system unexpectedly assigned her a task at this moment. Not merely a side quest, but a main quest that sounded of paramount importance. Having completed the previous side quest, she had already received 1,000 points. This time, the completion of the main quest would yield 5,000 points. The screen displayed two options, accept or decline the main quest. Indeed, the allure of 5,000 points was undeniable. Munan grasped Xiao's arm firmly, speaking earnestly. The danger is imminent, Yao. There is no other option. I will personally escort you to the imperial capital. He prided himself on the safety of the Dark Knight Grey Wolf tribe, yet in the face of hordes of star-level magical beasts, he could not assure her safety. He could only suppress his own heartache and proceed with this course of action. Her safety was of utmost importance. All right, I understand, she replied. The charm of a pot of instant noodles. Xiao visited a secondary supermarket to exchange for water and numerous packets of instant noodles, personally preparing the noodles for everyone. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, it made everyone's mouths water. Ina found that the jerky in her hand had lost its appeal. Her gaze fixated on the pot brimming with noodles. Though she longed to indulge, her pride held her back from speaking up. Fortunately, I was clever enough to realize that while I could forego other items, this pot was a necessity I had to take with me. Xiao was quite pleased. Utilizing the nearby smooth stone, 037, and the identity of Moze, the shadow beast, the rumbling echoed ominously. Within mere seconds, the tremors induced by the tide of magical beast resonated closer and closer. The accumulated snow above the canyon quaked and tumbled downwards. Be vigilant. Protect the holy female and Yaina. Jin Yang's gaze sharpened as he and the other male lion beast men coordinated seamlessly to encircle Xiao and Yaina. The beasts let out bloodthirsty roars. A dark mass of magical creatures surged forward. 038. 3 innate abilities. Shadow form. The shadow beast? This was the first time Xiao had heard such a name for a magical creature. 3 innate abilities? Jinbao, are you certain? Isn't it in its tiger form? What does this shadow form signify? She never anticipated that Mu Yi was a rare magical beast, possessing 3 innate abilities. The first of its kind she had encountered thus far. For the sake of points, Xiao felt a flicker of temptation. The shadow form could transform into any. Those who trust me shall attain eternal life. To completely alter this world? Mu Yi paused momentarily, then mocked lightly. Who possesses such capability? Little female. You are rather fanciful. Sushiyu spoke earnestly. Who said that? Mu Yi, I am the sacred female, and those who believe in me shall attain eternal life. In her quest to sway Mu Yi, she shamelessly embraced her identity as the sacred female. Eternal life? Mi replied with a smirk, I have no interest in immortality. To become the sacred female is to become the beast king, exclaimed Taizhan, the lion clan leader, as he rushed over upon hearing the news. His gaze was fervent as he stared at Xiao for a considerable time, excitement evident in his voice. Is this truly the sacred female? She is indeed fair-skinned and beautiful, quite extraordinary. I am Taizhan, the leader of the Crimson Flame tribe. Xiao gently tapped her head and said, Leader Taizhan. My name is Xiao. Father, one of my beast husbands has perished. Upon seeing Taizhan, Dina could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Tieshan's embrace and weeping inconsolably. Huangfu Yuhua gazed tenderly at the exquisite child in her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips as she began to hum softly. The child, perhaps instinctively responding to the maternal bond, relaxed their furrowed brow and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Ha ha, this general is jesting. In times of chaos, there is no corner of the world untouched by turmoil. Wherever I set up a tea stall, it remains the same, the old man chuckled. Mandolin immediately gasped, her eyes wide as she looked at Baida, then turned to glance at Qi Yuding, who was leisurely admiring the scenery, before shifting her gaze back to Baida, rendered momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the figures of the ancestral Bai Qi Tian and the divine craftsman Lu Bin appeared before Baida, all radiating vitality and joy. Morongson drowsily opened her eyes to find Zhao Ling looking at her with concern, while Yuqi nearby had red-rimmed eyes and a face full of guilt. Ha ha. The dragon and tiger army could hardly contain their laughter upon witnessing the flustered demeanor of the Time Langren. How amusing. Chen Lei, typically so honest, has surprisingly pulled off such a trick, fooling the Time Langren. Although it didn't yield much, it was delightful to see them angered. The fourth general was a fierce warrior, even more volatile than the Yulan eagle, who would whip and strike any subordinate who faltered. His name was Gungun Danzi, meaning fierce tiger in the language of the Time Langren. As they entered the town, Baida and his companion felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and warmth, akin to reuniting with beloved family. After traversing the desolate desert for countless days, one could not help but marvel at the beauty of life and the charm of humanity. They felt as if they had been spared from the jaws of death. Initially, Xiao Chuqing had a fondness for Yu Beibei, but as she noticed her incessantly scrutinizing her son, her affection waned, especially at Fang Zilin's frowning expression, which led her to believe her son disliked Yu Beibei. De Fei was taken aback, tears streaming down her face, her lips pressed tightly together as she looked at Zhao Che with an expression filled with resentment. Following Guolin's arrival, the delicate balance of power established by the elusive demon spirit tree was abruptly shattered. This principle applied not only in the realm of common folk, but was also of paramount importance in the political arena, which is why the organization department, when selecting officials, emphasizes not only talent, but also the importance of connections. Guolin was a person who valued gratitude, always wishing to repay kindness twofold. He had long felt indebted to his master, but was unsure how to express his gratitude, as he felt comparatively weak next to his master's formidable abilities. Though he harbored deep affection for Jun Wuxia, the feelings of the past 3 years had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, they had grown stronger. Yet, when gazing upon him, he felt compelled to feign a heart of stone. Was this truly for his benefit? Yu Fengzi stepped into the void, guiding Guolin westward for several hundred miles before finally landing. You old man, we have braved countless hardships to gather herbs here. Why do you obstruct us? Feng Feiyang retorted with displeasure. The empress, pregnant with child, would be revered if she bore a prince, although she was already a noble consort. The empress would not concern herself with sparing her any dignity. 041, Central Market, the nine-colored deer clan. Is it so strange? In the beast world, the more beast husbands a female possesses, the more it signifies her formidable reproductive prowess. Different beast husbands can undertake various tasks, enabling a harmonious coexistence within a large family, thus safeguarding the female and her offspring. Jin Yang stated matter-of-factly that the remaining 7 beast husbands of Dina had their own roles. Some were out hunting, others were caring for the young, and some were tasked with her protection. This division of labor was essential for enduring the long winter peacefully. Naturally, Ling Xian's recent actions were not something Feng Wuhan wished to impede. If she were not allowed to demonstrate her capabilities, she might very well cause trouble for him in the future. However, I have greater faith that the National Security Bureau is not inept. Such matters cannot be mishandled. Therefore, Lung Xian must certainly harbor reservations about me. As the final word fell, the air around Ling Chun trembled, piercing the atmosphere as if a legendary weapon was about to be unsheathed, ready to cleave the world. Zhang Zhao glanced at Cheng Pu. Didn't you hear the Lord? Perhaps you should take his place. The issue was that they showed no regard for our feelings. The commotion was such that it was impossible to ignore. The various powers in the skies bore expressions of astonishment. The holy soldier's presence in the upper domain, or even the holy realm, was a means to suppress the sect's aura, unless it concerned the survival of a sect. Invoking a holy soldier was generally avoided. The fact that the Sacred Soul Sword sect had summoned the Sacred Yuan Sword indicated their profound intent to eliminate Jian Fonun. The guitar was immaculate, devoid of dust, as if it had never been abandoned, often gliding between its owner's hands. Amitba. It was truly fortuitous that the younger monk from Xihang Jingzhou was willing to assist. The young monk clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Qin Chuan. Although the battle was brief, the shared experience fostered some goodwill, which was precisely what Sun Quan wished to see. If all problems were resolved solely by the other party, then negotiations would be futile. Self-reliance and resilience were essential to earn fundamental respect. Karma's support was undeniably powerful online, yet it lacked stable, immediate control. Zhao Yu watched the scene unfold, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his cup of tea, savoring the moment without intruding upon their warmth. At the moment Jun Moyan heard that voice, A gentle warmth flickered in his gaze. In the depths of the snow, a man clad in ordinary attire emerged, his dark complexion obscuring his features, yet every movement exuded an air of nobility. His status was undoubtedly either affluent or esteemed. You all rise. How can we sisters so easily kneel before unrelated individuals? Wang Kaijun clenched her teeth, trembling as she spoke. Without uttering a word, Jun Moyan's distinctly recognizable gaze made Song Qinghan and the others realize he was referring to the wine cup previously placed before him. Regardless of the approach, none could quell the stirrings of desire that lingered deep within. Third uncle, I intend to ask a few casual questions. The more I inquire, the more information I can gather for my judgment. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the old blind man gently tapped his foot with his cane. Suddenly, the eyes of the king of Yu lit up. He deduced that Ling Wushuang's recent actions were likely aimed at protecting the foolish king. Thus, the foolish king became her Achilles heel. Controlling him would ensure her compliance. Inside the wooden box lay a waterproof and fireproof painting tube containing a scroll. Could this truly be the item he sought? Born foolish, gone missing 2 years ago, each instated, as everything aligned too perfectly, leading one to mistake the master for Dongfang Zihan. 042. The 4 great noble families of the imperial capital. Yao is the female I am currently pursuing. Jin Yang retorted without reservation, admonishing her not to intimidate others with her status. Females are already a rarity in the beast realm. Are you intending to hold all females accountable, assuming sole responsibility for the progeny of all tribes? I did not mean it that way. It was your female who spoke insolently. Tian Xing's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she exclaimed. Moreover, the 4 noble families of the imperial capital. QB momentarily failed to grasp Lin Ai's meaning, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Is this the Binlong fist technique? Nearly a child's play? Ling Hao smirked mockingly, abruptly seizing Wei Tianqing's fist and lightly flicking it aside. By then, as long as the Yin family distanced themselves from the pretext of treating Yin Xuanji, the ancient clans, being interconnected, how could Piaomiao Peak possibly contend with the Yin family? In the violently contorted space, he gazed at the rows of black sickles breaking through the barriers. His expression momentarily distracted, fingers still numbly pulling the trigger, as if his consciousness traversed the barriers of time and space. Returning to the war-torn alien battlefield of 20 years prior, due to the upheaval caused by the emergence of the black hole, the devouring force ceased. And thus the land of the great void was no longer being absorbed. After merely a second of astonishment, Shinshur felt nothing. He remembered watching the ant ball in the animal kingdom, listening to the unique sounds narrating the greatness of ants. It truly moved him. Indeed, I owe you my inspiration. Li Fangqing exclaimed excitedly, grasping Lin Ying'er's shoulder. Although she claimed never to fear snakes, insects, or vermin, the sensation of encountering such creatures unexpectedly at close quarters, especially when their claws grazed her cheek, was entirely different from observing them from a distance with mental preparation. Consequently, escaping the temporal realm of the dynasty was evidently still precarious. Much remained to be done. Helpless, Su Wuyo could only continue his flight. As long as one has not reached the end of their lifespan, a cultivator's visage remains unchanged. Yin Xuanji appeared remarkably youthful. It would be rather peculiar to assert otherwise. What are your intentions? Xianjiao Yu did not respond immediately, but instead inquired about Qin Shi's thoughts. After Xing Baizhou and the others changed their attire, they strolled down the street, ultimately selecting a seaside restaurant to order some French cuisine. Just as these words fell, Yang Ling plopped down on the ground, rubbing the spot where she had bumped into something, attempting to console herself. Even if he has betrayed us, what of it? He is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Can he alter the situation? Shui Yunshan remarked coldly. He began to feel grateful for his foresight in making an advance payment. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly given the shopkeeper a chance to argue. As he prepared to inquire further, inexplicably, the question transformed upon his lips. With Wang Chen's words bolstering his confidence, he pointed at the now limp Zhou Bian. Speaking in a low voice, he had comprehended Wang Lin's plan, fully aware of how to arrange the forthcoming events. Meanwhile, Qi Shihua's silence in response to the phone call left Song Lihai increasingly uneasy. Everything indeed seemed as Ha Chi Mei had said. Something was amiss. Jiang Mo's lips curled slightly as he flickered into motion, directly countering the individual's long blade with his fists. Only Lu Qin had not discerned the hidden strength of Bai Shizi, as she bore no hostility towards him, resulting in his oversight. Sizhua and the others returned to the camp of the Jingled army, disregarding the late hour, summoning all to the main tent for an ongoing meeting. These 2 individuals, one with eyes shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, the other sporting a pair of prominent ears, were an unusual duo. 043, wicked female, familiar territory. Chang Yun's words, though ordinary, resonated warmly in the ears of the females present. A mist welled up in Chang Yun's eyes, deeply touched. What? Have you begun to believe my words? Su Shiyu cast a fleeting glance at them, recalling their previously arrogant demeanor. Were they not staunch believers in Su Jingjing's words? Tianqing blinked her eyes, scrutinizing her closely. Hesitating as she began to speak, Lu Feifei hurried over, taking Mo Xian from Mukin's hands and swiftly placing him into the vehicle. Li Feng switched to an underwater camera, revealing that the piranhas had turned to skeletons, with strips of flesh drifting upon their bones, their sharp teeth gleaming ominously. An eerie silence enveloped the entire live broadcast room. Xiyao was delighted to have so many capable individuals, thus he organized a ceremony for Yuan Shao, his subordinates, as well as Sun Jian and his men, to join the Hongxiong Martial Hall. The lakeside was relatively well-lit, thanks to the well-maintained streetlights. This area was devoid of pedestrians. Yet many middle-aged women could still be seen dancing at the square. If this armored vehicle could harness earth-based magic or be shielded by such spells, it would undoubtedly enhance the power of earth practitioners significantly. Near the ancient, blood-red wooden door, tangible circular ripples radiated outward like lines, as colors of visible light were replaced by vibrant, pure red, reminiscent of its former brilliance. Ha ha ha, a cultivator of the primordial spirit realm, yet your origins remain unknown. I see. My friend, you have truly become muddled, the red-haired elder mocked without restraint. Lu Xiling sent me another message. You did well earlier. Now take her to buy clothes, perhaps some beautiful pieces worth thousands. With his current strength, not only could he not open a void passage, but even shattering the void seemed beyond his capability. Yet, at that moment, where the spiritual talisman fell, the void rapidly collapsed, revealing a prominent void passage. Letting out a sigh, Ling Shenxian looked at Feng Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. Elder Yu, did you say a mysterious individual bid 300 top-grade yuan spirit stones? Feng Xian's eyes widened, his gaze piercing like a sword. However, Luo Yonghao did not anticipate that all evidence of his wrongdoing lay firmly within his grasp. Indeed, I replied, pulling out the tablet from my back pocket and waving it in my hand. Since we have a rough direction, let us head back to the playground to avoid unnecessary running around. With that, I prepared to descend the stairs. Yet, under the current circumstances, could she truly decide subjectively? Perhaps this was Lin Xinyu's way of finding solace within herself during such a critical moment. Yet, it remained merely a comfort, not amounting to anything more. A blood cloud enveloped the area for miles, dimming the sky as Luo Chen's anxiety intensified. Watching Duanren, he seized the opportunity before they could act. Darting like a black meteor towards Duanren. It wasn't that Long Yuqing lacked martial prowess, rather, the opponent was too formidable. Beyond the capacity of those at the Great Zhou Tian, Great Completion Realm. Even if he were in the same position, tasked with protecting Lan Ku and Ouyang Shaoqing, he would likely find it no easier. Step by step, amnesia is just the beginning, the elder remarked, a smile creeping onto his lips. The third party has news, he added, prompting Lu Mingyao to halt her actions immediately. At present, she was essentially dancing with her life on the line. However, as Rin Shuang passionately spoke, she suddenly felt her body lose balance, and by the time she realized what was happening, she had already fallen into Du Fei's grasp. Surrounded by countless firearms aimed at them. 044, she will bring ruin to the sacred females. A venomous female devoid of reproductive capabilities? Jin Yang seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke, casting a scornful glance at Su Jingjing. He intended to defend Su Shiyao, yet she stopped him. Su Shiyao? Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Su family? The one who caused trouble and was expelled? Tianqing recalled Su Shiyao upon hearing Su Jingjing's words, suddenly understanding why she appeared familiar. Perhaps having witnessed various separations and deaths, I had gradually matured during this time, feeling a profound disdain towards these chaotic and frenzied surroundings. An emotion not befitting my age. One day on Earth equates to 246 years in the first alternate dimension. If the faith passage encounters issues, Zhou Ping might be stranded in the first alternate dimension for hundreds or even thousands of years, perhaps never to return. Some sought to play it safe, intending to send out signals for assistance, but after witnessing Yang Tian's demeanor, such thoughts were quickly quelled. Rest assured, I shall add 200,000. More than enough for your mother's surgery, the young master declared, handing a white pill to the second. As Yang Tian straightened his posture, an ancient pressure enveloped the entire venue, even suppressing the scorching aura emitted by the spirit fire of the river of the underworld. Thus, the new Godwin Group set its sights on the wealthy American Mike, targeting the 60 billion art auction being held in S-City. If these could be utilized to heal Xiyao, they could surely be used to tend to these fish as well. The power from Songhai Academy merely lingered around, retreating toward the direction of Chinfu City. Big eyes. To the bitter end. Hence, the brothers raised their hands to the sky, as if swearing an oath. Departing the ancient town, Yang Tian pressed forward, as the scenery beneath his feet receded, almost transforming into a fleeting shadow. Are you not the most aware of their schemes? Kai Zhou winked at the former, laughing joyfully, while Rin Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Luo, beaming with joy, remarked that it appeared as if all the true essence within the Golden Eagle had become his own. Though due to Chang Wei's suppression, the efficiency of the weekend was significantly hampered, the wonders of the Changchun technique remained ever present. From start to finish, they treated him as a mere plaything, wielding power over him, never once perceiving him as human. Initially, on Anthony Island, he had surmised that Qin Ran had other plans in place for an escape route. Yet he was hesitant to entertain such thoughts. Over time, he simply let it slip from his mind. Muchi nodded, no longer casually tossing the sweater aside to his deputy, but instead, holding it himself. The Shenwang clan had already discovered the invitation for the martial arts contest and marriage proposal, thus there was no need for Chu Feng to inform them. Moreover, these crystal-flying dragons advanced with purpose, causing destruction and even injuring some, who soon exhibited strange symptoms. Thank you for your efforts, dear team. This position requires constant vigilance. And you even sent someone specifically to escort me? For Prometheus, merely collaborating with the hermit to reorganize the Zoroastrian sect in S-City, scattered by the disaster department, had taken nearly a decade. If one were to consider the time from when both parties first became acquainted, it would indeed exceed a decade by far. The crowd promptly dispersed, leaving only Lan Rongyue, Shen Miaoqing, and Ling Mi in the room. Suddenly, Shen Miaoqing released her grip on Lan Rongyue's hand, regarding her with a wary gaze. At that moment, Tian Ying could only shake his head in resignation, as this had plunged him into an abyss of despair. Indeed, Zhuang had not spoken falsely. This precious dragon had indeed mastered the water cannon technique, and judging by the data, it seemed to be developing quite well. I had sent a message to Ouyang, who merely replied with a string of ellipses. What could that possibly mean? Picking up on Feng Hua's words, Sister Yin furrowed her brow and addressed us. TT Jinping? Lin Baoshu pondered deeply, yet could not recall who it might be. After much contemplation, she surmised it was likely a friend from when this body was still known as Ruoshu. Earlier, the Dou family had mentioned that this shadow play was of lowly origin. When Yuko redirected the conversation towards the old matriarch, seemingly insinuating that the Dou family was mocking her for associating with lowly elements. Although the matriarch was aged, she was not senile. She often sensed that the Dou family no longer regarded her with the same obedience as before, and this moment felt particularly jarring. Nevertheless, Song Kuei refrained from making a move. He merely observed Shou Tian, awaiting his response, while the lead figure in black and his two companions remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Song Kuei. Zhou Tian trembled all over, then slowly closed his eyes, absorbing the memories and insights that had just been implanted in his mind. He was consumed by a desire for release, disregarding the lingering feelings of the tear-streaked person beneath him, yet he did not remove his mask. Ji Chan gazed upon the desolate landscape of Chanyang, his heart heavy with sorrow. The loss of life weighed heavily on him, and as he recalled the gruesome scenes from millennia past, he dared not utter a sound. Subsequently, an astonishing scene unfolded once more, with a toothbrush handle in hand. Dong Qianhua let out a piercing scream, her body soaring into the air before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, her form crumpling like cotton as she slid down the wall to the floor, lifeless. Luo Cheng paid no heed to this. He cradled Lu Ting in his arms, his hands trembling as he gently patted her pallid face. Chang San furrowed his brow, a man of considerable ambition, yet usually reserved, upon hearing Lu Ping's words. Memories of the past flooded back, rendering him momentarily speechless. A few others gathered around Fu Cha-ching, whispering amongst themselves, their expressions betraying a palpable fear as they glanced at Lien Haiping. Their master was indeed audacious to have summoned this malevolent force here. Meanwhile, Wu Lihei found himself in a precarious situation. After enduring a punch from Hao Shegwo, he staggered back, nearly losing his footing on the grassland. Even though he ultimately steadied himself, he continued to wobble, reeling from the impact to his head. Luo Qing was aware that during his years of seclusion, Luo Hu's cultivation would not stagnate but rather improve. Just as the monk was about to speak again, a command rang out from the front of the ranks, signaling the resumption of their journey. The soldiers standing by the roadside, upon receiving the order, gradually converged back onto the path, each finding their respective positions. When he saw the Luong sword pointed at him and felt the icy gaze upon him, Han Pan could not help but shiver, ultimately yielding. Upon receiving the news, Helan Min arrived early to greet them, meeting them 50 miles from Chang'an City, joining forces with Chun Yi and his company. 045, slapping Su Jingjing in the face. The crown prince's consort spoke wisely. The safety of the holy female was of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's strategist leaned in and advised, even if we must bring her back, we must wait until the holy female safely arrives in the imperial capital. This is a critical moment, and you must not act impulsively. Ling Xing, torn within, finally hesitated and said, Yao Yao, wait for me a few days, and I will bring you back to the imperial capital. Su Xiao scoffed with irony. I need He Jiang to offer a bounty for the assassination of Wu Tian. Yet he never anticipated that Wu Tian would emerge with the title of the nemesis of the Shura clan. Now, even if Wu Tian encounters a formidable assassin from the Shura, his combat prowess would be amplified by at least fourfold. Furthermore, He Jiang's offered price is rather modest, and the strength of the assassins dispatched by the Shura clan is unlikely to be particularly formidable. There are even more generous offers. Look, do you see the foothills and the summit? Not to mention the 8th rank. There are even mounts of the 9th rank and the sacred realm level. Guanhui pointed upward once more. It is widely known that the reproduction of the elven race primarily relies on the nurturing of the mother tree, with the chances of successful mating being quite low. However, our night elf clan possesses slight variances. Ingu pondered for a long time before she ultimately began to narrate to Zhao Yi. I suspect that after the chaos slumbered, these dragon tribe warriors regained their senses. It is likely that they will find it exceedingly difficult to heed your commands. Wang Long sighed softly, addressing Lingli. Lin Fei had previously transferred 1 billion to the CC account. Thus CC made a one-time payment to secure the villa, as one after another succulent duck was auctioned off. Hu Tang's eyes widened as he gazed at those claiming the prize. Others mock me for my eccentricity, yet I find amusement in their inability to perceive the truth. Humph. Savoring Zhao Yi's poetic lines, the once melancholy Song Yu lifted her wine cup and let forth a captivating laugh. At this moment, they finally comprehended what the sect leader meant by assuring them not to worry. Meanwhile, within the dimly lit command center, numerous screens displayed scenes of motorcycles in motion and the status of various travel routes. Look. Jin Taishi cheerfully opened to a page in the travel guide and handed it back. Yet, Zhang Ziyan remained unfazed by Yu Yingfeng's words, burying her head into Yu Yingfeng's embrace, weeping. Otherwise, anyone attempting to encroach upon this path would incur great repercussions from the Celestial Master, with severe consequences leading to eternal conflict. Huang Yi found himself unable to foresee the subsequent developments of this affair. Indeed, young master, Mission has already expressed her indifference. What is there to fear? Dong He entered with a basin of warm water. After the explosion, chaos erupted in the port, with both Japanese and Ryukyu individuals frantically shouting and fleeing in terror. The brilliance instantaneously transformed into several dissipating light membranes, vanishing completely, while the vast silhouette of the transport ship seemed as though it had never existed, utterly disappearing from sight. Additionally, the star force, in an uncontrollable form, pervaded the entire planet, shattering the natural laws of Fantasia. Under the influence of this star force, countless ferocious beasts emerged into the world, alongside evolved beastmen, all posing threats to the safety of humanity and the elven race. To these highly intelligent beings who had existed for an indeterminate duration, it was exceedingly difficult to deceive their keen eyes. Their gaze penetrated with accuracy, surpassing even Wang Pingyu's mystical sight capable of probing the fates, which was a significant reason why the winged dragons placed their trust in Wang Pingyu and reached an accord with him. Dao swiftly retracted his dagger and leaped away, causing the machine to explode with a resounding blast, igniting a towering inferno and stirring up vast clouds of smoke. The pilot was undoubtedly beyond salvation. This individual is no novice. He is a rigorously trained operative, possessing an acute sense for such matters. In this context, the adage that too much talk leads to mistakes holds absolutely true. 046. Mutton noodles capture hearts. Jin Yang obediently instructed others to bring out the large pot, ordering that the mutton be chopped and tossed into the pot to simmer. Xiyao exchanged spices at the supermarket and added them to the pot to eliminate the fishy smell. After a lengthy simmer, a delightful aroma wafted from the pot, capturing the attention of the black-armored guards and Ling Xing, who turned their gazes toward her. "This smells so fragrant. My stomach is growling," Sweet Apricot said, clutching her belly as she sat beside Chang Yun, savoring the enticing scent of the meat. As Dongfang Yuan's soul began to detach from his body, a shell was instantly formed around him, a perilous action, particularly within the enemy's stronghold. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, in the fleeting moment when Yu Wushuang evaded, a profound sense of crisis surged within her. Her complexion paled, and in a moment of urgency, she executed the ancient divine finger technique. "It's nothing. This is merely the truth," Fang Jingmin stated generously, patting the motorcycle seat. Inao Yue felt a mix of willingness and anxiety, for her son appeared rather dim-witted, leaving her, as a mother, in a state of worry. Only his eyes bore a slight resemblance to Luo Chenxi's, appearing rounder than Mui Chen's. Before the figure on the web above the cave entrance could discern her, she charged directly into the cave. Hua Wuyang and Han Shan nodded in agreement. They too had witnessed Feng Kuang's formidable power and the storm he unleashed. An event recognized by all present, truly terrifying. When the collision impacted the chest of the white ape, a tremendous internal force surged through, shattering its chest and causing a deluge of dark liquid to spray forth. The heavens tore asunder, the sovereign's majesty swelling like the ocean. And the young man stood akin to a war god, exuding an unparalleled regal presence. To establish contact with the animation company, one would refer to the registered information on the official website to gauge the company's capabilities. Is that so? I wondered how I could endure for so long. Xiang Yu mused, recalling Yang Qilong as he observed his current state. Despite both being pierced by 1,000 arrows, he considered himself far luckier than Yang Qilong, for he was still alive. This time, the 5 factions did not retaliate as expected, not even the Huashan sect. The actions of the short elder were simply too disgraceful, leaving them without the face to respond. The shopkeeper's face flushed. He had merely been testing the waters and realized, indeed, that the item was of little worth. It was regrettable that he had expended considerable celestial stones to acquire it initially. At that moment, under the signal of a security guard, Qinli parked his vehicle in the Grand Hotel's parking lot. Upon hearing his words, Su Jingqi began to chatter incessantly, expressing her grievances as if a dam had burst. "No, it's my consolidation plan that was delayed." Long Ye's voice carried a hint of sorrow. "Recently, our forces had consistently displayed a non-aggression stance, refraining from engaging the enemy. The traders among us are exceedingly formidable, especially with archers like Yang Yuji lurking in the background, making their combination quite formidable. At present, our military lacks a comprehensive strategy, Thus, we have refrained from conflict, Li Yuanfang explained. What? Is it truly a divine dragon? Qin Li exclaimed upon witnessing the appearance of the red dragon, which, though only a foot long, he was certain was indeed a dragon, easily dispatching the invading foes. Lin Yi chose not to rejoin the fray, instead silently surveying the scene, observing the gruesome battles within the iron cage. Liang Fei stepped forward to express his gratitude to Aunt Suilan. In the brief moment he turned, Yi Pingping had vanished, likely off to tour the farm. Let her be. Perhaps she needed a reprieve from the city's clamor and the tranquility of the countryside. However, this state of calm was fleeting, as darkness fell and lamps illuminated. Someone else soon arrived. 047, if you can act, don't hesitate. Am I feeling guilty? Not at all. Su Jingjing's tone sharpened as she bit her lip. Casting a resentful gaze at Su Xiyao, she raised her chin and declared, very well, tell me, are you a saintess? You are the youngest daughter of the Su family, and I am your elder sister. I now command you to quickly fetch 2 bowls of lamb noodles, for both the crown prince and I are hungry. Be swift about it. Upon hearing this, Tian Xing puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Su Jingjing, how have I never noticed your true nature before? The formidable General Qilian Han had withdrawn from Sangluo City, protected by the discerning eyes of the wise monk. However, although the troops of Tubo had retreated, a large number of civilians remained within the city. Should these dragon beasts wreak havoc, the common folk would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, General Qilian Han resolved to launch a full-scale attack to reclaim Sangluo City. Hey, Xianyun, teach me the scholarly arts. Oddly enough, every time I mentioned this, his countenance would darken, and this instance was no exception. No, his cold tone sent a shiver down my spine, although Xianyun did not visibly erupt in anger. He must have been furious within. Yes, I dare not, Yangting said, slinking away. Upon seeing Yangting depart, Du Biao and the others realized there was no longer a need for them to linger and also left the scene. Years ago, the ancestors of Leishan entrusted the 5 dragon beast kings atop Baozi Mountain to their beloved disciple, the sky warrior Han Fei, before continuing their pursuit of the Fa Qi beast to the south. Upon hearing this, Yufuluo paused in bewilderment. Did Jia Su's words imply that he was aware of the court's plans to forcibly requisition their cattle and horses? Indeed. The Xiongnu had not yet grown powerful enough to dare defy the court's summons. These mineral veins, buried here for millions of years, had remained in tranquil stasis, akin to a stagnant pool. With a resounding boom, Gwen Yinfei sent the massive axe flying, causing both to recoil. Holding her sword in one hand, Gwen Yinfei placed her other hand on her chest in a gesture of reverence before bowing. Esteemed leaders, honored guests, and the audience present. Good afternoon. The host, holding the microphone, exuberantly led this basketball match. We shall establish a new base for the anti-Japanese resistance here in this cave. It shall be named the Jinbuan Anti-Japanese Base. Wu Feixiong shouted, and upon hearing the plan to set up a base in the cave, discussions erupted among the crowd. As they exited the gates of Bailao City, Xia spotted the West Liang Army's encampment illuminated under the night sky, revealing soldiers clad in white garments, the camp draped in white cloth. Instant slash! Li Yun's chakra erupted with a blinding brilliance, a dazzling and perilous glow signaling the chakra's ignition. Meanwhile, their lackey, Lu Changju, clutched the order with a face ashen as if death itself had claimed him, muttering in despair, I am finished. Had he known of Chu Feng's formidable abilities beforehand, he would not have dared to confront him. Qin Luo smiled alluringly, her fitted top exposing her navel, her laughter captivating yet her waist seductively concealed. However, the two listening to her spoke with faces aflame with indignation, their feigned jealousy evident. Yet, Li Liang soon recalled that Da Xiong had signed a long-term contract with the Hurricane team, which had allowed him to secure his personal contract. Even though he had unwittingly won his chance for selection, Da Xiong had already made significant sacrifices. Just as the captain was about to call the team to gather, a colleague urgently beckoned me, revealing that while moving the corpse, they had discovered a line of blood-written words, my father killed me. At that moment, Old Huan's expression darkened again as Li Yun disclosed that someone had informed him of Tamaki Mei's chakra conflict syndrome. Yet Li Yun added that Tamaki Mei had been hiding outside for quite some time, which cast a shadow over Old Huan's heart. Heh, what a sudden thought. Why not summon those 2 fools as well? Let us treat it as a little excursion. Zhang Fan suggested. 048, let us use foresight to see who the culprit is. For the first time under such scrutiny, Su Shiyu was startled by their enthusiasm and grasped the lion's mane, whispering, is the saintess truly this popular? One might think a prominent figure from the imperial capital had returned. Jin Yang's deep voice resonated. Indeed, the saintess's status rivals that of the high priest and beast king. Oh, how impressive. Su Shiyu immediately felt emboldened. She raised her chin slightly and waved her small hand to the crowd, her face betraying an overwhelming fury. Lin Jingxi, without exchanging proper greetings with Lin Jingyi, made his way directly towards his carriage. The wet nurse, holding a child, stood at a distance, clearly reluctant to allow her to see the infant. With this thought in mind, no one wished to linger any longer. They all concocted excuses to take their leave, leaving Su Taohua alone to curse in the spot. Yang Xiyao appeared solely to dissuade Su Muley from the anxious desire to repay her debts. With her thoughts clarified, Xiao Ziyu felt a tad steadier. She studied the usage, conducted a test, and although the testing stick would yield results in just a minute, that minute felt interminably long to Xiao. Although Su Ruyang sat here speaking, her gaze invariably drifted towards the kitchen. However, Jiang Wu held no grievances against Xiao Tanger, for she understood that Xiao Tanger spoke these words out of concern for her well-being. Was there ever an end to the teasing? Even my mother mocks me. Lin Suhui pouted in displeasure. The scene she encountered outside the Grand Tutor's residence, where she met the Princess of Chang, frequently echoed in her mind. Why? Why did the princess shower praises upon Lin Wanxin while completely disregarding her? Though Huang Tingshan often kept to himself, he was well aware of the principle that the loss of lips results in the loss of teeth, once the 6 major sects were dealt with. It would be Huang Tingshan that would stand out most prominently within the borders of the martial nation. The waiter placed the dishes on the dining table one by one, at which point the two concluded their earlier conversation. Qin Zhaomu, displaying remarkable courage, harnessed the effects of the potion to unleash his combat prowess. Wielding a golden spear to fiercely stab at the fiery red dragon, the two gradually grew more familiar with one another, leading to harmonious discussions. And it was rare for Zhong Tiao to take a liking to someone, so I permitted their camaraderie. However, despite not feeling physically tired, there was a palpable sense of fatigue coursing through his bones, prompting Gil to pause for a rest. Although he still appeared indifferent, he was no longer shrouded in silence or exuding coldness. Rather, he radiated a refreshing aura. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the desired effect being achieved. With a sudden grip of his left hand, an overwhelming surge of magic poured into Rod, who resembled a vast whirlpool, continuously absorbing the magic until it reached a certain threshold, at which point it swiftly expanded. Roar! The blue-furred beast, enveloped in azure light, suddenly counterattacked. Yet it forgot that it was still in the snow pit. As it stood, its hind legs sank deep into the snow, plunging several feet down. When a citizen of one nation assaults a noble of another, and there exists concrete evidence, then according to international conventions, the noble of the other nation may invoke their domestic laws to address the actions of that citizen. Lin Yun let out and sighed. This matter is quite lengthy. But before he could finish, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Kuan Tai, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, had leaned into converse and promptly fell asleep. The king, already accustomed to employing various unconventional means of governance, could never truly entrust a significant fiefdom to them. Had the divine realm encountered an invasion from the stars? Surely it was Athena. How vexing. With a thought, Shaoli activated his dragon aura, liberating himself from the pressures of the dragon ascension path. Upon seeing Mutu, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. When Mutu approached, they shared a tight embrace, thumping their chests and exchanging smiles. Think. Guyu nodded without hesitation, her expression brimming with a desperate desire for survival. 049, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Su Xiao must have lost her mind. Su Jingjing trembled in fear, dreading that the high priest might truly employ her precognitive abilities against Su Xiao. If that were to happen, her fate would be sealed. My prophetic power is activated at random. Not just anyone can manifest in my prophetic dreams. The deep, sonorous voice of the high priest resonated, intoxicating all who heard it. Su Xiao curled her lips in skepticism. Is that so? What a pity indeed. Su, indeed. The concept of the Dragon Boat Festival revolves around this principle. Gong Jiaxi rolled her eyes at Song Duanwu, yet smiled as she spoke. The man was so frightened that he trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, but nothing was within reach. Meanwhile, Xie Jun held him by the neck with one hand while the other had already unfastened his sword, waving it mockingly before him before casting it aside. Almost instinctively, the hunters who had yet to depart launched their assault, unleashing thunderous magic, fiery sorcery, and icy spells all at once upon the dragon-like creature. It was as if someone had extinguished the lights. The room plunged into darkness, yet a radiant light flickered nearby. Within the tent, a shimmering glow illuminated the surroundings, transforming the space into a crystal palace amidst the night. Such a beautiful sight, reminiscent of a dream. She felt a surge of joy. However, the waves of the long river continued to churn relentlessly, akin to the endless cycle of enmity and affection within the Jianghu, with no resolution in sight. Tang Jian sensed a touch upon her shoulder and slowly lifted her head. Her parched lips sought to grasp Ruo Yu's garment for water, but upon seeing Ruo Yu's face, she froze in surprise, her countenance marred by dust. The meaning behind the insect's words was self-evident, and as her mother cast a half-surprised, half-joyful gaze upon Mo Qingxian, Mo Qingxian realized she must provide an explanation to her mother, an unavoidable obligation. The footage revealed no visage of the assailant, indicating that the adversary had been prepared. And judging by the impact marks on the Audi A6, it appeared they intended to strike with lethal force. As you see, absent-mindedly stroked the back of his neck for the third time, Yao Jingtian, who had been intently watching the surveillance screen without blinking, finally activated the communicator at his collar. In summary, the visual spectacle of this battle was truly astounding, and the situation unfolded with dramatic twists. If the live broadcast were to be screened in a cinema, complete with the ambient temperature, gentle breeze, and the scent of withered grass by the lakeside, it would undoubtedly resemble a vividly realistic VR blockbuster. Within the grand hall, everyone stood in stunned silence. Elder Lu, regaining his composure, managed to ask a question with great difficulty. Just then, Tang Yun, who had not taken the Black Tiger Hall's invasion seriously, ambled out behind Wu Biao, whose forehead glistened with sweat, still clad in his oil-stained blue mechanic's uniform. He accepted the gratitude from the spear wielder with remarkable composure, just as he had when receiving thanks from Bupong. Having obtained the desired information, Wei Yong excitedly arrived at the cell specifically designated for the confinement of Li Tian. Although Yin Feng had undergone a transformation in both the quality of his true energy and his physical prowess, reaching an entirely new echelon, he still refrained from claiming invincibility among his peers or his age group. In the banquet hall, everyone was amiable. Yet it was this singular young man who arrived expressing dissatisfaction with everything, making it easy to deduce, given the context of the occasion, that he was indeed a member of the host family. The six-eyed mask of Bai Ban, the second in command of the Shadow Nightmare, bizarrely appeared during the miraculous battle in the Komia Star Domain, prompting even Mu Qingzhou, the long-absent elder brother of Shadow Nightmare, to lose his composure and personally contact Yao Jingtian and Yuxi through interstellar communication technology. After a while, Lung Jianfeng set down the documents in hand, exhaling deeply, and called over Yu Xiao and Yu Cha, indicating that they needed to deliberate carefully. Long Jianfeng's tone was somewhat somber. 050, the prophetic dream, the future beast husband. Selecting the high priest as the beast husband? Not to mention Ling Jia. Every orc was left astounded, mouths agape. The holy female, how dared she choose the high priest? The high priest narrowed his eyes, his eerie crimson gaze fixed upon her, shrouded in a sense of foreboding. Ling Jia forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. Holy female. You must be mistaken. The high priest has always shunned women. He is unsuitable for the role of beast husband. High priest Wei Xiaodong gazed at the vacant space before the large window, where a stone table and several stone stools rested. Thus, there was no need for him to resort to force. The chaos furnace had already recognized him as its master. In stark contrast to the thunderous roars from the knights, the forest rangers and jungle hunters remained relatively quiet, having held their ground for an extended period without either side initiating an attack. Tian Bodwang strode toward the control center, inquiring about the recent events. Upon his inquiry, the sergeant relayed the information he had just received. At 3 a.m. today, a gang launched a powerful assault on the A1 planet base in front of the Stargate, seizing control of the facility. A super genius is a rare find. A nation may celebrate the emergence of one in a century, let alone 7 at once. The convergence of 7 high IQ super geniuses signifies what? The potential to transform the entire world. One can only fear that even your sister may one day be exploited. At this juncture, our sole recourse is to eliminate unnecessary troubles. Regardless of whose they are, anything detrimental to the Kai family must be eradicated. I suspect the Kuai family operates similarly. Kai Feng remarked. With a thunderous crash, 7 crimson electric chains burst forth from the point of impact between the red shadow and the azure light screen, shattering the temporary magical shield erected by Wei Wuxian. Ling Taidao noted, it's a long story. He was jolted back to reality after Su Ming subtly pinched him. To Shi Hong's surprise, the majority of the casualties were disciples of the Slaughter sect, while the concubines of Master Qin Yao suffered relatively fewer losses, as they observed more and more people arriving. Despite the shock of witnessing the illusion's appearance, there were also those among them with ill intentions toward Bai Feng. In the central path, the Han army had already engaged in a decisive battle with the Qi Yan tribe, the sounds of slaughter echoing through the air. This time, there would be no display of extraordinary prowess. It was a genuine battlefield clash. Infantry and cavalry intertwined, with the clash of swords and spears causing blood to splatter. Here, human life was as cheap as paper. Dissatisfied? What grievances could you possibly hold? If it were not for my reluctance to bully you, merely the presence of the Grand Sage would suffice to sweep away your entire Yuyang. You country bumpkins know only of mortal strength. How could you comprehend the world of the formidable? Yet, Cha harbored no concerns regarding any tricks that Mo Feng might employ. At this moment, the slightly late Mame entered the CD store but found no trace of me. Warner, let us not waste this splendid evening. Hani gently laid his ailing wife upon the couch, tenderly assisting her in loosening her garments. Ping Baoyan remarked, do you think that cleverness and capability alone can secure an official position? When it comes to intelligence and capability, not to mention in our bureau, there are several graduates who surpass me. I hardly stand a chance. The sole advantage of such a battle might be that the victor could command the vanquished, provided it was not overly excessive. In that case, the defeated must heed the victor's orders, of course, should matters escalate beyond reason. Hakurii Raima would still come calling for tea. Witnessing the economy of Qionghai Island multiply 50-fold, many would likely be taken aback and find it hard to believe. Such a figure is simply astonishing. While Zhang Kong's triumphant declaration stirred up excitement within the NBA, a piece of grim news from his homeland abruptly jolted him back to reality. 051. A family reunion. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. Su Xiao counted the people once more, her irritation evident as she exclaimed, how long must we keep them tied up? Release them. Ling Bo stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Su Xiao's third brother. Her eldest brother, Su Jin, looked on with suspicion, asking, little sister, what is happening? Were they not supposed to have captured you? Why do they obey your commands? Ling Jiao replied with a sardonic smile, explaining that Su Xiyao, the youngest daughter of the Linghu clan, had undergone testing, revealing that the underground creatures blocking their path were growing increasingly formidable. Moreover, some particularly dangerous underground beings had emerged. Some possessing lethal toxins, while others could self-destruct, wreaking havoc. Their greatest concern revolved around this issue, and the current situation was beginning to clarify matters. Fei Fei and Murong Mingyan were new classmates, and Guo Tingting urged not to make things difficult for Murong Mingyan any further. Although she held a poor impression of Murong Mingyan's arrogance, she did not wish for any rifts in the unity of Class 7. The girl curled up in the corner, weeping uncontrollably, was the true victim of the entire affair. Was it possible to bypass her and grasp the full story? Enough with the trivialities, they must press on. For this nation cannot afford to leave a single warrior behind. A voice, heavy with the scent of blood, echoed from an unknown source. Boss Wan took a deep breath, resolving to remain composed, refusing to let anger cloud his judgment. Chu Yunyang, now retired and enjoying a peaceful life, immediately purchased a ticket from Nanyang to Kyoto upon hearing of Li Youqian's troubles, vowing to assist in the search for his parents. Certain matters had been made abundantly clear. The parties involved should have comprehended the situation, though they had not anticipated such developments. It was only when confronted with these issues that one could truly grasp the gravity of their predicament. In the end, with assistance from the other shore, Fan Fei acquired the orange axe of the ADS, the Shadow of Sorrow, along with the reins of the blood-colored Death Warhorse. Coupled with the long-standing grievances between Okada Hiroshi and Shaft's president, Nakao Hiroshi, as well as Chinhan's friend, Murayama Masao, their relationships were naturally strained, resulting in several conflicts to date. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you farewell, Lin Feng announced, waving his hand before ascending on his sword alongside Tai Xia, soaring into the distance. Moreover, Luo Feng lacked any formidable backing. He could rely solely on his own strength. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, bewildered by the unfolding events. How could she possibly be in his father's hospital room? Did she know of her true lineage? From Han Tu began to falter, and Lin Feng embraced her tightly, slowly realizing that the mystical energy within this cave was unlike anything he had experienced before. Wan Xinru, who had always been innocent, found herself confessing such embarrassing matters to two seasoned warriors. Diamonrong leaned in, attentively absorbing the stall owner's words and committing them to memory. Let me take you home. You've had too much to drink and cannot drive, Ai Shaya suggested, approaching to support Li Moran. Xing'er, sobbing and disheveled, fled the scene, leaving Diamonrong, Mo Yang, and Gong Roma behind. Is there nothing to celebrate, or shall we face a severe beating? The cold voice of the young master suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Catching Yuan off guard, Shi Ranchi found herself at a loss for words, pouting playfully before exiting the office, while Qi Yuanzhong hurriedly attempted to smooth things over, sending Chanqian back to work. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old 8 squad led by Zhang Ying and the Liao family's bodyguards led by Biao Ge quietly encircled them. Upon witnessing the spirited expression of old Master Miao, Chinda smiled slightly and approached him directly. 052 set a trap for her. Su Sheng, the cunning old fox, and Su Jingjing, the little fox. What schemes were they plotting? Being members of the Linghu clan, why must they engage in mutual destruction? A disgraceful bunch indeed. Su Mo was filled with rage, itching to grab these two miscreants and give them a good thrashing. Su Jin spoke in a low voice, noting that Su Zheng had always been quite arrogant. This was not the first time he had targeted them. He would be delighted to drive away all the male beast men surrounding their mother, having already expelled her 5th beast husband. Upon hearing Bai Qi Zheng mention the name Li Xiao, all present turned pale and hastily directed their gazes toward Li Xiaozong. Due to the extensive use of golden silk nanmu wood for the crafting of coffins, it was on the brink of extinction. Those who employed it were never ordinary individuals. The boat-shaped coffin discovered in the Golden Triangle, crafted from golden silk nanmu wood, bore a striking resemblance to the burial customs of ancient Huaxia Estian and Chuan regions. In the western wing of the Yin Prefecture Government Office, Meng Tong, the personal guard of Chai Shao, was deep in slumber. He had returned to his quarters only at the hour of the pig after a night shift, and fatigue had swiftly overtaken him. However, some leaders deemed it excessively extravagant. They felt that a simple off-road vehicle sufficed, questioning whether flying to meetings might tarnish the image of the special administrative region. Zhang Pinghai and the cunning rabbit easily freed themselves from their bonds, locating the swords and provisions that their master had prepared in advance, and quietly departed from their camp. Not long into their journey, they were suddenly startled by the appearance of an individual, prompting Zhang Pinghai and the cunning rabbit to immediately adopt a defensive stance. Currently, the remnants of the page demon fox were not as malicious as initially perceived. He found himself contemplating aiding the page demon fox. Yet, as this thought began to germinate, the heavens abruptly transformed, with countless bolts of lightning flickering ominously across the darkened sky. Wood Sun, drenched to the bone, opened his eyes and without hesitation retrieved a Du-Yi-Dan from his Chin Kuan ring. At present, the construction site, along with the Marine Police and Fishing Administration personnel, numbered in the hundreds, necessitating the purchase of seafood from fishermen to enrich their meals. The fishermen presented their finest catches for the soldiers to select, and the exchange of money was a mere formality. He had not yet formulated a plan, thinking perhaps he would address it later. Wang Wei kept his thoughts to himself, though in truth, he had already determined to use it for alchemy. The legacy of the divine physician sect included recipes utilizing dragon saliva for medicinal concoctions. However, he had previously lacked access to dragon saliva and had no means to procure it, thus he had not scrutinized those recipes closely. As she remarked, "Did you not see last year's Spring Festival Gala? They were busy rehearsing for this year's event." She had mentioned wanting to return after the Spring Festival. Yang Yiyun spoke no more, feeling a surge within as dark battle armor enveloped him entirely, leaving only his resolute eyes visible beneath the helmet. As the words of Feng Xiao echoed, hundreds of eyes instinctively turned toward a corner at the back of the training ground. At that moment, Yaya too was cast into an excavator by the first-generation ancestor, who floated in midair, seemingly awaiting someone. As two streaks of light traversed the horizon, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Mere moments ago, Second Lieutenant Lei Si had been murmuring only his name and rank. Now he spoke with unrestrained candor. In the world of the beastmen, the hierarchy was far more rigid than among humans. A creature like the divine dragon, an existence surpassing the 9th rank, would have turned the land into a river of blood had any beast dared to infringe upon it during its prime. Regardless of who it might be, it mattered little. No matter the intentions of the individual with the surname Bai, it seemed unlikely they would seek to harm her at present. These 30 or so individuals could be regarded as seasoned miscreants. I would not dare claim I could overcome them all, let alone Wu Hua and Chen Yu. The ferret let out an excited chirp, unable to contain its exuberance, for at its core, the ferret had never been a docile creature. 053. The malicious female has been thoroughly exposed. Su Jingjing entered Jiang Ling's room and beheld the still slumbering figure of Jiang Ling, her eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang Ling, it is your own gullibility that has led you here. Who prompted you to willingly meet Su Xiyao? This is your fate. Su Jingjing gradually approached Jiang Ling, clutching a pill in her hand, her voice laced with malice as she declared, I shall ensure you never awaken. You shall remain in eternal slumber. Only by your demise can it be proven that Su Xiao's medicine is flawed. This is the only way. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a hand materialized from thin air, crashing into the surrounding chains of law. Shang Jingxing intended to inquire about certain matters, but the disorienting sensation of teleportation struck once more, plunging him into darkness before illuminating his surroundings again. They all found themselves back in the original cave. The sole difference being that the merit light curtain had vanished without a trace, and a passageway had appeared behind the treasures. It seemed that the cultivators of the same sect had formed groups, with the more leisurely and uncoordinated practitioners merging into smaller teams. One thing was certain. Their intentions to recruit him were genuine, devoid of any malice. She was tempted to inquire about the reason for forfeiting, but given their evident animosity, such a question was impossible to voice. Thus, she kept her thoughts to herself, and Shang Jingxing found some satisfaction in her struggle to contain her emotions. Upon reaching Yinmen, it was not Jin Hingguang who came to greet them, but rather Qin Che. The sight of the respectful Qin Che, along with a handful of soldiers behind him, took Il Hanxiang by surprise. As the king of finance, he was astute enough to notice the flow of billions. How would he feel if he discovered that Qiang Zihui was backing him? If he could mobilize 10 billion this time, would it enable him to once again leverage the power of Qiang Zihui as the financial battle intensified? Had the deceiver merely swapped one? Or had they replaced all the newborn records from that year? Yet, the outcome was that the Song family fell, while the Ling family found themselves in a rather awkward position, having failed to ally with the Song family and nearly facing repercussions instead. Such an attitude flattered the middle-aged man, causing him to adopt an even more reserved demeanor. The six of us settled down, with Lu Qing diligently pouring water and wine for his father, mother, myself, and Yue Hong, while also serving a drink to Yulan, who was nestled on my lap, embraced by my left arm. Old Meng circled the area, and Fong Lang issued another order, his gaze sharpening once again as the intent to kill resurfaced. Uncle, I don't like anyone else. I only like you. I would never go on a date with anyone else, you silly man. I detest you. Gu Ming was both angry and saddened, nostalgically recalling the domineering uncle from her past. Consequently, Fong Lang's hands attacked Wei Xiao, and before long, Wei Xiao was sprawled on the ground. Director Lin, but I cannot drink. I get drunk even from beer, and just the scent of Baijiu makes me tipsy. I find myself in a bit of a predicament. The two children returned to Amsterdam, brimming with excitement, discussing various delectable foods as they disembarked from the train. As for notions of setting sail to form a pirate crew and swiftly overpowering the 7 warlords to ascend to the 4 emperors' throne, such ideas were utterly absurd and did not cross Fong Lang's mind. Upon hearing those words, Brother Zhu and the others reacted, recalling numerous rumors surrounding me. For a moment, my sister appeared somewhat astonished. Sister Qinshin? He could only perceive the person before him as Zhao Qinshin, her captivating and fiery gaze rendering him spellbound. John's words were quite brusque, leaving no room for courtesy. Su Ling, with an air of superiority, certainly could not accept this. And as he reached out to point at Jiang, he was swiftly brushed aside before he could utter a word. However, judging by He Linfeng's expression, it seemed he was unaware that He Lanxue was also involved in this operation. 054. Compel him to reveal his true nature. As dawn broke, the vicinity of the sacrificial altar in the imperial capital was already surrounded by a multitude of beast men. Su Jingjing was bound tightly. Trembling as she knelt upon the sacrificial altar, her eyes devoid of light as she stared blankly into the air. Little did she imagine that she would find herself in such a dire predicament. It turned out that Jiang Ling had been pushed down by Su Jingjing, revealing the maliciousness of her character. Our gentle females are typically innocent and carefree. How could one turn out so wicked? The television station intended to conduct interviews with them. The families of the rescued were eager to treat them to meals and present them with red envelopes. Xia Chan and her companions concluded a day of rigorous training. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, while other competitors, who had not trained as hard, continued their drills. Xia Chan mentioned that Dr. Xing had settled in Luoqing and urged her subordinates to escort him promptly. As she spoke, she prepared to depart. The enemy was also capable of gliding. Master Yi had clearly informed them that such a skill was only taught through specialized training in exorcism, further solidifying the identity of the approaching foes as exorcists. Indeed, as Xiyao had stated, each of them emanated energy, their prowess unmistakable. At this moment, Li Daoyu had come to provide me with an explanation, had he not? Just as the words left my lips, the moonlight around us took on a faint crimson hue. The sacred and ethereal atmosphere gradually turning eerie and terrifying, the white osmanthus appearing almost bloodstained in its vividness. The following day, when Mushichuan and I arrived at the company, it was no surprise that the gaze of every employee converged upon me, their expressions filled with astonishment. Moreover, the Zhang family's position was merely to avoid involvement in disputes, not to offend the royal family. Since Lu Yi ventured into the Han River and dove several hundred meters, he had yet to encounter a single shrimp soldier, which was utterly illogical. The reason so many had never truly mastered this fundamental yet authentic technique was manifold. Tang Xing crouched by the bedside, inadvertently pressing down on Shi Shuiyue's right hand. As soon as Shi Shuiyue awoke, Tang Xing followed suit. This bizarre occurrence spread swiftly, becoming the talk of Anchuan, with discussions erupting in every street and alley. The owner of the Yeye Tower, having heard of this, reported the matter to the authorities, claiming a sorcerer had deceived them out of a lavish banquet, requesting the governor to investigate. Sisterson, do not concern yourself. I have always believed that a man should possess the spirit to sweep through the heavens. I thought you possessed discerning insight, yet I find myself utterly disappointed, lamented Loxian. Fiona, noticing Yunjia's anxious expression, sensed trouble. Without hesitation, she advanced and slapped Lisa. He could not fathom what this venerable figure was doing. Although his father had gained renown for nearly 10 millennia, it was unfathomable for an emperor-level elder to kneel before him. Shui had always been obedient to him. The two stood on either side, peering out over the majestic Great Wall, which retained its grandeur even by night. The youth pondered, his earlier joy fading into quiet despondency. He squatted down to pick up a fragment of white bone, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. Moreover, to rescue someone amid such a multitude of guards without engaging in combat, and without revealing even a glimpse of one's form, was a feat that Jean Million was certain Yu Xiaodian could not accomplish. The sword's intent, a true dragon shimmering with azure scales, suddenly roared, soaring upwards instead of thrashing about chaotically as it had before. Upon reaching your territory, do you believe you can act as you please? Do you think there are such fools in this world? Wu Hao remarked, casting a calm glance at the youth. This was akin to Long Imo getting lost due to severe injuries. Both Luo Shuiyao and Mu Yufeng fell unconscious, only to awaken in this lush, verdant forest, a truly unfathomable occurrence. The only course of action left for him was to submit a memorial to Zhu Yuanzhang. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had somewhat altered his disposition, convincing him to entirely oppose a punishment he had previously supported was no easy task. After Yang Xiling uttered these words, she completely lost her sanity, lunging at Chu Feng like a wild beast, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Choosing a streamer from this category inevitably attracted less popularity than those from other classifications, often inciting scorn from viewers. This world was the homeland of deities from the upper realm. His audacity to wage war indicated his profound self-assurance. Jiang De waved his hand again, and another guard entered, carrying a sack covered in dust, its filthy appearance causing Zhao Ji and the others to frown. Though Ma Chao had long been a warrior on the battlefield, he had seldom dabbled in formations. The only one he was familiar with was the long snake formation set by Han Wei and Jiasu during the campaign against Chang King Beigong Boyo. Shui Yezi caressed the Manjasaka and suddenly reflected upon herself and the past, yielding a melancholic smile. I find it difficult to comprehend why one would wish to appear like a lantern during the spring festival, believing such an appearance would bring joy and satisfaction. Yun Tu spoke while retrieving a long whip, and Ni Lingling naturally expressed her gratitude once more. The sound of fabric rustling echoed from within the curtains. Shortly thereafter, the drapery was lifted to reveal a fair visage. The ceremony at Mount Tai granted emperors divine recognition, symbolizing their legitimacy as sovereigns. This ancient ritual became unique to Mount Tai, forming a significant aspect of its worship and belief. A multitude of bottles and jars shattered on the ground with a tremendous crash, the glass splintering into shards as various colored liquids pooled into a serpentine stream upon the floor. The Empress Dowager seemed to struggle for a moment before suddenly widening her eyes. Someone, That girl Yi intends to harm me. The Empress Dowager erupted in agitation, muttering incoherently. On another note, Sister One appeared unwilling for him to meet the spirit turtle, merely telling Ning Ning that he wished to see her. He grasped the situation fairly well. As the meeting concluded, Captain Song directed everyone to return and prepare, as he too needed to arrange all related matters and equipment. Consequently, their departure was scheduled for a week later. Zhang Jiao had 70,000 soldiers under Song Lu. Did he fear the absence of those 5,000 captives? A smile crept onto Zhao Yi's lips as they sent Jian Li out from the loosely defended northern front. The sight of Jian Li and Lu Ben slowly disappearing into the darkness brought a faint smile to Qiu Liju's face. However, after just a few steps, he heard a cacophony of battle cries from behind. Qinlan inquired, not with the curious eyes of gossip, but with earnest concern, leaving Yin Shishio unable to assert a definitive response. Throughout the journey, he sensed a heavy, ominous presence behind him, an instinctual awareness of formidable foes lurking nearby. The ever-elusive Fu Yu loomed like an inescapable shadow. Although he could leave Xiyao in a wretched state, he was acutely aware of the significant price that would entail. 055, a complete downfall, an unknown system of talent. In merely half a day's time, news spread throughout the imperial capital. Su Zheng audaciously abducted the great prince Ling Sheng as leverage, commanding the black armored guards to release Su Jingjing. Concerned for Ling Sheng's life, the black armored guard unit had no choice but to comply, only to find themselves captured by Su Zheng's forces. In the face of the Beast King's injustice, the Spirit Fox clan resolved to confront the challenge. The Lion tribe is unworthy of kingship, and thus, it is our Fox clan that shall assume that role. This is the genuine essence of Su. Blood has stained her bare body, and she bears almost no intact flesh upon her. Yet, it requires the presence of others to effect change. Kangxi doused Zhou Yu with a dose of cold reality, for the Yabo people are notoriously cunning. Had they not arrived unexpectedly today, Qiu Si and his attendants would not have revealed themselves. Cheng Jingchuan once believed Qiu Si's weakness lay in the autumn scenery, which had granted him a moment of relief. A being devoid of weaknesses is undeniably formidable. The empty mountains lay still, and the night was chillingly serene. As Fu Hongxue pressed forward, she saw no one. Yet upon turning back, a lantern caught her eye. Her spirit soared, and before he could react, she grasped his hand that clutched a knife. She was certain that Li Xuanhuan would fulfill this promise, and she trusted that he would never divulge this secret. There is no soul in this world who does not place their faith in Li Xuanhuan, not even his adversaries. Due to Qianlai reallocating many senior employees to other cities, the staff here comprised many new faces, but fortunately Ling Er was present. They understood that in such situations, disobedience would only bring more trouble to Zhang Zhiping. Past instances had proven this, ultimately leading to increased complications for him. Thus, they had no choice but to follow Zhang Zhiping's orders, quietly exiting the tent to make further arrangements. All right, enough, stop talking. Tian Mo could no longer endure it. And even Mei Er could not suppress her laughter. As anticipated by Song Ming, just 10 steps beyond, his gaze swept over the gravel beneath. And with his mental energy extending outward, he suddenly sensed a distinct difference in the ground. However, the electric baton, usually light, now felt as heavy as a mountain. Their strength mere drops in a bucket, utterly ineffective. My beloved, I am uncertain whether this return to Jiankong is a blessing or a curse. After a long pause, Sima Yao finally spoke in a low voice. Thus, Tian Mo retrieved a beautifully woven hat from his ring, a splendid artifact, though its specific level remained unknown. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, the strongest being of Haotian continent, upon attaining the status of martial emperor, held a heavenly sacrifice here, invoking an extraordinary phenomenon that brought forth torrential rains of spiritual essence, lasting for 100 years, which ushered in a millennium of martial prosperity, giving rise to the name of Chaotian City. All right, you choose the time to call me, and I will give you a 20% discount, said the plump ant before stepping out to attend to other customers. Having said so much, do you possess concrete evidence? Song Ming, naturally skeptical, replied coldly. I advanced further and observed that many bronze coffins had been hollowed out. Their interiors were vast, transforming into the resting place for the four-handed beasts. Looking around, I was overwhelmed by their multitude, and fear began to creep in once more. Some streamers may vanish after merely a month, half a month, or even a week. Such occurrences are quite ordinary. She harbored no concern for her parents, for she understood Jiang Jinruin's character. He would certainly care for them exceptionally well. The person she sought remained the same as before, Su Zitsai. However, her approach this time was tinged with joy rather than the anger of their previous encounter. Kabining had attacked the vicinity of Juyong for about 10 days, suffering losses and failing to breach the defenses of Juyong, and Xiaolua. He sought to circumvent this direction and plunder the 3 regions of Yuyong, Guangyang, and Daijun. 056, the true form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. According to system analysis, this unknown attribute is a branch of mental powers, a form of telekinesis that inflicts both physical and psychological anguish upon its victims. The higher the level, the more intense the suffering. A branch of mental powers? It seems far more formidable than my own SS-level mental strength. Su Shio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jin Bao, can my mental strength be extended? Of course, as long as you accumulate 50,000 points. The atmosphere in the jungle was stifling and humid. At this moment, the corpse of the Hunan man had begun to decay slowly, with foul maggots already emerging from it. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a noxious odor. Suddenly, a vampire baron found himself cornered. In his final moments, he chose to fight back fiercely. Delsha wishes to accompany you. Can you take him along? Hank pointed to Delsha, who looked eagerly at Hao Yin, and added, Delsha is well versed in the habits of the armored turtles and flame dragons, and will surely provide you with invaluable assistance. The two young men, clearly of European descent, exchanged glances and meticulously examined the sign before confirming it was the place others had mentioned, thus stepping inside. However, unbeknownst to them, the three ancient sects and the 7 formidable leaders of the demon clan had already covertly arrived at the starry sacred land the moment Yixian issued that decree. After hanging up the phone, Hazy fell into contemplation. What kind of logic was this? How could there be no shadows at all? Did his large convoy really lack any trace? In this world, even if one could deceive radar, it was inconceivable to elude the naked eye. As a planner, one must remain unperturbed. Feng was certainly not a fussy person. Rest assured, Taifu, if I cannot persuade Yuan to return, I shall send him on his way alongside Liu Bei and Shani. Lin Miao Jia, may I borrow your phone? And the car. Louis Fei shouted loudly upon entering the room. He was acutely aware of the grave consequences of killing Haman. The entire axis might very well collapse. If he wished to survive, he must employ some celestial-level martial arts, perhaps even the precious dragon tooth sword. Moreover, the yin-yang wheel, as Kong Chongfeng's innate treasure, was intricately linked to his essence. It could be said that the yin-yang wheel was a second version of himself. After several years of smooth sailing, Zhang Yuefan found herself increasingly irritable in recent times, lacking the patience to continue. Not to mention the identity of the Protectorate Prince. The privileges bestowed upon him by the Emperor hinted that in the future, particularly in the northern territories against the Xiongnu, there would be no further obstacles. The tall and slender individual was named Linda, while the seemingly honest and stout man was Zhao Rong. Both Linda and Zhao Rong hailed from official families, albeit with modest positions. Being idlers, they shared a common disposition with the original owner, engaging in numerous disreputable activities together. Qin Wei's commanding voice interrupted Lu Qi's thoughts, prompting him to rush over to the side of the Su Qin Wang. Qin He, unperturbed by the situation, remembered that the purpose of their visit was to negotiate business, not to compare merits. Moreover, if the management of this tavern were entrusted to him, it would undoubtedly surpass the one across the street. His void escape relied on the strength of his divine consciousness. The more solid it became, the further its range extended, consequently allowing him to escape greater distances. At the entrance, Luo Xiyan smiled as he watched the Zhu family's carriage gradually drive away until it turned the corner. When Rongchun departed, he cast a complex glance at Pei Huayan, who merely offered a faint smirk, seemingly mocking him. Newcomers could only join if granted permission by the legitimate host, otherwise, they would be relegated to a secondary status. 057, Sweet Apricot is in labor. What brings you here? A deep, magnetic voice resonated, sending chills down the spine. I heard from the Grand Elder that you were recuperating from exhausting efforts to purify Munan's toxins. To express my gratitude, I personally brewed vegetable and meat porridge for you to taste. Can you revert to your human form now? Xiyao extended the bowl filled with vegetable and meat porridge towards him, and as she inhaled the aroma, the tail of the nine-tailed fox swayed with delight. Even transformed into a beast, it let out a painful howl as the captain of the ship, with a swift motion, pierced through the beast's jaw, leading it straight to the heavens. Here in Ingjian, all the blood curses converged. Mu Fengye returned to the ground with a vessel containing the blood curses, where approximately a dozen vials lay scattered, each filled with concentrated essence, sufficient for every former blood curse practitioner in the world to reclaim their past identities. Enigmatic and mysterious. Yun had no intention of letting you slip away. At the moment the blade struck the phantom, Yin Yu's voice of anger resonated in the air. The treasures obtained from the divine mountain shall be divided equally between us. Yun will surely keep his promise. In the face of the soul binding before him, Yin Yu regarded it with utter contempt. Of course, we shall rest. Do you expect us to spend the night within the gates of the Red Robe? Feng Ryu retorted with annoyance. At the instant of the Blood Hand's explosion, a fierce red light surged forth with astonishing speed, hurtling directly towards Zhao Ming. Moving so swiftly that only a fleeting glimpse of red could be perceived, Lai San was quite cooperative, and Yizhu felt relieved, seldom interrupting, mostly maintaining a stoic demeanor as he listened to Lai San's lengthy narration. Yang Jian realized that this was yet another instance of Ao Long teasing him. Ultimately, Yang chose silence. It was the best way to conclude the matter. In the next moment, beneath the water, the octopus lunged like a bullet, swiftly targeting a swimming fish. Observing the now desolate private room, Yang Haoxian gripped his wine glass tightly, and with immense force, the glass shattered into countless fragments upon the ground. Yet not a single shard pierced his palm. It may not be so simple. That individual dared to set up a barrier, clearly anticipating your move. Qin Baoyu's expression turned grave. At this moment, he hoped that Xia Tian's speculation held truth. If Yin Zimo truly was that mysterious figure, they might still have a chance of escape. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yang Hui, have you heard the saying a lazy donkey on a millstone produces much waste? Qin Ji remarked, observing Yang Hui returning from the restroom for the third time, unable to restrain his urge to speak. Aha, see you. You are truly mischievous. Playing with me on purpose. Qin Haoran blinked, bashfully stroking Lang Siyu's hand and timidly inquiring. Su Zimo let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that these two individuals could not be placed together, for their union would inevitably lead to conflict. With the bait now cast, he would temporarily abandon the notion of having Gu Zizi marry Li Li, devoting himself entirely to the search for Ruyan. Upon hearing Yixian's words, Mr. and Mrs. Xiang were utterly elated, believing they had encountered a benefactor. It was also at that moment that Lu Yueshi found her stepsister rather intimidating, and she resolved not to show any mercy when the opportunity arose. Instantly, Sun Wuji's flesh withered rapidly, as all vitality and spirit were drawn into Chu Feng's eyes. Was this your intention? To evoke my emotions deliberately? Chu Sha smiled radiantly, captivating all hearts. However, Sunny appeared as if he had emerged from thin air. Before being picked up by the pair of cleaners, there was a complete void regarding his origins, leaving everyone in the dark about whence he came. The alchemist, who had been recklessly releasing toxins in the lead, was utterly baffled. Could it be that his own flatulence was so foul that it disoriented the opposition? Or was it that they would rather turn to face death than endure another whiff of that acrid gas? Could this situation be likened to a mantis stalking its prey while a snowman lurks behind? Upon witnessing this, Yu Luo could not help but utter a rather unhumorous quip. 058. The tumultuous phase of Xichen. Su Shiyu decisively exchanged for the quick childbirth elixir and approached Tianqing, soothingly saying, Do not worry, Tianqing. Your two little ones will soon arrive to meet you. Just hold on a little longer. Tianqing's eyes sharpened in focus as she gazed at Su Shiyao. Tears welling up as she lamented, Holy female, I was blind to mistake Su Jingjing for a friend, only to be betrayed into a difficult labor. When you were expelled from the imperial capital, I failed to speak up for you. It was my fault. For days had passed without a trace of the whale. The three brothers were increasingly anxious, urging the warship to change course repeatedly as it drifted across the sea. The two exceptionally handsome young gentlemen garnered the admiration of almost everyone present. After Zhang Xiu surrendered to Cao Cao, the latter praised Ucheir for his bravery and awarded him gold. Mui was momentarily stunned during his spiritual communication with the fragrant weavings. He had only learned her name without knowing her surname. Now, upon observing their ears and tails, he recalled the two ancestral strongmen of the island nation from his past life, the dual emperors of the fox spirit. Regardless, Yuqingru charged forward, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent one ruffian flying and another crashing through glass like a turtle. My lord, please do not be angry. My purpose in descending is quite simple. I represent my master and all the troops of Qinsong, seeking to pledge allegiance to the prince. I wonder if Colonel Xiahou has the authority to make decisions, Shui'er stated. Li Mingyu sensed Su Yang's hostility, but feigned indifference as he walked beside Jumui. Yes, Prince, Yu'er replied, moving to assist Fu Lin with his attire, later serving him as he washed up. The formation spirit surged forth, its spear sweeping through and colliding with the array-breaking technique. The demonic energy intertwined, dissipating, and then recoalescing, resulting in another clash. Let me go. I belong to an assassination family. If you continue to act so rudely, I will not spare you. Hong Lai struggled against Lan Qing's grip. Having discerned the stature of the individuals behind the scenes, Fang Yu no longer desired to engage in frivolous antics. He gently extracted a fire talisman from his inventory and sent it flying towards the offering. Faced with such a searing gaze, even a glutton for punishment like Lien Xiao had to accept the situation, recalling the appearance of the bull's horned arrangement as he spoke briefly. This immediately drew the attention of everyone present. After all, the trio's beauty was simply too captivating, especially with their news posted on the announcement board. Hearing Fang Yao's words, Lu Lijun could only silently nod towards Fang Yao and his companion. After a brief rest, the polo match was set to commence, with one team led by Xia Rushi and the other by Qin Chi Feng. Yes, Sunda responded, soaring towards the mountain's peak. From a distance, the clashing of weapons echoed, and as Sunda accelerated toward the villa, the sounds of battle grew louder, revealing a scene of chaos upon his arrival. Yet, I never anticipated that today I would fall into another's trap. Yin Nanchuan lamented, recounting the pivotal moment. It was said that an indiscreet individual had left only to turn back after a few steps. By the way, this middle-aged man, if you sell to us again, you'll learn which parts of your body can float on water. Despite Zhang Ming being intimidated by her ostentatious demeanor, Lian Xiao gazed out into the endless darkness of the land, feeling a sense of pride as if declaring, This is the empire I have built. The two soon clashed once more. The monk fought with increasing ferocity as if under the influence of a potent elixir, frustrating Xiao Hen, who quickly abandoned the idea of defeating him through conventional means and opted instead for more cunning tactics. Players around the archway swiftly dodged the collapsing debris from above, while those at a distance gazed in astonishment at the descending Xiao Hen. Their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Perhaps it was in Changpu's optimism that lightened Qin Runan's previously heavy mood, rekindling her spirit. Arrogant, stubborn, unstable, rigid, irresponsible. Living in a dream, unrealistic, inflexible, stagnant, eccentric, misguided, emotionally volatile. The rare collection borrowed yesterday seemed to contain a detailed account of this maritime battle. If carefully compiled and restored, it could yield some valuable insights. The undead pondered that, aside from its questionable reliability, the gem was indeed quite remarkable. especially in terms of simulation and disguise. However, with her mother incapacitated and household matters needing attention, coupled with the encroaching darkness, she found herself delayed. It won't be like last time with Wanli, where not only did I fail to deal with him, but I also gave him the chance to place himself on the offering table. I can't reach out now, can I? Sima Nin chuckled, silencing Hong with his gaze. How could Zhu Anbang, acutely sensitive to his sister's reactions, fail to interpret the meaning behind her current utterances? Was there truly no hope for her recovery? He strode through the door, first laying his eyes upon his sister's face. The release felt unintentional, as if a natural deterioration that went unnoticed. Yet Wan Zhan lingered for a long time before stepping into the entertainment hall. Just then, a man clad in red approached them, exuding an elegant grace and composure. He stepped forward, and upon closing the distance, smiled charmingly. Go find them, eliminate them, and reduce the number of casualties in the impending cataclysm. Thus, I may redeem myself. Yet, a few undaunted third-tier demon beasts approached to harass Long Ting and his companions. After all, demon beasts could sometimes be provoked by primal combat instincts, attacking without purpose. Wei Ling and Wei Zi had now fully mastered the battle puppet left over from their past lives. In the future, should they wish to advance further, it would depend solely on their own efforts. 059, a grand matchmaking event. Depart? Xiyao grasped the crux of the conversation. Where was he planning to go? To the place of exile? No, the high priest had stated that he would distance himself from the imperial capital. For even the land of banishment could not confine someone who had completely succumbed to beastliness. If circumstances allowed, he would seek the origin of the nine-tailed fox, intending to spend the remainder of his life there. Yet, in my recollection, the reproductive capacity of the nine-tailed fox clan was exceedingly low, and over time, few of their kin remained in this beastly world. The so-called origin referred to a place that Xiyao suspected she had transformed into a robot, akin to one whose joints had rusted and become immobile. Stiffly, she turned to face the man, so tense that she could almost hear the clicking sound of her neck as it moved. He snatched her bag and the shelf she was holding, depositing them into the trunk of the car, before cramming both her and her brother into the back seat. If you truly have a need, just let me know, and I shall see how I can assist, Song Hai remarked. In the end, Jiyu observed Lu Xian's departing figure, sensing the cold, sweat-soaked fabric clinging to his back, her gaze turning somewhat frosty. After much difficulty in encountering a rare treasure suitable for cultivating spiritual awareness, Duan Ran could hardly consume it outright. The mountain night fell quiet exceptionally early. By around 9 o'clock, the village bore little sign of life. Damn, this brother is truly invincible. It turned out that this beam of light possessed the most perverse effect of reducing the enemy's health and transferring it to himself, meaning that if no one could unravel his ghostly form, he might find it exceedingly difficult to meet his end. Mingyi then recalled that earlier, Physician Li had mentioned returning in a few days to properly check on Wei Qingqing's pulse. He imagined that by then, he would likely have sensed something amiss. Having witnessed the might of nature's thunder and lightning, they hesitated upon seeing similar phenomena emanating from the eggs. Since Brother Su has said so, I shall keep it to myself. If today I were to end your life, I would burn incense and bow in apology each year henceforth, Tang Xin declared. Stepping back to his original position, raising his sword high. Behind the transparent wall, Lin could see a massive creature gliding slowly, its length exceeding 10 meters. Resembling an elephant in form, with 5 limbs, 4 of which appeared jointed, while one resembled a tentacle capable of twisting freely. Just seeing Lin Luo was enough to satisfy her. Observing Lin Luo's strength, she knew he would not keep her waiting long. The robust zombie laughed maniacally as it began to hurl things about. Wang Ba was tossed around pitifully by the powerful undead. Though the elder found it strange, the world was full of wonders. Sure, Qingshan might have encountered fortuitous events or unfortunate incidents, and thus, he did not suspect her of being evil. Meanwhile, the deceased second gate master, Dong Boi, fell into the white giant cauldron, being instantly refined, causing the Tiangui Dihuan 9 in alchemy forbidden technique array to be shattered. At that moment, 6 individuals ascended from the mountains behind the crowd. Some recognized them. One was the sword saint of the Eastern Isles, Takeida Masakazu. Another was the leader of the unholy sect, Feng Tianqing, and the remaining 4 were the remarkable siblings. Kamora, knowing that the behind-the-scenes buyer of the cosmic spirit orbs was a collector, led Choir and the others there to sell the orbs. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps in preparation for a special safe, the collector did not meet with them immediately. Seemingly recalling something, Wang Ba prepared to give up, feeling somewhat fatigued. Nie Xingxiong hesitated, aware that this opportunity was singular, once the battle concluded. Would the remarkable siblings not flee back to Mongolia? How could one capture them then? He glanced at Nie Shilong and Nie Shiyuan, eager to hear their thoughts. 060. 100,000 points, finally acquired. You should not have followed me. The Grand Elder has warned you. I am in a state of frenzy and can hardly control myself. I fear I might inadvertently harm you. You must leave at once. The violent power within Sichin had accumulated to a certain point, his crimson eyes turning cold and merciless, a bloodthirsty aura emanating from his depths. I shall not depart. Su Shiyu raised her hands to soothe him. Sichin. The university winter break arrives earlier than the demanding schedule of high school. There are still a few days until the holiday, and just 2 days ago, Yichuan received a call that his cousin is returning. Director Yang spoke seriously. Li Changfu, report to work tomorrow, and sign a new employment contract with your section chief. The four of them sat around the fire, and it was unclear who initiated the conversation, but they soon began to inquire about Qinyu's origins. Each took their respective scores and could practice separately, then gather on the weekend for a rehearsal. Although time was tight, practicing just this one song would suffice before New Year's. Regardless of the environment in which one grows, survival of the fittest prevails. Those who fail must face the inevitable. Li Changfu merely tugged at his clothing, observing their formal discourse. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted nearby, as it seemed a dispute had arisen, drawing a circle of onlookers. The source of suppressed power within him continued to drive him towards greater heights. Yet, O'Neill was taken aback when the towering martial artist executed a swift and high-quality directional change while moving at high speed, effortlessly bypassing O'Neill and executing a powerful dunk from the left side. Upon witnessing Yuan Xiaoniao, Cao Cao followed suit, his fervent desire to learn from Long Xin evident. The richness of the purple energy made Mo Xing increasingly cautious of the ferocious beasts within. Living in the core area for years and absorbing this energy had inevitably enhanced the beast's strength, contributing to the area's notorious danger. Another officer gently nudged the middle-aged officer's sleeve, reminding him that he was speaking to a student and should be mindful of his approach. Despite this, her expression clearly conveyed, "I am merely being polite. Do not take it too seriously." Elder Gua, having received an aristocratic education from the state of Chu, understood that the distinction between Chu and Jin lay in the former's abundance of talent compared to the latter's larger population. Gazing at Mu Li's enigmatic smile, Mu Jie felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. From the depths of the youth's inscrutable dark eyes, he discerned no emotion, as deep and unfathomable as a secluded pond. The scars on Ruan Minyan's hands and legs drew a frown from Xiao Chuxi. As he attempted to loosen her clothing, Ruan Minyan instinctively pushed him away. Reflecting on how she had fallen asleep from exhaustion on the bed, Ruan Minyan felt a surge of frustration. Lowering her gaze, she concealed her shimmering eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, bit down on Si Liang's chest. Mo Xing personally arranged the new home for himself and Mo Shihan, utilizing various precious materials that were seldom seen in the mundane world. The residence was adorned with elegance and grandeur, and notably, the spiritual energy within was exceptionally rich. As Mo Xing had also arranged a spirit-gathering array using gathering stones on the floor. However, did he truly know how to manipulate the 6 Rinchen dice, reputed to counteract the 1,000 gates? Bidington and Lianbo's hosting was a resounding success. Yian's parents captured numerous photographs, and she secretly urged Yian to ensure he printed copies for her. 061. The Mall Extravaganza. Hold on, Jinbao, one at a time. These are 100,000 points. Su Xiyao's heart raced with excitement as she rubbed her small hands together and pushed open the door to the shopping mall. The third-level supermarket had undergone renovation, with a comprehensive array of daily necessities including toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and sanitary napkins. At last, she could wash her hair without relying on the difficult-to-lather soapwort of the beast world. While beverages and alcohol may not hold paramount importance, they certainly bring joy in moderation. It was only later that he discovered Yenner was pregnant, yet he had forced her to terminate the pregnancy. Initially, he believed they had mutually agreed upon it. But it now seemed otherwise. Come, third aunt, let's hear it. We are family, after all. What is there to hide? Luo Lingjin was incensed by Luo Qingrong's nonchalant demeanor, inwardly cursing the girl for her audacity, yet her face bore a gentle smile as she engaged in casual conversation with Jiang. How long has that house been abandoned? What became of those who perished? Did the local authorities not intervene? I inquired. A glance at Han Juinja revealed that perhaps his excessive affection had dulled his ability to discern truth from falsehood. If those two fellows were present, they would undoubtedly have perceived the nuances immediately, for despite their limited exposure to tumultuous events, each possessed a keen and perceptive heart. Lin Su forced a smile at her reflection in the mirror, though dissatisfaction lingered within her. Time was running out. The surge of energy rushed forth like a tornado. The opposing figure enveloped in a blue radiance, a sign of a 6th-tier quasi-martial sage. With little time remaining, both parties abandoned pretense. Thus, the host naturally sought to gloss over the matter. Dong Itsuan, I have stated that I will return, and what you desire shall also be mine. Is it not bittersweet to be betrayed by one you love? The one you cherish once found solace beneath me, was that not a torment? And Hao Yin's words grew increasingly incisive. Observing the discomfort on his face, a hint of inexplicable amusement gracing his lips. Jihua resided in a luxurious mansion within the upscale residential area of the Northern District, currently under strict surveillance and security. With a tinge of unease and melancholy, the old lady returned to Long Yu's apartment. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Annie seated on the sofa. It's all right, Z. I believe I will feel better once I take the stage. Although she voiced this reassurance, Zhao Zi could clearly sense that Kim Hyo-yun's anxiety had not diminished significantly. Wu Li could evade the threat of a sniper rifle, but it was crucial to understand that it was not merely one sniper rifle aimed at the scene, but a total of 10, an overwhelming challenge to evade. While on paper, Tang Seng was the master of the monkey and the old pig. In reality, it was merely a temporary alliance. The monkey and old pig protected Tang Seng from being devoured, while Tang Seng granted them the title of participants in the journey to the west. The Bald Gang was undeniably a fiercely competitive faction, As long as you possess the capability, any means employed to trample others was acceptable. Otherwise, you would be the one trampled. Isn't Dyer at home? How could she possibly be here, and in such a form? After September 18th, Zhu Qinglong reconnected with various individuals, organizing the Liaoji Black Anti-Japanese Support Association, assuming the role of president, actively fundraising to support the Northeast Volunteer Army. Subsequently, he procured supplies and rations to aid the 19th Route Army in Shanghai's resistance, providing assistance for the battles in Rihe, the Great Wall, and Feng Yuxiang's Chahar allied army. Thunderous roars echoed as the sun seemed to respond to Xingyang's call. Swirling fire clouds began to rotate in the sky, eventually forming colossal fire dragons, each thousands of kilometers wide, descending amidst the thunder from the heavens. 062. Synchronized precognition. This Ling Xing truly seemed incapable of understanding human language, treating my warnings as mere whispers in the wind. Su Shiyu narrowed her eyes, preparing to rise, only to be enveloped in the powerful embrace of Sichin. His silver hair lazily cascaded over his shoulders as he opened his eyes, playfully nuzzling against her shoulder, savoring the faint, sweet fragrance that lingered around her. Stop teasing. The people outside are about to burst in. Su Shiyu could hardly bear his beauty. Taozhua gazed at the scabbard of the short sword, adorned with a splendid peony. At present, it was the deep autumn season, and the two ginkgo trees outside the temple shed their leaves, covering the ground in a golden carpet. The temple was rather desolate due to the absence of festive celebrations, exuding a slight melancholy in the autumn breeze. Suddenly, Zhuge Shuangqiuan felt an intense tension throughout his body. As alarm bells rang in his mind, he quickly assumed a defensive posture. The differences and nuances among various races would be analyzed and optimized by Linger for her master, who primarily needed to comprehend the properties of spiritual energy. Yao Shiqi turned her face away and pushed him gently, saying, "Stop fooling around. Give me the porridge. And you should eat something too." She recalled that she had been taking care of him all day yesterday and likely hadn't eaten herself. It was precisely this excessive repression that led the Su family to consider the union of Su Mayan and Shin Tianwei from the Shin family. Klein chose not to engage in excessive cultivation, understanding the wisdom of moderation and the futility of wasting time on it. "Master, there is no need to thank Linger. It is her duty," she replied, though her mechanical voice bore a slight variation. Chu Qiao smiled and bent down, picking up a pine cone that had fallen to the ground, half embedded in the earth, and rubbed it against her clothing. This was a frigid continent where crimson lightning roared across the black sky, and a biting cold wind swept over the dark cliffs, where a figure suddenly appeared before an altar at the summit. Tianya rubbed her forehead in confusion, pondering what offense she had committed to warrant such an unexpected visitor, who seemed intent on lingering despite her protests, as if he had devised this method to keep her occupied all day. Ling Xiao was correct. Even if the two of them teamed up, they would hardly stand a chance against him, a fact evident from their initial confrontation. Yet, they remained oblivious to Ling Xiao's true purpose for being there. Just when a conflict seemed imminent, he intervened to halt their skirmish. Was it not the right time? The second brother looked at Wu Shirye with a half-smile, sensing an attempt to divert the topic. Faping remained silent, turning his gaze toward the distance, his expression gradually becoming serious, a hint of melancholy flashing across his brow. People of this era seemed to possess a singular focus, only knowing to confront challenges head-on. Particularly Uchiha Tianjima, a quintessential brute, perhaps a commendable ninja, but certainly not a capable leader. Hounan also looked up, and although snow continued to fall, the moonlight seemed to pierce through the heavens, revealing a full moon. That day, a group arrived at the newly developed resort of their branch company, which boasted breathtaking scenery and remarkably fresh air. However, Tianya found it difficult to relax amidst such a serene backdrop. The longer she stayed, the more oppressive she felt, and tears of reluctance began to stream down her face as she resolved to depart early. Thunder rumbled, and the heavens roared. In an instant, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the surrounding woods erupted with the cries of wildlife. However, Lu Dongzhan declined Li Shimon's goodwill, opting instead to leave the Tang dynasty. Mid-sentence, Chu Miao suddenly realized her blunder and quickly turned about to Liang Chen and the chubby man, offering polite smiles. In retrospect, all these events were inextricably linked to Lin Jie. If a knife were at hand, Ma Xianglong might be unable to resist rushing forward to stab Lin Jie directly. 063. The talent attribute roulette. An earthquake? Others were entirely oblivious to their exchange, wearing puzzled expressions. Ling Qing, disinterested in anything else, glared at Sichin, muttering in disbelief. How could this be? The high priest actually survived the frenzy period? Impossible. It shouldn't be. All of this had become his fault. Ling Jia shot him a resentful glare, exclaiming, "It was your fault all along, unfilial child. You drive me to despair." Sighing heavily, Tong Yanqin felt the heavy aura surrounding her gradually dissipate as she vanished down the corridor. She had not mentioned the matter of lifting the weapon ban to Qian Hao. She had only instructed him to steal Ling Yuan, so how did he come to know about the lifting of the weapon ban? After speaking, Qian Hao did not forget to stomp on Li Zixiao's chest twice, blood oozing down his hands, while Li Zixi remained unresponsive beneath his feet. After the referee repeatedly reviewed the finish line footage, it was clear that Li Hongqin's shoulder had crossed the line first. Jun Ninglan cast a deep glance at the vast grassland, silently vowing to rescue Yuzhen and proudly bring her out of the Turkic camp. The leader of the military family, Bing Feng, had clearly expressed his opinion, but the other elders held differing views. Yining wept bitterly, nearly choking on her sobs. Recalling that Aunt Lu had merely been an unrecognized and uncherished concubine in life, the old matron's decision to hastily bury her was a gesture of kindness. Tian Yin gazed in astonishment at the crimson battle sword, instantly transported back to the past. With profound cultivation, a battle sword selected to traverse the horizon. It had to be the Taichung sword without a doubt. However, it had failed to unleash its true power in Wu Xian's hands, which had prevented Tian Yin from recognizing it. Qinyi was not surprised by Zhou Song's choice. The 27th colored brick was set up specifically by him, and he could not accept that the game would end without anyone stepping on it. Li Yi, unlike the others, feared not the enemy's numbers, but rather their artillery. Meanwhile, the Xinzhou Football Club had secured a spot in the top 16, which entitled them to an additional bonus of 500 yuan, bringing the total prize money to a staggering 63 million yuan. Sitting on the throne of confinement, Lu Zong tilted his head to observe the wilderness below. 5 years had allowed him to absorb the entirety of the Snow Mountain Fortress City. Had he not forcibly suppressed his own level, he would have already reached level 3 by now. Jiang Yin saw through the ruse with a single glance. The 6th-ranked Netherworld staff was owned by the Netherworld mage, Xiaofeng Canwei. At the same time, Lu Zong understood why the task-oriented undead servants were grouped in threes. Without one, their team would be invalid. It became evident that the city of Huangchuan, located north of the Debi Mountains and south of the Huai River, was where Zhang Zizhong's 59th Army had ultimately retreated after a fierce battle against the Xiaozhong division. The decision Lu Zong made now would determine whether they would travel at their own expense or on public funds for the next 5 years. Dong Rui remained silent. As they would never perceive it that way, they were unaware of the matters concerning the Xiao family and the Xinyuan clan. Nor did they know how many officials in the Zhou dynasty supported the orthodox rule. Dishes were presented one after another, both cold and hot, meat and vegetables, all served on exquisitely ornate plates, the presentation of the food exceptionally refined. Once the attack targets were confirmed, these aircraft launched numerous high-explosive torpedoes into the sea. These torpedoes locked onto their targets mid-air and swiftly pursued them upon entering the water. Several naval vessels on the surface, including a few escort submarines, could not escape the lock. I heard it's not very fun there. Yin Hao's voice sounded perplexed, accompanied by subdued laughter from several others on the other end of the call. 064. Disaster strikes. A tremor shook the earth, and the stone gate at the city entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash, threatening to injure those nearby. Xiyao stood before them, raising one hand as her mental energy entwined with the shattered stones, binding them in midair. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and leave. Noticing their dazed expressions, Xiyao frowned and urged them. All right, thank you, Holy Empress. The beastmen, finally shaking off their terror, swiftly retreated to a safer area. Fortunately, at the Tianshui prefecture, officials like Yin Shang and Liang Su, who were well-versed in the complexities of human relationships, had arranged a welcoming banquet. Upon seeing Yin Xia, Jimu's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened, and a cold snort escaped her lips. Celestial light flickered, casting warm pink hues that danced upon the river, creating gentle ripples that glimmered like radiant circles. A flower boat sailed upstream, where the melodious sounds of the zither and the flute harmonized beautifully. While the entire courtyard strove to accomplish their tasks, the myriad of emotions within each individual remained genuine. At this moment, Su Wuji had begun dismantling the magical formation within the secret passage, but he was no longer alone. On his way, he encountered his junior brother, Qiudaoyi. The two had been battling within this secret passage for several days and had now reached a critical juncture in breaking the formation, where success or failure hinged on this very moment. This urgency stemmed from Gu Yu's concern that Gumu might be swayed by the Bai family to abandon her. In a corner of the camp, Dong Xiao lounged with his legs crossed, reclining against the bed while Wang Hu fanned him. Upon hearing the innkeeper's dire words, he wasted no time and promptly made his way to a nearby table. Despite some unfortunate incidents among the crew, such as those succumbing to the extreme cold or falling victim to desert toxins, over 90% of the nearly 300 members returned alive. In the front courtyard, Ying Shuangsong and others grew anxious. They had only brought a portion of the yam from home, intending to fetch more if needed. When Tang Lei arrived at the nearest post office by the two building, he found no sign of Jiacheng citizens clamoring to purchase the Gingshan monkey stamps. In fact, the post office appeared rather desolate. Luan was sound asleep, her cheeks flushed. Yin Lingyuan leaned in to observe her, noting only a slight quickening of her breath, without any other apparent abnormalities. She vowed that if what was still appeared as grotesque as before, she would retract her earlier statement about adopting it. Of course, a direct assault was also an option, but Carter wasn't foolish enough to attempt such an approach in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Feng earnestly explained to Zhang Quan, particularly focusing on the crops that started from the second generation, as the first generation was limited in number, and he felt no need to elaborate further. When she finally sensed her fatigue and opened her eyes, she discovered that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Was it already deep into the night? We truly are not, Yin Lingyuan insisted, as Yuzhe protected her, leading her step by step back into the courtyard. After a week of training, despite Qin Xiao spending most of her time practicing ball control, she had also dabbled in other areas. having made quite a bit of sausage and cured meat. Yunshu planned to purchase more meat the following day, knowing that the more hands available, the better. One must understand that when Lu Sam broke free, the opponent would typically have already entered garbage time. Once one stepped onto the opposite shore, that existence could easily be detected by the essence of the great Tao. At this critical juncture, unlike a million years ago, there were too many concerns. He immediately launched into a barrage of questions, leaving Su Mei no opportunity to respond. Thus, she changed into a refreshing green silk dress adorned with a simple black obsidian dragonfly hairpin and set out for her appointment. Well, let's see how it goes. The orange peel was indeed the principle of Yao Guang, and he scratched his head. In just a few days, his thinning hair was already beginning to reveal his scalp. 065. Reclaim the little cub. Unbeknownst to him, the once cold and unfeeling Xichin was becoming increasingly entangled. He could hardly fathom the pain of losing Su Xiyao. Su Xiyao expressed her apologies, saying, Xichin, at that time, I had no other choice. With my mental strength, I could protect myself in the ruins. I certainly couldn't allow that female to venture in. She would be putting her life at risk. Xichin's thin lips pressed into a line, clearly not easily swayed to calm down. Seeing him fall into silence, Su Xiao remained unperturbed. Nonetheless, Wei Suo could sense the presence of numerous skilled individuals within the factory, likely including the young master of the Jiolong Society, Long Outyen. Many forces, eager to befriend the desolate world, had sent tokens of congratulation. A faint ray of light stealthily pierced the endless darkness of the shadowy sky, bringing a glimmer of illumination. Yet, in this battlefield of war, darkness still reigned supreme. Perhaps they did not regard the emotional toll this situation had on the people of Nanhua, but now, with heightened sensitivity, Zhou Nan sensed the discomfort. No. I know you drink. You can handle a few ounces of white liquor. What is this mere wine? I've already had some. Let us see if you can manage half a cup, he challenged. General Fu waved his hand, observing me intently. Xin Shuang, it seems this weight is somewhat lacking, said Luo Yu, his heavy steps echoing through the air. However, the chilling orb behind him caused his voice to tremble. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the ground beneath them was equally profound, illuminated only by the twinkling stars high above, casting a faint glow upon the space. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng also took a few steps back. Under the fiery essence emanating from Luo Yu's beastly attack, he felt a searing sensation in his right palm. Looking at Luo Yu, he appeared somewhat astonished. A mere second-level warrior possessed such formidable power. The departure of a team's soul instilled immeasurable pressure upon the U16A team's mental state. To eradicate the earlier memories entirely, Li Wei discreetly exited the scene while the others were still regaining their composure, avoiding any confrontation that might trigger recollection. Should the Ming army dare to engage them actively, stepping forward to battle, they would be falling into the trap laid for them. It is essential to understand that during wilderness or night combat, the Ming forces might not fear their adversaries, as it is precisely during these times that their firearms and artillery are least effective. With this realization, Jinmi resolved to adopt a lower profile and present a sincere attitude. Within the Nine Realms, regardless of the internal conflicts and hostilities, these were still familial disputes. Bloodshed was permissible, but the essence of one's brain must not be spilled. The Earth City lay about a mile away, and the cavalry in the forest were not far behind. At that moment, reaching the city first was imperative to mount a defense, otherwise, in open terrain, a single cavalry charge could spell disaster for the three of them. They could not rely on Fu Min, who also had mages in tow. Strange fluctuations stirred the ambient magic, weaving a pattern that Zhao Jiashi could not discern or comprehend. Suddenly, the eyes of the corpses behind him sprang open, revealing pairs of glowing blue eyes filled with the scent of death. Thus, Li Ling felt no need for excessive politeness. If Stannis refused to surrender, he would not hesitate to eradicate the opponent right there. After all, the power dynamics were not on the same level. Not only did the flagless army stand there, but soldiers from the Stark and Tully families were also present, totaling nearly 20,000. For this reason, Li Ling sought out Li Yun to express his gratitude. But the latter dismissed it with indifference, instead speaking earnestly. After witnessing the fireworks, their nighttime escapade concluded, and they spent the night at a hotel, ready for shopping the following day. 066, The Great Migration. Lingbo stated with pride, the North Wilderness continent has been carved out by the Lion clan. Why should it not be so? These territories were delineated from the beginning. Even if the Battle Eagle tribe submits to the Lion clan, resentment will inevitably brew. Ling Jia furrowed his brow, her expression grave. It was unrealistic for the Battle Eagle tribe to settle there long term. Then let us select a new site and construct a brand new imperial capital. Su Xiao's voice was light and cheerful as she rose to point forward. The dragon's might unleashed by Yu Yin was directed solely at the blood beasts, with minimal impact on the humans. The soldiers cast awestruck glances at the colossal dragon in the sky before hastily resuming their efforts to eliminate the remaining blood beasts. Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I received the call, but unfortunately, I was delayed by traffic. Long Aojiao glanced at Yun Xian, smiling gently. Each path was an unpredictable future, and from the perspective of the outstretched hand, every figure appeared as a blend of reality and illusion, a doorway obscured by ambiguity. Such a rule was indeed harsh. Yet the two sects that had risen above the first level must have posed a considerable challenge even to the youth of the ancient 8 clans at the age of 30. Shin Gongbao did not respond but instead retorted, "You must be the disciple of my junior brother, the six-eared macaque?" His awareness of Yi Luoqing's whereabouts implied he was also cognizant of his disciples. However, upon seeing the six-eared macaque for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread, not from the surface but from the depths of his heart. The other demons were momentarily taken aback, and Bai Zi continued, "I hereby bestow the throne directly to Yi Luoqing. If anyone has objections, speak now." As he uttered these words, Bai Zi emanated his overwhelming aura, signaling, "Let us see who dares to oppose." Subsequently, the timer on the chest of the evil Xiyao ceased to flicker due to insufficient energy, forcing him to revert to the form of Masaki Takemura. The fallen god was severed in half, and as the black wind dissipated, the expressions of those present were one of utter astonishment at the sight of their divided commander. It was as if an exceptionally astute mind calculated every action it would take. Evidently, the true intention of the law enforcement team aligned closely with He Fenghui's suspicions. On the way back, he unwittingly stumbled upon a parade, contemplating that Xiyao might still be napping, and thus chose to wander alone. Realized stood peacefully beside Ji Qian, his voice resonating through the illusion, awakening Ji Qian from her slumber. The current situation was quite peculiar. Hair that had not been styled would become disheveled with the slightest movement, and the deceased lay in bed. Did the murderer tidy her hair after committing the crime? That was exceedingly twisted. Half a month later, Taishan Laojun held a Dharma assembly at his residence, sincerely inviting friends from the heavenly and Buddhist realms to engage in discourse. Due to his extensive experience and broad connections, guests arrived in droves, including several ancient Buddhas from the Western paradise, creating a grand spectacle. Only the roaming Yama could possess such an enigmatic skill, appearing directly behind him. Qin Anlin felt a sense of self-inflicted torture as he watched Tang Yu turn her body around. Lu Weilong beheld Li Ling, whose features were exquisitely sculpted. Resembling a piece of warm jade, with an elegance that transcended the ordinary, her simple adornments and attire making her breathtakingly beautiful, provoked by Yi Fenghui's earlier words. The demon warriors gripped their chains tightly. In truth, their control over the phantom chains made it entirely feasible to snap the necks of the nearly 20 individuals ensnared. By day, he was stern and taciturn, yet by night, he transformed into a searing blaze, akin to the sun in midsummer, capable of scorching and boiling throughout the night without respite. 067, the orc from the northern district has come to pledge allegiance. All right, I will heed your words. After listening to Su Xiao's words, Su Yang was filled with enthusiasm. He instructed others to bring out the last batch of beef, which was neatly sliced and arranged. Once the water boiled, Su Xiu placed the fresh noodles she had exchanged from the supermarket into the pot. She also picked some scallions, greens, and eggs from the fresh produce section, added a few seasonings, and served it, laying the beef slices atop the noodles. Meanwhile, the third prince, Zhu Gesu, had been a step behind Ning Qingyue as he entered the passage. He had contemplated waiting outside to prevent anyone from entering, especially if they were palace guards. But what if they were thieves? A jolt of alarm coursed through him, and in an instant, the silver needles in Yu Qianqi's hand flew out like ice, striking towards a shadow in the darkness. That night, the stars twinkled in the sky. Through the green bamboo window, Xianjia gazed at the celestial expanse, caressing the jade bracelet on her left wrist, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The sound stirred Ma Jun awake, followed by Yushan, who opened her eyes in a flurry of surprise. The steadfast belief within him fueled his determination to continue up the mountain, braving the wind and snow, enduring the bitter cold. The mere thought of Xian warmed his heart, rendering the obstacles before him insignificant. Yu Qianqi rolled her eyes and sighed. If you were told to die, would you go? She pondered helplessly, reflecting on how every action she took seemed to require a purpose. The power of that strike was unmistakable to the 4 Yuan Zun, yet they could hardly fathom that the Earth Yuan Zun would suddenly resort to such ruthlessness against the Zongjing. Needless to say, it was a tempestuous night. And it was on that very night that I realized how deeply I had fallen. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Shuefei lifted Ouyang Jinxiu's chin, observing her rounder face, a wave of discomfort washing over him. This location, not only the heart of the suburban county but also a crossroads, housed some of the most notable shops, which explained why the rent here was significantly higher than elsewhere. Not at all, Qin Fan chuckled nonchalantly. Dealing with those few athletes was merely childish play for him. At that moment, the 3rd floor was devoid of customers. And out of courtesy, Richard was the last to enter the room. Ever since Liang Fei practiced the Shannon Classic, he had developed not only the ability to see through things but also acute hearing, capable of detecting sounds from afar. As his commands were issued, all the forces under his command, along with some individuals secretly preparing to reap the benefits, began to mobilize. The first skill, tenacity. After Garen sustained injuries, he would continuously regenerate health as long as he left the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Xia Wuji launched another pounce, leaping high into the air and diving towards Yu Lianzhou like a hungry tiger descending upon its prey, timing and opportunity impeccably captured, leaving Yu Lianzhou with no way to evade. At that moment, Lin Xinru and her companions also launched a simultaneous attack on Hongfu. However, Their cultivation levels were no match for him, making them far from adequate opponents. It is worth noting that just moments ago, her father had expressed that it felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest. How could Lin Chen simply alleviate it with a few presses? Hua Shui resolutely handed the dagger to Yao Yanxi, and thus they proceeded with the ritual in sequence. The movement speed was excruciatingly slow, lacking any protective skills. The mechanism decomposition was akin to a fiery circular skill, not extensive in range but fraught with delays, making it challenging to hit the target. Now, you certainly want to be able to obtain the money, and I sense you are quite in need of it. What do you plan to do? Bao Bao contemplated giving her some money, but then realized she had initially intended to harm him. 068. Heal the disaster victims in the Northern District. Can this even trigger a keyword? Side quest. Heal the disaster victims in the Northern District. Even without you mentioning it, I would strive to accomplish it. However, what does the main quest of collecting faith points entail? Su Xiyao, bewildered, inquired of the system. The primary quest is to gather faith value. It pertains to the host status in the beast world. The higher the admiration of all beast men towards you, the more faith value you will accumulate. This faith value can later be converted into points. This time, Mu Qing had made early preparations, awaiting the command from Yi Ming. The giant wooden man struck the ground with a resounding clap, accurately incapacitating Gong 12, who temporarily lost his powers. A mere gentle tap was sufficient to flatten him into a pulp. As her words fell, Yu Zi willingly lifted her head. At that moment, Yu Zi's eyes sparkled with clarity, her expression serene, and a polite smile graced her lips, showing no trace of resentment whatsoever. She made no attempt to deceive him. In fact, she genuinely wished to avoid leaving any negative impression on him. Gazing at Song Ju's fading silhouette, her usually indifferent eyes glimmered with a subtle smile and a complex emotion. The demon army, which had just caught up with the elite team ahead, displayed expressions of astonishment, causing Wang Long to feel a sense of foreboding. Of course, it's possible, El Fengwei hesitated. Knowing the warriors from those ordinary villages were far inferior to her own warriors from Nanhua City. However, Wang Long's prowess was evident, even if issues arose. She believed he could resolve them. This morning, they had received wine, but they refrained from drinking, for they were not true alcoholics. The sight of the two shrouded in purple toxic smoke left everyone in a state of shock. With her mother's assistance, I sat up, leaning against the wall behind me. I had visited this hospital before, as my grandmother had passed away here, not due to the doctor's lack of skill, but because she had reached the end of her days. Zuohui thought to himself that it was time to conclude, as the one who set the formation was merely a youth. And such a rudimentary formation would lack lasting power. The fairies pushing the pieces had moved to the eastern side of the map, placing the piece representing Merman on the defensive line. When parting ways with the fourth uncle Li Qingjing at Hongduan Fengshi, the latter had mentioned precisely these two matters. He pondered that since he could stay at the foster care center, the young man, regardless of his ordinary background, could at least muster a sum of 100 to 200,000. He would use it for now and repay it later once he earned money. His challengers began from the third rank on the martial arts heroes list, while the fourth to seventh ranks were evidently not on AI Chonglong's radar. Even if this mortal possessed an extraordinarily pure soul, the principle of equivalent exchange dictated that achieving such a bond with a succubus was impossible. Do you wish to live? Prince was unconcerned whether it was coercive. His intent was to exploit these individuals' weaknesses. If utilized effectively, it could lead to victory. Due to the obstruction caused by these malevolent entities, Yi Wuchen could not see the surrounded starry sky practitioners. He could only sense their aura. The crew, who had been dining, also poked their heads out, curious about the source of the sound. When Li Shingon discreetly extended his consciousness and discovered that the sea beast was merely of low-grade third-tier cultivation, his delight intensified. An urgent mission requiring the deployment of Unit 101 would undoubtedly be beyond the capabilities of local special police and special forces. The longing surged within him like an uncontrollable beast. Ultimately, Mu Yanqi chose to continue his previous actions. Especially the murderous glares from Yi Zi and Xine instilled a sense of dread within me. Not only were they fierce, but Su Yuhan, Huang Zi, Yuan Siyu, and Xiao Ling also regarded me with equally venomous looks. 069. Harvest faith value. Thank you, holy female. I shall never forget your kindness in this lifetime. The male of the monkey tribe knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with joy, and bowed in gratitude. Rise, no need for such formalities. The young ones deserve love. Do not let them sleep outside anymore. Su Shiyu let out a heavy sigh of relief, her shoulders easing as she noticed the little monkey cub awakening. Hooray! This is truly splendid. Long live the holy female. 1,000 motherships? Upon hearing the news brought back by the soldiers, the previously quiet officials erupted into a frenzy once more. There were none at the Prime Minister's mansion, none at the Weilian, nor in the Imperial Palace, the Dali Temple, or even at the Jinwang Mansion. He had searched high and low, yet found nothing. Luo Qingkai seemed startled by him, immediately falling silent, her large eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him in fear. Space-time traversal? Duan scoffed lightly. The greatest reliance of the Celestial Army now lay in their possession of spatial jump technology. With sufficient energy, one could reach any destination in less than a day, not accounting for the time required to escape planetary gravity and land. My lord, what has happened to you? Are you intoxicated? Zihan feigned a worried expression, anxious that the aloof man might discover the drug she had administered, although he mumbled that he struggled to understand her words before he could finish. Apollon stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth, smiling kindly at Ricardo. Do you recall what I mentioned? Aside from the two leaders, we have 3 individuals of equal standing with me, and this is one of them. He is considerably older than I, hence he is regarded as the elder brother. Duanxi grinned cheerfully. Indeed, he is my son. He looks dashing in military attire, Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at Duan Ke. Her face lit with excitement as she gave a thumbs up and waved at him with glee. Goodness, do you comprehend what you are saying? How could such technological marvels possibly exist in this world? And you expect me to believe that you can simply implant one in my body with a mere tap? Jerry laughed as if he were addressing a madman. As for the precise number of such vessels, I cannot say for certain, Mr. Li. However, this time, our master has brought 50 of these escort battleships to assault the lizardmen. The celestial army did not hesitate, honestly reporting to Li Wanli. Zhang Yu's attire bore faint traces of raindrops, perhaps 2 or 3 in number, my gaze fixated on his chest, uncertain of my next move. Yet, upon reflection, considering the origins of the Liaoshan uprising led by Lin Chong, it seemed prudent to allow him to ascend to Liaoshan first. Thus, I pinned a note instructing Lin Chong to seek refuge at Liaoshan, cautioning that Wang Luan, the leader of Liaoshan, was not one to show mercy. Should he encounter resistance, he need only eliminate the hindrance without hesitation. Jia Jingjin's face turned awkward. How could he have glimpsed any divine domain? It was merely a matter of relying on the system and chance. My lady, trouble has arisen, the matron exclaimed, her brow glistening with sweat. Uttering these words in a fluster, Gao Linkai noted his steady snores and hesitated to awaken him, initially planning to endure a while longer, but being naturally unburdened by worries. He found himself dozing off once more. Wu Song let out a long howl, brandishing his staff as he charged up the hillside, only to be met with a rain of arrows from above as he approached. My words carry a hidden meaning. I do not concern myself with my own matters. Yet other issues cannot be overlooked. Lu Shu wore a bewildered expression, her laughter abruptly halted, revealing half of her teeth, reminiscent of a sunflower opening its petals. I shall search over there. Audi Lily, after a moment of irritation, dashed toward Jia Zhengjin, grasping a massive clam. I knew I could not conceal this from you. After a brief silence, it was ultimately Li Gang, unable to maintain his composure, who first spoke up while seated. 070, the Eastern District is coming to seize people. Regardless of the circumstances, Sichin still dispatched individuals for hunting. The orcs of the imperial capital and the victims of the northern district both required sustenance. When Taizan arrived, he brought along a batch of supplies, yet the number of victims continued to rise, leading to a supply shortage. Last night, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land, and today, the accumulation of snow along the path appeared thick, suggesting that finding anything worthwhile would be a challenge. Su Jin wore a thin garment, and since the reconstruction of the imperial capital began, he had not paused for a moment. Huang Shan urged him to seek revenge on Luo Ping, further insulting and belittling him, deeming him utterly incapable and lacking in courage. This ignited a profound fury and resentment within Yushui Lu. The master was nothing short of extraordinary, having tamed the once dreaded hunting hound beast and even renamed it, treating it as a mere pet. Was this truly the same beast that had instilled terror in their hearts before? Tai Fei narrowly dodged Pei Dong Lai's initial strike, still recovering from the impact, only to see a second strike heading directly toward him. His face paled in fright, and he instinctively crouched down. This sudden change caused the others to react with alarm, a strong sense of crisis swelling within them. However, after this incident, no further occurrences transpired, easing their worries. Did I imagine it? Or did you truly look at me with such defiance? The director of instruction squinted dangerously, clearly unconvinced by Hansa Heo's words, perceiving them as mere evasion. In the garden behind the hospital, the captain encountered a stern-looking middle-aged officer who introduced himself as Officer Xiao, stating his intent to inquire about Li Tianxiao. The captain felt a jolt of unease. The name sounded familiar, and the officer's demeanor suggested he would not be easily deceived. He immediately composed himself, concocting a web of lies in his mind. It seems I am truly fated to be without that bracelet. By the way, Chu Feng, didn't he return home? What brings you here? Zhao Jing asked, her curiosity piqued. Since they were already here, with an abundance of spirit stones and no sense of urgency, why not fully restore one's true essence? Strangely, today Li Tianju did not release his puppets. It was unclear whether he was holding back or believed that a mere curved blade could suffice to safeguard his life. The circular ring in the hands of the great Shura god trembled increasingly, prompting a grave expression to settle upon his face. This blade was likely more peculiar than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the ancient gods were too engrossed in the rapidly spreading black tide to pay heed to the rashly emerging 9 infants, their expression serious and their focus unwavering, awaiting the command from the center of the formation. Due to the sparse attendance and the specific rules of the dance sect competition, the annual alchemy conference was typically concluded within a single day. Wang Dahai idly fiddled with the Bodhi seed, appearing somewhat disinterested, his eyes barely glancing at young Xinchuan across from him. Yutian's lips curled into a charming smile. He hadn't expected her to feel bashful. Yesterday, at the Qinglu, she had been quite bold. although he had previously refrained from visiting her due to his concerns about the Bai family. His care for her had not waned, as he continuously received updates on her whereabouts. Ultimately, it seemed Murong Xianglong could no longer endure. Forcefully shoving Huang Fei aside and vigorously rubbing his own body. As Ouyang Haotian fell, Arthur was already in pursuit, his sword viciously plunging into Ouyang Haotian's heart. Purple Emperor, since everyone has decided to proceed, you, as the commander, must not waver. Lan Xian, being more seasoned than Jinwok, instantly discerned the Purple Emperor's apprehension for everyone's safety, reluctant to execute the plan. The words echoed, with a heart devoted to the organization, meticulously plotting and scheming. How arduous it is to lead a business, playing a role with every fiber of one's being. I saw the great serpent trapped in the earth, and thus I ran out with you, the Purple Emperor confessed with a hint of guilt. 071, the return of the storm, the great battle. This took Qing Tian by surprise. He had not anticipated Su Shiyu would pose such a sharp question. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. The Eagle Clan orcs behind him, simple-minded as they were, grew displeased, asserting that they had hands and feet and should be the ones laboring to construct their homes, declaring, "We, the Eagle Clan, do not build houses, we merely create nests above the canyon." Silence. Despite his reluctance, Ao Tian could only inwardly curse the system, realizing that if he did not eliminate these monsters, his mission would forever remain unfulfilled. Shuqi, still shaken, cautiously entered the hot spring. The warmth of the water failing to soothe her from the earlier shock. Qin Chaoyang was unlikely to be guarding old Master Feng's room. Inside were only Feng Xinlan, Feng Jipping, and Feng Xinlan's newlywed husband. Feng Xinru occasionally entered and exited, but Qin Chaoyang's presence was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Moyu cast a deep glance at Qin Huan, his eyes filled with complex emotions, ultimately settling on a particular point. Qin Huan understood this as a warning not to return after leaving, especially not to appear before Fu Qinjue. The abruptness of the entrance, initiated by Xiao, was a thrill for Fu Qingdong, akin to his first encounter with a blade, the sensation of plunging it into something. Mao Qing paused for a moment. Finally grasping his friend's implication, even the police were aiding that scoundrel. Outside, the snowfall intensified, darkness encroaching despite it being daytime, rendering the atmosphere devoid of light. As Qin Fengzhan's vehicle shifted, Yang Ruoli's attention sharpened. Eventually, she noticed Qin Fengzhan's car slowly vacating its parking spot, driving away leisurely. Meanwhile, Qin Pandan and Anna, resting nearby, felt the oxygen around them seemingly vanish, their breaths quickening uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. What is happening? Sister Mingwei. Why does it emit such a formidable killing intent? Could it be that Tiangu is in trouble? Supervisor, what does this mean? Why can I return to the public relations department? Chu Qiao felt an inkling that this matter must be linked to Meng Yanqing. What could this situation entail? Fortunately, the special care unit paid no heed, administering a needle to Fu Qingjue with a brief instruction before stepping out. Truly, he could not fathom how he had grown so powerful, or whether the Thunder Gate merely absorbed the natural chakra for its own use. However, upon encountering a powerful current, Mizuki instinctively chose to withdraw. Later, an experiment revealed that when Mizuki attached the indestructible enhancement to his armor, it could withstand low-level fire and wind techniques, and even mitigated damage from intermediate to advanced ninjutsu. An ethereal, transcendent voice resonated, imbued with sensitive poetic tones and subtle melancholy melodies that seemed to sever the disturbances of the mundane world, dispelling gloom and mediocrity, bidding farewell to clamor and ostentation, guiding listeners into the realm of the song and snaring them in its enchantment. If no one withdrew, then the formal conferral of ranks would commence, transforming into an army. Henceforth, anyone would only possess a code name, devoid of identity. Names were reserved for when one returned home to inform their spouse and children. Gao Zhengxing began the rank conferral. In a few days, the peach orchard will be nearly ready. This year, we shall transform these 2,000 acres. I plan to venture into the mountains. Can you manage the other matters on your end? Wu Xie remarked. All the holy magicians perked up their ears, having been suppressed by the divine clan for so long. Their existence felt stifled. Although Hong Mei was unaware of what Fu Duo had discussed with the lady of the house, her keen perception and meticulous observation led her to sense that Fu Duo had gradually breached the lady's defenses, making steady advances toward the core. 072. The Return of the War God, by Yin. Su Shiyu smiled disdainfully, who bestowed upon you the audacity to provoke me. Tears streamed down Su Jingjing's face as pain engulfed her. She longed to unleash a torrent of curses, yet her lips remained sealed, rendering her incapable of uttering a word. All she could manage was a heart-wrenching wail. Alas, she almost forgot. Her own mouth was shut tight, leaving her silenced. Su Shiyu seemed to awaken slowly, her fingers twitching slightly, and Su Jingjing felt a release of tension from her lips. She cast a cold glance towards Beihai, where, if the murderous intent from 3 years ago still lingered, Yu Yanglin might have rushed to eliminate the threat without hesitation. After setting a personal password, Xia Tian sealed the container. He scrutinized it with his penetrating gaze, finding nothing extraordinary. The container's security was commendable, allowing him to feel completely at ease. Except for rare moments when she displayed emotion, it appeared that nothing could sway her thoughts. How vexing. He had assumed it was merely a straightforward task and had neglected to bring a communication token, which now posed a significant problem, sighed Feng Huero. At that moment, the wound on Ma Changfa's back continued to seep a faint trickle of blood, compounded by a dislocated left arm, making his situation quite unbearable. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered through the pain. This so-called second-tier battle sovereign is nothing impressive, Yi Yanqing remarked, clutching her aching chest. Elated by the regained sense of heart, Xia Fan, filled with urgency, fervently hoped to rescue the person in peril. Luan suddenly opened his eyes, fully awake. With the imperial decree arrived, how could he dare to continue sleeping? He hurriedly rose and hastily changed his clothes. The spatial blades within the Zhou Yin Yang array seemed to sense an external force, instantly twisting and surging forth. Capable of slaying even those in the true void realm, only to be obliterated by the fissures of the array. The elder with red brows understood all too well. The devouring pearl had been taken away, and to ascertain the opponent's location, he could only rely on himself. After all, he was the one who had retrieved the pearl. And he could sense its whereabouts. The figure in the black robe merely needed him to lead the way. Those who follow the blue school deserve to die. Lu Xiaojie declared, his hand moving swiftly, a flash of blood illuminating the air as a severed head soared into the sky. The blade of his fingers slicing through the opponent's neck. Tao Xinhui, feeling utterly wronged, sat there, cradling Yang Ang while crying and recounting her plight. Lu Shulong had yet to relish the uplifted morale he had instilled in the others when Lu Faping once again shocked them. Akin to a bucket of cold water dousing their spirits. The three realms, all matters are governed by the law of causation. Mortals gaze up at the heavens. Oblivious to the ebb and flow of day and night, the changing of seasons, in the depths of the underworld, all things follow their karmic paths. While the Great One smiled faintly, embodying the heavenly way. Even more tragic was that the West Road, having gained a corporeal form, caught the attention of the former Demon Emperor. The thousand-eyed Demon Emperor Jilson. After a relentless pursuit, Jilson successfully subdued West Road, turning him into one of the guardian demon kings of the dimensional tomb. All the immortals stood on either side of the canyon, silently observing the surging magma below, momentarily at a loss for how to express their feelings regarding the situation. The King of Qian cast one more glance before striding out. Xiangxiang felt relieved that both the King of Qian and Lian Fengwei remained remarkably composed in the face of crisis. Had either party lost their composure, chaos would surely have ensued. As Ling Yichen entered, Wang Feifei cried out like a slaughtered pig. Upon seeing Ling Yichen, she lunged towards him, hoping to collapse into his arms and weep, but he sidestepped, causing her to tumble to the ground with a cry of dismay. A radiant beam of light from the past silently opened a rift, illuminating the happiness that had once graced Bai Ye's life. 073, the high priest's face turned ashen. Excellent. The words of Su Shiyu bestowed upon him immense courage. He gently kissed her forehead. Turning away, the softness in his eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling gaze that swept across the battlefield, surveying those foolish beings. Transforming into the form of a white tiger, he surged into the fray with remarkable speed, dispatching foes with a single swipe. They could only glimpse a fleeting shadow as he sent several leopards and peacocks flying. As if he had forged a path to the heavens. He was the war god of our imperial capital. Then, under the scrutiny of all present, he calmly bent down to retrieve a contract, smiled, and approached Bai Yifan, offering the document. The alchemist sought to take advantage, yet Lu Meng was no fool. The Konoha, relying on the steed Yagumo, attempted a sudden strike to seize the three-tailed beast and flee. Such a dream was futile. The preparation alone took considerable time, as the male mindset remained elusive. As he spoke, a formidable shadow-level figure from the earth-hidden village hurled a kunai, piercing through a slow-moving ninja. However, as his words fell, a sharp crack echoed in his ears, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Walking through the streets, he felt momentarily disoriented. But with the guidance of his phone's navigation, he finally located a nearby large supermarket. Drawing forth the Zanpakuto from his waist, the blade, marred with nicks, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace with each inch extracted. The sword of judgment strike was dual in nature, assaulting both body and soul. While Luanhua's Yutang Tianxia could suppress trending searches, for he was a first-tier star, it was vexing that an obscure individual managed to steal the spotlight. Soon, Xiangyang returned, accompanied by the burly slaughter leopard and several elite players from Ishiu Mansion, alongside the displeased Wan Sisi, the impassive Xiao Chu, and the apprehensive Dongfang Ruoxue. The apparitions before him bore coal-black mouths and eyes, their bodies radiating thick resentment, like ink poised to stain everything. As I drew near, the malevolent energy emanating from them surged forth, presenting a fearsome visage. Yet, after circling the Fengxian temple, I found no sign of Taoist Gu Xian or others, including Gu Tao, Niao Yin, or Han Chitian. A sense of unease settled within me. What was happening? The Huaxiao players remained silent, yet harbored doubts. How could a dignified leader of Fusong lack an antidote for the widespread poison used by his subordinates? Did he truly consider us fools? Qiao Feng sat at the head of the hall, a stalwart figure who, after 2 years of relentless toil, appeared somewhat weary. Who are you? Yuan Bufan shot a piercing gaze through the blood-red coffin, scanning the dark figure. Regardless, Li Jieqi ranked within the top 100 of the Forbes Global Rich List, and Wang Weiwei's association with him was surely advantageous. The ancient sovereign, seeking transcendence, spurred the cosmic path to incite the saints in a united assault, enhancing their might, leading to the mutual demise of the sovereign and the ancient saints. His recollections of this uncle were faint, as he had ventured out to make his fortune when he was merely 2 or 3 years old. Wang Laba advanced a step, evading effortlessly, his right arm extending to grasp Ning Saichen's wrist, where the sword was held. However, this matter was known to both him and her. She was too shy to speak. While he loved and protected her, his exceptionally handsome visage was obscured by disheveled hair, which danced like serpents in the wind. Blood beads trickling down as he raised his gaze, revealing a field of crimson. Though reluctant to voice it, the news had spread throughout the city, and the media frenzy was palpable. The president had to address the situation. 074, the Arena of Heroes. The white tiger war god of the imperial capital was invariably the most coveted choice among the ladies, embodying gentleness and strength, a true representation of power. Had he not succumbed to a frenzy, exiling himself to a desolate land, he would have long been besieged by the ladies of the capital. Yet, they had never anticipated that General Bai Yin would seize the initiative. What is the meaning of this? How could General Bai Yin and the holy female be so intimately linked? The high priest had only just returned to the music scene, and many resonated with his new song's lyrics. The bloodthirsty Black Rock cavalry, witnessing Stanford's growing valor, surged forward as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Lin Xiyao glanced slyly at the portly figure, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She was evidently there to enjoy the spectacle. Had there not been a fervent anti-corruption campaign? Such high-ranking figures could not have appeared in the script. Though the broadcasting and entertainment sectors held sway, they paled in comparison to the broader landscape of Huaxia, where certain magnates overshadowed them entirely. Yet, unlike previous instances, he typically had a cause, but now, the reason behind this was elusive. Upon returning to the hotel, Hux had already summoned the finest chef and procured the best wine, awaiting Zhonan's return. In 10 days, the ruins would undoubtedly reopen, as the two major sects could not abandon their young disciples, especially those who were the descendants of leaders and elders. Others should be capable, I thought, glancing at Lin Xinyue, who had been seized by Qing Huan, before shifting my gaze downward. The celestial master, akin to an ancient war god, retracted his earlier fierce aura and inquired of Luoyu. To him, at that moment, Luoyu seemed devoid of any chance of victory, likely left with no option but to concede. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he required a plausible rationale, and to celebrate the opening of a branch. Inviting the maidens of Baiwa Pavilion for song and dance was indeed an apt excuse. Lan Xian appeared blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to Tang Tang's fear of her, as she effortlessly lifted her from the bridal sedan, embracing her without a hint of decorum, reminiscent of their time in the Zhegua Hall, as if nothing had changed. Yet, the performance remained a mere performance. The troops could not shed the essence of farmers and fishermen, their ranks orderly yet lacking the sharpness and ferocity of the Western Army or the capital's imperial guards. Sister Mei, what are you doing? Why won't you answer me? How have you changed so drastically from before? Pan Yuhong implored, urgency in his voice. Shen Mu, perplexed yet amused, pondered what thoughts preoccupied Tang Li daily, to the extent of wishing for her nation's downfall. At that moment, Wang felt a similar sentiment. He had grown exceedingly fond of this treasured blade. Due to its flame-like shape and vibrant red hue, Wang knew experienced an overwhelming impulse to cradle it as if it were a comforting companion. Shen Qishui gently patted Chan Su's shoulder, fully aware of her husband's thoughts, which resonated deeply with her own. With sheer determination, she resisted multiple formidable warriors of the martial king level, engaging in a battle fueled by her fierce love, and remarkably, she emerged unscathed. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I will do anything you ask, just spare my life. The young man cried out, unwilling to accept his impending demise. Yet, moments later, Xian Yuan Lingfeng realized the magnitude of his miscalculation. The strength of Pan Yuhong surpassed all expectations. In a shocking display, he withstood Xuan Yuan's full-force strike without flinching or resisting, accepting the blow with unwavering resolve. On December 1st, during a game at the Chicago Bulls home ground, Skiles truly delivered on his promise, distributing 10 VIP tickets as pledged. Sunjua gifted one to Emma's friend, and other players similarly offered tickets to their loved ones. 075. Do you hail from the future? Came the query. Here it is, right here. Not only was Su Mo captivated, but other beastmen also gazed longingly at Su Xiyao. They had been eager for boiling water, and even when the water ran dry, they continued to add more, fueled by their anticipation. Are we all just waiting here? Su Xiyu was still in a state of uncertainty as she exchanged fresh silk rice at the supermarket, placing it into the pot to steam. Just as the fragrant aroma of the rice began to waft through the air, she unknowingly depleted all her celestial energy in the process of her recent exchange. Now, there was no escape for her. The procession was indeed grand, with other vehicles filled with bodyguards. Such a display was relatively rare in the capital. Having encountered the shadowy specter before, Zhu Yilong could only recall it as a fleeting moment, uncertain if it was indeed the same entity. Xiaoling smacked his lips, noting that maintaining the efficacy of the myriad medicinal springs required the infusion of countless herbs every 3 years, an undertaking not every faction could manage. Is that so? Lu Qianma expressed her skepticism, for she was acutely aware that the other party was speaking in earnest deceit. After uttering these words, Xiaoling proceeded to swear an oath of martial arts. Upon witnessing this, Xia Shan showed no signs of retreat. Before the second son of the Xia family could intervene, Xia Shan had already completed his oath. Nonetheless, when it came to the mastery of soul energy, he was no novice, promptly resisting the probing of Elder Su. In such old houses, the restroom was typically adjacent to or across from the kitchen. Given my current state, I certainly needed to take a shower first. Especially after being startled into a cold sweat. I feared that if I didn't tea, I might catch a fever. Without uttering a word, I clutched my clothes and entered the restroom. Thus far, the performance of the newly appointed four kings had not disappointed the omnipotent deity. Absolute Danzi scoffed, acknowledging the formidable strength of the laughing sect leader, yet he was no pushover either. With the 10th rank on the Divine Martial Heavenly Fire list, Sun Luoyin, combined with the collective strength of numerous elders from the Apothecary Valley, even if they could not defeat the laughing sect leader, the leader would not triumph over them either. Zhejian violently ripped off his battle attire, exposing his muscular torso to the air. With furious eyes, he provocatively glared at Galen, letting out a tremendous roar. Then lowered his center of gravity, preparing for combat. There was but one exception, the stout Wang Lei, who, at a critical moment, displayed commendable loyalty. Albeit having placed a modest wager, still betting on Su Yi's victory. Haha, sister, you need not worry overly much. Nibu Zhuzhu knew the reason behind his smile, and thus refrained from voicing it. In this manner, the decision of Xiyao Ying bore significant implications for the ultimate outcome, should it choose to assist Bai Zhe. Sui would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Sui naturally felt a wave of emotion, while others remained oblivious to the particulars. He was acutely aware that the true culprit behind it all was none other than the Lord of Muang City, Enruli. Avi merely smiled without offering any commentary. Although Fan appeared rather unreliable, in Avi's eyes, Fan was a remarkably dependable friend, and even without a reminder, he would refrain from indiscriminately broadcasting Kusi's previous mercenary experiences. I sincerely apologized to the doll. In truth, after speaking, I was deeply apprehensive that the doll would not forgive me. What would become of that benevolent gentleman? Feng Guang was anxious about the possibility of encountering a few more Zerg on the way, remaining in a state of heightened tension throughout their journey. However, until they arrived before the spacecraft, nothing untoward occurred, which allowed her to exhale in relief. At that moment, Xinglai furrowed his brows, as he seemed to have surmised the situation and was compelled to seek alternative solutions. As for Feng Hua and the towering figure who emerged from his ranks, it was said that their prowess was on par with Feng Hua, and the two of them together posed no threat to their adversaries. In the distance, Jinx breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two enter the room. Given Ari's capabilities, their plan should proceed without a hitch. The crisis averted. The orcs of the imperial capital and those from the northern district grew even more united. Even amidst the snowfall, they diligently labored to construct a brand new imperial capital. Ling Jia specifically allowed Su Shiyao to choose the location of the house, granting her full authority over its design and construction. The little ones also required their own rooms. Should Bai Yin and Xichen, upon Mo's return, each have their own quarters, or should they first build a 3-story small building? In that ancient capital, Su Shiyao found herself surrounded by numerous old friends, and this time they could finally enjoy a few drinks together. Though she understood the situation, they could only watch helplessly as they could not afford to participate, merely listening to the affluent bidding amongst themselves. As Yuanshin departed the scene, Tian she sat down heavily, having traversed the brink of life and death, and undergone the trials of fame and fortune. At that moment, Tian she appeared to have shed all desires, fixated solely on the singular goal of finding his biological parents. The security personnel were employees of a private security company owned by a friend, summoned specifically for this occasion. To his astonishment, the young man before him, merely in his 20s, turned out to be a master-level powerhouse, a phenomenon unprecedented in the history of their floating island. What an infuriating situation. How dare that scoundrel assault him? One death would not suffice. Even 100 or 1,000 deaths would be trivial. Nearby, a young man with dyed blonde hair cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yao, his lips curling into a sneer. The air was filled with the wails of despair. And the remaining members of the Ji family were struck dumb by the scene, their initial resolve evaporating as they fled in panic, running for their lives. Shuiyan pondered for a moment, concluding that aside from the fire butterfly, there likely existed no other mastermind behind these events. At least, he was the most probable suspect, given their secretive activities near the capital. Thus, Lu Xijia came to comprehend the brutality of this ambush. The memories of the harrowing war from years past vivid in his mind. That evening, Wang Ping returned home in good spirits, humming a tune as he twirled his son around in delight. Minister Jin's expression was a rich tapestry of emotions. This young man, known for his indulgences and charm, had surprised everyone with his remarkable conduct today. There were no hallucinatory experiences, only a brief faintness, unperturbed by light or sound. As I observed, the brain tissue showed no severe trauma, with current symptoms indicating only a mild concussion. However, a CT scan would still be prudent, Dr. Lu stated methodically. A fervent battle spirit surged, elevating their strength to an extraordinary level, fully prepared to confront any challenge. The legendary duo of Gu Long epitomized the pinnacle of human achievement. The genius of Ling and revered chairman Hua Guofeng's graceful exit from his accomplishments after a lifetime of service. Yet, That fleeting moment of nuanced perception left Xiyao feeling increasingly despondent. Although superficially polite, the atmosphere in the air revealed otherwise, suggesting that 2 years of commanding storms had made him forget the hardships of yesteryears. Yang Fan and Zwapanyu reacted swiftly, bursting forth from the tent as Liu Hua emerged in a fiery blaze. Li Nan sent his older brother off just as Li Daping and Xian Chi-Chi returned, the former silent and downcast. "Let us go," Chang Chi-Chi urged, pushing Kawi along, insisting on celebrating at a nightclub, seeking to introduce him to the pleasures of adulthood. "Oh my goodness, I can hardly breathe," Huang Yi exclaimed, blushing fiercely. Upon returning, Li Yinjing found herself devoid of any motivation to work, fidgeting restlessly. However, she did not have to wait long before her phone vibrated. Across from the hot spring stood a unique restaurant where patrons could prepare their own dishes. Precisely the kind of establishment Park Chushi longed to visit. 077. What splendid news. A portion of the black armored guards must remain stationed here, otherwise this place will soon fall. Sichin stated calmly, their objective clear, not to incite war, but to capture females through cunning means and escape swiftly. Is there a better plan? High Priest? Ling Jiao inquired. I shall go personally. Sichin replied coolly, acknowledging the formidable strength of the 6-star magic beast without revealing its true potential. Wu Zhengyang remained in a deep coma, devoid of consciousness, completely unaware of his surroundings. His successful breakthrough had inspired Gao Fei. Though after his recent experiences in the Red City, Gao Fei no longer felt the same frenzied drive for power, assisting Yan Jiqing through the first trial. The pair of golden eyes belonging to the Green Serpent watched intently from the shadows, observing the unpredictable actions of Yan Jiqing, who returned to the rear of the Qin gravestone accompanied by the broken soul blade and the phantom sacred artifact. At that moment, Ling Ziyuan had more pressing matters to discuss with Chai Ruofei, overshadowing any thoughts of meal expenses. In truth, I felt akin to Xueqi in my current state. Yet I reassured her, I shall not depart. Let us endure a little longer. Soon all shall be well. Instantly, the two venerable figures were blocked from entry, while the Tian Yuan elder within my domain struggled under the weight of my relentless assault. However, the decaying knight had yet to reach a truly golden caliber, having only recently emerged from the laboratory without the opportunity to absorb other ethereal armors, thus lacking the essential nourishment for proper development. I possess the Buddhist secret of our world, the 4 meditations and 8 attainments. It should prove invaluable for you. I encourage you to delve deeply into it. With that, Li Tian produced a jade tablet from his robe and tossed it to Li Jia. This card bears a message. Let me see what it says. Upon learning that the diamond was genuine, the host hurried off stage, retrieving the card from the gift box. Using the light to read, he directed his gaze towards the elder of the Tang family, where the Tang sisters were seated. Teachers' salaries are not only linked to years of service but also significantly influenced by their professional titles, the latter far outweighing the former. On the opposite side of the trench, the vanguards on the left and right gazed at the sky, painted red by the flames, discussing the unfolding battle with amusement. The carriage driver, Brother Gu, was a robust man in his 30s, taciturn yet exceptionally capable. Before he could speak, Lin Xiao had already interrupted him. The rupture seat coughed lightly and fell silent, its intention to provoke Yano thwarted by Lin Xiao's keen insight, rendering its efforts futile. When Li Mingbo emerged, the Q-jumping flying fish had already entered the landing corridor, heading towards the aircraft carrier, the pilot making final adjustments. Qiyu had become increasingly adept at drying his wife's hair, starting with hot air, switching to warm as it dried, and finally finishing with cool air to prevent excessive dryness. Why? I refused to comply under duress. Pisley's tone carried a hint of anger. Qifeng did not see anyone. Doming was spotted Gao Qian and the Monkey King at a distance along the mountain path outside the gate. The vehicle slowed gradually, allowing Rain Dew to rest more comfortably and prolong her slumber. It soon became evident that his worries were unfounded, as the surroundings were utterly silent, clearly indicating that everyone had fallen asleep. Ian, too proud, felt his pride wounded by Qi Bingbing's rebuke, ultimately turning away in disgruntled silence. He is a traitor, Sweet Apricot exclaimed, presenting a gift for the little one, asking if it was to their liking. Su Shiyu exchanged several adorable winter onesies for the little ones at the clothing store, soft and utterly charming. Is this clothing meant for the little ones? It feels so delightful to the touch. Tian Xing was pleasantly surprised as she received the azure onesie handed to her by Su Shiyu, feeling its texture. Her excited little face flushed with joy. I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Sanus. As Su Shiyu stepped out of the conference room, she encountered Su Fan, who emerged from the elevator with a broad smile adorning his face. Yang Bo, shaking his head in resignation, reluctantly set down his carving knife. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the jade sword and infused it with spiritual energy. The jade sword sliced through the stone with the ease of cutting through clay, its sharpness leaving Yang Bo slightly disconcerted. The efficiency of KFC was remarkable. Within a minute, 3 burly men collaborated to lift a copper cauldron that stood half a meter tall, showcasing its substantial weight. The cauldron emitted a mysterious crimson glow, reminiscent of roaring flames, with 4 formidable mythical beasts intricately carved at each corner, their visages strikingly fierce. In a corner of the table, somewhat obscured from view, sat a figure who occasionally raised the menu to shield their face, appearing rather furtive. As I had anticipated, Songzi was exceedingly pleased upon learning the news. However, we did not hasten to descend the mountain that day. Instead, I chose to linger at Yusheng Palace for a few additional days. During this time, Songzi guided me on various explorations. Though the mountain was modest in size, it radiated an ethereal aura that captivated my heart as a practitioner of the Tao. I possessed a precious orb that could extricate him from peril, yet it resided in my throat, requiring your masculine essence to draw it forth. Shan Shan immediately flushed, responding bashfully. Her identity within the mercenary guild speaks volumes. Merely forging a spatial ring that even the 3 great artificers of the artifact refining guild could not replicate is sufficient to elevate her to legendary status. Have you awakened? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Tao did not immediately believe him, instead offering a dismissive roll of her eyes. The current big whale was affluent and influential, no longer considering the act of living off others as a mark of honor. The stone was composed of ordinary granite, marked with grooves of varying depths, artificially chiseled into patterns that were once utilized as whetstones in the bygone era. Xiyao found it somewhat peculiar. Tonight, Han Xiaoxuan's attentiveness towards her felt somewhat excessive, leaving her with an unsettling sense of disquiet. After Han Xiaoxuan spoke, he suddenly felt a flush creep to his cheeks. Yet there was no need for concern as the room remained dimly lit, rendering Xiyao unable to see. From the trunks to the branches and leaves, everything was a blood-red hue, as if recently stained with blood. The orange beverage was the 5th-ranked beverage distribution company in the nation, surpassing Zhang Changshuan's long-hair beverage company by 11 ranks. 13 battles, quite impressive, Hao Jian remarked casually, but upon uttering the words, he sensed an immediate dissonance. Momentarily taken aback. Well, let him say it. This was the time to showcase one's intellect. Offending these individuals was inconsequential, as they were all bound for death. Merely more adept at masquerading than others. Ling Chushi vaguely sensed something. Zihan was certainly not encountering such a useless pill for the first time, for she would not have so easily recognized the spiritual herbs within it otherwise. What did Fofeng say about me? Yumu inquired, quietly accepting the makeup artist's brush gliding over her face while asking Ji and Xingjue. I have returned. After a prolonged moment, Ling Yiqin finally withdrew his gaze from Ling Chushi, smiling gently at Huang Fu Qingjue. Without these 2 elements as a foundation, employing this technique would be utterly impossible. One might find themselves interrupted before even taking the first step. Witnessing the excitement in the eyes of the Bander people, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. He had encountered such scenes many times during the liberation of various enslaved tribes, thus feeling no surprise. 079, the auction house of the Western Wilderness. No. I am quite lucid. I shall not return. Ling Sheng gritted his teeth in pain, his icy gaze fixed on Su Xiyao as he declared. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, Yao, do not blame me for being ungracious. What do you mean? Su Xiyao furrowed her brow, a growing sense of unease swelling within her. She intended to ensnare him with her mental power, compelling him to elucidate further. A chill swept from behind, causing her heart to skip a beat. Upon witnessing this, Jianhun Xiaofei was taken aback. Who was this individual capable of manipulating the vitality of the trees and the spiritual essence of the land? Xiaofei himself possessed the Earth Spirit Pearl, a remarkable artifact. Yet he felt the spiritual essence from the land being drawn towards the old man's staff, leaving him perplexed. All right, everyone, let us return to Ice Peak and rest. We shall discuss this matter later. Chen Fei, still somewhat weakened from his exertions, had only regained half of his strength and required several days of rest for full recovery. Out of 720 major acupoints, aside from a few critical ones, Yi Guqing had astonishingly sealed 543 acupoints of Gu Hao with sheer will, rendering him immobile. Yet, Gu Hao's determination was extraordinary. After a night and nearing midday, he had managed to break through more than 30 acupoints. Yuan Yang, as the legitimate wife, naturally had to remain here, but only provided that the previous incidents had not occurred. Hichi suggested that the assault on Chaisang aimed solely at capturing key figures within the city, the stronghold of Shang Xiang's influence. If successful, it would undoubtedly weaken Shang Xiang significantly. This was not merely the loss of a city or an army, but a substantial blow. Coincidentally, Zhuo Shiyu had journeyed southward, fearing pursuit from the Marquis's residence, and thus sought refuge in a secluded area, ultimately hiding in this grassland. Seer, this time I, along with Chen Fei, will venture into the sea of emotions to rescue your mother. You need not accompany us. The island master, Bing Lan, commanded with an air of authority that brooked no dissent, addressing Bing Si. After a moment of contemplation, Xia suddenly focused her thoughts on the platinum lightning. Could it be that it had drained her consciousness? This was utterly terrifying. Merely controlling it for 2 attacks had left her spirit nearly exhausted. How could she dare to wield it again in the future? Within 100 zhang of Ao Xiang, the scenery abruptly transformed into a nightmarish realm. The presence of chaotic ghostly entities within her mind conjuring an illusion akin to a ghost domain, easily ensnaring Chen Fei. Neru's Q ability operated under a similar mechanism to that of Sword Princess's Q. Successfully catching the dart would return its cooldown. I am rather curious as to why you have come to the Jia Tian Mingwei building. Xingzhe approached, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed Han Fei Yang from head to toe. Das? Bonus had gained a deeper understanding of Yarlin's shamelessness and treachery. In summary, he was akin to a sand crocodile, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike, and once revealed, would undoubtedly unleash a deadly onslaught. At the very least, to achieve success, one must demonstrate clear progress, akin to the Ninth Prince, who had surpassed 3 trials. The fall of the Yuanzhu stone barrier upon Dong Jun would inevitably redirect the Eye of the Storm from saying hi to Dong Jun. Thus Tianmin must prepare promptly to avoid being caught off guard. Before long, Shen Xianxian and Shen Anyun departed for a meal, leaving only Xian Xian, a solitary cat. In the room, Spain was perpetually sunlit, whereas this place was consistently shrouded in dreary rain, evoking a sense of discomfort that made him long for home. Sun Buwu understood Mei Er's intentions but also realized that the price had not yet peaked. The jade bracelet's worth did not lie solely in its materiality. Its intrinsic value was several million, and without 5 million, acquiring it would be a formidable challenge. 080, the Bloody Mercenary Corps. The 2-star magical beast proclaimed with great pride, attributing the naivety of the Northern Wasteland's inhabitants for their easy deception that allowed him to orchestrate the capture of their females. I have also heard that not long ago, a calamity befell the Northern Wasteland's imperial capital, presenting an opportune moment for plunder. How fortuitous it was for you to encounter such a stroke of luck. Other star-level beasts lauded him, lifting the 2-star beast to lofty heights. Are there no laborers on your island? She observed. Having circled around without spotting a single farmer or shepherd, only to find everyone engrossed in martial training. Family reunions entailed fierce charges and broken bones. And friendly greetings were exchanged through fierce shield strikes. This method of daily interaction left Xiyao feeling disoriented. The events surrounding the Beast Valley had significantly tarnished the reputation of Zhongying Academy, which prompted Pang Dezhong to spare no expense in suppressing the news. Even the Dragon Rock Academy was oblivious to the truth, unaware that the quota had been obtained through Mu Hanyan's desperate efforts. Kai Shihao reproached his elder brother, expressing disdain. Brother, you like Sister Xiyao yet fail to inform me. However, Ji Ziming could not fathom why Pega had vanished so suddenly. EA had successfully completed another project. And before the end of the workday, Vice President Yan Yin decided to treat the employees to a meal. Upon command, the metallic roof of the base opened layer by layer, revealing the azure sky above. Suddenly, everyone was dazzled, and when they looked back into the hall, there was no trace of Li Hua. Glancing up, they beheld a vibrant red flame soaring freely in the sky, showcasing an array of exquisite flight skills. Delicious. When Ziju devoured the glutinous rice dumplings in mere bites, savoring the sweet taste that lingered in his memory. If he wished to enjoy an uninterrupted vacation with Lin Mingwei as before, he could not overlook the economic foundation, which was equally vital alongside time. Although borrowing or renting was an option, having a personal paradise would be far more delightful, wouldn't it? Shen Jinao lamented, I knew my mother would seize such an opportunity. She always conspires with my brother to bully me. Is it truly fair? An elderly lady, who frequently greeted her, approached to strike up a conversation. Her gaze fixated on Yi Zhang as she examined him closely. The transformation of the iron-headed figure into human form was rather clumsy, towering over normal individuals by half. With an exceedingly bizarre physique, and an appearance so grotesque that it appeared as if the creator had used a chimney as a mold for human creation. Su Jiangnan gazed speechlessly at Wei Jing. In his memory, Wei Jing, despite his rough demeanor, typically exuded the refined air of a noble family, making such coarse language quite rare. Kill. Yu Tianshun, blinded by rage, had obliterated 99 sealed formations around him and was now engaged in a brutal melee with the humanoid army, relying solely on his flesh and blood. Jing Yi coldly glanced towards the positions of Dong Shintianji and Zhuo Wuxia, then turned swiftly and leapt towards the Ji arena. Gue Yotsai's chubby face briefly displayed a hint of panic, which he quickly masked, diverting the conversation to boast about the 7 red headbands' ancient history and immense value. Recounting the legendary adventures he had endured to acquire these 7 treasures. These dazzling golden lights swirled and fused during their dispersion, sharpness and solidity intersecting, dominance and gentleness coexisting. As if they were portraying a realm of their own. Now, due to his affairs, 10 days had passed since leaving the capital, and although unexpected, the flavor had certainly intensified. This background implied that he possessed ample wealth, undoubtedly a substantial prize. 081. The auction is underway. The dimly lit auction house was teeming with various starry beasts, the air thick with the pungent scents of blood and sweat, creating an utterly unpleasant atmosphere. A cacophony of coarse voices surged, their gazes fixed hungrily on the auction stage, eagerly anticipating the appearance of their female counterparts. Hurry up. We're all on edge. We VE heard there are plenty of females at this auction, and we VE brought money. Let us see them already. They were all modern individuals. Well aware that such beliefs were superstitious, how could the east wind simply lend itself? Among them stood Sun Baobao, frozen in place, looking as if his soul had departed. His expression eerily reminiscent of Zhao Ronger at her demise. Fortunately, despite the dire circumstances, it remained within the realm of comprehension, merely the acknowledgement of a divine weapon capable of seizing the powers of the 6 realms. To their surprise, the first call came not from Su Ming'an or Nan Mingxiu, but from the long-absent Tan Xian. Shen Mingdai realized she had squandered a golden opportunity, pressing her hands against her head in frustration, sighing repeatedly. However, in her past life, Hong Lian had understood that crafting talismans required materials beyond mere paper. There existed a superior grade of talisman-making materials, beast skins, and blood. Previously, Everyone had added the planner as a friend, and after creating a room in YY, she gradually brought the main personnel into the locked chamber. They continued their search, either delving deeper to explore the ghostly Flames clan's potential gathering spots or seeking heat sources beneficial to Wu Yu. Just as Xianyi contemplated, he realized his disguise skills were rather poor, sufficient to obscure himself but utterly incapable of hiding the troublemaker beside him. The only recourse lay within her own capabilities. The arrival of several individuals did not startle the Count of the Simikai clan. He wore a smirk of derision, surveying the ensnared blood clan. Yuan Zhengqing, known for his integrity, sought retribution for grievances, yet the others did not echo his call, leaving him to confront Xiao Cheng alone, his stature dwarfed by Xiao Cheng. Akin to a mere insect attempting to shake a mighty tree. Once the novice phase concluded, players were no longer shielded by the system. Various detection skills diminished in efficacy, typically requiring the slaying of 200 to 300 creatures of the same type before employing identification skills. Alternatively, one could gamble by using hundreds of scrolls in hopes of success. A single move of Tai Chi birthed dualities, which in turn gave rise to the four symbols. The specter, witnessing Murong Qingran's sluggish movements, chuckled with delight, striking forth with a palm, only to be met with overwhelming force that sent him sprawling. 2 months slipped by, and the rotund individual sat cross-legged within the protective sword formation, exuding tranquility, diligently practicing the innate 5-element sword essence. Afterward, increasing affinity would prove challenging. But Zhang Wei remained unhurried. Tidying his inventory, he took his leave. A fierce wind surged, and 8 serpent heads lunged at the portly figure enveloped in vibrant, swirling lights. He had become utterly immobile, his entire form frozen in place. Tenacious, undeniably tenacious, he encountered a formidable opponent for the first time after resorting to martial prowess. Paulus, visibly stirred by Aji's words, spun in place, expressing his inner joy. Dong Wangxian felt this fellow was exceptionally persuasive and delivered a robust strike to his skull with a bony blade. Upon learning that Xiao Qing had merely sealed the consciousness of 15 individuals without causing them harm, relief washed over the crowd, who felt ashamed for their earlier rudeness. They had all heard of Murong Yunya's exploits, making it easy to accept this revelation. 082, Hypnosis, Mind Control. The females who had recently taken the stage were quickly auctioned off, eagerly snatched by starry beasts. With reddened eyes, they descended alongside Jiang Xing, waiting for the starry beasts to complete the payment before being taken away. Hurry up, it's your turn to take the stage. Jiang Xing impatiently yanked Tianshan's arm, pulling her up. I bid 60 crystal course. I bid 80. I bid 100. Bai Xingyue smiled indulgently, reminiscent of a profound scholar facing a child bombarding him with countless questions, a smile both understanding and mocking that left Xing Tianyu feeling uneasy. Yet, considering his current need, he maintained a serious expression, seeking guidance. Le Bing, while organizing, realized that the funds acquired by Dong and others should not be directed towards her. Better to save them for now. With the gathering of spirit-gathering pills, purchases could be postponed, but the group grew increasingly anxious regarding Lu Bing's sustenance. No need for that. Just sit down. You haven't even seen the Elderess home. Yao paused, then chuckled, imagining how unrecognizable he would appear to the Umbu personnel if they saw him smile so frequently. This is unacceptable. My family has a written agreement with the Laoshi. The two almost chorused their dissent. Everyone halted their tasks. I have a few words to share, Zhu De proclaimed, agilely climbing atop a coal pile, prompting those nearby to gather around. In the past, the Golden Hoop Immortal had used true essence to block the pagoda, relying on its profound nature. However, Jiu Lushun Buddha was different. When the pagoda struck his true essence, it emitted a piercing crash, akin to colliding with steel. The peculiarity lay in the fact that this beast revealed only a bird-like head, and within the cave, a dazzling light shone. In the next moment, countless streams of light surged in from outside, flowing into the massive bird's body. The clash of their weapons resonated in the air. Each attack and defense a dance of power, the waves of mental energy colliding like a tempest, radiating outward in all directions. At that moment, the elemental force surrounding Le Bing surged exponentially, forcibly invading her body. She felt pain, a discomfort settling in her dantian. Yet the elemental energy within her moved with a will of its own, rendering any attempt to halt its flow futile. He was the first to exit the city. Slowly descending along the rope, his 2 decades of experience came into play. Upon reaching the ground, Judah did not advance further but instead awaited below. The second to descend via the rope was Zhou Qingyun, who also landed safely. If we face the Celtics in the 7th match of the finals, and the game goes into overtime, how shall we triumph over them in the final 5 minutes? The 2 black dragons, overwhelmed by the furious roars of the dark specter birthed from Biziphon, disintegrated into ash. Patrick envisioned a burgeoning elven society, one that embraced progressive values, shunning noble politics and dispelling the atmosphere of decadence. How do you feel now? Seeing everyone seated, Peng Hui's face involuntarily twitched as he looked at Xiaoyu with concern. 117 to 103, nearly identical to the score from the previous match against the Brooklyn Nets. The Rockets triumphed again, solidifying their position at the top of the Western Conference. We remain loyal to the nation, Should the authorities ever act against the country's interests or betray it, we shall take direct action without exception. After Xiao finished speaking, he exited the conference room. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish the pig demon, he had truly exerted himself to the utmost. For the life force within him was nearly depleted. 083. Activate the teleportation array. Chaos erupted, blood flowed, and screams echoed. The meteor auction house was engulfed in turmoil. When star-level magical beasts clashed, it was akin to a scene of catastrophe. The once subdued yet tastefully decorated auction house was swiftly reduced to ruins. The proprietor's expression darkened ominously as he bellowed at his subordinates. What are you doing? Who permitted you to engage in battle amongst yourselves? Can you hear me? Cease at once. Whoever dares to act within the meteor auction house will face my wrath. The furious snake demon paid no heed to Xia Tianxin's words, brandishing his serpent staff and spewing venomous remarks from behind. Beyond the mountain, a colossal figure loomed in the air, seamlessly blending into the night, appearing as if a multitude of enormous red lanterns floated in the sky, its gaze fixated upon Nailan Yu, its presence drawing ever closer. Meanwhile, Guozi, having reached level 6 in the mid-lane, wasted no time in moving swiftly towards the bottom lane after clearing his waves. Among the soldiers, there were a few brave warriors who wielded their long swords and fought back valiantly, though they were merely a minority, scarcely half of their number. Even if they were not fully aware, it was undeniable that they had begun to shift towards this direction. In that fleeting moment, the control skill of the barrel finally enabled Kasha to activate her passive mark. Despite her current unfavorable position, there were no further options available. After venting a significant portion of his frustration on Korean Lee, his animosity towards Han Fei had diminished considerably, realizing that his own circumstances were not much better. Only during the early hours would he ride along Dawn Island on Zoe, while by day, Alan roamed Nord Island under Raynor's guidance, soaking in the scenery. Thus, Dahlia took the initiative to type an opinion in the chat box, inquiring if Yinjuanza wished to venture to the top lane, as he could fill in as the jungler. These skeletal creatures primarily wandered the corrupted lands, hunting beasts that ventured into the area, as well as crabs that crawled ashore at night. Jiang Bei remained silent, gesturing for Niofun to continue speaking. Being a professional assistant director, he naturally had no qualms regarding the casting process of the film. Shortly thereafter, 2 security guards each held a 2-pound perfume bottle, twisting open the caps. An overwhelming scent instantly filled the air, so potent it was almost suffocating. Yet he had no intention of allowing her to speak. He relished the gradual ebbing of life that lay in his grasp. Standing to the side, Link refrained from bowing, finding the scene somewhat ludicrous instead. Apart from these 3 guardians, the remaining 12 possessed a minimum cultivation level of Saint, with 4 at the pinnacle of Saint level 7. All elite members of the Sea Feather Palace. Now, Long Zhang could only watch helplessly as the mighty bear fell before him, unable to exact vengeance upon his foe. This man was adorned in an exquisite, handcrafted British suit, exuding an air of sophistication. Though the Dan Tian had shattered, the Fulong Dan could mend it. If the soul body fractured, as long as a sliver of consciousness remained in the sea of awareness, the original wisdom pill could facilitate its reconstruction. However, the inherent dangers were incalculable. A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of one's spirit, resulting in an irreversible fate. The location for the evening's meal was inscribed on a note, which the man gently pushed toward Lin Ming. Of course, the 7th brother noticed as well. The distant horde of zombies reemerged, and he sensed the presence of a corpse king lurking nearby. It was only natural to have contingency plans in place. However, confrontations between powerful foes typically culminate in thrilling spectacles, as they often engage in a prolonged battle of attrition, only to unleash their full strength unexpectedly at a critical juncture. They arranged dish after dish upon the table, introducing each by name. Long Jia and Long Xiao exclaimed in unison, "Do not destroy it. Such a wondrous treasure, if ruined, will never reappear and cannot be salvaged." 084. Master, what are your instructions? Yao spoke wisely. No opportunity for survival should be squandered. Tightly clenching her fists, Tian's gaze grew resolute. Yao, are you planning to stay behind to save Sha? Su Shiyu lightly nodded her head and said, "Indeed. I cannot leave Sha unattended here. You should leave first." Ding Xiang responded, "All right, I will lead them toward the Huanyu forest. It would be best if you could catch up with us." Tossing aside the scissors in her hand, she shot him an exasperated glance without further acknowledgement. Then seated herself on a round chair, pouring herself a cup of clear tea to calm her nerves. Her anger manifested in the trembling of the teacup she held, as frustration surged within her. Zhang Qiqing, however, was not as composed. He faced the daunting task of battling the colossal serpent within the valley. The storage ring was exceedingly precious. Acquiring it would render all her losses insignificant. Yet, she had only wandered for less than a year before encountering her master and father figure, subsequently leading a life akin to that of a princess. Yunqing let out a low growl, his aura reaching its zenith, reminiscent of a formidable war god. The colonel was somewhat astonished. Gansu's strength should not surpass that of a star deity, yet amidst the debris of bullets, a long, conical ice-blue star deity shimmered. Shortly after his arrival, the renowned Duke of Yu and his wife hastily appeared, delivering a resounding slap to the face of Princess Yongjia without uttering a word, unleashing a torrent of furious reproach. Later, they encountered 4 massive third-tier beasts at sea. The sudden appearance of these beasts caught the commander off guard. Leading the 4 experts aboard to engage in battle with 3 of the beasts, while a serrated shark descended from the sky, intent on intercepting the commander's ship. All eyes in the conference hall were fixed upon him, the weight of their gazes pressing down like a mountain, leaving him feeling exposed and weak. After a brief introduction of Yizishi by Gu Tianfeng, he concluded the matter and proceeded to meet important business partners with Gu Ziyan. The 3 of them hesitated, aware that revealing their official insignia could result in severe consequences. If it became known they had lost a bet, their lives would be at stake. Although they were momentarily blinded by desire, they were not foolish enough to gamble with their lives. Originally slender, Qin Qinglian had been transformed into a plump figure by Heifen's meddling, leaving her on the verge of tears and laughter. One day, 3 years later, Lan Qing opened his eyes to find himself beneath the familiar dome of the Moonlight Palace. He propped himself up with his arm, adjusted his clothing, and walked toward the door, where he spotted Yunqi. Clearly, he was no match for Zhang Xing. There was a significant gap in their realms, and Zhang Xing's strength was comparable to that of the 4 great princes within the Black Emperor sect. This did not refer to the proficiency of various techniques like the inch punch or farmer's 3 fists, but rather a generalized combat acumen, forged through countless battles and trials of blood and fire, ingrained into every cell as an instinct for war. At this moment, Qin Feng embodied this very state. He was eager to discern the true intentions of the royal lineage. A fiery red beam erupted from the main cannon beneath the flagship, scorching the ground. Qin Feng steeled himself to keep pace with Han Xingqi, trusting that Han would not deceive him. There must be a concealed secret behind the dilapidated facade of the Xilai Hotel, something unique that could captivate Han Xingqi and others. The jade token was given to him by the 2 Beast Peak disciples upon entering the trial area, promising that it could be shattered to facilitate an immediate escape in times of danger. Yet, it was too late. Yang Na had already launched an attack on Athena, closing in with alarming speed. 085, you must fight for yourself. The lanky forest stretched vast and wide, with windward fortress built by the lakeside, its foundation climbing the mountains in a dark, imposing style. Especially near the mountain's peak, the tower-like structures stood tall and formidable. The base of the mountain was heavily guarded, with numerous sentinels patrolling within the walls. 2-star-level magical beasts walked ahead, while Su Shio kept her head bowed, concealing her sharp gaze, feigning fragility as she cautiously followed behind them. Lin Jingyong meticulously conducted several checks, employing various techniques to ascertain that he was not lying. Upon hearing the disheartening news, Li Juanhao was greatly affected, sulking in silence as he pondered his next steps. Lisa chose not to intrude on his thoughts. Han Feng observed his furrowed brow, sensing that he was genuinely troubled. After all, what would cause a grown man to frown so earnestly? The martial sage, surrounded by an aura of vitality, emerged from the military tent, not fleeing like Wudo Daoist, but charging toward the Eye of the Thunder calamity with a roar of blood and energy, resembling a giant. The merit list was not arbitrarily arranged, it symbolized strength. How could one possibly eliminate so many zombies without sufficient power? Frederica found herself at a loss for words in response to Li Juanhao's scathing remarks, her complexion reddening as she became visibly flustered. This left Han Feng feeling somewhat awkward. With so many people present, it seemed inappropriate to appear overly eager. He understood that this tribe could muster around 40 young warriors, at the very least. Had it not been for Emperor Chongzhen bringing them to the Forbidden City to serve as court-martial officers, they might never have been privy to such confidential matters. A gentle breeze wafted through the night, carrying a hint of chill, as Han Feng's mind raced, intertwining all these thoughts. Increasingly convinced that the Red Star resembled a chess game, with Rose City as a crucial piece. Pure demonic energy essence burst forth, not merely leaking but exploding. The 4-soul jade emitted a dazzling white light, shattering into fragments and scattering in all directions. Ji Shiyin stared at her phone for an extended period, her eyes welling with tears before finally mustering the strength to set it aside. Ling Chao was thrilled to see Yu Zichen appear as if out of thin air, contemplating whether to greet him, only to be pulled away by Yunza, who suggested they leave first. Though initially dissatisfied, Ling Chao refrained from causing a scene upon witnessing his expression. He had lifted his shirt, proudly showcasing his robust muscles to the crowd. Outside the ghost city, Feng Hua had finally released the blocked energy channels in her body, anxiously searching for a way to enter the city, but to no avail. As she noticed Ruo Xin and Guan Jingtian lingering inside, time seemed to drag on, heightening her sense of urgency. Yu Zichen had a penchant for startling others. Why did you still cling to him so dearly? Qing Rang, ever kind-hearted, refrained from uttering any derogatory remarks. In truth, Li Jiang was well aware of the vast American market and its formidable purchasing power. However, he had not conducted market research and was uncertain about the pricing of their products in this region or the approximate annual sales. After multiple calibrations, Weapon No. 53 could now accurately gauge its landing points. Coupled with the detection scanning skills employed by the floating tower, it was a breeze to eliminate any enemies within the shooting range. Accompanied by the boundless flames of the Sun God, the laws of kings evolved, melting the foreign realms in a fierce battle against the Dark Sun King. Within by Siway's chamber, the lights burned brightly, and the hazy mist, thickened by the crackling of burning firewood, gradually filled the room. In the vast expanse of the Moon Palace, It was said that apart from the goddess Chang'e, there existed only a jade rabbit and a toad. Underneath the laurel tree in the courtyard, there stood the lumberjack Wu Gang. Xivia and Xing Tianyu had just endured a one-sided massacre outside. In their haste to descend, they had not yet had the opportunity to clean themselves, and their bodies were splattered with fresh blood. Yet, upon seeing her bloodied appearance, the man did not recoil in fear. Instead, his eyes brightened as he scrutinized Xivia's face. The Lord's pursuit of affection. Shintu was quite taken by Su Xiao's beauty. Not only did the three-star beast act on her behalf, but even the Lord himself desired to compete for her favor. This was an entirely different concept. A feeling that was incomparable. Banju felt a sense of confusion. He wished to explain to Shintu, but could not articulate his thoughts. After all, the scene at that moment was exceedingly bizarre. Banju lamented, "The three-star beasts obey her commands. It is not merely lust for beauty." He did not indiscriminately slay his opponents. As long as they bore no malice towards him, he would refrain from violence. He was not so deranged. Yes, Dan has a partner. Yet, she abandoned her former companion to seek a new one. Males are often permitted such liberties, while females can pursue 2 or 3 mates. However, our tiger clan does not adhere to this. Rui looked at Loli, speaking urgently. From here, one can discern the disparity between the 11th and 12th levels of the fish dragon realm. Not to mention that Li Hishin's combat prowess resides at the pinnacle of the 13th level. Having weathered numerous storms, he had long understood that even the best of friends could become foes. It was not that he was unwilling to trust them, but rather that reality was harsh, and it forbade such beliefs. Jia Jian was startled, instinctively wishing to burrow into the ground, but Yi grasped his tail, and after a brief struggle, Jia Jian stood trembling. Inside were 2 jade slips, one detailing a martial technique, and the other outlining methods for crafting weapons, which contained Fengqing's insights. It could be said that if this jade slip on weapon forging were to be presented anywhere on the continent, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. Upon hearing her words and recalling Aunt Lan's earlier mention that the sealing formation was not established overnight, but rather fortified and perfected over centuries by countless cultivators, he gained much clarity. Life and death are fated. You need not worry. After a moment, Long Along calmly addressed by Yi, who stood beside him. Due to the unexpected emergence of these 2 items, the 2 sources of energy he had initially hoped for not only failed to breach the rebound formation, but also amplified its power instantaneously, reflecting the energy back and enhancing the attacks of countless weapons. However, Li Hexian was not particularly anxious at that moment, as he had completely intercepted the sea demons preparing to enter the water prison. At present, no sea demon could breach that threshold. If he could find a confidant in this lifetime, he would have no regrets. Moreover, the Moon Fox had previously mentioned Shi Chaoyan, who resided in Fuzhou. The key to starting anew is not merely talent. As long as one can offer a fair price, there is no shortage of willing workers. Yet, they could not grasp the specifics of the situation, which is the essence of the bystander's dilemma. Had it not been for the timely reminder from a surgeon's wife, this opportunity would certainly have been missed, and upon this thought, he could not help but feel fortunate. The model machine was primarily used for testing. Appearance was of little importance, and decent craftsmanship was already a pleasant surprise. As Qi Lian took out the half-moon hairpin, a token of affection given to Manhua by Yi Kan many years ago, radio communication was likened to the neurons of the human body. Without the directives of neurons, a person becomes paralyzed. He was aware that he was merely an undergraduate. Although his school was respectable, it was still a lower-tier 211 institution. And undergraduates generally occupied the lowest rungs in large pharmaceutical companies, far removed from research opportunities. Wang Qingchen immediately recalled the time he was falsely accused while rescuing someone in the middle of the street, had it not been for Feng Yunling's assistance. The aftermath would have been significantly more troublesome. Actions speak louder than words. At dawn the next day, Zhao Kai rummaged through his belongings for several valuable accessories to present as a gift to his nephew, then hastily made his way to the governor's residence to seek his sister. 087. Redeeming one's former self. My father, now advanced in years, was quite the dandy in his youth, fathering numerous children, each inheriting the cold-blooded ruthlessness of the Python clan. They contended with one another, leading to countless deaths and rendering the regime exceedingly unstable. To solidify the bloodline of the Python royal family, we must unite by marrying our daughter to the lord of Chifeng Fortress. Only then can we stand as one. Hongling spoke coolly. Otherwise, the West Wilderness you see today would have entirely transformed into a dynasty of star-level beasts. This time, Shuang sought out Zhou Biqing. As Zhou Biqing's organization was renowned for such assessments, the capital was in an uproar, with various factions stirring restlessly. Some staunchly defended Su Ruqing, while more believed he could not escape disaster and would inevitably fall from grace, prompting them to consider their escape routes in advance. Leguminous food should not be consumed excessively in a single day, lest they cause bloating. However, young Master Qingshu's intense pain was clearly no trivial matter. The doctor pondered. Yet now, thinking of his proud and obstinate fairy, Bai Shuyun could not concern herself with any collaboration. Crash! Just as Guigui was about to argue, the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Before either could react, a voice, laden with immense fury, thundered into the room like a sudden explosion of bass. Su Qingrui could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, while Lin Hao merely twitched his lips, casting a glance at Jin Xiaoyu, and in that moment, they both perceived sympathy in each other's eyes. Hiss. Gu Shi winced at a sharp pain on his lip, yet his eyes widened in shock. Tang Xiao could manage the affairs at the door. With Tang Ji present, I would face no danger. Yuer is my dear sister. I must find her. After Flower Row finished speaking, she nodded at Tang Xiao and headed outside. Did you provoke all these young ladies at your master's behest? Yang Ruodong shot a sidelong glance at Yang Tianyi. What of the citizens within Xizhou City? Should they be unjustly embroiled in Lu Yinlin's mischief? Meng Qihan questioned. Poppy is notoriously known as the poison mistress. There is no toxin she cannot treat, rest assured. Su Lu, for once, was not jesting. He understood that I would never joke about Aang's life. Each time a game character levels up, there is a vibration effect accompanied by dazzling golden light. Zhou Yi's phone vibrated with more intensity than an excavator, waves of golden light flashing before his eyes as his game character continuously leveled up. Gobel looked pained. Surviving in the totem tribe was no simple feat without seeking refuge. What alternatives were there? Yet, having been unable to participate in mining for over a decade, he could only pay taxes with other cultivation resources. The development of the Horn tribe was far from smooth, and it could be said they were surviving in the cracks. Lin Shanghan returned home very late that night, prompting his mother to suspect he had been up to no good after school. All right, then add that piece, and wrap them all together. I pointed to the 2 pieces of clothing that Aang had just taken a liking to and instructed the sales assistant. Upon reaching this point, Lin Shanghan instinctively grasped Li Yishuan's hand tightly, almost painfully so. Just as Dogwa's mother was about to speak, the third elder suddenly stepped forward and slapped Dogwa's mother across the face, then loudly berated her. Finally, she casually pointed to a villager and inquired about the matters concerning Dogwa's father. Particularly, upon learning that the visitor harbored intentions to delve into the enigma, their disdain intensified. Lin Shanghan found herself at a loss. At this moment, any form of consolation proved futile, and she could only rely on her own strength to overcome that hurdle. Most significantly, the person bearing her name before her, with an ever-present smile on their face, instilled an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's expression immediately fell. To her knowledge, the company had invested significantly in this contract. Initially, she believed that even if the Song family was dissatisfied, they would still be inclined to sign. However, it now appeared that completion was utterly unattainable. 088. I permit you to become my beast husband. A deep, indifferent voice resonated from behind. Su Xiao was tightly embraced, and even through the fabric, she could feel the firmness of the other's muscles and robust physique. Su Xiao gently patted the man's arm, and only then did he realize he was still covering his mouth, unable to utter a word. Once she released her hand, Su Xiao concealed the mischievous glint in her eyes, biting her red lip as she spoke. I was sent here by the meteor auction house. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I ventured out to disturb the resting dead. Just then, she saw the chubby man rushing towards her, unwilling to back down, and she took a determined step forward to confront him. Meanwhile, at Yao Hua's side, a different scene unfolded. Though he and Feng Ling often bickered, their interactions were generally harmonious. However, when Lin Yu's words fell, a wrathful bolt of heavenly fire descended upon Peter, instantly reducing him to ashes. Yet, in the hearts of many disciples of the Dan sect, both Ken Rui and Yi Feng were viewed as arrogant fools, oblivious to their own shortcomings, who might actually cause an explosion during the alchemy competition. Fate, however, played a cruel hand. Now, in her bid to save him, Dan Taiwaner lay gravely injured in this dark, cold place, while he could only watch helplessly as she silently endured her suffering. When she finally managed to open her eyes, it was deep into the night. The room was illuminated by candlelight, and Lu Shenhao sat at the edge of the bed, smiling warmly at her. Yun Xiuming nodded vigorously, saying, I couldn't hear the other words clearly, but I assure you of this. Moreover, we both went to Luoying Gorge together, and my brother saw everything. By the time Su Ju arrived, the others had already secured the abyssal blood, while the corpse of the White Worm General had been collected by Xiangang. Zombies and monsters perceived sound waves through their ears. With their ears covered, the zombies became fearless, and coupled with the Arctic Bear tribe's zombie control techniques, they indeed transformed into undaunted reconnaissance tools. Long Ci looked bewildered, prompting Lan Hu to instinctively provide an explanation. I rushed over to investigate and found one of Frank's subordinates lying on the ground, drenched in blood, with multiple bullet holes in his chest from an assault rifle. Ma Desao had also been shot in the left arm by the man who had just fallen. Gaia understood the warning in her words, calming himself as he patiently awaited her to unleash her second spell. Fortunately, Mo Jiangnan's spiritual awareness remained robust, instilling confidence in him when facing someone who had yet to establish their foundation. Since Chaogu had decided to promote and manage this matter with great fanfare, it was natural for subordinates to organize and plan accordingly. The Duke's esteemed guests and offerings were dispatched to gather information on the guest list across the city. However, Mid-grade elixirs demanded exceedingly high spiritual power and awareness from alchemists. Without foundational cultivation, one could not even complete the refining process. He couldn't help but feel pity for Ma-Yi, lamenting that Ma-Yi was unfortunate to have such a foolish leader. At last, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have found it difficult to accept that the seemingly invincible third young master had been defeated. Song Jijin finally comprehended Su Mu's intentions. He had not come as an invited guest, and anger flickered across his face. Bunya Shaku, a 20-year-old Thai ladyboy of Chinese descent, took pride in her ancestral secret technique of disaster warding, marked by red paper on her eyelids. Although it couldn't be compared to the sorcery and witchcraft prevalent in South Asia, it was a heritage brought from China by her great-great-grandfather. Recalling Wu Yuanming's reminder, Li Yuliang suddenly remembered the name Huangfu Baozhu and exclaimed, "You are the undying General Huangfu Baozhu, ranked third in martial prowess." He inwardly lamented, regretting not inviting his senior brother Hu Gongsan, who ranked second in the martial world, to accompany him. 089. I choose the Beast Master. Can you help me escape from the heavily guarded Chifeng Fortress? It's too late now. It may not be appropriate. I can try again tomorrow night. No. I must take Xia with me. I came to Chifeng Fortress specifically to rescue her. There's another female? I shall think of a way to bring you both out openly. All right. As dawn approached, Mi reluctantly released Su. These two individuals were none other than the royal prince and the Xian prince of the Lu clan, who had encountered Su Hong during the Tongzhen dynasty. I was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "You have no relation to me whatsoever. Do not spout nonsense, or I shall be furious." Wasn't he supposed to be the cold, domineering CEO? Did he not always wear a poker face around her? Why did he appear so flamboyant today? Recalling Ling Jinma's words in the tent, she harbored a slight doubt. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, the defeat of the Wanling kingdom was the best result. The corpse of the Xian'in saint and his fateful divine weapon were not expected to reside within the fifth stage of the divine realm, Su Hong murmured to himself. However, when his gaze fell upon a certain area of the elder's body, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes, though she claimed not to fear. Witnessing so many lives lost before her eyes caused her immense sorrow. The citizens of the 6 state cities would be able to endure this calamity if she simply opened the granaries to distribute grain. It was indeed a disgrace for someone of such stature to be ranked as the vice-supreme leader of the Tai immortal sect, especially since he was regarded as the most promising among them. Wasn't this a humiliation for the entire Tai immortal sect? Lin Jiaoluo pursed her lips, her gaze resolute, imbued with an aura of lethal intent. Shen Ninghua couldn't help but laugh. Bailey Jinjing and the others would love for me to act this way. If I were to execute a batch of people, they could incite the officials of the former dynasty to accuse me of murder, and at that point, my reputation would be utterly tarnished. Of course, the 2 steel factory also needed to strategize simultaneously, ideally capturing blacksmiths capable of constructing high furnaces to return to the Great Zhou. However, after the recent war, the tribes of the southern desert, which had been annexed and annihilated, had become mere slaves, serving Lindan on as pioneers, depleting the defenses and firepower of the Datong army. In her previous life, she had ruthlessly abandoned her parents and family for this man, severing all avenues of retreat and giving her heart entirely to him. Yet, that man, alongside his family, had subjected her to torment, leaving her heart cold and lifeless, wishing for death. In reality, he was only slightly older than her, addressing her as sister out of respect. Moreover, considering her cousin's affection for her, if she were to marry him in the future, she would have to call her cousin's wife sister-in-law, so it would be inappropriate to call her younger sister now. After crying for a long time, and once her emotions had settled, she pressed the accelerator and set off. Nonetheless, tears continued to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. Tao turned her head in confusion and spotted Boss Tong standing not far away, clad in black, with a camera even larger than Gu Yi's slung over his shoulder. Wearing a black cap, his ordinary attire appeared strangely out of place on him. Delicious, this fragrance is exquisite. Qinghe, you truly excel. Lu Ru praised profusely. After the intermediary completed the evaluation, they informed her the price was 150 million. If she was eager to sell, it could be even lower. In truth, loyalty is something one can possess as long as they are strong enough. Therefore, in the presence of the discerning, there is no need for such hypocritical flattery. Seeing the blushing beauty, Wang Bing couldn't help but smile shamelessly. Xianer, there's no need to call him. After these past days, Xianer must be exhausted. Today is a rare day of rest, so let him recuperate for a while. However, what Huomian was unaware of was that when Huasiqian beheld Huomian thriving in this world once more, the atmosphere was charged with both overt and covert rivalry. All eyes were fixated on the emerging figure of Mai, and the matriarch appeared somewhat dazed, though she begrudgingly acknowledged Su Shiyao's discerning eye. Yet, Mai, the voice of Shintu, filled with resentment, pierced the air as he narrowed his eyes, casting a malevolent glare towards Mai. At this juncture, Su Shiyao had indeed chosen a beast husband, leaving Hongjin in a state of indecision. This was her orchestrated selection of a beast husband, yet Shinta held Su Shiyao in high regard. As the nearly complete power of the demon god erupted, a chorus of agonized screams echoed, and those charred shadows of monks began to revive, their features, limbs, and upper bodies gradually materializing into reality. Your Majesty, the Han army's arrows have ceased. Should we launch an immediate assault on their encampment? Xiyao gazed gravely at Zhuge Liang, who stood atop the elevated platform within the camp, shielded by a thick layer of iron. Even he found it impossible to inflict harm upon Zhuge Liang with arrows. When the two exited the chamber and presented themselves before the crowd, all gazes converged upon their necks, resulting in an instant of peculiar expressions. Thus, if my lord can ensure our survival, we shall obey your command with utmost respect. Han Wanqing stated as he received 3 jade talismans, bowing once more. The two struggled vigorously, attempting to break free from the oppressive atmosphere. But they could only propel themselves a few hundred meters, while the goldfish circled around them, leaving them suspended helplessly in midair. Am I not bored? The demon kings of Yozhou are quite something. They all fled at the mere sight of my Eastern Emperor bell. Now that I no longer wield it, they still run. Is it not infuriating? Ali expressed his displeasure. These were indeed former clients of Nav Phone, many of whom still maintained partnerships, yet it hardly justified the act of murder. All right, Sister Zhang, we have gathered ample understanding of this matter. Please take Zhang Wei to the hospital. Given the gravity of this incident, our school must assume responsibility. So let us refrain from idle chatter. As for Lumu, I shall have another word with him, he inquired. Very well. Tian Yuji closed her eyes, and suddenly, golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire ocean. Yumukin, filled with joy, believed that the miraculous energy was about to manifest, only to be met with the roar of the Azure Dragon below. They were indeed on Junsha's blacklist. Being caught would be an inevitable consequence. However, today, the two had performed a charitable act, noticing the starving individuals and deciding to offer them some money to purchase food. Not so. The Ji family would not dare. If any mishap befell the Xing family, the wrath of the Xing family would be a burden the Ji and Lu families could not bear. Pulled by Mutian, Xing Nan was propelled forward by an overwhelming force, nearly stumbling. Upon witnessing Mutian's actions, he realized his intentions and felt a surge of urgency. Wanting. We have grown up together as childhood friends. Our bond is no less than any other. Huazai called out loudly. Yiqiling uttered no further words, her tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to maintain a smile. She was uncertain if her actions were correct, yet equally unsure of what the right course of action should be, her heart tangled in conflict. The old man, upon hearing these words, stood momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, even more exaggerated than before. It was hardly fair to blame him, as everyone present found themselves amused by Ming Nan's words. Be decisive. Can you, or can't you? At this moment, Xiang Fan's impatience surfaced. How have you been these past few days? Shen Shi did not respond but instead inquired about other matters, and silence can sometimes serve as a response in itself. Qin Zheng casually knocked out the last guard on the roof, observing the fleeing figure before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to voice countless grievances. Yet unable to articulate a single word. 091, Female Mutual Assistance. Shintu endeavored to fulfill every modest request of Su Xiyao. The moment she expressed her desire for a female companion hailing from the northern wilderness, Shintu waved his hand and summoned Xia, who had been kept under close watch. Yao Yu. Xia finally emerged from the dim confines of her small chamber, joyfully embracing Su Xiyao. It's all right now, it's all right. Su Xiyao comforted her for a moment, and only then did Xia realize that a number of star-level magical beasts were standing around them. After receiving a kiss from the bear elder, who displayed a mouthful of yellow teeth, Huagu was momentarily resigned to her fate. Perhaps it was the arrangement of the heavens. She could only accept it as it was. In that moment, she no longer blamed the bear elder. As for his lack of hygiene, she could afford to be tolerant, and the yellowed teeth became inconsequential as long as he was a man. I once absorbed the abilities of a ghostly entity. Once activated, this power allows me to visualize a 3D map of the surrounding area within 100 miles. Having remained in the university mansion for an extended period, I regarded this ability as trivial and thus refrained from utilizing it. Li Yujie described one of his exploratory abilities. He was straightforward, revealing that the vegetables were brought back by his third brother, and that was enough for the listener to believe him. Shinji, too, was in a muddled state, failing to notice the flaws in his sister's words as she pulled him into the tea house. After a round of conversation, seeing that Gu Zining showed no intention of purchasing anything, the man's demeanor turned somewhat cold. The young man before them was a classmate of Qiming in the Yuan Wu department. He never expected to find himself back in familiar territory, just as he was at a loss for how to proceed. He heard someone shouting by the riverbank, wasn't that the fool? Looking over, under the pale moonlight, the fool was no longer as he had previously appeared, and bore no resemblance to Xiao Qiu. Due to the excessively luxurious lineup of mentors and the presence of top-tier students like Shen Yi and the newly trending figure Sang Ning, as well as Shen Yi's former teammate Qing Yu, he could hardly contain the turmoil of desire swelling within him. He swiftly soared out of the palace, breaking the surface of the water. The viewers in the live broadcast room were quite curious. Was the program not scheduled to begin recording tomorrow? Why was it live now? Ghostly whales, you Luo Sha, yet I still wish to test the mettle of your so-called #1 in the world and see if you have aged. Shenkin remarked with a smile. From a magical perspective, Li Kong and Cancer are one and the same, as the leopard god stated. His only hope was to find a rare elixir. Indeed, those who ventured into the sea to fish for tuna, aside from professional fishermen, were merely fishing enthusiasts. Although they possessed wealth, they would not waste it here. Chang Jianchuang, noticing Xing Yun's eagerness, chuckled softly and surprisingly replied, "This as she retreated from Xingyun's embrace, gently pressing and pulling at the headboard, revealing a thick object resembling a coarse line. Currently, the Wang family was collaborating with the Mui group, so they could not make an appearance. Although Wang Pu was somewhat arrogant, he understood the gravity of the situation and thus had to use another's hand to teach Bai Yi a lesson. It was indeed strange, with Kuan-Shu already revealed, his presence so palpable. If there were truly people stationed here, they would have emerged. Ting Cheng expressed his confusion. Subsequently, an astonishing revelation came from the head of Mao Shan. The cultivator who had attacked him was a peak-level return-to-void cultivator, using a form of wicked technique, the same one that had caused a bloody storm over 40 years ago, originating from the methods of the wicked sword immortal subordinate, Thunder General. This was also Sa Baining's first experience participating in such an event. After all, for over a century, the Witch King had not summoned a battle witch. Even if summoned, a novice like Sa Baining would never have the opportunity to represent the sacred witch hall. Such matters were generally attended by the hall's master. Namo shook his head. The intertwining of reality and memory rendered him unable to discern his whereabouts. 092. The turmoil of the imperial city. Oh, red light? What is happening? Hong Ling halted in her tracks, staring in astonishment at the red glow emanating from the glass sphere. She and Hong Jin stood dumbfounded. Could it be that Su Shiyu was not the sacred maiden? The red light was something she had never encountered before. Could it be that the little feminine figure truly was not the sacred maiden? Shintu was equally astonished, observing the red light, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. How could this be? Yoshino frowned. No, please, I beg you, Daoist friend Su Wang, as long as you do not kill me before Su Wang. I have always maintained a lofty and disdainful demeanor. The once arrogant Jia Shanbai suddenly wore an expression of sheer terror, pleading for mercy from Su Wang. Immediately, the scene on the rapidly flashing water mirror froze, coalescing into a singular image. Most crucially, Ling Er had always remained by Yi Xian's side. They had overlooked this terrifying foxy spirit, mistaking it for a mere pet of the young master. Before that, I needed to rid myself of this object. Nagato glanced at the black rod protruding from behind. At that moment, the Hegi's army had already surrounded them. A dozen war chariots carrying dozens of Hegi's special forces surged towards the assault vehicle in a four-pronged formation. With so many elite soldiers, what tricks could they possibly devise to undermine him? The newcomer was a handsome youth clad in a blue long robe, appearing no older than 15 or 16. However, in the next moment, Xiao Xinhai was greatly alarmed, for although the python bone demon blade struck fiercely against the fiery barrier, the flame barrier merely quivered slightly, showing no signs of shattering. The prototype ship-girl ought to display the essence of a prototype ship-girl, like myself. We should choose a powerful admiral to unleash our potential, rather than engage in mundane tasks meant for ordinary humans to survive. Currently, his fire spirit magic wall was too weak to form even the most basic spell shape, offering only a brief period of defense. However, since the undead beast from below feared fire, this fire spirit magic wall could pose a threat, deterring the beast from breaking through easily. The spiritual veins of the gathering spirit great perfection realm were already full. The muscles could no longer condense more spiritual energy, and a breakthrough meant shattering one's own limitations. Just as Tang Feng and others were preparing to enter the city obediently, two long spears were thrust before them. In many parts of America and Australia, there was an abundance of useful medicinal herbs. Unless it was a towering snow mountain, there was no need for masters from the mountains to venture out. It sufficed to send the locals to gather the materials, making herbal gathering a popular occupation among the locals. I've long heard of you, Master Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng began jokingly, instantly easing the tension in the air. The Wulu sect also sought to expand its power, thus arriving at the imperial city of Guishan. As they displayed their banner for recruiting talent, those who had faced setbacks in the Nie family flocked to the Wulu sect. Outside the carriage, the driver Lu Yong, upon hearing Spring Chow's roar, could not help but mutter to himself, how fierce is the young master's wife. However, those people, relying on their numbers, cared little, each casting their spells. Soon enough they would overpower you. Oh, how annoying, she exclaimed, preparing to retaliate, while several girls inside the carriage began to tussle. You are breaking the law. The driver gasped, clutching his legs in fright and daring not to move. Looking around, he saw that aside from the icy river before him, there were no other caves or paths. All around were only the hard rock walls, leaving no escape. In such circumstances, although he had delayed a moment with Lin Fuyu, the fox had long since vanished without a trace, yet thanks to the marking on Lin Fuyu's belt, Zhang Ruyun had not lost track. 093. Ascending to the form of a dragon, S. gaze was fierce as he grasped the Beast King's collar, speaking with venomous intensity, I am your eldest son. The throne of the Beast King rightfully belongs to me. If you do not act decisively, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you and seize the rule of the Western Wasteland. I intend to bring the star-level magical beasts to their knees before me, unlike you, who cowers and offers your daughter to Shinta to ensure peace in the region. Is that so? Then why not challenge me now? The crowd recognized the resolve in Chow's demeanor and erupted in fervent agreement, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Entering the park, one might expect a festive gathering, only to find at the end of the queue stood Xia Dong. Before Yang Sini could rise to open the door, Xia Ling hastily tossed the sunflower seeds on the table and dashed to the entrance. Days later, the two soared through the cosmos on Xiyao celestial vessel. The 1,000-leaf would blossom, traversing Mars. While the jump star was suitable for long-distance interstellar travel, it lacked the agility of the 1,000-leaf would blossom for nearby flights. Prompting the switch to Xiao's craft, Xiaoji held Gu Beiqing tightly, her once empty heart filled in that moment. She felt as if she could embrace him for a lifetime without weariness. Tang Jin inhaled sharply, regretting his decision to let Qin Bingwen play cards. Realizing too late that they were already acquainted and had likely conspired against him, reluctant to concede. He understood that pursuing the matter with such poor cards would only benefit his opponents. Qin Bingwen nudged him from behind, signaling for him to fold. After tidying up, Elbu announced his governance. Suddenly, a report arrived. 2 burly men had come seeking refuge. Upon receiving a phone call, Yiming trembled with excitement. Momentarily at a loss for words, he retreated to the restroom, clutching a cigarette, and spent a long time calming down. Liu Bei, upon hearing the news, rose in fury, declaring, "My mind is made up. We shall march on Jingzhou." He appointed Shanfu as his strategist, and the army set its course for Xiangyang. Preparations were complete, and the siege against the Qin army was imminent. The god of war was set to reveal his true, menacing visage. It was not a trivial matter to establish a new government based on the intelligence agency, which remained a clandestine organization. The so-called construction of the new office was merely an expansion and restructuring of the existing intelligence agency. Hua Tian was unaware of their telepathic exchange and had never heard of the longevity fruit. In modern special operations, the emphasis lies on cohesive teamwork and collaboration. Even for snipers who often execute missions alone, a formidable team supports their success, ensuring flawless completion of each task. Standing up, Zhai approached the Empress Dowager of Qin State, who shivered in the cold, her lips turning pale. In truth, 1 million celestial crystals would suffice to establish the immortal spirit sect in the Yutian realm, with even 100 being more than adequate. According to the original plans of the Barong Empire, they aimed to reach Qianjing City within 3 months. Even if they failed to capture the city, they intended to occupy the northern region above the Chuanhe River. However, their efforts were in vain, leading to a depletion of national strength and chaos within their own borders. Jiang Xuehan nodded. The eastern continent was still engulfed in turmoil, and Yu Shiyun's extermination of a mortal society required considerable assistance. Furthermore, Jiang Xuehan needed to report on the matters concerning ancestor Yuli to Yu Shiyun. It was astonishing. Even the supreme of 9 tribulations would turn pale at such injuries and would retreat to recuperate. In Dangkong Mountain, 5 practitioners of the Return to Truth realm and numerous others at the virtual reality realm had gathered. "I am his female," Mose stated coldly. "For I am stronger than you. Your attempts to orchestrate my demise are futile, as that group of you stands no chance against me. I have never harbored any interest in inheriting the Beast King's position. Otherwise, I would not have ventured far to the North Wasteland and refused to return. Your cold-heartedness and narrow-mindedness forced me to this point, pushing me into a dead end with only the forbidden ground as my option." As for Tang Xian, she had visited Jishan Hall countless times in pursuit of assistance for her mother's illness, yet all her efforts returned in vain. Unbeknownst to them, this was a stratagem devised by Liu Bei. For several consecutive days, they feasted on lavish meals, leaving Li Ju and Guixi neglectful of military affairs. Liu Bei incessantly praised them, leading to their bewilderment, rendering them increasingly arrogant. "Brother, you have lost weight," Xiao Fangyuan observed with concern. Noticing the hardships Xia Cheng Yuan must have endured abroad, he felt less substantial in her arms than before. Though he had always been slender, he now appeared even thinner, prompting her worry. Lang Zhan, Ding Ran, and others, including Shi Huan, bore little resemblance to the Ren Nation people. According to Sergei, as long as they remained silent, even he could not recognize them. With the Xiao family lacking relatives, only Xiao Fangyuan, Gong Xiaoxie, and the old steward of the Xiao family had come. "You waited specifically for me to say goodbye?" Xinyu kept his gaze fixed ahead, his tone revealing a sense of detachment, despite being in such an isolated location. The box was remarkably clean, devoid of dust. Elge was stood at the center, bloodied and somewhat disheveled, yet his demeanor remained undaunted and unafraid. With no hint of remorse upon his face, Ramaker had long admired the wind god and immediately knelt before him. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, the earth sinking. Yet the space where the god of archery's bow resided remained untouched. "You were quite generous. I never imagined you would invest so much for this girl." Though 30% seems a tad insufficient, Qin Xing remarked, gazing skyward and shaking his head repeatedly. Su Xiaodan remained blissfully unaware of Lin Shue's arrival in Cold Creek Village, continuing to jest on the phone while giggling into the receiver. As predicted, when Su Xiaodan raised her glass, several stars and affluent patrons from nearby tables hurried over, eager to toast her and Long Xiaodian. With the new year approaching, the men in the village had ventured into the mountains for hunting, capitalizing on the particularly lucrative market for game at this time. Furthermore, there was no need for anyone to guard the village, as dozens of officials and soldiers from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, along with 130 young men from Tianjin, had taken residence in the 5-story manor. In terms of workload, the gap between the current situation and the ultimate goal had narrowed considerably. An invisible energy field expanded amidst the currents, as fragments of sculptures Debris from the ceiling and shards of glass erupted in unison with Eric's swift motion, propelled backward by a wave of milky white energy. Kunk complained about the impolite individual, yet glanced at the magic crystal card in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Wei Mia began to comprehend that this test was not merely an assessment of raw power but a measure of sensitivity, determining one's ability to execute a lethal strike amidst the cover of heavy weaponry. It was no wonder they were members of the guard. Indeed, the following morning, Wei Mia and Li Aluk received an invitation from the Pingshi Academy, requesting their presence at a banquet that evening at the residence of the city lord. The cities housing the 4 major academies shared a fundamental structure with Hesaport, where the headmaster also served as the city lord. Yo, you're not planning to abandon me, are you? Not at all. Both Xia and I were abducted. Xiyao took a few steps back, her beautiful eyes blinking as she gazed at him. Recently, the northern wilderness continent experienced a series of natural disasters, resulting in the capital's collapse, which is currently under reconstruction. Star-level magical beasts took advantage of the chaos, abducting numerous females, of which I was one. However, I managed to release the others and returned to Fofeng Fortress to rescue Xia. What? You were also captured? The crowd murmured in astonishment, utterly shocked. Lamenting Lin Feng's extraordinary luck, filled with envy and resentment, wishing they could eliminate Lin Feng with a mere glance to seize the 5 types of heavenly fire. Today was also the day for Yu Man's treatment. After administering the needles, Shang Jiajia took care of Yu Man while Qin Tianchen left the bedroom. Other troops had the opportunity to rest, but their special operations battalion returned from Myanmar in a frantic rush, barely catching their breath upon arriving in Zhejiang before being thrown into a mission in Shaoyang. Although she knew that Jinyu was currently with Sister Li, it remained uncertain whether Silver Moon was aware of this. If Silver Moon was unaware, he might head to Jinyu's pharmacy. Amidst their resolve, each began to form seals. And in the next instant, the entire great hall trembled, erupting with a dazzling golden light. How long do you believe you and your subordinates can hold on? Fong Haman continued to stare at him, inquiring further. Indeed, the contract was what he desired, yet he would not succumb to threats. Moreover, another dilemma loomed. How could he be certain that helping her Wu Ti ultimately lead to Jiang Yinhua's downfall? When Ren Xingyue was equally perplexed, feeling a wave of inexplicable agitation within at that moment. Thus, your investigative scope should not be limited to the capital, Ningwei suggested subtly before growing reticent. However, this might inadvertently wrong Chiha. After all, like her, he should also be considered a victim. Yet, given his formidable prowess, perhaps he could extricate himself unscathed? Long live our emperor. Long live our empress. All court officials respectfully knelt, bowing their heads in unison. During that frigid winter following the demon Yang heavenly tribulation, the impoverished citizens within the demonic city, the door of desire, resorted to cannibalism, suffering immensely. Yet, the vile overlord, Fuma Bodhi, continued to exploit the populace, indulging in a lavish, debauched lifestyle. Ila took out her phone to call home. Otherwise, her parents would likely report her missing after a night away. Alas, why are there so many troubles? Wu Xiang sighed, just as she was about to resume her cultivation when the voice of old Rong echoed from outside the cave, conveying a sense of urgency and confusion. The two rode past, a fleeting sight, barely managing to halt their steeds. Fang Yu nodded and stated, "It seems there is no other choice. Let us return." With that, he led the way, while Qing Mingzi glanced back at the bamboo grove, shaking his head before following suit. Truly a renowned general of the Tang dynasty, even amidst the chaos, he issued commands most advantageous for his troops. "Brother Ida, please," he said. "By the way, let me check my current attributes," Zhang Fei mused, realizing that his martial prowess stood at 95 without weapons or mounts. He recalled that with weapons and mounts, it had only reached 96. Failure would indeed be awkward. Simultaneously, Luo was appointed as the second-ranked general of the north, commanding the Iron Cavalry of Yuzhou, stationed in the northern nomadic regions, while Luo Yi was posthumously honored as the general of the north, with the title of Duke of Yu granted, as Luo Yi had no descendants and his title would be inherited by Luo Cheng. Since Tong Na was absent, Yilu was disinclined to cook, opting instead for instant noodles, feeling a pang of nostalgia for her mother. "If only Mom were home, I wouldn't have to eat this." Emoze suppressed the bitterness within, striving to keep his voice steady. "Since you are the beast has been chosen by Yao, you may stay. I will arrange a room for you." Miyu raised his brows, surprised at how quickly Emoze accepted his presence, revealing the depth of his feelings for Su Xiyao, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. "Muyi, you are the newly appointed leader of the Fofeng Fortress Star-level Magical Beast Legion. Will you remain in the Imperial City?" Beishi asked, now holding the title, ready to strive for the advancement of mechanical beasts. At that moment, Wanshan sent a message. "Check the guild channel. What I wear around my neck is called Lioli. It allows me to transfer my damage to you." Li Weixing stated succinctly. After a while, 4 to 5 individuals entered the cell, the leader being Xinyun. Beishi followed the orc NPC into the heart of the street, ascending to the top floor of the tallest building. Surely this cannot be so? Such terrifying power. Even figures like military guardians can be easily subdued by him. How could such a formidable individual exist in this world? As they made their way halfway, footsteps echoed from ahead, approaching from an unknown passageway, the sound dense and urgent. "Humph. You think you can stop me with this? You are sorely mistaken." Kuanping silently cursed. his attention on the four diminishing as he dismissed the matter. The opponent, at the peak of chi refinement, vastly surpassed him in cultivation. Now that Baining Mountain was trapped, there would be no restraint. A fierce counterattack was inevitable. The footage seen by the lost souls must have been entirely different from what Qin Rue and the others witnessed. Although I was certain her peculiar behavior was related to the police officer, I could only feign ignorance and pose such a question. After some time, Xiao Qiliang's eyes finally adjusted from the dazzling light. At that moment, the miniature laser device remained quietly stationed on the lab table, a burnt odor lingering in the air. Wan Miao and President Yu had straightened up, smiling at him. How about I be your boyfriend now, to spare you any regrets? Yu Luo continued. His aura surged once more, his body soaring like a colossal blue bull charging through the air, recklessly racing toward the king of Koi. A kiss from you is not too much to ask, Zhou Xingyan said, tilting his face and pointing to this basic reward within the realm of common sense. Hoping Han Qiuyu would relent, Longting raised an eyebrow. If he truly had jumped off a cliff, such immense impact would leave even the divine flame armor unable to protect him from internal injuries. In such a case, a fall could very likely result in his organs being crushed. Zhang Lei's eyes flared with rage as he turned his head to the side. Are you seeking death? What are you staring at? Upon encountering Zhang Lei's gaze, the bald man erupted in fury, hurling curses. Ouyang Yin dismounted at the entrance of the mountain range, where dense thickets and rampant thorns rendered further progress on horseback impossible. Yi Luo, puzzled, remarked that although the power unleashed by the formation earlier was formidable, it had not yet reached the level capable of annihilating a master of the Qi control realm. Ling Xinzi and her companions soared to the mountainside, exchanging glances as they unleashed a coordinated attack with their four magical artifacts, shattering the relatively weak formation. The disciples from the Qinqing sect responsible for the formation were caught in the aftermath, each spitting blood from the repercussions. Having long been subservient to the Tianqi sect, they were obligated to offer a portion of their cultivation resources annually. However, the insatiable demands of the Tianqi sect had stirred resentment within them. To his astonishment, Ran had never anticipated that Mo Yin, the sole individual privy to the events of that year, would be so effortlessly dealt with by a mysterious figure, who left no trace behind, all occurring during his careless moment of being under the influence of a sedative. The prince who had been abducted, 097, Mose, as the Beast King, was bound by his status, rendering him unable to depart freely. Su Shiyu comforted Mu Yi with a few words. Though Mu Yi appeared less than satisfied, his handsome visage drew ever closer, and he seized her soft lips, embracing and kissing her for an extended while before finally releasing her. Yao, may I stay with you tonight? Mu Yi tightened his hold on her, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his intoxicating words laced with a seductive charm. Dong Shuqiang chose not to persist. He understood that such matters could only be managed by Jiang Hanying. If she faltered, what recourse did he possess? Thus, he awaited Jiang Hanying's decision. After unblocking Mu Yunqing's meridians, the inner force surged through the hand's Juyan pericardium and the foot's Shaolin kidney meridian, expelling itself entirely from his body. Mu Yunqing felt a profound weakness enveloping him, unable even to muster the strength to move his fingers or toes. Meanwhile, another S-class figure in black hurried from a distance, pressing a single finger to his forehead and uttering a low command, summoning forth a gigantic crocodile with brown scales and yellow eyes. Zhuoling suddenly spoke in a stern tone. If you do not leave, follow me inside. I have numerous tasks for you. With that, he turned and entered the office. After shedding his clothes and reclining upon the bed, he found the comfort unimaginable. Fearing he might oversleep, he hastily set an alarm on his phone and placed it aside, closing his eyes, and soon the quiet room was filled with the sound of his gentle snores. By the time Sun Fu completed his tasks, it was already noon. He intended to invite Tang Gui to dine at a restaurant, wishing to express his gratitude for her considerable assistance. The sparring on stage had reached a fever pitch, and the outcome would soon be revealed. It was anticipated that Luo Tian would make his entrance next. However, the wounds on the trees had dried, indicating that the traces of the confrontation had lingered for some time. Even if the clash between the Demon Emperor and the Fire Ancestor had caused it, their whereabouts now remained unknown. After the steward concluded his remarks, he handed a pouch to Lin Yu and gestured for him to proceed. As night fell, everyone remained motionless, not even shifting their bodies a fraction. Senior Gu, I hope that one day we shall meet again. Star Luo silently mused as she gently closed the two doors, sealing away a 300-year-old monologue. Gowan raised his hands to his chest, mimicking an indecent gesture, turning to fix his gaze upon Shoujin's face. Lu Quanfeng stood beneath a tree 100 meters away, gazing at the night sky with a worried expression, seemingly troubled by something. Lu Bu, clad in armor, donned the long-forgotten dragon-scale bright armor, gripping the extraordinary weapon Etienne, forged from the finest craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty, as he strode forward. He remained unaware of what purpose life would serve in the long years to come, what lay ahead on the path, worthy of anticipation and waiting. However, Qin, who was not one to sit idly by, it was clear he had been framed, and he could not let this matter rest. In the distant mountains away from the city, an unremarkable sedan traversed through a forested area, halting moments later. Lin Jinyuan exited the vehicle and gazed in one direction, where the outlines of several buildings could be discerned on the mountainside amidst the woods. At Chen Yuan's request, Zhou Sidu once again transferred to Lu Qiuanfeng's ward, naturally preparing for Lu Chuanfeng's escape later that evening. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that the terrifying energy he had encountered earlier stemmed from the malevolent force of the Nine Nether Underworld. Then, with a tremendous crash, he collided with an advertising board at the edge of the venue, shattering it and rolling down towards the audience, finally coming to a halt. The water pipe burst once more, gushing forth torrents of water that enveloped the entire bathroom, resembling a downpour. Simultaneously, Xiyao, on the verge of collapse, was compelled to summon her spirit, readying herself for a desperate struggle. 098. The identity of the Holy Maiden has been exposed, Xichen declared. Then let us return to the northern wilderness immediately, to spare them any concern. Su Shiyu lightly bit her red lips, hesitating as she said, not for the time being. There are still some matters I have yet to resolve. Xichen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he inquired, what matters? We are in the western wilderness. What could possibly be of concern? My affairs. Mose's deep voice resonated, a flicker of flame igniting in his gaze as he leisurely approached them. He pointed out, however, you have sought the wrong person. It was my parents who witnessed it, and they have gone out for their morning exercise and have yet to return. Please, take a seat here for a moment. I shall call them right away. The young man smiled as he guided Ning Fuqing to sit behind the counter. Su Qin, a remarkable figure who nearly wielded control over the world's affairs 2 decades ago, remains renowned despite his tragic end. His legacy is well known, yet Li Tan is scarcely familiar with the hardships he faced during his decline. I promise you, if you can take me out, I will fulfill my vow, the old man stated with utmost seriousness. This is not mere defamation but a truth, as he mentioned. She did indeed act as a judge, receiving 5 million under the table. The crowd was astounded, enveloped in silence, unsure of how to respond. Even the usual expressions of excitement had vanished, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? How could such a large parasite reside within the meridians? Could it be the legendary goo worm? The child, after all, is innocent. If you adopt a more amiable demeanor and bring the child over, I might consider examining the situation, assessing whether you, as a father, have truly thought of the child's welfare, Lin Fan remarked with indifference. In that moment, Su Fong became acutely aware, her peripheral vision catching the smile on Brother Lang's face, igniting a sense of crisis. This was no benevolent person. However, following this incident, they had come to realize that Master Lin was an extraordinary expert, far more complex than they had initially perceived. The prince is indeed considerate, Xiaoqi remarked with a smile, his opinion of Chu Shiji improving somewhat. So this is the flavor of the milk from the mythical Qilin beast, Dianfeng mused, contemplating that it would just barely merit a score of 9 out of 10. Dianfeng, truly, heaven offers a path which you refuse to traverse, while hell has no gates that you do not willingly enter, Xiao Tian scoffed. Flames enveloping him without causing harm, his demeanor remaining gentle and refined. As soon as this flower touched the ground, it plunged desperately into the earth. And with its whirlwind-like motion, an overwhelmingly powerful suction emanated forth. Upon seeing this name, one could discern that it belonged to the royal family of the great Xia dynasty, governed by Xia Ding, one of his private estates. Upon seeing Lu Feng, I was taken aback to discover that he was clad in a red belly band. This revelation truly astonished me. To be honest, had I not come to Erdeo Bay today, the majority of the manpower from the Scorpio 6 Iron Hall would have been stationed at the city's edge. Although Wu Tian's faction was somewhat weaker, they could barely maintain a semblance of a tripartite balance of power. Lu Feng appeared to sense my gaze, abruptly looking up and glaring at me, instinctively shielding his chest with his hands. Given Tan Si's position as the leader of the fire gang, he had only managed to witness the wedding of the Qin and Xia families from the sidelines, never having encountered the principal figures of the 10 major families in the capital. However, the events of that day had spread widely, and he had heard some rumors. Of course, Gong Yuer did not disclose that she had witnessed these 2 disciples engage in a fierce brawl over seating arrangements. The crowd shone their flashlights into the deep ravine, revealing a massive stone bridge slowly ascending from a recess in the cliff wall. At this moment, both a man and a dragon lay motionless on the ground, eyes tightly shut, their chests rising and falling with great difficulty, their vitality exceedingly faint, teetering on the brink of death. 099. Disband a harem and provoke the wrong party. Impossible. I refuse. The voices of Mose and Su Shiyu resonated simultaneously, uniting to shatter Shintu's dreams. Shintu, dissatisfied, retorted, I have already made concessions. What more do you want? This is not a matter of concessions. You have already had so many wives that they have become stale. I simply do not find them appealing. Su Shiyu spoke bluntly, moreover. They have followed you for so many years. They are all prohibited substances. It is evident that excessive use of such banned drugs can indeed lead to fatal consequences. Tianming finally articulated his thoughts. Damn, you truly are despicable. To connect that to posture? Speak up. Mo Ming observed the figure lying on the ground while he stood above, feeling a chill run down his spine. Not far from the Zhongshu police station, there was a bus stop, and Zhao Jingong strolled over casually. Duanmu Yuning chuckled. That must be fate. Furthermore, if the drought truly comes to an end, I shall be content and ask for nothing more. The Lingyuan continent has always been characterized by a tripartite balance of power. Although the three nations harbored ambitions to conquer the other two and dominate the Lingyuan continent, they remained inactive due to a lack of absolute certainty. It was her aura, her warmth. This contact felt as though, in that moment, he and she were tightly connected, as if nothing had transpired between them. Just as they were about to call Lu Fofeng Big Brother Lu Feng interjected, "All right, there's no need for such formality. Just call me whatever you like." "I don't mind." Feeling the overwhelming presence of Long Xiao, Tian Ming slightly closed his eyes. He was not unprepared. His body had already begun to awaken. A faint divine power emanating from him, so subtle that no one noticed he had activated his divine form. Lu Feng happened to catch a glimpse of Jiang Feier's icy gaze directed at him, and cold sweat broke out as he realized his slip of the tongue. Hastily correcting himself, he stared at her eyes, clear and pure, where his face was distinctly reflected in her dark pupils. Under such circumstances, Han Wang could only console Yu Fei to grieve and adapt, suppressing the recruitment talk once more. Knowing Yu Fei's family was not well off, he deliberated and decided to send a monthly salary of 20 guan as a token of respect, fearing that giving too much might provoke Yu Fei's resentment. The cavalry unit now included members beyond those originally led by Li Yi. This was Han Wang's foundation. The monthly operating expenses soared to 10,000 guan, plus an additional 10,000 for military pay, amounting to a steadfast 20,000 guan lost. Emperor Wanlong nodded repeatedly, his expression remaining pleasant and inscrutable. While those waiting below were drenched in sweat, their expressions varying. Climbing atop the spider's head, he planned to deliver a downpour of relief. For since it had caused Li Yao to roll in filth, it was only fitting to reciprocate by showering this fellow with urine. It could be said that the sword of law in his hand was merely an ordinary black sword. The only difference lay in the superior material of the sword of law itself. Han Shizhong was appointed as the commander of the Lianxing army, continuing to expand its arsenal to maintain a regular mixed cavalry and infantry force of 3,000, with an additional 3,000 in reserve, even without formal recognition. Should the court dispatch another general, Han Shizhong could still render them ineffective, acting as a mere rubber stamp. However, encircled by the chilling winds like a spider's web, Yao Yuan finally resolved to cease the parley and launch a desperate strike. Coughing, he remarked, "The soil here seems different from ours. Perhaps you should come to us." Upon uttering these words, Yuan's face flushed to the roots of her ears. When Li Chefeng confirmed that he was indeed at his strongest since regaining consciousness, he immediately set out to track down the situation. 100, the Prince of the Merfolk. Moze frowned and inquired, "The Southern Wilderness has also contacted me. Kaisa has captured the Prince of the Merfolk, and they are preparing to attack the Western Wilderness. Do you intend to lead the bloodthirsty mercenary corps into battle?" The Prince of the Merfolk? Shintu, already burdened with worries, appeared even more astonished upon hearing Moze's words. Moze chuckled. "It seems that Lord Shintu is not aware of this matter. Do not take it to heart. My background is well known to all. It is nothing." Jin Tian had merely brushed off her near slip of tongue, as everyone was already aware and thus unbothered. He was anxious to rush to the rescue when suddenly his warhorse stumbled, throwing him off. Everyone witnessed Feng Yi's face turn crimson, his breath shallow as he lay motionless on the ground. Had it not been for Qin Yun's restraint, he might have appeared as a lifeless body. Feng Julan stared blankly at the grand, desolate palace, and despite her reluctance to admit it, the emptiness and loneliness within her surged forth at that moment. The senior generals present displayed expressions of shock. Transferring to the Navy? What are the Grim Reaper Special Forces? Moreover, can a soldier from the army effectively transition to the Navy? At that time, I felt immense regret, yet there was nothing I could do. Historically, civilians do not contend with officials. I could only resign myself and stubbornly remain to manage the business. Of course, since Wang Chong had arrived, he was unconcerned with such matters. His purpose was to rescue Xin Yinran. He would not return without her. A bald man with a muscular physique and a large gold chain around his neck dismounted his motorcycle, arrogantly pointing at the driver. Ran Sinian was acutely aware of himself. More than anyone else, he understood that Rao Pea held a special significance for him. Perhaps she could remedy his face blindness. His relationship with Rao Peo extended far beyond this. They would undoubtedly interact frequently in the future. In truth, the Tianjiao of the Nine Extremes Palace was gambling. Just as Nye Tian was. Nye Tian wagered that the essence of divine powers mattered more than their quantity, as long as they were refined. Even mastering one divine ability would suffice to crush all opponents. Wang Peiyu narrowed her eyes, her body shifting to evade the slender ribbons. A sly smile gracing her lips as she flicked her fingers, sending forth another object. This time, it was not dark but somewhat yellowed, with Gongsun Yang's boisterous laughter. The breached entrance collapsed spectacularly, sealing off the passage once more, leaving Lu Kuei and Zhao Shiyu stranded in the corridor. Unless they mobilized the 100,000 troops from Hushi and Longyu to attack Wang Zhongzi, Pei Min would never engage in a field battle against Moslima. Turning to the side, Ming Chuan noticed the solemn expression on Gao Shanakari's face. However, the usage of those artifacts was limited by lifespan. The transmission of energy through the artifacts would inevitably cause some wear and tear. The higher the energy demand from the array, the more severe the loss would be. Just as electrical wires deteriorate and ultimately fail with prolonged use, so too would these artifacts. I can handle the shop and banish the spirits. These two are here specifically to assist you. I heard from my royal brother that you're still traversing 6 locations. Take them along. Mingyi grinned foolishly. Among them, the most delighted was Xiyao Ingying, who reveled in seeing Dong Wenyi's misfortunes, secretly giving Xiao Xianyun a thumbs up. Before the leading man could utter a few words, he was interrupted by Qinyu, whose interruption left the man fuming. Are you kidding me? Son of a. Lu Pengzi's eyes went wide, and with a swift motion, he hurled the bottle of mineral water in his hand far away, indicating he had fully recovered. 101. The hybrid of divine beasts. The feeble females huddled together, looking at them in fear. With irrefutable evidence, Yoshino's face turned ashen. Shintu exploded in rage. Yoshino, you sent part of the females to the auction house and captured so many to imprison on your territory? What are you trying to do? Claiming dominion? I was utterly unaware of these matters. How many more secrets do you conceal from me? My lord, it is my fault. Meanwhile, there are approximately 40 exceptional spiritual elixirs remnants lying quietly in the depths of the fire cloud ring. Rui, lend me your strength. Under these circumstances, Song Paiyu refrained from wielding the Emoyan sword. Instead, he chose to confront his adversaries unarmed. For the sole combat technique he had mastered was the spring and autumn decision, without any swordsmanship training. Only by employing his most formidable skill could he hope to seize a glimmer of survival. Naturally, the ladies present began to cheer, all clamoring to sample the finest delicacies in the capital. When the pastries were served, their mere appearance outshone those of the Duke's household, each chrysanthemum blossom, akin to a masterpiece upon the ornate platter, released an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air, even without tasting. Every era is graced by great figures, possessing righteous and profound thoughts, but also plagued by fallacies. Dai Dian, having known Xiangchu for many years, had witnessed Xiangchu's remarkable qualities, and thus developed a sense of reverence towards him, an awe that could not easily dissipate. Upon Han Luo's return to the academy, Takeuchi Mikako visited him under the guise of a private meeting. Dressed in fashionable summer attire, her exquisite and pleasing visage retained a gentle demeanor, her hands resting delicately at the hem of her skirt as if patiently awaiting him. Based on past experiences, Tai Ilihua would soon regurgitate a portion of the absorbed spiritual energy. At that point, besieged from all sides, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape death. After a journey fraught with discomfort and anxiety, Cui Ping and Li Yuzhu fell ill upon returning to the Situ residence. They required more than half a month to recuperate, which delayed their ability to send messages to Li Daolang. By the time the 4 brothers received the news, it was already New Year's Eve. But how did you deduce from this that I encountered something unclean? Zhang Beizi urgently pressed for an explanation. All personnel for this mission had assembled. As the mission commander, Shen Kaiying addressed the gathered individuals, stating, the octopus theft syndicate has become rampant, and their activities have recently expanded to the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. How shall we invite Senior Su? Xiao Yifan posed a question that left Han Yu at a loss for words. Indeed, how could they extend an invitation to Su Zijian? Secondly, have you ever seen a gambling game played with just $1? The total amount of money on our table doesn't even reach 100. It wouldn't cover the fuel costs if the police arrived. The weather took a swift turn for the worse, rendering continued work somewhat inconvenient. The construction team likely shared similar sentiments, thus halting their activities. Today, I shall sleep right here in this land temple. What can you do about it? Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Yuan Rue's voice, already androgynous, carried a hint of huskiness, blending with the peculiar, soft shadows of the night, creating an oddly melodious sound. However, the golden devouring beast, as the final product of an advanced research base, would not be easily subdued. Even if a transcendent-level warrior were to fall, it would undoubtedly be at the hands of a more powerful adversary, never by one who had yet to reach the transcendent realm. These formidable demon beings included the Bull Demon King, identifiable at a glance by Chu Xian, the Monkey King, and the scorpion spirit known to Shakyamuni, alongside a youthful lion Camel King, who would later form a brotherhood with Sun Wukong. Claiming the title of the great sage who moves mountains, Hong Jun realized that Wang Chuan had misinterpreted his thoughts but remained undeterred. For such matters were indeed extraordinary to disclose. 102. The first female cub. Hong Ling brought the shaman into the room, where Su Xiao, appearing quite normal, leaned against the taut form of Sichin, showing no signs of impending labor. It's all right, Hong Ling. I can manage on my own. Su Shiyu sighed softly to reassure them, stating that this was not her first experience with childbirth, and that she was quite adept at it, urging them not to worry. She had already exchanged for a rapid childbirth pill, simply awaiting the moment to consume it. Hong Ling, with her youthful visage, appeared scarcely older than Lin Shaoan, making it difficult for any onlooker to believe that Lin was her father. Previously, Lin Zitian had relied on the water avoidance pearl, which granted him a divine sense radius of 10 feet. Otherwise, amidst the misty array and the elusive arrows, he would have found himself in grave peril. To restore this botanical garden, Li Ba had expended vast resources, depleting more than half of his stored jade stones. Whether through subterfuge or direct action, his strikes left no room for resistance. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiang had also vanished under mysterious circumstances while searching for Wu Yurong. Judging by Belisai's methods, her power had reached the pinnacle of a professional, awaiting only Lin Ke's ascension to level 60 to upgrade the meditation chamber. which would elevate her to a higher echelon of professionals. At this juncture, he could no longer feign innocence, for what was his was indisputably his. Should Gui employ this to cast a curse, no amount of eloquence would spare him from a fatal outcome. I shall say no more. If General Ma has any directives, let him convey them. Tao Tang directed his gaze towards Ma Guangming. All fans, media, and experts, upon the conclusion of the series, were exceedingly certain and eager to declare that the Lakers had become a remarkably successful team, gradually embodying all the qualities of a superpower, which was both formidable and rare. However, just as the smile had yet to fade from his face, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Moreover, with a monthly income exceeding 40 taels, he regularly purchased 2 portions of snow ginseng paste for his cultivation, rendering him incomparable to Su Qin. The disparity in soul power and soul ring configurations led to Dai Mubai's swift defeat. This was a one-sided battle where Guangling mercilessly dominated Dai Mubai. Not at all. We are delighted that you chose our store for filming, the foreman said as the store manager hurried over. Regrettably, before it could take a single step outside, it was ensnared by the chainsword held by Rain Palace Rin, which bound its right leg and brought it crashing to the ground. The gatekeepers of Hamin displayed expressions of concern, listening intently to their earpieces. Xiaoling, Bai Rongrong, and Shou Yin sat in the office. Zhou Yin joyfully perused online comments about Bai Rongrong's sword dance, eagerly sharing any amusing or innovative praise with Bai Rongrong and Xiaoling, creating an atmosphere in the office that surpassed even the joy of the new year. Sensing the approach of others, Bibi Dong composed herself and gracefully departed, ensuring that her emotional turmoil remained hidden from view. Su Xinran promptly shared her account with Bai Rongrong without hesitation, for they were good friends, and she had no qualms about this matter. Around 2:30, several local radio stations in New York simultaneously broadcast the news of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Shortly thereafter, all entertainment programs ceased, revealing the palpable anger of the American public. As the elite soldiers seized the opportunity, they charged forth from the Tongguan Gate, wielding sturdy shields and sharp spears, engaging fiercely with the rear guards, and finally stepping onto the soil of the Kenai. In this life and death moment, rather than choosing to sacrifice Lei Hu for his own safety, he willingly offered everything to protect Lei Hu. 103. A bounty of talents drawn. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Wood Affinity, Enchantment Affinity, Illusion Affinity, Spatial Barrier Affinity, and Soul Contract. The dazzling array of talents left Su Xiao breathless, each talent transforming into beams of light that entered her body. Although she felt no immediate change, the path of physical cultivation was undoubtedly the most arduous journey among all practitioners, yet it was also the most accessible. With great determination, even one devoid of spiritual roots could forge their own path. She muttered a vague acknowledgement, and she did not press further on the matter, offering a few words of comfort to Do Zhao while inquiring about Aunt Chui from Jinding, deftly diverting the conversation. Qing Luo observed the family's expressions with satisfaction as she slowly approached and seated herself beside them. At that moment, Long Yang, having slain Tian Yunha, reverted to his original form, overcome by profound fatigue, a side effect of the Long Su fusion. Hearing the formal disciples' remarks, he promptly urged them to rise. As the spirit stones emerged, the lotus platform emitted a joyful hum, eagerly absorbing the abundant spiritual energy, which cascaded over it like a waterfall. Pan Jiaming noted the flicker of disgust in Ji Rua's eyes, and a sudden realization struck him. He sensed that Ji Rua had misunderstood Xiang Junran. In my opinion, these Han people should be sent to Mr. Huang's mine to work. Let the Tartars be dealt with. Luo Bing's intense hatred for the Tartars led her to choose a rather extreme method. Brother, this necklace is truly beautiful. Can it really prevent others' attacks? Zhuotian marveled at the light pink necklace in her hands, clearly reluctant to part with it. Compared to her engraved waiting you, he was still a youthful boy. It was challenging for her to associate him with that handsome middle-aged man. Zhang De recalled that during the enthronement ceremony, Ning Wang had sent the heaviest and most thoughtful gifts among the first batch of congratulatory offerings, and now again presented him with the delicate flower of understanding. It was evident that he held him in deep respect, especially since he possessed no soldiers, making it impossible for him to harbor ill intentions. Thus he nodded in agreement. Could it be that someone wishes to gauge my strength? A sudden thought flickered through Ling Zhao's mind. Hinata K-10's full force strike merely severed a few crow feathers. The sensation of such a powerful blow against cotton was enough to make one feel like spitting blood. Halfway through, I hesitated, stopping in my tracks. And the short-haired girl mirrored my pause. Hanjin seized the opportunity, tearfully reminiscing about how he and Lan Ruoxin had once been a perfect couple. Recalling his name and the depth of his love for her. I, Kong, stand here. If you have the courage, come forth. Be it 1,000,000 strong or the might of the Chan religion, I await your arrival here. His words were simple, devoid of any embellishment. The forensic expert surnamed Luo dared not express his dissatisfaction towards Nye Tianqi, yet he felt emboldened to direct it at Ling Xiao. Having suffered a slight at Nye Tianqi's hands, he could not suppress his desire to vent it upon Ling Xiao. With that, Jiang Lan closed his eyes, spread his arms, and silently awaited death, a solitary tear slipping from the corner of his eye. No one is devoid of the yearning for power, nor does anyone relinquish the pursuit of it. Thus, in the face of power, who would still regard the fear of savagery? Before true treasure, all danger becomes trivial. Even the gravest threats cannot deter the avaricious hearts of humanity. None of the three noticed that the seemingly slumbering Lan Ruoxin had seemingly heard their conversation, her body suddenly trembling as her furrowed brow relaxed, a smile of happiness blooming at the corners of her mouth. In these times, there are truly those unafraid of death. Since you seek to die, I shall oblige. Upon hearing Lu Yanjun's threat, Song Paiyu raised an eyebrow and gently pulled the trigger. 104, Soul Contract. In the evening, after successfully lulling the little one, Si Mian, to sleep and gently placing her in her crib, Si Chen eagerly burrowed into the blankets, tenderly nuzzling Su Xiao's cheek. Are you planning to take Mian back to the northern wilderness? Su Xiao passively endured Si Chen's kiss, her voice indistinctly inquiring. I find it difficult to part from Yin Yan, yet if I bring her back to the northern wilderness, away from her mother, will she miss you? Si Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his expression serious, yet his tone remained unchanging, as tranquil as water. The sword's momentum, a realm of swordsmanship, can harness the natural forces of heaven and earth within the blade, Lu Yunxiao responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, those capable of rescuing Bai Feiyu, such as Gu Tianquan and others, were surrounded by numerous enemies, rendering them incapable of providing assistance. Bai Feiyu let out another anguished cry. This time, he unleashed a fatal strike, and ultimately, under Bai Feiyu's relentless assault, the once great talent was reduced to mere dust, beyond the realm of death. Should these weapons be acquired, this war could extend indefinitely, and the possibility of victory for the Zhou kingdom would not be out of reach. Myself, Jiang Heng muttered, confronting an individual mirroring his own essence. Compared to the figure that emerged from the blood lake, this presence felt far more tangible. Those who chose the cauldron often bore an aura of dominion over the world, while those who selected the bell typically remained unmoved by the winds of fate, steadfast in their resolve. Jiang Heng's choice of the sword reflected his pursuit of unparalleled lethality. It seemed that Master Zhong's strength surpassed his expectations, at least rivaling that of Chahai's mentor, Fengling. Whether in the Western District or the Southwestern District, they all understood that Han Yi was the centerpiece of this battle. Utilizing divine artifacts against the unarmed, terraqueous beasts naturally conferred an advantage. No one could comprehend his true intentions, save for the old sage who understood his heart. With a slender form, he deftly retrieved a rabbit from behind him. Although the venomous spider remained fierce, it could no longer pose a threat, which seemed fortuitous. However, some remnants eluded the siege of the battering ram and Golden Staff's fiery barrier, stealthily encircling the retreating path. A tender child's voice resonated nearby, devoid of laughter, imbued solely with innocent anticipation. Yet, as a commendable leader, Director Liu would refrain from chastising his subordinates unless absolutely necessary. Thus he merely waved a hand to dismiss Editor Chen. As the month waned, he swallowed hard, no matter how long he gazed. He deemed Zhang Tian to be the most beautiful in the world. When Lu Yao's hand slipped empty, a chill rushed into her wrist, causing her to frown in displeasure. Zhang Tian and Zining shared a bond deeper than kin, their connection eternal unless their souls perished. Henceforth, all would comprehend that in Linjiang, there was no Master Chen. Only Master Yi remained untouched by challenge. In such moments, he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. Both he and Tang Fei were among her most cherished, yet they harbored unspoken intentions. After a filming session concluded, Helianya received a call from Helianjin during a break and wandered to a quieter spot with her phone. Shang Yi remained silent for a while before finally handing the soul lock mirror to Su Fingza. Su Fingza reached out, intending to grasp it. But as his fingers neared the mirror, he hesitated, instead fixing a serious gaze upon Shang Yi. Lin Ran initiated a kiss with Mo Han, aware that he always appreciated her enthusiastic advances. It was this old fool who caused him to squander over 1,000,000 Xian crystals without reaping the top-tier spiritual energy from the court hall. Do you still wish to deliver breakfast? I have time to chat with you, Wu Zihao decisively stated. 105, the ambition of Yoshino. Sister Yao. I know this isn't your fault. It was the Lord's own delusions, yet I still feel quite uncomfortable. Hongjin quietly wiped her tears, sorrowfully expressing. I did not covet his strength. We once shared sweet moments. I genuinely liked him. Otherwise, even if my father pressured me, I wouldn't have been with him. Yes, I know. He can be quite stubborn. It's all my fault for not being able to bear children. Let's slay him together. His divine lineage must have a time limit, and since he is doomed, at the very least, let him pay the price. The followers of Emperor Shi Tian ultimately expressed their resolve, brandishing weapons and charging towards Cheng Wushuang. As for the secret arts of Tian Wang, there were no specific restrictions, however. They were exceedingly difficult to cultivate, necessitating the mastery of Tian Wang true Qi to activate them. An endless cloud of dust surged skyward, fracturing the surrounding peaks as if they could collapse at any moment. All rushed in unison towards a direction where the number of void beasts was relatively sparse, totaling nearly 1,000. At that moment, a Mercedes SUV approached the dock, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Could it be that the Lord of Xinzhou has vacated Shu Yi's body? That seems improbable. Why did I not sense it earlier? The dancer could hardly fathom how Yu Kuang, who had merely attained Earth-level cultivation months prior, could now possess such terrifying prowess, even surpassing the elders of his sect, as Lin Xian had surmised, if he could uncover the truth. There would be no need to engage in such games with Lin Xian. So my sister truly is at the Academy of Gods and Demons, Cheng Wushuang thought. Excitement bubbling within him, he must carve out time to visit her, though not at this moment. After leaving the illusionary sea, Alice exerted some effort to regain a fraction of her vitality. Everyone gazed at the lifeless Wang Dongli, contemplating how Lin Shifan's delivered coffin had indeed found its purpose. Others attempted to argue, yet ultimately succumbed to Wilson's fist, which resembled a cauldron in size. After a few minutes, several individuals resembling prominent figures entered, taking seats beside Lin Feng and his companions. These individuals were evidently familiar with Chao Shuijing and Boss Xia, exchanging polite greetings. At this juncture, Wang Biao could no longer conceal his prowess, letting out a mighty roar. The earth armor swiftly enveloped Wang Biao, emanating a heavy, earthy glow from the ancient armor, encasing him entirely. Amidst the tumult, Long Jiao's visage was etched with a murderous intent. He could not help but worry whether Long Jiao retained his sanity. For if he did not, trouble would ensue. I am uncertain. However, it appears this creature is no ordinary beast. We know nothing about its capabilities, including its attacking force. Lu Feiyong stated slowly, his gaze fixed on the frog-like creature across from him, his mind racing with contemplation. The Big Dipper delivered merciless accusations, pinning increasingly grave charges upon the two. At a crossroads, Suja and his companions parted ways with the individuals from Adolf Academy. No one knew the location of the core base of the aberrants. Suja and his group merely hoped to test their luck in discovering it. When Fujiwara sensed his movements hindered, as if an invisible force restrained him, rendering him immobile, he was taken aback. Stop. After a considerable pause, Uncle Qin finally extended his hand, causing the lightning to cease. Regarding Shen Qingbing's request, Li Feng did not object. After all, her injuries had yet to heal. And returning home for rest fostered a sense of belonging. Confronted with a lifelong friend, Li Mingfeng, unwilling to resort to harshness, found himself both amused and exasperated. 106. Counterattack. Set sail. Yoshino sensed the imminent peril. He raised his hand and proactively launched an offensive, dismissing any notions of overestimation or underestimation. Convinced that they could not be so formidable, the ground began to tremble, and several dark blades surged from beneath the earth. Nanxing let out a derisive laugh. And with a single hand upon the ground, the previously sunken terrain instantaneously transformed into a vast expanse of water. Sushiyo and Yoshino both fell into the water, with Yoshino, who had been so proud of her six-star beast moments ago, now resembling a drenched chicken, floundering in the water. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shangguan Shuyang expressed his intentions and inquired about the corpse drivers. Nevertheless, despite the abundance of funds, this did not signify a formal engagement in battle. Even with a 4-against-5 scenario, the Qing Tian and Ri Dui teams were undeterred, as the strongest among them was a peak 7-star mage, allowing them to easily reach the final 3-way skirmish. Xiang Xiqing, as previously arranged, remained in the vehicle, waiting for Lin Anping and Zhou Xinzhong to conclude their discussion. The more he ruminated, the more infuriated he became, leading him to abandon his home and head to a city restaurant to drink with his rowdy companions. Oblivious to the fact that all his expenditures were funded by his sister, Xia Tian, who toiled tirelessly outside. Among these were numerous new types of weapons, all of which possessed formidable lethality and were classified as weapons of mass destruction, representing the initial batch developed by the Huaxia scientific research team after their deployment to Hell. Currently, the Baikuan military division, under the guidance of Bai Yiao, had grasped the second rule of the 8th tier and successfully comprehended the domain. His strength was now comparable to that of a 9th-tier commander. With his assistance, General Baimi would undoubtedly find her burden significantly lighter. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Xiao Fan leapt into action, conjuring a massive phantom sword infused with raging thunderfire, which he directed straight at the gatekeeper. Xiaoyu, sent flying, rebounded off the wall like a ping-pong ball. Was it truly just a matter of summoning everyone for such a simple statement? Bai Wuxin sat comfortably in a soft chair, and upon learning the true purpose of this auction from Shangguan Shui Yuan, a smile crept upon his lips as he chuckled. Lu Xia had been missing for over a week. Throughout this time, Zhui Junlin and Yin Yuan had relentlessly dispatched individuals to search for Lu Xia. Yet the reports remained the same. No trace had been found. Even Zheng Tian had vanished without a word. Recalling the words of the elder Zheng, their anxiety only deepened with each passing day. Long Xing's right hand wielded the Zhang Tian ruler with precision, while his left hand flipped over, conjuring a talisman that materialized in his grasp. All right, Ningyi conceded that in the realm of nonsensical banter, he was indeed outmatched by Chu Ran, humbly accepting defeat. News of Lu Tianhao amassing troops at Yingtao City somehow reached Dongzhou, stationed outside Guangzhou County, prompting Dongzhou to dispatch soldiers to Yingtao, urging Lu Tianhao to join him in assaulting the Yellow Turbans. After a night spent doing good deeds, Ningyi felt relatively content, initially intending to employ classic lines from heroic tales, only to realize that it was night and thus altered his words. Under the cover of darkness, the night vision feature of the White Wolf's glasses activated automatically, allowing his eyes to gather the maximum amount of light and discern his surroundings. Sister Liang suddenly broke down in tears, utterly devastated. She had never anticipated that the tender youth who had merely spent a year at Changfeng Tavern would exhibit such loyalty and affection. returning to repay her after all these years in such a poignant manner. Lu Tianhao observed that after his explanations, the expressions of Kai Yong and Guan Yu softened, as if the tension in their hearts had finally eased, leading to a moment of realization. 107. The Shark Clan. Surely they were the ones we were looking for. Our tribe is the only one nearby with ships venturing into the sea. The male orc grinned foolishly, leading the way forward. Xiyao then discovered that several wooden cabins had been constructed in the jungle near the beach. These were the dwellings of the coastal tribe's orcs, who resided here year-round, subsisting on the bounty of the sea. Not every orc possessed the ability to swim, so they crafted boats to venture out for fishing, occasionally bringing their cash to market for sale. Lu Shuangyang instantly felt a sense of unease. This fellow had more tricks up his sleeve. Even without the assistance of the earthly elemental energy, he still had means to eliminate them. The fierce winds would awaken every other day. And although I was brought back without a single scratch, breathing evenly as if in slumber, no amount of calling could rouse me. Such occurrences could no longer be ignored. The military was not like ordinary folk. If deaths continued to be so inexplicable, the military leaders would undoubtedly demand an explanation, and with so many lives lost, failure to act would incite the commoners to unrest. William began recounting the events that transpired during the escort of an XIN back home after the failed capture operation. Just as before, the Yellow Rock Demon and the Spider Queen awaited us in silence, showing no intention of striking us down, their expressions betraying an inscrutable meaning. Surrounded by 4 golden silk spiders that suppressed countless green-eyed spiders. The brutal scene was even more terrifying than imagined, as humanity was constrained before the monstrous beings. Alas, Lu Shuangyang anticipated what might ensue next. The Prime Minister was preparing to launch a formidable attack against him. A bandit swung his machete towards an old man's head. And with a horrid sound, blood sprayed several feet into the air, staining the surroundings, while the old man's head rolled onto the grass. The bandit claiming it as proof of his conquest. If deities did not exist, then the millennium-old artifacts would not either. Thus, I can only affirm to you that such gods indeed exist. Yu Jian looked steadfastly at Shiming, conveying that he was not lying. Lu Tuo stood unmoving. Suddenly his muscles coiling, internal energy erupting, and with a thunderous sound, the cloak enveloping his upper body shattered like a disaster, fluttering in the air like butterfly wings. Gently flicking the whip, the carriage smoothly approached the northern gate of Danma under the morning sun. Our goals aligned. However, I failed to discover anyone from our FC department that we wished to recruit. Thus, I intended to visit Pingy. Would you like to join me? Taobao said calmly. Lying in bed, Zhang Chen pondered over those green gemstones, which were indeed formed through the compression of the Earth's crust, integrating various local minerals. Akin to the song of Gongju Emma, both being products of chance that may never have the opportunity to form again. One icy, one fiery. 2 thunderous strikes produced equally astonishing effects, annihilating nearly 20,000 rebel troops in 2 opposing directions. On May 12th, the Asian Federation was authorized by Congress to hold a general election, with Su Chongji elected as the chancellor at a historically unprecedented support rate. 1-1. Who was initially smiling joyfully, suddenly sensed something awry upon hearing Taobao's chuckles. Having faced Jianghua multiple times, Mourinho had not succeeded. Thus he yearned for another encounter with Jianghua, yet it appeared that this season would not afford him that opportunity. In the dimness, Yang Gong's candle flickered twice before extinguishing. Therefore, to prevent such situations, many began attempting to clear levels themselves. It seems that the iron-armored zombie could only choose one option. It was impossible to don knightly armor while wielding a bulletproof shield. Go to hell. Rhoda was taken aback, never expecting the seemingly soft and cute female to be so ruthless. Yet, he found this cruelty admirable, endearing. Nanxing's eyes shone with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes. How could I not think of that? This way, we won't implicate the Shark Clan in targeting the coastal tribe. Sister, you were truly clever, undoubtedly my favorite female." As night fell, Yurongyun was displeased by Nanxing's words. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the door and startling Qinyi, who instinctively leaped back a few steps. Clearly, to retain users on Peanut Network, content was paramount. Peanut Network was not short on funds. In terms of quality, they could accomplish what competitors did at a fraction of the cost. Though alone at home, Zhang Mingming felt shy as she moved about in the brightly lit living room. The giant's palm seemed harder than steel, and the golden glow emanating from it inflicted significant harm upon the spirits, the zombie's skin, upon contact with the golden light. Instantly emitted wisps of smoke, as if ice and snow met raging fire. Rongjia recalled the immense pressure that had enveloped them. Perhaps a true reflection of the Queen Mother of the West attitude. As for Li Qingqing's mother's profession as a priestess, it was a career Li Qingqing funded for her mother. The dragon group under Li Qingqing was primarily engaged in tackling level 10 zones, populated by monsters ranging from levels 10 to 20, perfectly suited for their explorations. Look, players from Tianqiao have begun hunting players from the enemy nation. Should we let them go unpunished? Consequently, thousands of players from the Cold Realm also commenced their hunt against players from the enemy nation. Thus, from this scene, one could deduce that among the players present, there were hardly any capable of withstanding even a single blow from the Earth Dragon. It was no wonder that even 100 level 50 S-rank city lords could not defeat it, but could only suppress it. If Ashikaga Yoshiyuki were the son of Ashikaga Yoshihisa, He would have exhausted all connections to preserve his life. However, his father was Ashikaga Yoshitaka, the one who had slain his own brother and remained in opposition to the Oda family. Thus, he was destined to perish. At the moment his foot struck the ground, it felt as though he had stepped onto a burning red-hot iron plate, emitting a puff of smoke, and his entire foot vaporized as if it had never existed. In his past life, Su Shiqing had held great respect for Xiyao, never displaying such frivolous behavior. Witnessing him in such a state now indeed pained his heart. Fortunately, his son was taken away by his elder brother. Otherwise, would this fellow not have turned into a rogue? Much better. I just took some medicine and fell asleep. Wang Hohad invited the two inside, replying. Though their contact was brief, all signs since the battle indicated that to slay this pure-blood creature, one must strike at its strongest point rather than speed or agility. Zhang Jiayue was genuinely no match. During the confrontation, the clone realized that the opposing strength was fundamentally on par with his own, making the situation exceedingly difficult. How should this matter be handled? If the Xiao family learns of this, they won't let us off, Huang Chunin asked anxiously, upon witnessing Qingdai suddenly slain by the enemy. In Yogue and the ghost-faced hound immobilized, Xu Huan no longer hesitated, charging directly at Du Yifeng. I don't know. Perhaps I should sleep first. It's late. Yun Yang closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. Perhaps stunned by the ascension of Ling Feng, the celestial beings in the air instinctively turned their gazes toward the one in the center. Jiang Kai was unsure of the old lady's intentions, yet her demeanor suggested it was an exceedingly arduous task. The merfolk's celestial melodies. Rhoda swallowed hard, gazing in astonishment at Su Xiyao. He immediately knelt down before her, bowing his head in reverence. Holy Maiden, you must be the Holy Maiden. Although we reside by the sea, we have heard whispers of your miraculous deeds. To encounter such a fantastical figure before my very eyes, and to have you assist us in vanquishing these two cold-hearted fiends, I am truly grateful. Su Xiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, turned her head, and once again assumed a harmlessly pretty demeanor. Calmly, she waved her hand and declared, I do not intend to engage in idle chatter with you any longer. With one victory and one defeat behind us, let us settle this today. Yu Chaoxing spoke earnestly. Xian Shidream returned in the evening, accompanied by Su Yuhan. Aside from myself, he was the only bodyguard. I could not follow her around all day, and Su Yuhan needed rest. Thus it was perfectly arranged that he would be with her during the day, while I would take over at night, a flawless division of labor. I contemplated saying something, but the heavens would not foolishly allow me to utter something as absurd as being poked again. After all, that would be truly unbearable. When Feng Liwu led Mu Li into the hall, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the chamber. Yu Changxing recognized the fat wolf mentioned by Bao Liang. This corpulent blue-eyed beast was known as the gluttonous wolf. True to its name, this creature was inherently cruel and gluttonous, feasting indiscriminately. Unlike most magical beasts that merely preyed on humans, I, in contrast, was but a leaf adrift in the vast ocean, poised to be obliterated at any moment. Indeed, the most arduous aspect of accepting this legacy was not the comprehension of the arcane arts, but rather the pressure of will and consciousness. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students poured out of the building, laughing and chatting in small groups. When Yin returned to the Bagua furnace, glancing inside to find that when Inua's old undergarment had been reduced to ashes before extinguishing the fire and bringing the furnace inside, he subsequently procured 2 large refrigerators, storing the external creatures and humans separately, along with the great treasure mirror. He understood that when 16 knights awakened, the absence of these individuals and beings would surely sadden her, and since they were dispatched by him, he bore the responsibility of returning them. This was the residence of the academy head, symbolizing the pinnacle of the 7 prefectures' martial academy and even the entirety of the primordial wilderness. Wasn't he the betrothed of Li Mu? Han Roashi listened to the whispers behind her, realizing that they were unaware of certain matters. After concluding the aftermath, the disciples of Yuqing realm finally reunited, sharing their sorrows before resuming their playful banter. She drew an axe, her palms sweating profusely, and brought it down upon the lock on the door. However, in her nervousness, she struck the door itself, leaving a mark on the wooden surface, startling her with a loud thud. The East India Company grew increasingly powerful, gradually seizing Madras, Kolkata, and another city, Bombay. They established 3 districts, each governed by a provincial officer, transforming these locations into bases for further encroachment into other regions of India. Moreover, I did not act with intent. From the perspective of his introverted logic, he merely discarded unnecessary items without a second thought. Having spent ample time with Wenming, David's pronunciation of Mandarin had vastly improved compared to other Americans. Inspired, he posted a notice in the most conspicuous spot of the restaurant: spend 2 yuan and receive a pack of the finest tissues. Do the wings of a cold crow truly span such a distance? I have wasted several millennia drinking broth at your expense, the deity in the clouds remarked disdainfully. Initially, they would employ their available means to ascertain whether the other party was worthy of dialogue. With such an imperial artifact at his side, even in the event of being besieged as before, he would feel no pressure at all. 110, Sharp Bully versus Malicious Water Merman. Su Xiao shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, There's no need to rush to explain. It's quite normal for an unmarried man and woman. Hearing her tone, which was devoid of concern, Nanxing dejectedly lowered his head, feeling rather disheartened. Bubbling sounds emerged from the sea, and soon, several mermen surfaced, brandishing a spear that bore the lifeless body of a seal. Rhoda's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the corpse. Under ordinary circumstances, these two individuals would have engaged in a lethal confrontation. But the presence of a common adversary allowed for a conversation instead. Old Mai, though not a doctor, usually provided care for normal humans, particularly cultivators, but found himself powerless when faced with the disarray within Yumu's body. She had once doubted whether Lin Yu could survive the escape from Tiangshuanzong. Yet he had continued to thrive unscathed. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed far too many seemingly impossible scenarios, and Lin Yu's experiences were laid bare before her. Upon finishing his words, he lightly waved his hand towards Feng Zhang, his demeanor as relaxed as if swatting away a mere mosquito. Nearby, individuals at another table engaged in loud discussions. Initially, the three of us paid little attention, as everyone had their own conversations. They spoke of their matters while we enjoyed our meal, indifferent to one another. Just as I was scanning the surroundings, a familiar figure suddenly leaped into my view. It was the yellow-haired individual from before. Right below. Li Jin heard this clearly, uttering a curse before swiftly sliding down. With this thought, Hanwei Qiao silently resolved to treat Baitang Yeshuan to a lavish meal the following day, hoping it would appease his anger. After speaking, the two resumed their scuffle, while a Bian cheered them on, leaving Ziji with a look of helplessness. Tonight, I had no intention of returning. During my dream of the six fish, I received a call from him, to which I replied that I was busy and would not be going back to sleep. I was quite worried about Yuzhu, uncertain whether he could complete his task. I feared for his safety and pondered whether I should let them out. Yet, I did not wish for Fu Xiaochuan to fall out with these business tycoons on my account. Lu Liang mentioned that the company was in a recovery phase, relying heavily on their support. The afternoon had passed, the sun setting and the lights beginning to twinkle, yet Qin Xing had yet to make an appearance. Bai Su had reverted to her short and cute stature, silently adjusting her attire before lightly leaping onto a stool, pouring herself a glass of clear water. According to the old man's rules, one must disguise oneself as a ghost to enter Qiqing. We trailed behind the old man, our faces marked by expressions of bewilderment. Holding our breath, palms clutching a handful of shadowy soil he had retrieved from within Qiqing, reflecting on the conditions of the three battlefields. Ming Yuyan felt a surge of excitement, the fervor within her being fully ignited. Indeed, combat invigorated one's spirit, even for a peace-loving race like the Angel tribe. General Yin is quite fortunate. Might you introduce me? The third prince, Helian Ming, turned to Yin Mu, his large face glistening, resembling the uneven surface of the moon, while his exquisitely crafted deep blue brocade robe failed to conceal his unattractive visage. Casting a worried glance at Yi Qifeng, Yu Fanhua quietly inquired about Ming Yuyan. Just a little bit. It should be fine, right? Previously, seeing Ming Yuyan so anxious, coupled with the fact that Yu Qifeng had already consumed it, left an unsettling premonition. Fear of thorns may hinder one's progress, but it is only through courageous steps that one can emerge from the depths of a confined well. Even if bloodied and scarred, one may at least glimpse the light beyond the shadows. I approached the gap in the floorboards once more, circling it slowly, and indeed spotted a golden skeleton beneath the water. The tone of Old Walnut's final words resonated with his true self. He never repeated a statement more than twice, declaring that one could believe or not after hearing it twice. 111, General Chengfeng. Su Xiao's words only served to further incite the fury of the shark tyrant. He growled menacingly. So your evil water tribe harbors such nefarious intentions and yet claims innocence? Our seal beast can lie dead before us. Do you expect me to believe you without witnessing you devour him? Do you take me for a fool? Observing the shark tyrant's unwavering conviction, both notching and I discreetly gave Su Xiao a thumbs up. Is Umbrella benevolent or malevolent? If deemed benevolent, it disregards the sanctity of infant lives to conduct perilous experiments, resulting in countless fatalities. Yet if labeled malevolent, it has salvaged even more children. Special attribute 2, Wheel of Fate. When the enemy general count exceeds 1 and is besieging, combat strength increases by 5, stamina is enhanced, and battle duration is extended. Zhang Bao glanced back, relieved to see that Shuiren Gui had not pursued, and continued his sprint into the distance. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, and with a resounding clang, two beams of contrasting cold light crossed paths. Alas! With a soft thud, the Xianbing spike ultimately pierced the body of the underworld scorpion, fortunately striking far from the heart. This was a forest, and upon looking up, one could see the immense canopies above, with dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Utilizing the interplay of light and shadow, Old Master Yuan made a wide circuit below, yet failed to discern the cliff's edge. However, the subsequent scene chilled the hearts of the onlookers like a bucket of cold water. Liao Shi was aware that the majority of Jingzhou's military forces were concentrated in Jiaogling and Xiangyang, for Liu Biao did not possess complete control over Jingzhou. Even if Yang Jian were present, he had dispatched a large army to attack Yangzhou, likely leaving him unable to secure it entirely. In the stillness of the night, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, when suddenly the system's voice echoed in Liao Shi's ear. Everyone knew that the first day of the Busy Friends Group's IPO would see a surge, and those who secured purchases felt akin to lottery winners. Yet no one could predict the extent of the rise. The scrawny monkey had placed his bets against the cripple, his face paling as he was rendered speechless by the latter's retort. Knight Xiao ascended the mountain with ease, while Zhao Yun, mounted on a steed, tilted his head to observe the spectacle, finding it utterly amusing. Upon hearing the commotion, several martial arts students and instructors rushed out of the classroom, subtly encircling Wang Zheng. Song Shiqi's high ponytail swayed, a strand brushing against Yang Miao's face, causing a slight tickle. Yang Miao instinctively rubbed her nose, unwittingly inhaling the faint fragrance of oranges from Song Shiqi's hair. If it were merely a single extreme low realm, Wang Zheng would find it somewhat challenging. However, facing two opponents would be comparatively easier, as their realms would inevitably clash, revealing vulnerabilities. This presented an opportunity for Wang Zheng. Jin Yuanzi was unconcerned with anything else, for he understood that as long as he survived, his family would be safe. He took 3 water bottles, filled them from the water tank, and placed them on the stove in advance. Seeing Liu retreat, Liang Qian lightly stepped forward, instantly placing himself before him, delivering a straight punch imbued with the force of thunder. Su Hanqian understood the situation, yet he had never voiced it. Simply wishing to love Xiaorumu in his own way, was that a fault? Wu Jinru continued her dance, moving forward, her stick striking a branch of a nearby maple tree, snapping it cleanly, causing chestnuts and leaves to cascade down. In recent years, the Supervision Institute had conducted thorough investigations into these inspection sites, each time unveiling staggering sums. The third Prince Qiao he implemented severe punishments, hoping to instill a sense of deterrence. 112, Undersea City. Hee, Doug, your audacity grows bolder. Was it your intention to intrude upon our waters? Why do you relentlessly pursue Prince Nanqing? What is your aim? General Qi Feng squinted, the aura of a formidable warrior bearing down upon Doug, who trembled in fear. It's all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to escort Prince Nanqing back. Doug began fabricating lies. What is it now? Why must I relay your message? Han Wantao was somewhat bewildered by Zhang Guodong's words. Within this azure scroll lies the scanned information regarding the Nirvana treasure, researched by the Fong family's appraiser. As Lin Tao, the CEO of Osborne Industries and the head of the Hand Association, had never interacted with Xue Su, he naturally should not recognize her. However, judging by her demeanor, it was possible she had discerned Lin Tao's dual identities. Such a mutant possessing prophetic abilities was indeed Lin Tao's nemesis. The shipyard owned by Qiupeng was bustling with activity. The committee decided that of the 36 captured vessels, those that could be repaired would be kept, while the rest would be dismantled to repurpose the wood into 30-style gunboats. Light the fire. Qin Yuhan understood that this battle was inevitable. She had prepared for this moment for far too long. Sounds from the entrance seeped through the slightly ajar door, sending shivers down the spine of the honest and naive. Ziyunyi and Hu Jun exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. While this marriage bore political considerations for the southern military power, it was undeniable that Qin Wan was genuinely caring for Gaoying. In terms of practicality, few unions could rival this one, much like how no noble lady once desired Sui Yuan, yet now they must surely regret their choices. He refrained from inquiring about the He family, the husband of Princess Yuzhang, or the status of the Ndingwa's estate involved in this matter, for 2 reasons. First, it was of no concern to him. Second, with Princess Yuzhang facing such severe consequences, what more need be said? Even now, the Hydra organization revealed only the tip of the iceberg. Such an adversary was one Lin Tao wished to avoid provoking. How many individuals in each unit have benefited from us? If this continues, it will all fall to Boku, and with everyone deprived of their share, who will they seek out for trouble but him? Lu Weiming continued. Everyone knows that purchasing property is seldom a loss. Thus, even if one offers money, the seller may not budge. If one reaches a price the seller is willing to accept, it may still result in a loss. Why, you articulated a rather simplistic truth. Gu Taisheng, akin to a raging flood beast, has now been released from captivity. He can be assured that from this day forth, the entirety of the Luotian shall be drenched in blood. To reach the school, one would need a helicopter, however. Although Minjiang University possesses the necessary conditions for takeoff and landing, mobilizing a helicopter through the city at such a time could potentially lead hordes of zombies directly to the school. Of course, ostensibly, it was framed as aiding Lu Tao. Yet Lu Tao was acutely aware that it was merely supervision. I am simply hungry. Shang Qingli offered no further explanation, yet it was evident she was not jesting. My child has been running his own company since last year. As if to flaunt her status, Lu Tao's mother revealed the truth without hesitation. Only the older generation chose to remain, appointing Cheng Lin, the son of Cheng Hai, as the new leader of the Heavenly Master Dao, seeking an opportunity for resurgence. He stood tall and broad-shouldered, his physique robust, as if he had become the very center of the universe, drawing the attention of all within the hall. And even the entire Han residents seemed to gravitate towards him. However, the majority of the prisoners were brutes, and Yao Gui promised them substantial rewards. If they could aid him in eliminating Dong Guoxiu, Long Yun village would offer a year's worth of profits as compensation. He was emboldened and commanded the immediate execution of all who laid down their weapons. In an instant, the prison was awash with blood. The Empress's choice. Sister Yao Yao. We have arrived. This is my home. After the Merman confirmed their identities and allowed them entry into the city, Nanxing's fishtail seamlessly transformed into legs, as she excitedly took Su Shiyao's hand and began to introduce her to her homeland. It is truly beautiful here. As Su Shiyao drew closer, She discovered that the radiance she had glimpsed earlier was not merely the glow of lamps, but rather the resplendent light emitted by magnificent night pearls, exuding an aura of understated luxury. However, the two peak-level practitioners of the law symbol realm behind Juno were not so fortunate. Lacking Juno's cultivation prowess and the protection of a fourth-tier low-grade treasure, they found the malevolent energy infiltrating their bodies, swiftly eroding their meridians and threatening to freeze their true chi. After uttering this, he casually tossed the bamboo stick in his hand to the ground and turned to leave the beach. In an instant, an overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted throughout the Spirit King Palace, scattering the already dense spiritual energy into disarray, leaving one feeling as though they were being torn apart by a torrential wave. Yuan Xian contemplated for a long time, traversing every corner of this Elysium Palace, exhaling a long breath. Following his previous visit to major cities worldwide, Old Kai did not pause, and soon encountered one modern city after another. All members simultaneously cast suspicious glances towards Bai Tian, who felt a surge of irritation under their profound gazes. Jinwan instinctively reached out, but at that moment, Qing Li's speed remarkably increased, darting to her side and sweeping her leg to knock the remote control from her grasp. Li Lingdian recalled the threats from Yin Jun, acknowledging that it was indeed an effective means of intimidation. Just as Shiro Emiya was on the verge of despair, his opponent, Ligia Barrow, instantly directed his gaze towards Aizen, poised to act should Aizen attempt to flee. Aizen, renowned for his formidable combat abilities, would certainly not permit anyone to escape so easily. For a brief moment, the entire space fell into silence, punctuated only by the crackling of flames, though this was nothing compared to the gruesome sin of blood that permeated the battlefield. The aroma still caused Yu Qing, Ignatius, and Old Ming to involuntarily furrow their brows. How could this be? Yuan Yu could hardly believe his eyes. Was their side not assured of victory? How could it come to this? The office where Lu Ming resided was quite exceptional, extending outward with only a few specially reinforced glass walls connecting it to the main structure of the building, resembling a floating duckbill cap. If one were to elevate the level of 10 pets to a high rank, it would require significantly more time than a Player S upgrade. Blood flowed from Nangong Lini's body through tubes, reaching the other side of the curtain into Nuo Minyu's body. Although it did not strike the corpse witch, it ignited great hope in Lei Wul. To him, the arrow had merely lacked precision. At the moment when Yua pondered when Nye Qing should depart, Uncle Yu arrived, ready to escort Nye Qing back to the capital, mentioning that the Nye family patriarch had been informed of the drought in the area and dispatched someone to escort the Nye sisters home. However, certain individuals from the Monas Empire did not share this sentiment. Instead, they plotted to stab the Wei people in the back while the Amadas fought against the Wu. Most critically, the cannon fodder of the undead calamity had nearly perished. Without the overwhelming numbers absorbing damage, humanity could concentrate its forces against the legendary heroes of the calamity. Pachivik and Anya Brecken had ventured deep alone, only to be surrounded and defeated by the superior human army. Other calamity leaders were unwilling to repeat this fate. Upon hearing this, I suddenly perceived why Gui Yuqing had reacted in such a manner during the phone call, but how was it accomplished? The Mermaid Queen's life hangs by a thread. Elder Turtle spoke heavily, affirming the truth of the matter. Nanxing, troubled, replied, "But I am not the Queen's biological son." Cough, cough, cough. You are the son of my sibling, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast, the water Qilin, making you the rightful heir of the merfolk. Thus, you ought to have the right to inherit. Otherwise, why would I have conferred upon you the title of prince? The Mermaid Queen struggled to rise and leaned against General Chun Feng, gasping for breath, asserting that most importantly, your 8th grade talent is indeed exceptional. Luo Yutian bore no injuries. He simply experienced exhaustion of physical and mental energy, needing only a brief respite. The power of spatial distortion rendered Zhang Jing immobile. The formidable breath of the Wind Thunder Dragon mode surpassed that of a single dragon, unleashing a colossal force as if it could easily annihilate the world. Master Luo. Based on my calculations, printing 20,000 copies of the first batch of flyers should suffice to achieve your desired effect. Seemingly sensing the severity of Ningyu's injuries, the soul-gathering crystal spontaneously began to heal him without any deliberate prompting from Ningyu, and remarkably, no purple light emanated. Of course, the former Soviet Union was not without its own blunders. When the devil donned the guise of science, the actions taken were indeed shocking. The air around Luo Hao within several meters transformed into an impenetrable barrier, as the secret techniques of the celestial demon sealed off all his transformations. Do not be alarmed. Allow me to share a tale. Song Jianli retracted his cultivation. Song Jianlong understood that Song Jianli would not sever his wings. He aimed for a clean and decisive action, one that would not be executed now nor in the future. Song Jianlong suddenly yearned to soar, feeling that flying was even more exhilarating than riding the wind. His Majesty is present. Let our special forces advance swiftly to Yemen Pass, allowing General Li Jing to lead the army to follow. Do you grasp the purpose of His Majesty's actions? Gao Shou inquired. I did not squander any more time, stitching with fervor. The shorter the duration, the less agony Qingyue would endure. Fortunately, despite my initial clumsiness, I ultimately managed to suture the wound on Qingyue's shoulder and exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Upon uttering this, the expressions of the 3 mid-stage tribulation crossing cultivators remained unchanged. for they had completely cast aside their own dignity. However, Bai Qi possessed the creation jade plate, coupled with his cultivation of the path of creation, wherein the first attribute, or rather, the special effect, was creation and evolution. It would be wiser to solidify my foundation further, enhancing the potency of my direct approach. The increase in the intimidation factor of my direct strikes would correspondingly elevate the power of my varied attacks. The landlord's wife's parents were both strikingly handsome. Yet how could they have given birth to such an unattractive daughter? Moreover, the landlord's four older sisters were all beautiful. Why was she the only one deemed unappealing? I hastily discarded what I was holding and rushed to support Wang Lang, who shook his head, insisting he was fine. Auntie, I will call that bastard as soon as I have a moment. Damn it, he has been making my life miserable. If I encounter him, it would be strange if I did not deal with him. Wang Guodong seethed, yet the grandmother merely cast him a disdainful glance. She pointed a finger at one of the formation flags, which immediately soared into the air with confidence, strangely, upon its appearance. The gust of wind that had been blowing ceased abruptly, reminiscent of turning off an electric fan, an eerie yet wondrous phenomenon. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the eyes of the two, or rather, one could say, among those who had displayed puzzled expressions, their gazes shifted to Yu Wei. At that moment, when they spotted Lu Yong, they momentarily paused and began to grasp, albeit slightly, the reasoning behind their coach's choices. Were it not for the presence of death in this abode, the room's decor would still be striking. Perhaps it was due to the tenant being an artist. The walls were adorned with various paintings, some abstract, others sketches. However, Mao Chi-Chi was not an art connoisseur, yet she was well versed in the realm of corpses. The magic of the holy female. Su Xiyao observed her expression of shock, hurt, and hesitation, and inquired, "Do you not believe my words?" The mermaid queen shook her head and replied, "You are the holy maiden. I trust what you say. I simply did not anticipate that the healer in the imperial city would betray me. He has been by my side for decades, and I have always regarded him with the utmost respect, akin to that of an elder. I never imagined he would wish to bring about my demise. This matter cannot be the doing of a single individual. There are surely more traitors lurking around you." Among the most renowned tomes in the Smiling Proud Wanderer are undoubtedly the Sunflower Manual and the Nine Swords of Digyu, both esteemed martial arts manuals. Yet, the musical score of the Smiling Proud Wanderer possesses an equally illustrious reputation. Regarding such an enigmatic score, Mi Yin felt a tinge of curiosity. The intangible inner strength coalesced into the shape of a sword. Differing from the flying swords Mi Yin was accustomed to controlling, this newly formed sword was as sharp as a needle, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet its numbers were countless. The peculiar title of Shuren was entirely overlooked by the astonished Lu Qingyu and Hu Dai, who were caught in their own shock. Sensitive Luo Yishuan, although her eyes were closed, sensed a blazing gaze directed upon her, and without a doubt, she knew it was Dongfang observing her. Currently, on Earth, regardless of the form of cultivation, all are referred to as cultivators, with the boundary transformed into the third world. In fact, over a century ago, cultivators on Earth were known as practitioners of the true path, and the third world was referred to as the realm of true cultivation. As Gula's body gradually tilted, the upper half began to slide, while the lower half bore the mark of a diagonal cut upon his waist. The sound of the system prompt startled Mi Duo, causing her to shudder involuntarily, followed by an astonishing revelation that left her speechless. Watching the figures gradually recede, Zhang Lin felt a pang of envy, wishing he too had such a multitude of friends to celebrate his birthday. The old Ginseng King was not easily deceived, and with such a firm attitude. Yiyong felt a wave of curses arise within him. Of course, he dared not speak ill of the old Ginseng King, for he was merely cursing himself. Perhaps it is because I have been too partial to you, causing some dissatisfaction among others. You know, many of those who dined with us that day were comrades with whom I have shared blood and fire. They may feel a tinge of jealousy towards you. Boss Zhou appeared to be quite troubled. Meng Shuang, in her earnest efforts for her son, understood that ascension to power ultimately depended on one's own fortune. Li Hui and Lu Yuanyu sighed in resignation, ceasing to seek a more favorable destination, instead finding solace beneath a large tree to converse and offer comfort. It is essential to recognize that the cultivation world has long been at odds with these prominent families. Mutual disdain has not emerged overnight. Hey, how do you know my father is called Big Fool? My surname is Zhang. I am Zhang Ershio, and my father is Zhang Dashi. Ershio exclaimed in astonishment. Liu Bei retrieved a bottle of water from the vehicle and handed it to me. His gaze still held a lingering warmth, his face flushed with emotion. And I could sense his agitation, yet, in that moment, he endeavored to suppress it. Of course, this is merely a personal matter, and you are entitled to withhold your response. Hu Mingguang seemed to have anticipated such a reaction and did not display any signs of disappointment. As for taking on a master, let that be for now. You may reside here temporarily. If anyone wishes to return home, they may do so. But I hope once you complete your tasks, you will come to the capital to assist me in perfecting this tome of traditional Chinese medicine. Gu smiled slyly, while the 49 individuals nodded in agreement. Without affording Danqing a moment to respond, she took hold of the arm of the previous Master Yin and entered the inner hall, where soon resonated sounds of a different nature. Within the forest teeming with mystical beasts, Ling Feng felt no fear that the enforcers would apprehend him for having harmed a classmate in this realm. Any occurrence could be attributed to the mystical beasts, and without evidence, they could do nothing to him. Delicious food captures the heart. The merfolk present paid no heed to Doug and the healer, standing calmly as though oblivious to their words. Doug cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing that Her Majesty the Queen had her own arrangements. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying more. Instead, let us discuss the marriage between Princess Dantang and Prince Nanxing, which is, in fact, the primary reason for our visit. What are we in such a hurry for? It is time for refreshments. Let us dine first. Su Shiyu wore a smile that seemed to conceal more than it revealed. If he could be reborn into a higher realm, then breaking through would surely be an effortless endeavor. This is aptly captured in the lines. Tender intestines unexpectedly encounter myriad twists, emotions that cannot be severed yet remain entangled. Sorrow and despair weigh heavily on the heart. How can the spirit endure? To know what transpires next, one must await the next chapter's revelation. Ingij found herself unexpectedly standing on a flower pot, completely unaware of how she had arrived before Chiyu. The hamster wore a look of astonishment. So many high-level players sought to join their alliance. Yet he was too absorbed in his delight to realize this crucial detail. These two individuals possessed an extraordinary knack for instigating trouble. It could be said that their survival thus far was undoubtedly due to the protagonist's halo, otherwise, they would have long met their demise. Lin Jingyu was meticulous and exceptionally intelligent, endowed with an innate sense of righteousness, making him a fitting candidate for the throne. Steve shook his head in a bittersweet smile, glancing around but failing to locate his shield, likely taken by someone, perhaps that enigmatic figure in the black robe or the Hydra mentioned by Nick. Typically, only the affluent dared to spend money to enter, thus preventing the influx of the impoverished. However, such a scenario could lead to a lifetime devoid of patrons. As Bosley lamented over the burdens of his business, often, wine was offered to honor the host. As Lu Xian and his subordinates proceeded to the kitchen to prepare food and drink, Chun Yi stood by, attending to Jian Zhun and Cheng Zhua, while the rest found places to sit. El Chong, Wan Xian, and Li Hua accompanied Jin Zhun, while Duan Feng seated himself beside Zhao Shikuei. Lin Yuran, however, harbored suspicions. She sensed something amiss with Yulan, as if she concealed numerous secrets, yet the nature of these secrets eluded her. As Gaodingting pondered various possibilities, Wang Jiwei unexpectedly turned towards her, displaying a friendly smile. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Huan Lan. His strike was potent enough to send a prepared Yun Lang flying, let alone against the unsuspecting, severely injured man in gray. Please, have a seat. We are immensely grateful for your trust in us. Alba gestured for Chen Qing and the others to sit before casually taking a seat on a stone bench himself. Xiaoquang unconsciously glanced at Yanimoyu. This girl possessed remarkable bravery, and Lin Zheng likely shared this sentiment. Jun Ziyu faced a graver predicament. At 13, according to ancient standards, he would soon be eligible for marriage. Coupled with his status and upbringing, he was more mature than his peers, making the aftermath of this tempest all the more disquieting for him. Now Chen Qing could see that the number of magical beasts in the desert was steadily increasing, leaving him bewildered as to how the previous pair had arrived here. Just as Zicha collapsed, spewing blood, Fu Xiao and Hua Suiye rushed in. Before Louis and his companions could react, they swiftly scooped up the disoriented Zicha and fled, leaving Lu Yi and the others in stunned silence. Enough. Let us cease this conflict. Continuing down this path will only lead to the demise of many on both sides. I shall offer all our other second-tier treasures as compensation. How does that sound? We will only keep the rings. Alfred, the leader who had just robbed Qingqing, shouted urgently. 117, the transaction with Princess Danting. Doug stared in shock at Princess Danting, lowering his voice to say, Princess, do we truly have such an arrangement? A marriage alliance with a merfolk? Everyone knows that among the royal family, only Prince Nanxing possesses the strongest talent and is most qualified to be your beast husband. Who else could possibly suffice? The merfolk queen was taken aback by Princess Danting's audacity in voicing her desires. She regarded her with newfound respect and asked, since you can think this way, that is indeed commendable. As Lin Ruoxin observed the rampaging black bear, she worried that Xiao Yi might be obliterated in an instant. Ding Shijun stared blankly at the scene, blood trickling down his forehead, and soon his arm fell limply at his side, his gun clattering to the ground as he slumped down. Xiao Shi, almost infuriated, interrupted Su Yinbang, slapping the table and pointing at him. Silence. Do you truly understand? Or does your brother comprehend? He shot Su Yinbang a glare, as if reproaching him for uttering such absurdities. Li Muyu felt perplexed as he walked through this graveyard, his mind racing with wild conjectures. Could it be that the entire village from last night had perished here? This seemed a plausible explanation, though Li Muyu remained somewhat uncertain of its validity. Just then, shouts erupted from the direction of the gatehouse, as if someone were attempting to force their way in, under Lin Zhao's relentless sprint. He finally entered Xianyi County after approximately half an hour, encountering no danger along the way. Blood? Are you referring to the one thrown out the window earlier? Old Wang chuckled, snapping his fingers, and the enormous fox outside stretched its long snout through the window, grinning widely. Her piercing gaze seemed to seek to unravel Zhang Ling's very essence. She appeared intent on uncovering his identity and origins. At that moment, Yang Bin infiltrated the Dogwon security system, and upon discovering he had management privileges, he attempted to add 2 zeros behind the commission submitted by the traders. The competition resumed, with the next duel featuring 2 late-stage warriors from the transformation realm, both engaged in a fierce battle. Yet their strengths were so evenly matched that no decisive blow could be struck, clearly indicating that determining a victor would not be an immediate affair. She swallowed hard, wanting to call out, yet hesitating, her throat emitting anxious gurgles. "Captain, what are you saying? How could this be possible? Is your information credible?" Miao Yongyi stared wide-eyed at Wang Zhenjiang, utterly disbelieving his claims. The manager, brimming with excitement, prepared to act, glancing at his dazed assistant, and could not help but shout at him. The head of the first courtyard was astute, noticing Hu Shi's hesitation. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him thoroughly chilled. Lu Tianyuan's expression was equally complex. The other party had indeed hurt his feelings, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there was little he could say. His clothing was tattered, the frayed edges revealing the fabric's fibers, in many places were stained with dirt, suggesting he had worn them for quite some time. A peculiar, nauseating odor emanated from him, reminiscent of a creature that had been dead for several days. Thus, she finally acquired a personal pet, a spider capable of emitting particle beams and adept at dismantling machines. "You need not inquire about this. However, rest assured, consider it a trip for the 3 of us," Luo Yin clarified. Tents were pitched on the ground, with a roaring fire burning outside them. That should suffice. She utilized her internal energy to melt the ice needles lodged in her palm, feeling reassured when she sensed no anomalies. Seeing Da Bao seemingly forget the grievances of the past, a smile crept onto her face. 118. "Let us consider another individual for the marriage alliance." The Merfolk Queen exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you serious? Your father is surely unaware of your intentions." Princess Dan Ting replied nonchalantly. "He knows I favor peace. Otherwise, he would not have consented to my proposal for a marriage alliance." "Was the alliance your own choice?" "In a sense, yes." "And what of Nanqing? Was he also your choice?" "In the royal court, I had only heard of the name of Prince Nanqing, which led me to choose him." Fu Shanong, in an effort not to disturb others, resorted to reading comics, for those who play acrobats. Seeking inspiration from comics is indeed most fitting. Yinchi gazed at him, her eyes betraying an emotion that could not be defined as mere pity or reproach, but rather an indescribable feeling that eluded understanding. "Hey," I called out to him, hoping to rouse him from his stupor, but I moderated my voice, fearful of disturbing those around us. Du Qianjia hovered in the air, coldly observing the inhabitants of the giant wood tribe below. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the space between his brows. Lan Yu, with a visage akin to jade, exhibiting a striking resemblance to Du Qianjia, stood silently behind him, ever ready to act. I understood. Yu Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she clutched his hand tightly, preventing him from climbing further. Though many were aware of the inherent weakness within the exterior of the mechanical beast, they could do little to confront its interior, forcing them to contend with its formidable surface. "Do as you wish," La Erfan acquiesced, unwilling to oppose her will. His eyes gently closed as he engaged in a meticulous conversation with the other party. What nonsense! How could I ever do such a thing? Although astonishment coursed through me, my words remained composed. "Humph, what remarkable confidence," Valira retorted, while searching for any possible flaw to exploit. Wang Dong turned to face them, his gaze filled with sorrow and compassion, leaving others oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. Lowering his head discreetly, Tang Sha trailed behind the group at the Wansheng gate, entering the Tianji Tavern while ignoring the icy glare cast by Mo Taya. "Very well. I shall take my leave now," Yi Shiyu declared, suddenly vanishing, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. At that moment, Lan Yu found the blue mist in her eyes utterly detestable and outrageous. Even the cold smirk curling at his lips was but a pretense. "No." The elder Zissa shook her head. "You must not perish, do you understand? Deities cannot die, only ashes may fade away. Please, do not leave this world." She implored Yunemo. "I beg you, save her. I beseech you, lift the seal upon her. I will bow before you." With that, she bent low in reverence to Yunemo. As Li Ziyuan opened the map, he traced the route of the puppet army along the boundary between Hubei and Huguan, moving towards the northeast direction of Pingshan, eventually entering the territory of Hubei. He paused at the junction of Licheng, Pingshan, and Hubei. Qing Shuiying nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she wrapped her arm around Fu Can, leaping onto the dock. After overcoming his initial reluctance, he found unexpected comfort in Li Ziyuan's unusual warmth, resting his head comfortably on Li Ziyuan's shoulder, relishing a sensation he had long been deprived of. "Perhaps I could demonstrate a few techniques on behalf of this young hero?" the middle-aged man proposed. The young hero cast a grateful glance his way. Lin Meiwan felt her heart chill. The senior brother mentioned by Yun Shui was undoubtedly Yun Mo, the one with a heart full of love. Gu Linga had grown accustomed to the dim environment of the secret passage, yet the sudden brightness was disconcerting. Shielding her eyes, she awaited a moment to adjust, only to find Yun Shuang's anxious expression. 119, that was far too generous from Duck. Indeed, how could you consume your own kin? It is utterly revolting. Not to mention, The earliest evil water tribe not only targeted beastmen, but even their own kin, the merfolk, once audaciously declaring a desire to taste their flesh, questioning if their flavor resembled that of other seafood. It was truly nauseating. Had they lost their minds? A group of merfolk pointed accusingly at Doug and his companions. Thus, the villagers in this hamlet were not locals. They had taken root here for various reasons. Luzicheng had brought fewer than 8,000 people, with merely 2,000 being elite soldiers, leading to a significant decline in morale. From Luzicheng's perspective, the numerous setbacks were primarily due to losses in personnel. Left Jingong, with such formidable strength, ensured that Penglai still stood strong, her ninth-layer cultivation making her a force to reckon with, earning her admiration. However, the cooldown for the Hellfire's 3 consecutive strikes was considerable, even with the execution of all 3. It was improbable that they could vanquish creatures boasting health exceeding 30,000 in a single blow. She abandoned him, constructing formidable barriers to prevent his approach. He exerted every effort, risking his life to appear, yet could not compete with her concern for others. Huali could now discern the scenes within the dilapidated temple, but upon understanding, she was left with nothing but astonishment. Humph, do you think I would believe your words? Do not be foolish. I advise you to tell me about my brother without delay, or I shall not let you off today, I declared, tightening my grip on the ink box, contemplating that with the assistance of the White Fox and Fizi, it should pose no significant challenge. Ling Xian stared blankly as she returned to her room, gently closing the door, feeling an inexplicable tension arise within her. She was calm and beautiful, possessing an intellect as sharp as ice, oblivious to the outside world. Yet aware of the happenings beyond the window, how much did she truly know of her own affairs? Every tactic evolves from the foundational principles of running, throwing, and passing. Lija firmly believed that given the skills of the 4 players from the Lufu team, comprehension would pose no issue, and 4 days would be more than sufficient. Perhaps, Henson was one of the few coaches in NBA history whose prominence could rival that of the players. Are you alright? Shi Ji's eyes shimmered with tears. Yet upon seeing Xiaohan drenched in blood, her concern could no longer be contained. Yuan Bei, though short in stature and with slightly graying hair, retained an exuberance in his speech, warmly extending a handshake to Wang Naijie upon entering. This bat evidently belonged to the rare category of flying-headed individuals, having leveraged his unique flying head abilities to become a figure of reverence in the vicinity. After washing the bamboo rat twice, Su Qian also brought forth cucumbers and fruits retrieved from the refrigerator. Faced with abrupt changes, Lija tightened his jaw but made an effort to maintain his composure, inhaling deeply before raising both hands. Additionally, with the downfall of Supervisor Zhou, the position had become vacant, and someone would need to fill this role after all. They must perform well before the boss. Moreover, for a young man just transitioning from military service, an unexpected influx of wealth might not necessarily be a boon. You two mischievous scamps, I'll deal with you later, Lin Yu chuckled as he led them to the edge of the square. Every city possesses a particular street lined with home textile shops, often intermingled with wedding gown boutiques. Finding a place is hardly a challenge, as the taxi drivers in the imperial city are known as all-knowing, requiring only a vague description. In this modern age of technological advancement, especially concerning computers, there is no need to resort to traditional methods for investigation. A single software application can suffice. After walking for a while, Cheng Yinya halted, remaining stationary for an extended period, as if an indescribable fear loomed ahead, preventing him from taking another step forward. 120, activate the seed interface. Disgusting. Revolting. Xiyao narrowed her eyes and hurled a ball of flame towards him. The fire swiftly enveloped his body, causing Doug to panic and roll on the ground. For those who dwell in the sea, be they merfolk or other beastmen, flames are undoubtedly their greatest fear. Only a select few merfolk possess the ability to awaken their fire affinity. They gazed at Su Xiyao as if she were a deity, especially Princess Dantang, who nodded approvingly. Understanding the old lady's intentions, she had no desire to send the chief family to the monastery. Some matters require one to keep their subjects close at hand. Countless individuals silently rallied their support for Lin Xian, while on the stands of the Red Guard, both sister and second brother were equally perplexed. Observing the imposing presence of the 108th brother, could it be that he truly intended to overwhelm Lin Xian directly? After recovering from a serious illness, he first expressed his gratitude for the emperor's grace and then sought a sacred decree to visit the princess, thanking her for saving his life, which granted him entry to the Chang'an Palace. Yang Iza and I entered a disheveled room, yet it was evident that the previous renovations had cost a fortune, showcasing elaborate designs. However, the excessive decor rendered the space somewhat claustrophobic, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Cultivation skills. The phoenix in the nest. Phoenix leading the 9 chicks. The phoenix comes in ceremony. The phoenix takes flight. Phoenix feather and dragon armor. All birds worship the phoenix. The phoenix sighs with tiger eyes. A deep, resonant voice echoed. And Xia Chushua felt a jolt in her arm. Her body pushed back, while the phantom of the giant python vanished. What's wrong? Why did you scold your father? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui was taken aback, glancing at Xiang Beiming, gently stroking Sanlang's head as she asked softly. In stark contrast to the external calm within Sanlang, The energy that had been pinned up was now erupting like a volcano, unleashing a terrifying force. No, you are very kind. Back then, your kindness was such that you could weep for an ant. I am truly sorry, for I could not preserve your kindness. I smiled at Lu Daqiang. For this day marked the most significant moment in my life thus far. I must maintain a good mood. What do you mean? I didn't come here to drink. Ziyun Yuan furrowed her brows once more, expressing her displeasure. From last night until this morning, Feng Mu had not slept a wink, laboring to create these schematics and write out the operational models of the factories. She hesitated, not wanting to meddle, preparing to leave. Yet, upon overhearing a conversation from within, her expression changed dramatically, prompting her to step in closer. Liu's gaze fell upon Galuya, who stood behind Shen Hao, his eyes reflecting a flicker of heartache. If Galuya could offer him even the slightest acknowledgement, he would follow her without hesitation. Alas, in her eyes, he was less significant than the dirt beneath her feet. Yes, it is indeed the Qinling. No wonder it seems so familiar. I reside in Guangzhou and am well acquainted with this place. It is this dragon vein of Qinling that brings the bountiful weather of the 800-mile Qin, showcasing the unparalleled splendor of the Zhou, Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties. Ying Huiyuan slapped his forehead in realization. That child had known earlier when outside. She merely chose not to reveal it. Furthermore, even if she called him in, it would not resolve anything. Lang Shuanggo appeared equally incredulous. Since she had not fainted, she confirmed that nearly a year had not passed. Could it be that the freezing began while Hao Jian was still alive? People die for wealth, birds perish for food. You should understand such a simple truth. Your companions have dwindled to almost none, and you have witnessed the prowess of the Eastern Yamado. Do you truly believe you will still hold the reins? I inquired. This notorious area did not gain its reputation without reason. As a seasoned inhabitant of Beijing City, none could be unaware of its notoriety. 121, a childcare robot nanny. Ji Bao. Can the seed interface be exchanged for seeds to plant ourselves? Yes, host. You can plant whatever you desire. The long winter is about to end. And once you give birth to this batch of offspring, you can begin sowing. Is the life of farming about to commence? Su Xiao felt a bit dazed. Yet upon witnessing the steadily accumulating points, her spirits lifted considerably. The total points had already surpassed 500,000. On the colossal tortoise shell left by Xuanwu, Jianquan danced with unwavering focus, executing strikes with precision, each move meticulously calculated in terms of action, direction, and position, until she could fully memorize them all. You can rely on me. Not being sold is already a blessing. At that moment, a side door in the room swung open, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair and beard, who smiled at the vice-dean. The minister who had come to meet Princely suddenly twitched, taken aback by the sight of the prince returning to the palace with a concubine. Days later, Miao Kadi had completely regained her ability to move. Yet there were no signs of her memory returning. Zhu Mogui turned to inquire about her, but seeing her rare good mood, he decided against it. It was agreed that Yu Yixing would directly receive 20% of the shares, a result of the clandestine discussions between the two. To my knowledge, Pengxing harbors immense ambition. He likely intends to rebel, which explains his plundering of such treasures for wartime needs. He Yunjian replied. Qianqian, grant me a moment. Lu Yi lay back in the grass, pondering whether he could continue suppressing his inner turmoil. Lu Yi was not a heartless individual. In fact, he was easily moved. From his sleeve, he retrieved the imprisoned and sealed soul, causing Mei Qingli to pause in astonishment. Perhaps only upon seeing this would he finally exhibit the emotions befitting a normal person. The other three, upon hearing Fairy Muyu refer to the figure in the green robe on the screen as senior, were taken aback. Could it be that this person was of the transcendent realm? Yet, figures like Director Ma CFO were exceedingly rare among the hundreds of thousands of military intelligence agents. Dai Li would not assign guards. Were an ordinary man to hear such words from an enchanting beauty, he would undoubtedly agree without a second thought. Upon returning home, Xiao Dingtian learned from the head of the Lin family that the Zhan family had agreed to ally. At that moment, Lin Guanxi was presenting gold bars to the vice mayor, whose greedy expression starkly contrasted with the glimmering gold before him. Qin Yuzhong felt a stir in his heart, recognizing a hint of Shen Mingtang's resemblance in Shen Yao's features. This time, Zhang Tu had become considerably wiser. Initially, he refrained from launching a relentless assault, instead opting for tentative strikes to conserve his energy. At this moment, Su Jinxiao was not as she once was. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the poison Yi Yu Yao, eager to resolve the matter with Lan Yu, acquire the dragon's sword and the antidote, and return to the altar, leaving no mercy for her opponents. It shouldn't be. Lu Jingyi has bodyguards, and he himself is skilled in martial arts. It's just that he has some difficulty with his legs. He should be capable of escaping and protecting himself. I doubt it could be him. Zhang Yang had already examined the male corpse, thus he knew it could not be Lu Jingyi. However, the path ahead was long and fraught with uncertainty. Su Jinxia and the others remained vigilant. First, tell me how Tu Jianfeng is doing. Is he in any danger? Zhang Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Sensing that matters might have exceeded expectations, Tao Xing finally understood. Hong Xian had come to offer congratulations on the orders of the Moon Elder. Hong Xian is a homophone for red thread, and he is indeed the boy of the red thread. The 3 flashes of red light were significant. The first flash occurred before Xinlan's coffin, bringing her back to life. The second flash was in the forest, driving away bandits and saving his life. The third flash was today's wedding congratulations. 123, the binding ceremony. Holy Empress, do not leave. What shall we do without your special desserts? Life would be tasteless. With you, the cold, icy sea becomes warm. The merfolk gazed plaintively at Xiyao, who could see the dark clouds gathering above their heads, threatening rain. The elder turtle remarked that the Holy Empress could invite other beast husbands to reside in the underwater city, and they would not mind. Li Tianchen was greatly astonished. The numerous mechanical beasts in this spatial world were actually left behind by Gaguzi? Following Yang Qishue's guidance, he forgot all the martial arts he had practiced, relinquishing his abilities. At that moment, he was merely a swordsman, armed with only a sword, determined to defeat the gorilla before him. The onlookers were already entranced. While Bashiana gaped with wide eyes, Inu Shangren's brows furrowed, her entire being enveloped in a chill, her gaze as frigid as ice, scrutinizing the scene intently. The elder's visage bore a striking resemblance to the avatar of the 5 Poisons Demon Lord, causing the surrounding cultivators engaged in battle to halt and gather on either side, leaving only Yixian and the demoness avatar in the center. Indeed, several sword handles and blades had been cleaved in two, scattered remnants of weapons lay about, gradually losing their lethal aura under the sunlight, returning to dust. Students who secure top ranks or perform exceptionally well are often favored by prestigious families and large organizations upon graduation. Thus, the elite competitions have always been more focused on honor rather than material rewards. The voice caused Xiao Qinjuan's hand to freeze midair. His heart was already thunderstruck. For no one had ever appeared beside him unnoticed, and the voice gave him a chilling sensation, as if plunging into an icy abyss. After inquiring with the shopkeeper, he discovered that there were indeed numerous ways to earn money in Goyu City, the most straightforward being to receive missions at the various guilds in major cities, such as the Mercenary Guild, Forging Guild, Hunter Guild, and Housekeeping Guild. For wealthy individuals like Shuran and Jiangxin, 1,000 yuan was hardly significant. They could easily spend 2,000 to 3,000 on a pair of shoes, or 1,000 to 2,000 on a piece of clothing. And even toys would cost several thousand to tens of thousands. How about this? You need helpers as well, aside from the Chilan Emperor Master. You may take any other top-tier experts with you, Qinwan suggested. During this time, the airship began its descent, and a few minutes later, the enormous vessel was completely grounded. As night deepened, Huang Gaoxiang naturally assumed a thief had entered the room and, without a second thought, opened the door to investigate. However, upon not finding anyone in the outer room, he proceeded into the bedroom, only to catch sight of Yu Fei lying on the bed. Just as he intended to awaken her to ask what was happening, he was mistaken for a villain and struck. Tao Ren contemplated, ultimately deciding against provoking him. Currently, Li Mingho was gradually revealing everything he had done, and interrupting him now might lead to complications. As the monkey was about to place the 2 elders into the cave, a blood-curdling scream echoed from afar, growing closer. Mingyi let out a long howl, relentlessly urging his massive sword to descend, pouring all his strength into ensuring that Luo Hu would remain trapped within the cycle of countless giant swords until he achieved victory. Forget it. Being a few years older should pose no problem. The image of the thought can be directly imprinted in their minds, so upon awakening, they should possess the strength to fight. It is known that every member sent here is a hero from the Overwatch universe. The Jinwu lineage had always been of sparse blood, yet this time 10 sons were born, signaling the peak of the Jinwu clan's prosperity. Song Xiyao did not use a scolding tone, yet her seemingly indifferent demeanor only heightened the anxiety of those present. 123, National Master Faction versus Beast King Faction. Su Xiao and Nanxing leisurely emerged from the water, while Mu Yi pulled the rope back with a swift motion, forcing Ye to scrape against the ground, wincing in pain. Is this truly the southern wilderness continent? Observing the stark contrasts, it is indeed very different from the northern wilderness continent. Su Xiao surveyed her surroundings and discovered that the southern wilderness continent resembled an island, with a climate considerably warmer than that of the northern and western wilderness continents, allowing her to shed her heavy down jacket. Shenluchi found a secluded spot devoid of people and boats to disembark, only to be halted by a voice after traversing a mere few miles. Consequently, all adjacent rooms were under the watchful eyes of the field operatives. And when the 6th room was occupied by Chen Jiafu, the personnel and equipment that Han Guodong desired finally arrived. Accompanying this was the crumbling concrete at the dock's edge, revealing corroded rebar, while the cargo ship moored nearby, along with the stacked containers and gantry cranes, succumbed to rust and decay in the thick fog. The cultivators of the Buddhist realm were taken aback. Over a dozen true lords unleashed their powers in a frenzy to fend off their adversaries and rush to the rescue. They split into 2 factions, one half targeting Zhuangzi and Ji Ning in an attempt to disrupt their energy manipulation, and the other charging toward the giant troll to aid its escape. Elder Sheng glanced at the jade slip on the table, hesitating to speak, but Jean Zimming had already departed, making the decision for him. This might allow him a glimpse into the secrets of the night of dividing the spoils. According to Zhou Balai's extensive gaming experience, places shrouded in mystery often harbored abundant opportunities. After speaking, Zhao Jia and Ding Yi unleashed a flurry of punches on the individual sprawled on the ground, only stopping when exhaustion took hold. She remarked that without her presence on this excursion, they would likely never have the chance to ride in a helicopter for the rest of their lives. As James concluded his words, his gaze settled upon the figure of Ru Jiangqin in the foreground, subsequently unleashing a formidable technique born of resonating abilities. Zhou Balai noted a change in the item description. Previously, it merely referred to an artifact of an ancient unknown entity, but after the upgrade, it revealed itself as a fragment of its corporeal form, mirroring tales from worldly historical texts regarding the reclusive lord. Just as the two ships were about to collide with the cliff, the Dafeng suddenly veered, positioning itself across the path of the Jinglei. 50 massive oars extended from one side of its hull, anchoring it against the ground, effectively halting the advance of the Jinglei, which gradually came to a stop before the cliff. Yu Sheng could see that Ouyang Shui was nearly exhausted, so he opted to conclude their dual cultivation at that moment. However, this step was equally intense, a final surge. Yu Sheng exerted his utmost power in a reciprocal exchange between himself and Ouyang Shui before unleashing his full potential. A necessity for the balance of yin and yang. Regarding Qianing, Chun Richong Pu found herself at a loss for words. Although she had triumphed over her in the game due to her high attributes, in reality, she was no match for Qianing. So what? He Yu, fidgeting, impatiently inquired about the white magic core. The gang suddenly accrued 1,000 experience points, causing quite a stir. While several experience scrolls had appeared, they typically only offered a mere 10 or even thousands. They had never anticipated such a substantial gain, perhaps the highest increment from a scroll. Brother He, we were just about to hand you the magic core, but Yu Sheng knew that the magic core no longer belonged to them. So he decided to do a favor and casually mention conditions. Andy continued his relentless assault. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since lost their sanity, as this required an exceptionally high level of mental fortitude, with an average person able to endure only for a few minutes. On the bed, Bai Shui looked towards Andy and the others, recalling that the three outside were acquaintances of her sister from the game. 124, I am a divine physician. I can suppress even a tsunami. Your national teacher possesses remarkable innate talent. Su Xiao was taken aback upon hearing about the national master from Chunyu, feeling an undeniable intrigue. Indeed, it was rare for the public to catch a glimpse of the national master, who only appeared during the annual blessing ceremonies. Observing their interest, Chunyu doused their enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. The tactile sensation from both hands left Chu Lingxiao in a state of amused exasperation. Torn between the two's rivalry, Alice had no objections to Anka's proposal, as long as they managed their time within the tower. A degree of exploration was acceptable. Who knew? They might even discover something fortuitous. The esteemed Vice Admiral's injuries had nearly healed, leaving only a prominent scar on his left cheek, which, combined with his typically stern demeanor, made him appear even more formidable. Mulan found herself restless, likely due to the impending battle, whenever she closed her eyes. Visions of the bloody battlefield flooded her mind. Additionally, fostering a good relationship with this young lady seemed prudent. If she were to come across similar treasures in the future, she might bring them to Chuchentang for sale. However, as time wore on, her stamina began to wane while the trio's digital souls grew increasingly solid and formidable. A pang of anxiety gripped Ah Piao as she recalled Chen Feng, who had fought valiantly against a demon to secure her escape. She could not let his sacrifice be in vain. Although Tsang Tian was a notorious villain, he was a man of his word, granting strength as promised. Now he intended to bestow a more powerful digital beast upon Sheng. It was unclear how much time had passed when the muffled sound of digging ceased, and a faint glimmer illuminated the dark underground passage. The dim light revealed King Qin seated by the bedside, where the Empress lay pale and weary, her complexion a sickly yellow tinged with gray. Weakly, she opened her eyes and lifted her hand slowly. After a moment of observation, Zhao Ji, though not having lost any money, felt quite displeased and summoned Zhang Shangying for a reprimand. I shall depart in a quarter of an hour. Should you miss this opportunity, it will haunt you for a lifetime. With that, Zhang Shu closed his eyes, falling silent. Wang Mama smiled in response to the lady's request, noting that both the master and mistress were equally anxious, despite the master's attempts to feign indifference. Drag the culprits to Kaishiku and execute them for embezzling taxpayer money. Gao Fangping waved his hand dismissively. Reports from the previous day indicated that Zhang Jian was currently unharmed, while messages relayed from Su Chu suggested that Feidong had encountered numerous bandits and local rebels, yet there was no immediate danger. With a loud shout, Wang the blacksmith leaped lightly to the mountain summit. There, with hands clasped together, he separated them to release a surge of yin and yang energy. If the sun star resembled an unceasing flame, then the moon star was akin to an everlasting block of ice. A Xing, standing nearby with a mocking demeanor, seemed to realize her previous actions were excessive, idly kicking at the grass, while keeping a watchful eye on the expression of Sancheng. Abu handed over 3 flatbreads. initially intended for Depai, but since his nephew was embarking on a journey, he offered them for the road. Moreover, Zhang Liao had invested considerable effort to write those few words, which held significant meaning, especially for Kai Yong. Everything was proceeding smoothly, akin to a rally car that had navigated the most perilous stretches. Now, only a straight path lay ahead, and all that remained was to press the accelerator and race toward the finish line. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon a trending repost on Weibo, observing Lin Nin walking alone along the street under the night sky, dragging a suitcase. Confused, Lin Ran followed Feng Er to the entrance of the banquet hall, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. 125, the National Master's gaze. A divine physician? The Beast King's expression was blank, clearly skeptical. Xiyao smiled gently and remarked, "The Mermaid Queen has not been in good health recently. The Beast King must have heard some whispers about it. I treated her in the underwater city, and she is now recovering quite well." The Beast King felt a jolt in his heart. As the ruler of the southern wasteland, he remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the movements of the merfolk, regardless of their friendly relations. He was aware of the internal strife that had erupted in the seas earlier, and he thought to himself how delightful it would be if he could summon them. With him, I need not worry about the Qingyan refinery anymore, Luo Feng mused excitedly. In the very center of the underground palace, a colossal three-legged golden cauldron stood, towering several dozen feet high and measuring over 10 feet in circumference, with crimson flames raging within. Though this event was a grand celebration for the Woodleaf and Sand-Hidden villages, other ninja villages were also invited to participate in the Chunin exams. At that moment, Orochimaru exuded a faint yet palpable aura of menace, which even the 3 elite Jonin members from the Root organization found unsettling, let alone Kakashi and Obito, who were merely at the Jonin level. "We will notify the community committee to temporarily oversee your son. As for the alleged child abuse leading to death, the circumstances are exceedingly severe and cruel. Please cooperate with us." Chu Fei and his colleague approached and handcuffed the 2 individuals to take them away. What a joke. Those 5 soldiers were all formidable. Had it not been for their ambush, could they have fought so effortlessly? To the east of Chang'an City, an elderly woman wielding an embroidered needle suddenly had her eyes gleam with intensity as she gazed up at the impending blood cloud. Immediately, a faint sound emanated from her body, as if something had shattered. Fortunately, the vital signs checked were still normal. After the doctors arranged for Yushu and the others to be admitted to a ward, they left. It was only then that they realized the wharf fortress before the high platform was even more expansive, stretching endlessly, with clusters of shadowy figures encircling the battle stage. "Sir, the hour has passed. It's time to enter the examination grounds." Zhou Yanru looked at Zhang Pu and the others, his feet barely holding him up as he struggled to remind them. "No rush. The training at Luai's will commence next year, so upon your return, I shall grant you only 3 months. If you have not returned by then, you shall see how I deal with you." Gong Shuechuan said with a kind yet authoritative demeanor, reminiscent of a venerable elder instructing his descendants. No one could fathom the extent of the impending plague, nor could they predict how many would suffer from it, or whether they would be capable of aiding those who passed by. In that moment, Luo Zhan experienced anxiety and helplessness for the first time in his life. "I shall obey your orders," Qing Shuang teased the emperor with a jest, eliciting another hearty laugh from him. "I have warned you, my husband shall kill you. He is the true hero of this world," Jiang Weiwei declared. Tears filled her eyes as she dashed out of the courtyard. For over 2 years, she had not set foot outside this enclosure. While everyone spoke of the grandeur of the Forbidden City, she remained ignorant of the beauty beyond its walls. At that moment, she felt utterly helpless. Fu Feng was her only family in this world, and she could not allow anything to happen to her. She clenched her fists tightly. The creatures inhabiting the Qinghai Tibet Plateau share a common trait, a thick layer of fat. "All right, Mr. Mo, I shall fulfill the task you have entrusted to me." Karina replied respectfully to the man she referred to as Mr. Mo. Striding boldly closer, he wrapped his arms around her, showering her face and neck with fervent kisses. Like a torrential downpour, the sensations emanating from her only intensified his desire. In a moment of urgency, a tearing sound echoed as her entire outfit was ripped apart. 126. Activate the mobile magic array. Chen Yu, ever the good Samaritan, escorted them all the way to the coastal tribe of the Western Wasteland. "Thank you, Chen Yu." Nanxing, his good comrade, clasped hands and shared a shoulder bump before bidding farewell. "We must return to the Imperial City. Our journey has already consumed too much time." Mu Yi looked at Su Xiao with a smile. "Yao Yao, upon our return, I shall officially take my leave and accompany you to the Northern Wasteland." "All right." Laubert snorted coldly, then took the unconscious Qi Tong from Jean Luren's arms. At that moment, Brand and Laubert cast indifferent glances at Jean Luren, their aura radiating intent to kill. Tian Miao's expression shifted at the mention of the Peacock King, as if this news was more significant than the resurrection of the Demon Slayer. The fleeing Bu Jingyun suddenly halted, and in the instant he turned, his exquisite sword surged with energy, unleashing a golden sword light that cleaved towards the approaching divine dragon. Minato glanced at Itachi. worried that Naruto's impulsive nature might lead to unforeseen troubles during his first mission outside the village. The nighttime ambush base was brightly lit, with Jean Lurin, Laubert, and Brand sprawled upon the platform, surrounded by numerous empty bottles, evidence of their excessive drinking. The staff responsible for reception glanced at the press credentials, assisted with the registration, and then handed Liang Tian a room card. All attacks were reflected back toward Shui Wuqing, who found himself utterly defenseless. Long Poju yelled in alarm, quickly soaring forward to position the Wuchen sword before him, exerting all his strength to block the incoming frigid ice. Oh, is it that mysterious? Could it be that you are a distinguished figure at our school? Gu Yang's curiosity was piqued. As for the young man, he lounged lazily on the sofa, donning sunglasses with earbuds plugged in, lost in his music. In her past life, he had managed her stock affairs, purchasing a seaside villa solely through commissions. In this life, she still had to kick her way forward. Finally arriving, Chikachue stopped before a beautifully designed riverside pavilion with red walls and green tiles, which elegantly spanned the Shantang River, resembling a delicate cloud resting above the verdant waters. Tai Shuiyan approached the crowd, lowering her head only to see that although the skeleton's wrist had been severed, its hand still clutched her right foot with an iron grip. Alarmed, she channeled her energy, unleashing a torrent of internal force towards the skeletal hand encircling her ankle. Junior Sister Qian, this is Lei Changya. Authorized by the sect leader to extract the annotated version of Mozi's 5 elements record for a month, Xue Qingyi spoke solemnly. Seeing that even under pressure, Gu Qinian remained silent, Lu Dan grew increasingly anxious. Quickly, Chang Lu and Wan Er hurriedly helped her change clothes, her hair cascading loosely as they rushed toward the Nie residence. All right, no need for you to respond. Your belly has already spoken for you. Dan Xing teased Mu Wan, serene, tranquil, and unrestrained. However, if you, as an insomniac, were to closely observe those slumbering individuals around you, you would discover that the dreams of some are far from tranquil. Bai Qinghuan sensed a touch upon her, and thus, she opened her eyes, delivering a resounding slap directly to the face of the gentleman beside her. The man was momentarily stunned, hand clasped to his face, gazing at her in disbelief. When Mu Yu saw Mu Wan return, the smile at the corner of her eyes became more pronounced. Regarding this matter, Mu Yu indeed harbored further plans, and had also made numerous preparations. She understood that the crux of today's compensation lawsuit hinged upon whether the amount they proposed could garner the support of the governor, which would ultimately determine the outcome of the case. All of this relied on solid evidence. 127, specializing in the treatment of infertility. Is Yao adding another beast husband? Moze's voice carried a dangerous edge. He had initially opposed allowing her to escort this individual, and it seemed he had ulterior motives, taking the opportunity to seduce her. In truth, it was not entirely. Su Xiao forced an awkward smile, wanting to defend Nanxing a little. After all, it was she who had taken the initiative to pursue him. It could hardly be said that Nanxing had seduced her, she merely did not refuse. Yet, Nanxing boldly asserted, indeed, as Zuoqiu Su and Huan Shijiji had said, the morale within the Rongjiang army was in disarray, making it an effortless endeavor to conquer, although she was no longer associated with the Zhe tribe. Speaking of the temperament and disposition of the Zhe, Holy Son still made Zhehai feel a deep sense of shame. Is that so? He welcomes me, thus gifts me money, and expects me to enjoy my time in the county? Dennis hesitated to say. As dinner time approached, Yao Chushi found herself unable to savor her food, chewing without any flavor, her mind consumed by worries. She reached out to Princess Yun Yao, but the princess recoiled slightly, appearing somewhat fearful of her. We are already engaged. You cannot escape. Wherever I go, you must follow. Have you not heard? Marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. After saying this, Yang Su felt a shiver run down his spine and forced an awkward laugh. Seeing no reinforcements arriving, Sun Yu sighed in resignation and ordered the death warriors to protect a dozen of Cao Cao's most crucial direct relatives, making a break for the main gate. Below, the constable hurriedly sent a nimble officer to scale the wall in search of help. At that moment, the clamor outside grew louder, and having expressed their grievances, the crowd began clamoring for an assault on the government office. To be frank, such matters were akin to purchasing antiques, even if one mistakenly bought a counterfeit. It was a case of one willingly striking and another willingly enduring. A youth clad in white spoke softly, report to the general. There are 8,000 enemy troops outside the camp, with 6,000 in the Central Army and 1,000 on each flank. Upon hearing such a disparity in forces, the officers before the tent erupted in derisive laughter. Even the cultivators did not hide their disdain. 5 minutes later, Qi Tianjiao had staunched her bleeding, and Chuibin supported her towards Lu Xinran's lifeless body. Love needs to blossom in a greenhouse. Only then will the flowers that bloom bear fruit that is both beautiful and enduring. Wu Sheng and Su Huan repeatedly expressed their gratitude as they accompanied Bai Qiao to the door, but she resolutely blocked their way. Watching Bai Qiao walk away, Wu Sheng let out a gentle sigh. Emotsung was taken aback. Was he truly that weak? He had not even unleashed a breath of anger. nor had he witnessed Yutianza's fearful pleas for mercy. The atmosphere instantly turned somber, and the surrounding warriors discreetly stepped back, wary of becoming collateral damage. Currently, Ji Li's relationship with his adoptive sister had soured significantly, in Zhu Xian's eyes. Fleeing to a foreign land seemed to be the best means of survival. After all, she was merely an adoptive sister. Even a biological sister, in Ji Li's current state, would face dire consequences if she provoked him. She took the initiative to grasp his hand, producing a pack of wet wipes, gently cleaning the dirt and blood from his hands with patience and care, time and again. However, he regretted speaking that sentence, pondering why he felt the need to explain. The green-faced man likely harbored intentions to tear him apart. Of course, certain unique races possess the innate ability to transcend the limitations of rules during their cultivation journey, much like the indigenous tribes of Wuxuanxing. Bozhak, should we blow up the airport together, or let Konaisa plant explosives inside the airport? Nikita inquired through the radio headset. Lori rambled on. And though she had no desire to listen, there was no escaping her brother's incessant chatter. 128, are you pregnant again? You all have normal physiques and are not truly infertile. With a slight adjustment in diet and a relaxed mindset, natural conception is entirely possible. Observing the little female rabbit and her 3-star beast husband, Su Xiyao remarked helplessly, male Shunti only consume meat. Their diet should be lighter. Take your little female companion out for leisure. A relaxed mind and body will surely lead to offspring. Having witnessed her 38th couple. As the four-armed Earth Ape prepared to attack once more, Chen Feng suddenly cursed from behind, revealing a purple lightning mark, a flash of purple lightning appearing in his hand. In contrast to Ling Feiyong's calm demeanor, Ji Chang appeared somewhat peculiar. Since entering the water, he had remained silent. Consistently following Ling Feiyong's lead without uttering a word, his gaze toward the likes of Xian Shao and others turning somewhat bewildered. He is not dead. Splendid. Song Li is alive. Upon seeing Song Li's sudden appearance, Qing Ying exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, Feng Yun just sensed the main body and learned that it had recently emerged from the land of dusk. Zhou Yunfeng nodded, his smile unwavering. She was naturally lively. And prior to accompanying Song Li, she had spent considerable time in the imperial capital with Song Kaiyan. By then, Song Kaiyan had begun to remember things. Thus, she had some impression of Ning Qianxue. He had assumed that given Liao Hui's remarkable standing within the Baitsong clan, commanding a not overly powerful army would be a straightforward task. He did not expect the response he received to be thus. While the golden hammer exuded an astonishing aura, neither could they wield the weapons infused with the air of the Tian Quebec. They both understood that such remarkable divine weapons held immense allure for cultivators like Gumu and Duoli, who practiced the air of Tian Quebec regrettably. Aside from credit cards and cash, the mysterious man possessed nothing of value, without needing Zhou Ling's command. Shen Shihao automatically pocketed the cash and returned personal items like credit cards. Now, Zhang Chunlei was focused on how to escape safely. Avenging Song Li could wait until later. Whether it be the Ling ancestor or the Yin Yang sacrifice, both remained absolute secrets to Qin Tian, for these two entities were shrouded in mystery. The revelation of either could lead to endless troubles. Su Xian clenched his fists, his tone resolute and unwavering, while Wu Buxiang secretly sighed. Could Su Xian truly manage the training of the Cheongqi army? Shut up. What is all the noise? Just as the fearful Edo extended his dark, fearsome, muscular arm toward the direction of the sound to seize the screaming individual, he flung them backward in an attempt to halt the air. Meanwhile, Zhao Dedeo's offensive was progressing smoothly, having already entered the town, with each company commander leading their soldiers to clear one house after another. Leading the charge was likely a noble from the Beihu. This arrow not only severely wounded the morale of the pursuers, but also allowed the Beihu people to witness the might of the Darue men. Hence it was no wonder so many cheered. Indeed, after the morning meeting, I sent a telegram to the internal line in Shanghai, and they responded, said Zhu San. Luo Dabin, holding a set of keys, approached the dog hole's entrance, turning back to the somewhat portly jailer, saying, no one speak to him, no one provoke him. Filthy dog, let him stew in his own stench. In addition, Isu had 2 new cards. One was a spell card unexpectedly drawn while receiving gifts in Silent City. After all, the events concerning the previous 3 generations of the Thunder Shadow had mostly been unraveled. As a non-participant in that war, the Mist Hidden had yet to ascertain the precise identity of the Konoha ninja responsible for assassinating the Thunder Shadow. But it was certain that it was indeed someone from Konoha. 129, returned to the imperial capital. Hong Jun, filled with admiration, remarked, truly deserving of the title Holy Female, Sister Yao Yao. Did you not just give birth to the little kits of the 9-tailed fox? To conceive again so swiftly is indeed a pace that leaves one in awe. It is simply enviable. Su Shiyu let out a dry laugh. If she were a modern person, she might interpret this as mockery. Yet, within the context of the beast world, such words were imbued with genuine envy. She felt helpless. Sister Hongjin, once you give birth to your first child, you will continue to bear more. Xia Qi Feng remarked, one must possess the capacity for tolerance, to endure that which the world finds intolerable, and to bear with those who are difficult to endure. This is true responsibility, even if the loss of honor outweighs the losses of body and wealth. However, A mere jest from Jiangchense sent the lecherous hospital director into a fit of fright. Upon concluding his words, Jiangchense turned away, leaving Han Yingying in a state of sorrow, reduced to tears. The burly man was instantly sent sprawling against the stone wall, curled up like a large shrimp, clutching his stomach and wailing in agony, devoid of any strength to rise. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was concealed behind a grand tree outside, silent. Suddenly, he waved his hand against the ground, conjuring two clumps of mud, shaping them into spheres, and turned to face the furious Gu Feiyan. Above, a colossal flag of the moonlit kingdom hung, its azure background adorned with a luminous white crescent in the center, simple yet profound. By 1 o'clock in the early hours, the main force had advanced into central Taiwan, where the Japanese troops, upon witnessing the encroaching army, swiftly lost their spirit to resist and surrendered. Xiyao, she said. Call him Dad. He resides in the provincial capital. Mother is at Donghu, and Dad will dine with us and drive us home. Everyone gazed at the flame in Yin Yi's hands, falling silent, feeling utterly helpless. Regardless of whether this deity was real or not, it was prudent to pay homage first, otherwise, death awaited them. He believed that should the vanguard and the People's Party launch an offensive, it would surely take them by surprise. Gu Yan felt she ought to trust Mo Chen. Everything was merely a misunderstanding. Mo Chen had not betrayed her. What Manla had witnessed was simply a misinterpretation, and Mo Chen was likely troubled by her misunderstanding. Bu. Qin Chuan embraced Balanica, who had passed by with Alyssa, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. Brother Ouyang, I only seek the secrets of the cursed land. I desire nothing else. Zhang Yu glanced at Ouyang while he spoke. Gu Yan felt a surge of happiness. Her feelings were beyond expression, and she could not exploit Gu Yan's unhappiness as a pretext to pursue her. To straightforwardly declare that he could offer her happiness and would never let her feel sorrow or disappointment. Han Xian was to be his future partner. Having chosen all the main roles, what need was there for Han Xian? Aran. Meng Yunxin approached the dining table, nervously tugging at her hair, revealing a sweet smile as she greeted Gu Xiaoran. After escorting his parents and father-in-law home, Qin Chuan returned to the palace with Ailia. Old Master Duan Mu's expression turned icy. Disregarding Huang Heinai's status as the family head, he began to reprimand. Unable to think any longer, she leaped onto his back, covering his nose in an attempt to rouse him. Yet, Mu Xinying found it puzzling when had Ji Wushuang become acquainted with Hua Chui Shui. The two seemed unrelated. Lin Yu opened his eyes, realizing that his true energy had expanded threefold, and a golden liquid flowed slowly through his bloodstream. Very well. Wu Xiangyu rose, managing a forced smile. As the current head of the Wu family, her elder had the final say, and she could not contradict him. Watching Lin Yu's figure vanish before her, Moya felt a pang of sorrow, overwhelmed by guilt, and began to sob. Before arriving, Tiku had learned all potentially useful scenarios from the Fifth Prince. He was merely following the script. Perhaps it was because Gu Huaiyan was the only person linked to her past here. Upon seeing that face, Taiyu felt a wave of long-lost warm swell within her heart. Even though the Mo and Wu families had yet to become in-laws, the current situation was evident. Without a marriage alliance, they would still form a pact. What space would remain for the Ji family then? Following the previous incident, the old witch had been removed from the office, much to the relief of the staff. Upon flipping through the pages, she indeed found the methods for cultivating qi. It stated that the qi realm comprises 3 stages: qi induction, qi refinement, and qi integration, collectively known as the 3 realms of qi refinement. As they chatted and grabbed lunch, Tang Luo suddenly spotted Su Lei, with an empty seat beside her at her table. It seems he has suffered a severe lightning injury, and the remnant electricity within him has yet to dissipate. He needs someone skilled in lightning arts to expel it. There may still be hope, Wang Ziliang remarked. Observing Lu Sanner's wounds, Su Jie dashed forward, each stride spanning several yards. With his formidable burst of speed, he surpassed many adept martial artists skilled in light-footed techniques. In a mere instant, he reached the precipice of the desolate island and, without hesitation, plunged into the lake's depths. Suddenly, a stirring sensation surged within Su Jie as the chilling energy from the ghostly crystal entered his body. Initially, it encountered Su Jie's golden vital energy, seemingly recognizing the formidable nature of the golden essence. Subsequently, it sought to merge with Su Jie's bloodstone vital energy. The young man, with his elegantly arched eyebrows and strikingly handsome features, wore an oddly tattered Taoist robe, its grimy state and significant damage failing to diminish his charisma. The men's 100-meter semifinals were about to commence, and the head of the sports department was already rallying the participants. 1:30, a family reunion. Who are you? On what grounds do you embrace my sister Yao? Nan Xing, taken aback, rushed forward and seized Su Jin's wrist, effortlessly hurling him aside. Completely oblivious to the latter's subsequent words, Su Jin found himself utterly defenseless before Nan Xing. He gazed at Nan Xing in astonishment, warily inquiring, "Who are you? Your strength is formidable. You must be at least of the 8th rank." Nan Xing lightly tilted his chin and replied, "Indeed, the last time a window was ajar. It was to air out the restroom's unpleasant odor. However, this time, I detected a delightful fragrance and heard sounds inappropriate for children." Onlookers discerned that Shifeng intended to summon soldiers. Once they appeared, they would undoubtedly captivate the souls of those present. leaving the audience vulnerable to losing their own spirits. I approached a ninja concealed in the shadows, while Yahiro Koji moved towards another hidden RB ninja. Yahiro Koji struck first, and I followed suit. Sujai had sent him your photograph. At that moment, he truly wished to return. Yet, he had already been involved in an accident, one that was man-made. When Bo Qing uttered the words man-made, my heart involuntarily tightened, gazing at the man before me, whose laughter was exuberant and unrestrained. I felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Is it amusing to be envious? Is it truly so laughable? It infuriates me. I cannot tell if it is because this palace bears a striking resemblance to the Ming Hall of Luoyang, but it feels extraordinarily familiar. Upon entering the Grand Hall, this sensation grew all the more pronounced. Guqihan stated that we must swiftly rid the Chun family of the door ghost and other malevolent entities. Otherwise, the Chun family could face dire calamities, even loss of life. I inquired how we might accomplish this, to which he replied that the time was not yet ripe, and we would discuss it further later. At that moment, my uncle was nearly driven to madness. He once again sliced open his palm, using his own blood to nourish the corpse of his second wife. However, what needed to dissipate was her soul. Even with her body intact, she could not be revived. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and after winding through for what felt like an eternity, there seemed to be no end in sight. Do not seek me out. You must take good care of Lang Lang and remember both his likes and dislikes. Understood. The cultivation technique is sound. I, old Nyo, must also restore my spiritual energy. Nyo Taiju reflected with sentiment as he cast a glance at the spirit cleansing pool. Having exhausted a significant portion of his spiritual energy here, it was time to replenish it for himself and his sister. With such ease, he had effortlessly shaken off those individuals. Lu Yaoji contemplated the fine silk in his bag with a sense of concealed delight. Indeed, it had come without effort. Xing Heng limped back to the fire goddess estate, and upon stepping inside, he encountered his father, Zhu Yi, whose face was darkened, his entire being ablaze with fury as he paced back and forth in the main hall. Meanwhile, Shun Xinghua observed Xiang'er reciting the incantation fluidly and performing the hand signs. Yet she fell into an inexplicable silence. Her expression was grave, her demeanor heavy. After departing from Kabul, Yin Shu and her companions arrived at Sudi Port. At this point, Yin Shu's cargo fleet had expanded to 3 vessels. She had rented a ship, fully laden with rice. I did not. It is not what you think. We are merely ordinary friends. He is just staying here temporarily, I fervently explained, yet my mother remained skeptical. Do you have a designated seat? Although Bai Qin harbored doubts in her heart about whether Lu Yin had roamed among the various delicacies with a plate in hand since arriving at the restaurant, without ever sitting down. It wasn't until the end of the final examinations that Shi Lu noticed no further peculiarities regarding Mama Dan. The star-studded show was originally scheduled to follow the designer's speech. But as Mingtian Hao made a gesture towards Yang Yali, she intuitively understood his intent and brought the star show forward. Sister, are you suggesting an aphrodisiac? Have you truly managed to render that substance harmless to the body's vital energy? Jiang Xinyue inquired in astonishment. 131. Seafood risotto. What of the females who had previously been abducted by the Western Wilderness continent? How do you think they felt at the moment of their capture? Su Xiao noticed that the female from the northern district had fallen silent and turned her gaze towards the other females. Tian stepped forward to speak, expressing that once a female is abducted, she possesses no capacity for resistance. Had it not been for the assistance of the holy females in rescuing them, they might have faced degradation and never returned to their homeland. If possible, she too wished to possess the innate strength that Zhang Yaming spoke of, which brought great joy to Al Yuo, who declared they would set off immediately, aiming to arrive by afternoon. Caught off guard, she instinctively reached out to take the chips, and upon closer inspection, felt embarrassed to refuse after already accepting them. As Su Qi observed the fighting corpse breaking free and charging towards him, he did not back down. Wielding his weapon, the soul-severing blade, to meet the challenge head-on. Isn't the guardian of the underworld superior? After all, the safety of life is paramount. It not only enhances basic defense percentages, but also provides a boost to fundamental life points. Over a week ago, after being promoted to a 3rd-tier silver warrior, Luo Zhanmai was swiftly appointed as the head of the warrior division. Numerous players unearthed various items from the ground, all of which were plants, none of which bore any relation to treasures. Many players contemplated giving up, yet seeing swathes of others digging vigorously in the grass stirred their reluctance. What if someone unearthed a treasure? Wouldn't that mean missing out on their share? Even from the imagery, those present could feel the warmth of the scene, sensing the intimate bond between Zhang Yaming and the pair of dolphins. Regardless of the circumstances, abandoning comrades in times of peril is a dishonorable act, a source of eternal regret, even if a strategic retreat necessitated leaving behind fellow warriors. The insect race possesses the ability to absorb food genes for self-evolution. Thus, even if the substitute for the heart is not a human heart, the formidable gene fusion capabilities of the insect race can still restore the heart and save Sun Nan's life. Indeed, I am not adept at treating external injuries, but the Eastern Street Qianjin Hall excels in this. The the doctor remarked with a smile, gesturing outward. Although unaware of the exact species of the dragon god, given its ascendance to the level of a supreme deity, referring to it as the Dragon King is undoubtedly appropriate. Huang Fu Qingying and young Master Zhou's expressions grew solemn as they nodded. They understood that to enter the ancient city, one must first advance to the Nirvana realm, and they were well prepared. With Chun Shi serving as their protector, they had little to fear. While the old man could not ascertain the efficacy of the remedy, any improvement in health post-ingestion would be immensely worthwhile, leading him to feel considerable gratitude towards Gu Xiu, which greatly enhanced his impression of her. Yet, it was evident that the Yaxia tribe did not share this sentiment, viewing the disruption of their self-introduction as a grave affront to their honor. After a brief interaction with the Black Whirlwind, several dark figures appeared in the distance. Sean knew without looking that they were Jean and the others. I can only spare 20 or 30 people, including machinists and millers, all of whom I recruited from nearby factories, and they are at least 5th-level workers, Sun Yujun stated. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Tiansan and the others were immediately enlightened. Blood Shadow squinted and remarked, "What does it matter if there are many of them? We 5 can take a detour to avoid them and swiftly enter the underworld, opening the passage between the realms of the underworld and the demonic realm. I doubt they will be able to catch up with us." Professor N is currently collaborating with our newly introduced Professor Zhang Yihua on the research of turbine blade materials. Your arrival is timely for this project. Both of these individuals are leading experts in the country, and working alongside them will undoubtedly enrich your knowledge, Lin Jinhua explained. 132. Future plans for the northern wasteland. Ling Jia exclaimed, "Really? This rice can be cultivated? That is truly wonderful." "Opening fields is quite a simple task," Bai Yin replied. "We originally planned to rebuild several cities and repair areas nearby to enclose game. Although winter is just beginning to wane, we must prepare for the next winter. As no one can predict which calamity will strike first, we must be thoroughly prepared." Su Xiyao, having received counterfeit currency, essentially wasted 2 weeks. In an effort to save money, he had no choice but to sprint after buses, racing to the wholesale market and then back home. Feng Jianyuming's current remarks momentarily stunned Murasa Mizuki, who then couldn't help but laugh. Such behavior was no different from that of an ordinary yukai. Previously, she had doubted this individual was merely a deceased human. This manner of conduct was indeed characteristic of a typical yukai. Thus, we shall patiently await. Wang Hu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply, indifferent to the hotel's smoking ban. At that moment, Chu Gujuan glared at Zhao Tianhu with a dark expression, resembling a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. Matters of war were her responsibility. These issues held no significant intrigue for her. Since the elders had arrived, their lives were assured, with the presence of the elders. No matter how formidable the 2 individuals before them were, they could not inflict harm upon them. As soon as Ma's voice fell, all the leaders present wore expressions of anger and engaged in verbal refutation. She realized that the charm of these 2 children, rather, these 2 teachers, struck her adorable spot completely. While Xiaobai lay there lost in thought, the beast-tide quietly approached Gu'ao City, contrasting sharply with the overwhelming assault on Muduo. Yaguzi felt a twinge of anger. During the War of the Gods, not all God King-level NPCs had participated. Lu Luo and the Wen family had been away from the capital for many years, regarding the matter of the second lady. They had only heard about the disruption of her engagement with the Jiang family long ago, knowing nothing else. After the afternoon banquet, news indeed arrived from Fuchentang, stating that noble consort Kong had been pregnant for over a month. Moreover, this was a sea of clouds, a place where one could fish for clouds. Jun Emo smiled at Xin Yueshiwei after speaking, leaving Xin Yueshiwei feeling quite perplexed. Yibai had contemplated on several occasions that upon entering the starry sky and encountering this person, he would surely express his gratitude, and if possible, shamelessly seek to become his disciple. Thus, Li Mu was not surprised by the demise of Prime Minister Reinhardt of the Mo-Ya Republic. As the true helm of the Mo-Ya Republic constantly spoke of the customs and culture of the Su-Jin Republic. No need for that. After addressing the matter at hand, just leave, you sit down. Lu Shuyan showed her no mercy. It was evident that Yibai should still be alive. Yet this state of existence was indeed somewhat terrifying to behold. Tang Zatsa was in a frenzy, with even Gu Ziyue and Lu Shaoqing across the ocean engaged in various complaints. The 13th prince was, after all, the biological son of the empress, regardless of her motivations. Her desire to reclaim her own son was entirely justifiable. I grasped Zhang Xuanchuan's hand, lifting her from the ground, saying, "I will take you to a place and tell you something." My mind was in a fog. I had no idea what Wan Yufeng had brought me here for. Those 2 unfamiliar men had treated me very poorly, and in order to understand the situation here, I could only approach them. Yin Xiangqin also placed greater emphasis on the inheritance of the Yin family. Above the Holy Master, she chose to suppress her awakening, inherit the family headship, and protect the secluded Pure Land. I spoke with earnest absurdity, feeling rather good about it, having grown accustomed to such a manner of conversation. If one day I were to trample the Bai family's holy light underfoot and compel your former lover to bow to me, how would you respond? 133. cultivating wasteland and farming. Water element, fire element? Bai Yin was taken aback by Su Xiao's extraordinary talent, incredulously stating, Yao Yao. I remember you only had a single psychic ability before. Su Xiao remarked, indeed, that is merely one aspect. My innate talents and abilities continue to multiply. And in the future, even more will emerge. Mu Yi, in a teasing tone, responded, even the legendary Holy Maiden pales in comparison to your prowess. Lin Meiman remained silent. While she addressed Su, saying, what does he think he is? Daring to boast in my presence? Yan Xian. Let me make it clear. I do not care what your status is. If you provoke the Lord, you shall not escape unscathed. As she spoke, a crimson light flickered in her eyes, piercing into Yi Hanchuan's dark gaze. However, beside Miss Wu Ming, there are 3 highly skilled warriors covertly guarding her. A calm male voice interjected. Wang Ming, seated on the sand, furrowed his brow slightly, as a large, oddly shaped military knife appeared in his right hand unbeknownst to him. Regarding the aircraft manufacturing plant, I am rather uninformed. While I possess some insights about the army under Xue Bowling, I am rather helpless when it comes to matters concerning the Air Force, especially regarding the establishment of an aircraft manufacturing facility. You clever girl. That Ma Shanren is my nemesis. The moment I laid eyes on him, my heart raced, and my limbs went numb. Heaven bless. He truly was saved by the giant spirit and returned to his homeland. The master and servant laughed as they arrived at the ancient Saint town, standing amidst the mist. Liang Ji had indulged in revelry with his most cherished concubine the previous night, drinking to the point of inebriation, oblivious to how he had ended up in bed. What she sacrificed was not merely energy, but the agony of witnessing her beloved teetering on the brink of life and death, a torment that Fu Can deeply understood. Kalete was taken aback. Had Jose's memories returned on their own? Regardless, arriving at this moment and bluntly questioning Demoz was clearly courting disaster. No. You are perfectly fine here, Lan Yiming hastily assured, then turned to glare fiercely at Wang Bin. Yet half a minute later, he had no choice but to relent. Marveling internally if there was anyone with a thicker skin than Wang Bin, Yunemo conjured a protective barrier and swiftly approached Yu Ling Long, who, with great difficulty, opened her eyes to behold a man as exquisite as jade. Why has the immortal come to this place? Her hoarse voice interrupted Yunmo's thoughts. Nevertheless, Long Ting still found the situation unbelievable. In truth, he yearned to venture directly to the Tiger Roar Empire to uncover the truth behind Tian Hu Wu and ascertain whether it was indeed as the Phoenix had claimed, merely using Long Ting. He instructed her to learn some characters alongside Miss Shu, so that in the future, she could serve as a bookkeeper at the inns and taverns in the city. Bowing slightly to pay his respects, Xingmu seized her, dragging her forward with a cold smile as he forced the wine from his cup into her mouth. Moon, do you not think that if we had perished together 5 years ago, how much better it would have been? Would we not be free of today's tribulations? He held her hand, gently wiping it with a silk handkerchief. Observing Zhang Yao's hesitance to speak, Yun Muyu understood he was merely concerned. Hence she refrained from reprimanding him further. Before long, Gao Dingting returned, jubilantly announcing the opening of a certain store with complimentary nail polish. Yun Muyu was delighted and expressed her willingness to join. That did not seem to mind much, yet Mei Qingli, who always prided herself on being the future Fox King, might struggle to accept such treatment. Commander! Fu Xiao and Hua Suiyu shouted, as Zicha had already pursued downwards, leaving them only with a fleeting silhouette. Li Shuai was no longer the naive individual he had once been. He comprehended my words. Though unsure of his thoughts, he found warmth in his firm embrace. 134. The Spirit Fox clan has come to seek refuge. A throng of people crowded at the city gates, chattering away, embroiled in some dispute. Pushing through the crowd, Su Xiao spotted Su Lin, the original timid and biased mother, whose eyes were red-rimmed as she conversed animatedly with an elderly woman, her expression agitated. Alas, my unfortunate child. How is it that you have lost your daughter at such a young age? Who possesses the audacity to slay my capable son-in-law and my beautiful granddaughter? The wicked youth dismissed Murong Ao's earlier unseemly behavior, producing another peculiar bone box from his spatial ring to store the box given by Murong Ao. As it was the only way to transport it, after all, that strange box could not be inserted into the spatial ring. As Yu Miao Miao passed by Wei Jiu Xiao, he reached out and abruptly tugged at the veil covering her head. Yet on Dalian continent, that 99% of sweat was certainly not in vain. It was experience earned at the cost of one's life, enabling survival in such perilous circumstances. It must be said that the designers at Dream were truly exceptional. At least in terms of artistry, they were all scholars of the highest caliber. Gazing at the screen displaying one perfect artwork after another, Jean Rand felt a profound sense of inadequacy. With a gentle furrow of his brow, he withdrew his arm, donned a shirt and trousers from the bedside, and approached the door. Learning that she was still carrying a child, he was momentarily struck with shock and joy, followed by a deep sense of unease. Camping outside temporarily. The conditions within the tent were far from ideal. However, Yu Miao Miao paid no heed to these matters. Observing the child clinging tightly to his leg, smeared with snot and tears on Shada's pants, all Shada could do was disdainfully attempt to kick him away. He had labored for 10 years to achieve this remarkable success. Rather than relying on a mere month of fortune, it is the incense, the sin of incense. To be honest, the incense in our ancestral hall is all processed by Lu Banyue. Our village is secluded, and we are self-sufficient. This incense has existed for some time. There is nothing amiss. The village head, Lu, explained. Li Xiyao had initially thought that Chu Feng would tenderly apply medicine to her face, but to her surprise, he prepared to leave. An uproar, orchestrated by Yishuanji, concluded satisfactorily. Ernie's father insisted on gifting Yishuanji a case of fine wine and a pack of good cigarettes as an apology. Chu Feng shrugged and turned away. Han Chanxian, being the aloof school beauty, had already attracted enough attention, and if they did not leave soon, they would be unable to escape. When Zhu Yuanzhang grew enraged, he did not even need to finish his command before the furious gunfire abruptly interrupted all his thoughts. Since you understand a bit, let him compete with me, Li Aolong suggested, raising an eyebrow with enthusiasm. He could never have imagined that the trio of seemingly lowly individuals, Old Donkey, Air, and San Pao, were extraordinary and perilous beings, especially San Pao, whose imitation of a leopard was remarkably convincing. One might mistake him for an escapee from a wildlife sanctuary. He meticulously packed tools such as the Luoyang shovel, pickaxe, ropes, military knife, multifunctional entrenching tool, flashlight, compass, screwdriver, and glass cutter into his backpack, extinguished the candle with a puff, opened the rear window, and leaped out. Sister Zhu is gone. Let us give her a proper burial. Chu Yunlong gazed at Wen Yunming, sorrowfully uttering these words before departing. However, for you to attempt to stop me in this manner is somewhat laughable. Chu Feng remained unhurried, opening his mouth to release a cascade of starlight, which shone brilliantly against the night sky, akin to the Milky Way. Yet, after stirring Xiao Feng's emotional fluctuations, old Huang returned to normalcy, forcing Xiao Feng into silence. And this tranquility persisted longer than the initial duration of their encounter, causing Xiao Feng to wait until nightfall. 135 exceptional relatives. What? Still in the process of construction? Your residence is not in this imperial capital? Then we shall not accept it. The elderly lady snorted. Is this how you dismiss us? I want this room. Just make them move out. Upon hearing this, nearby orcs could scarcely contain their frustration. Who could tolerate such insolence? To demand that someone vacate their home at the very onset? Madness. At this moment, Lingjia spoke up, Spirit Fox. When she turned back, Shangguan Xiaoming had reverted to his true form, circling above her head. Xian Tiawu instinctively wanted to enter and rouse Zhongyi, but Yu Liangzhen halted him with a gesture. Before long, Li Dongxing began to act irrationally, provoking himself, Xie Jiaonan, and even Xiaoyu. Let us temporarily leave this void, if managed correctly. Inputting spatial information from here and infiltrating the world's laws might prove a wise choice. After receiving the call, Zhang Yi promptly accompanied Wang Geng and Shidawai aboard a military train, hurrying to the Helicopter Research Institute in Myakina. As the night passed, Zhang Moji pressed Zhong Yi to return to the west bank of the canal once more. From the moment the first soul emerged from the seemingly unfathomable black wormhole to when Bai Qi saluted Qin Shi Huang, there was scarcely a sound in the entire Soul Town. In contrast to Han Mingming and Luochen, the world Wu Yinrong inhabited was rife with a chaotic realm known as Jianghu. At 13, Qi had already blossomed, her waist distinctly shaped in this context. Even if Gu Yao said nothing, she had begun to shy away from the opposite sex. Madam, which of your two eyes saw Lu Ermatzi come to my house? I said amiably from behind her. Everyone had long recognized that Cho Erden was unattractive, yet when placed among a few plump individuals, he appeared rather charming from a distance. Observing their spirited demeanor, even if they did not secure first place, they were indeed a feast for the eyes. The proprietor of the Hepping Hotel in the provincial capital had significant connections with establishments in other cities as well. Why are you out? Didn't you say you wanted to sleep a little longer? Yunshin remarked, raising an eyebrow at him lounging in the doorframe. After a moment of silence, Xi Jincheng spoke. I will help you reclaim the Rong family. It rightfully belongs to you. As she contemplated this, Su Ning envisioned piles of silver frantically diving into her pockets, causing her to break into an excited grin. She was not genuinely angry. Rather, she felt somewhat embarrassed and feared the village chief would learn of the incident tomorrow. While busy with business at the company, Han Haojuan frowned in displeasure, muttering that he had no time in secretly committing the act. He abruptly hung up the phone. Uncle could not help but scrutinize him, attempting to discern his identity. If a noble were to face trouble here, Wushan City might face severe repercussions. Yunshin scoffed, noting how these formidable figures seemed to hide themselves away, shrouded in secrecy. Alas, they could never return. They had long since reincarnated and begun anew. With only Jing Mu unchanged, it was that cherubic face that was so deceiving. Jiang Han was evidently more concerned with Yu Hang's whereabouts than pondering how his lost treasure ended up with Bai Qinci. In truth, she suspected Rong Yu's identity was no mere coincidence. The moment that man appeared, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. She opened her eyes, shielding them from the glaring sunlight, and found herself reclining on a comfortable bed, surrounded by elegant and luxurious furnishings, albeit somewhat unfamiliar. Had they not ultimately resorted to employing the secret treasure, they might have been defeated. However, that treasure was indeed extraordinary. As Lin Yu recalled, it was as if that tangible malevolence had reappeared around her, filling her with trepidation. A group of spoiled brats. Su Shiyu lowered her voice and said, "Yes. I do not like them either. I prefer you all much more." Such extraordinary relatives were indeed a rare encounter for her. Suddenly, she felt a surge of pity for Suhi, who had endured oppression from Su Zheng throughout the first half of his life and was now forced to endure the indignities imposed by this old lady. It was simply unacceptable. Suhi was genuinely enraged. He glared at them, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, "How could the Linghu clan produce such disgraceful wretches?" The entire floating mountain resonated with a surge of spiritual energy, vast amounts being consumed and expelled, as if a tempest had swept through, causing a cacophony of sounds. In various corners of the estate, security personnel clad in camouflage patrolled diligently. At first glance, the security measures appeared exceedingly stringent. At this moment, the arena was already teeming with spectators, and those outside could no longer push their way in. Many, relying on their advanced cultivation, attempted to ascend into the air for a better view. However, those areas were beyond his current capabilities to breach. Anyone able to access those places was undoubtedly associated with the divine beings. Originally, the fifth group's combatants were to be Ilan and Jiang Zhishui, but it was changed to Wang Yu and Jiang Zhishui, with the map remaining unchanged, targeting the entire area for sniping, with a goal of eliminating 40 opponents. Yang Tian fell into silence, aware that Nu had suffered greatly, yet he too was engulfed in confusion. While he was indifferent to others' opinions of him, he was deeply concerned about the misunderstandings surrounding Nu and her perceptions of him. In Wade's words, before the fourth finals, he was completely unaware of James's whereabouts. The disciples, initially uncontrollably eager to flee for their lives, were now, under the leadership of their senior peers, striving to suppress their thoughts of escaping this potential hell on earth, filled with trepidation as they regrouped. Within the massive egg, the spiritual beast's bloodline was thin. Even if it broke free from its shell, it would hardly reach the level of the Xianming Xuanwu, not qualifying as a true spiritual beast. Wu Zijian referred to it as Turtle Son, and it was not unfounded to call it a tortoise bastard. Under such scrutiny, he felt as though his very blood had ceased to flow, frozen in a state of chilling coldness. What could possibly attract the three over there? The fact that they could not take anything away indicated that there was no immediate concern. With a splash, Ming Changgong plunged into the water, while Lin Yu looked at the approaching Ming Changgong with a cold smirk. Furthermore, Li Yu had activated the cerebral network, acquiring formulas for a dozen new pharmaceuticals. Once produced, they would elevate the company to unprecedented heights. When the company reached its true pinnacle, the development plan for Drug A would be reignited, but by then, the company would be transformed beyond recognition. Xiyao gazed intently at Huajiao. Unable to contain himself, he suddenly kissed her fiercely, as if to affirm something through this act. "Aunt, the ship isn't moving. It must have run aground," Zhang Mile mused, touching his forehead. Everyone shook their heads. The others had long since exited the illusion, with Ling Tian being the last to depart. As he propped up the body of the golden dragon, Yin Shi was suddenly beset by 10 crimson blood serpents that surged from behind his head, each bearing its fangs, charging towards the golden dragon's form. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into thunderous cheers that reverberated to the ceiling. There was no pretense, no constraints. It was a perfect reflection of the designer's unrestrained spirit. In his unconscious state, Wu Yi dreamed of his loved ones. This time, his father did not scold him but looked at him with pride. Several brothers stood behind their father, continuously smiling at Wu Yi, smiles filled with joy and reassurance. During the brief exchange among the three, the voice of the second prince's consort resonated from outside the courtyard. Huajiao and Shi Zixi went out to greet her, while Feng Jing stayed hidden inside until the others had departed, leisurely emerging only then. 137, the beast husband who was forcibly crammed in? Su Lin let out a helpless sigh and tugged at Sui's hem. Sui finally understood and spoke up. "If that is the case, then you may stay in the room that Su Lin and I occupy. We will manage to squeeze into Su Mo's room later." Su Mo, feeling wronged, squatted down to draw circles. Alas, in the end, it was he who bore the wounds. Su Shiyu raised an eyebrow and gazed at them. "Do you have any objections?" Her uncles simultaneously shook their heads, fearful of expressing dissent. The emperor had made his decision, leaving them with little to say but to revisit the emperor's proposal. Fan Dajian followed closely behind, shaking his head at Yuan Mao, expressing his skepticism about Hu Guiyang's mission yielding any results. Tsunade observed Kakashi enter the desolate land, her expression contemplative. After wandering around the shrine, Kakashi finally entered the dance hall, which had been tidied up first, and sat on the ground. "For instance, during your quarrels and silent treatments, the competition lies in endurance, seeing who will first break the silence to seek reconciliation. The Turkic tribes consist of 6 factions. 2 of them conspired against the others, leading to prolonged chaos and eventual defeat, with their whereabouts unknown after fleeing the capital. Although the beasts are fierce, their masks remain sturdy, and Wang Jing's inspection was not overly challenging. It is worth noting that thousands of martial artists perish daily on Xinqing Island, with many more sustaining injuries. Recently, there was an assassination attempt on the Khitan, and the assassin has yet to be captured. Today, someone spotted the assassin near Lord Zhao's residence. Lu Chang spoke to Lin Yi, aware of the tiger cat's aggressive nature, cautioning that provoking it could spell trouble. After a stroll around the city, they had nearly gathered all necessary equipment, including ropes and iron hooks, acquired with the help of a stranger who willingly assisted for a few coins. At that moment, Morong suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of divine energy flood into his body, akin to quenching thirst in a parched desert. Every pore felt invigorated. Releasing Gong Yue, she leaned against the nearby wall, her waist bending weakly as she gasped for breath. Her hand reached back, only to find nothing. The flying axe she had thrown and retrieved numerous times that night had finally been discarded completely. By positioning a few scouts atop the mountain, they could clearly observe any movements at the foot of the hill. Thus, as the Tao family S group departed from the village, the news swiftly reached Li Yud, the leader of the Li family. Indeed, you guessed correctly. But that is no longer pertinent. Is there anything I can assist you with? Lu Yiming smiled faintly, lowering his head to speak softly. Wait here. I will make arrangements immediately. Wang Ilong said to Lin Yuting before dashing out. Trouble looms. In a drunken haze, Ming Longwei suddenly sprang up, seizing the gun beside him and rushing outside, shedding any signs of intoxication. Bai Shan's face turned ashen, his shirt soaked in blood, with crimson flowing from his mouth, indicating severe injury. Whoosh! More arrows rained down from the roof of the welcoming hall at the Taoist temple, toppling his close aides one by one. The six-winged angel exhibited signs of distress, caught in a predicament where they could neither retaliate nor silence the witnesses, leaving them at a loss for words. Mo Xingyan understood what he intended to say. Seeing him falter, he felt no need to press further. Perhaps it was Yun Wanqing's illusion. But she sensed a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow in his words, yet she lacked the ability to analyze Su Guijuan's statements and chose to disregard them. A formidable group of beast men, each more impressive than the last. Is it appropriate to address your elders in such a manner? I am the grandmother of the Holy Maiden. Indeed. Allow us entry. Is it acceptable to block an elder at the door? This is utterly unacceptable. A cacophony of voices echoed, resembling a gathering of incessant chatter. Nanqing, irate, exclaimed, what is going on? Initially, I held respect for you as family of Sister Yao. Hence, it was only natural for her to serve the organization upon her emergence, which she was destined to do. Subsequently, she was implanted with a system that surprisingly aligned with her. Just then, a divine messenger bird landed in the hands of the white-haired elder, who retrieved a scroll from it, his brow furrowing deeply after reading. However, before activating this artifact, he waved his hand to summon a golden net. Under his control, it coalesced into a spherical shape, with him positioned at its center. The Chahar region had been entirely occupied by the Ming forces, and the left-wing Mongolian factions, being compatriots, showed no mercy in their assault. On the 26th day, the strength of the duality of black and white was remarkable. Setting that aside, Ninfeng's prowess stood out among all those he had encountered. In Ming Finrong's eyes, Jiangzhou, who excelled academically, could have pursued a grander future. Jiangzhou's affinity for wooden masts was merely a casual hobby. As he descended towards the ground, he noticed many people passing by as if he were just an ordinary passerby. If the naval forces are ineffective, or if collusion between officials and merchants hinders the eradication of smuggling, then the naval forces must be reformed, addressing the source of the goods to gradually exert control and establish regulations. During this collaborative process, some individuals remained skeptical, believing that the Hidden Leaf village could not be so audacious. However, having faced defeat, the Sand Shinobi village acknowledged the audacity of the Hidden Leaf village. With his throat nearly constricted, Li Ji held a gold coin in his hand, preparing to make a wish when an unexpected event transpired. Chen Yutian paused, lifting his gaze to find everyone at the dining table fixated on him, regardless of whether intentions were benevolent or malevolent, amidst the competition for the jade box. No one would choose to hold back. Yuan Song's dilemma resembled that of being simultaneously confessed to by 25 school beauties, an agonizing conundrum. Zheng Ke blinked, suddenly recalling that as the victor, he would need to partake in post-competition interviews with reporters. Time passed, darkness deepened, and Bai Shu could no longer endure. Her breathing gradually steadied as she succumbed to slumber. Tai Wei, hearing the commotion, refrained from rousing her, slowly rising from the bed and walking barefoot to the right side of the room. Not only Zheng Ke but even the teachers in the audience concentrated their attention on the two of them. Zhao Jiahao closed his eyes to rest, determined to maintain his best condition to confront all challenges in Chuanmu City, fully prepared for what lay ahead. Xiyao frowned slightly at the inky marks beneath her feet, which formed the shape of a chessboard. Her position was one only the king or general could occupy on the board. Perhaps due to Benjamin's distracted demeanor, Cain suddenly turned and reprimanded him, though Benjamin, unfamiliar with the name, initially failed to respond. According to the records, the second prince had drowned in a lake outside the royal city. The historical trajectory should have unfolded thus. In the 21st year of Hongwu, relations between the Ming dynasty and Goryeo soured, leading King Wang Yu and his minister Choi Yang to invade Ming's Liaodong, where the pro-Ming general Li Qinggui, upon reaching Weifang Island in the Yalu River, disobeyed orders and retreated, occupying Kaifeng, exiling Choi Yang, and forcing King Wang Yu back. Do not grant me any favors. The elderly lady remained oblivious to her misstep, muttering, what is happening? I am, after all, your grandmother. Everything I do is for your own good. I merely sought to introduce you to a suitor, which is hardly a malevolent act, even if you hold disdain for him. There is no need to reject him so vehemently. Hiki, without such a refusal, you might as well allow them to ascend directly to my bed. Su Shiyu narrowed her eyes, casting an irritable glare at them. What could the old lady possibly do? Liu whispered a few words into Director Ma's ear, who suddenly turned his head and realized it was Ji Yuping. AI Jinlin spoke with a haughty tone. Although his words expressed gratitude, his demeanor betrayed none. The former employer indeed proved to be a difficult person to negotiate with, ultimately demanding 70,000 taels of silver. In the distance, the sun slowly ascended into the sky, as if everything was gradually moving towards a fairy tale kingdom. With that, Wu Kanjun and Lu Lang would lead the vanguard, while General Wu would take the rear. Crossing the river at dawn, Li Zitong made a decisive call without even asking Wu Yunzhao. As the bloodline power erupted, Chen Fanren was violently thrown back, and Yuan Qing'er floated upwards, standing tall once more. Her aura had transformed entirely. Fang Jinong donned a velvet red dress, adopting a vintage hairstyle that suited the Christmas theme. Upon arrival, she noticed others in extravagant outfits, perhaps preparing for a performance. Just as Yang Yinglong's 10 carriages and 300 guards departed, Zhao Bin rushed into the dormitory and embraced Zhao Chaoer. Although the prince before her might very well become her future husband, for the seasoned Qin Xiao, as long as there was an opportunity for fantasy, she would not concern herself with the identities of the handsome men, even if one were her spouse. Lin Chuan forced a smile. As Qin Biqing did not inquire his name and treated him like a servant, he could only continue to engage with her in that capacity. The princess dowager peered out from the carriage, seeing his disheveled state, momentarily unsure whether to feel astonished or angry. The group of attending physicians responsible for Qiao Chu were all eminent figures in the medical field, each a notable authority. Moreover, Sun Qi appeared to be in a better state than expected. His lack of experience was the most reasonable explanation. After all, Sun Rui had been studying for several years, and Sun Qi could hardly compare. What was there to be ashamed of? Though Wei Yu and Shueshi were absent, Chun Bai secretly followed, akin to the hidden protection surrounding Long Yuan's 17 cavalry. Lord Qing, as she spoke, Zhang Min emerged gracefully from behind Zhong Jiqing, performing a deep bow to Cheng Mu. Adorned in a golden embroidered gown embellished with pearls, she sparkled under the sunset, contrasting sharply with the dull official attire surrounding her. However, the actions of the bandits thwarted such circumstances. Could they be concealing something they wished to keep hidden? Long Xiaofeng was suddenly struck by this bold conjecture. Jean Peiying had toiled here for many years. Claiming she could not manage the layers of officials beneath her was an insult to one's intelligence. In his past life, Guzhais had spent over a decade in deception, cautiously advancing. In this life, he had ultimately become a harbinger of doom in the northern lands. Do you think only the Tianshi sect possesses such extraordinary skills? Pei Maqian remarked with a calm smile. In the realm of martial arts, once it passes through my gaze, it shall surely be mastered. At that moment, Lin Anyuan speculated that Bai Diju would clone the child within her womb, announcing to the world that she had perished during childbirth while the child survived. Regardless of the organization, when faced with officials, no one dared to speak out of turn. For example, addressing their elder brother was out of the question. They would instead refer to him as boss. Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Gan's heart sank. This was disastrous. Leaving a poor impression on fifth brother during their second encounter would jeopardize his future. 140, find a cotton field, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Niece, are you jesting with us? The Fox clan uncles chuckled awkwardly, still struggling. Who is joking with you? If you wish to eat, you must first work. The females in the capital are laboring. As males of the beast men, with hands and feet, are you not capable of hunting and working? If you continue to talk back, pack your things and return to the homeland of the Spirit Fox clan. Su Shio stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing. Adorned in a lake green chi pao trimmed with silver, her figure was accentuated, curvaceous and delicate, her waist slender enough to be grasped with ease. Moving with the grace of a willow swaying in the wind, without a hint of exaggeration. To the ordinary princes and emperors, they were merely the lowest of servants. Their mere glance a monumental favor, let alone laboring alongside them. Unlike Beishan, Tongzhan City had to bear all expenses itself. It would take years, if not longer, to manage. And Hu Dongmin's remark about more was far from a jest. At least Wang Nua's wealth could not support it. Perhaps a tycoon could manage. Indeed, that was a sore point within him, a past he was unwilling to confront, grimy and repulsive. No, Yuli shook her head. She discovered upon her return that another vehicle was absent, likely taken by the driver to fetch Aunt Zhao for groceries. She felt hunger gnawing at her, yet was uncertain what edibles remained at home. At night, she left a lamplit. Its lampshade, made of glass, cast a warm yellow light that was particularly inviting, intimate, bright yet gentle on the eyes. It appeared that the sword used by the martial merchant was slightly shorter than an ordinary one, while the Tianke sword, though a divine weapon, belonged to the longsword category. Their close proximity was counterproductive to their effectiveness. After the elevator chimed and halted, Jiangse did not exit. Instead, she descended to the first floor, seeking fresh air. In truth, her injuries were not severe. She could easily recuperate at home. As they veered away from pursuit, a faint, casual voice of Yu Wuxia drifted in. With the carriage bumping along, her ink-black hair danced gracefully. Mrs. Liu remained unresponsive, merely glancing slowly at Yi Li before shifting her gaze elsewhere. As she stepped towards the door, she found it firmly shut, seemingly locked from the outside. Had Yuan Changwan adhered to his usual temperament, he would have kicked it open long ago. Such coincidences are rare in this world. How could it be that upon her rebirth, Mu Xinian was injured and happened to appear before her? Everything that transpired afterward was undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated scheme. She could only blame her own naivety. With the internet so advanced now, even the slightest stir would ignite heated discussions, unbeknownst to when it would commence. This once pure place had gradually descended into chaos, the emergence of internet trolls starkly affirming the dual nature of the web. The moonlight, like flowing water, carried a subtle fragrance. Bamboo shadow swaying gently. As Song Shizhong approached the door to the inner courtyard, he was poised to enter. However, Wei Hanchuan remarked that the company was named after them as a couple, and thus it was only fitting for him, as the husband, to inscribe those characters. In contrast to the perpetually aloof and distant Yi Shiting, Mu Beichen's approachable demeanor within high society was considerably more inviting. Yet, abduction was not intended to threaten his life. For the sake of his wife, his life was temporarily shielded. Thus, she only needed to resort to kidnapping, but should someone seek to take his life thereafter, she would not remain a passive observer. Gu Lingsu shook her head. Her injuries were merely superficial, not painful. Rather, it was he who was afflicted by poison. Uncertain of the consequences, likely enduring great discomfort. The previous scandal involving Hao Yinsen's romantic entanglement had surfaced, though its authenticity was unclear. It suggested that events might not unfold as she envisioned. Useless, she scoffed. I even mentioned buying him a fighter jet, yet he refuses to drink. Su Zhan remarked with skepticism. 141, the transformation of the Fox clan's uncle. The news of the cotton field spread swiftly. Ling Yun received word from Su Xiyao and hurriedly came to transplant the cotton trees. In addition to vegetable and rice fields, they welcomed the cotton fields. The animals raised in captivity began to bear young, establishing a virtuous cycle. Su Xiyao had specifically instructed Bai Yin to check if there were any mulberry groves nearby during his outing, for where there were mulberry trees, silkworms would surely thrive. At that moment, a sound erupted, akin to the explosion of a tire, a noise far beyond human capability. An elderly man had gifted me this. Claiming to be the former leader of the Ming sect, now passing the mantle to me, teaching me the cultivation of the Nine Yang divine skill. Thus I became the sect leader. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the ice cave, as a middle-aged man stepped inside with a solemn expression. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yun Qing encountered Jun Huijin, who wore a furrowed brow, perplexed as he gazed at the chessboard. The arrival of Qiao Nianhan prompted many Buddhist cultivators to chant sutras, while fear flickered in the eyes of other practitioners. Guard the path, cried a disciple of the Kunlun immortal sect, anguish evident in their gaze. Zhang Fan stood impassively, observing the Kunlun faction with a cold stare, causing many disciples to involuntarily retreat, their hearts trembling. After hearing Yin Yao's account, I learned of an extraordinarily peculiar incident between Yang Migi and Lu Rong. Speaking too loudly might attract unwanted attention, while speaking too softly could leave them unheard. Though he was a self-media figure, he preferred not to be interviewed under such circumstances. Even the casual inquiries of nearby elders could drive one to madness. Bai Qin was momentarily taken aback by the 3 words recently sent by the other party, come down, wondering if it was meant literally. A warrior level of skill was commendable among ordinary families, yet seemed somewhat lacking among royalty. Mr. Yi, I raise my glass to you. Our last meeting was brief, and I did not have the chance to properly converse. Today, with this opportunity to gather, I must toast you several times. And I hope you do not find it bothersome. Tang Zun sincerely raised his glass. As an elder, you urged Yi Fan and Chu Mingao to become engaged. Old Master Fu discerned his inner thoughts. Is the food and drink at the Research Institute safe? Yi Fan inquired, aware that tampering with it could be perilously risky. The torrential rain ruthlessly dispelled the summer heat, cleansing the imperial capital as the air became infused with the sin of damp earth. On the towering willows, glistening droplets of water danced and refracted a spectrum of colors, enveloping the entire capital in a fresh atmosphere. The divine artifacts on the Yin Emperor had all fallen to the ground, save for the dragon-capturing glove upon his hand. With one hand, he grasped the divine sword with the glove, while the other remained unprotected, blood streaming from his bare hand. Zhang Shujie was the last to emerge, lingering in the hall for a moment, exchanging a few words with Liang Xiran. Upon hearing this news, Qiong Yazi longed to strike Huan Fushu. But with Zai Daozi awaiting his healing, he restrained himself. This was a unique skill of the shield fortress, the whirling gun blade. Able to retrieve the thrown blade through a slender line. With a single strike, he repelled the 4 masters of the Zodiac, showcasing combat prowess that transcended human capabilities. Adding fuel to the fire would incite the 2 prominent families of Wanpu Company to turn against each other, an ideal situation. He had not anticipated that in the spirit vein, absorbing spiritual energy would be so exhilarating, forcibly drawing in the spiritual essence of the camellia trees from Hushi County. As I boarded the minibus, my excitement and confidence swelled to the brink of explosion as I dialed Rahman. At that moment, he felt a sense of fulfillment returning to his previously hollow body. Each depletion of his black inner strength brought forth a resurgence of vitality. And this instance was no exception. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed frantically by Ling Hao, repairing and evolving his body. 142. This is her shadow. Huh? The elderly lady, fiercely protective, found herself at a loss as her own child challenged her. After regaining her composure, she reproached them with a grim expression. "What is going on? I am speaking on your behalf. Look at how exhausted you all are. Have you lost your minds? I truly cannot endure this imperial capital any longer. Why can't you endure it? Mother, this must be your own notion." The Fox clan's uncle exclaimed excitedly, "Today, I am fire. Fire is not merely a solitary element. It is distinct from water and earth. Its essence is a phenomenon." "Your will, my sir," Jack nodded, understanding the mage's final words. During their time here, certain famished creatures had already begun to lurk in the shadows. The muscles of the wolf walker gradually expanded. Readying for battle, she chose to silently venture into the underworld. The door of trust deep within her heart still remained unknocked. The bandit, unfamiliar with the other party's residence, paused momentarily as he passed by Aunt May's courtyard. By the time the moon rose, Shiweli had yet to return. The other courtyards had long since retired, quiet and still. Save for Jiaxian, lying in bed, anxiously awaiting news. Considering that a city's primary function is to house its inhabitants, a city devoid of residents can no longer be deemed a city, which perhaps is not an incorrect assertion. Qin Yongren, carrying a backpack, walked step by step towards the police academy's entrance, glancing back to witness a myriad of regretful, puzzled, relieved, and gloating gazes. The guests erupted into laughter. Rising to the dance floor, the lights in the venue dimmed. The bar was bustling, the music blaring, conversations were inaudible, requiring one to lean close to speak. The air was thick with smoke, filled with people smoking cigarettes. Bai Ziyi regretted arriving, yet Ding Qiangwei was enthusiastic, and everyone was in high spirits. Bai Ziyi felt she ought not to dampen their mood. She often dreamed of those events, yet many questions lingered, such as why two individuals, clearly rivals in joy, ultimately turned against one another? Had it been anyone else, the dean would have expelled him long ago. After all, a person like this could only lead to trouble in the hospital. After inquiring, it became clear that since this year, the influx of people to Hong Kong had surged, causing rental prices to rise, with fewer vacant properties, and even property prices beginning to climb. Town Border City, in comparison to Pasture Border City, was significantly larger, and similarly, General Wu Yong of Town Border held a far superior position to Minister Lu Chen of Pasture Border. Contemplating the passage through Shijing, Xiao Guang's thoughts wandered. His yearning for Yu were nearly overwhelming. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to see her. Zheng Qingyan's expression was cold. He harbored zero tolerance for betrayal and would show no mercy upon confirming Tao Xing's infidelity. However, this task posed a considerable risk to one's eyesight, with many suffering severe myopia or even blindness by their 30s or 40s. Bai Yao surveyed those around her, glancing at Ling Tianzi, before tears of grievance welled up. Tila had yet to formulate a response to Xian's query when she was overpowered by his chilling gaze, causing her to feel a shiver down her spine. Restless and unable to meet his gaze, preoccupied with thoughts of how to answer. Yet, when old Lady Jing and Mama Fong hurriedly arrived at the front hall, they were intercepted by Lord Zheng and Zheng Qingyan. "Isn't it merely a matter of dating? It's not as if you formalized your marriage. What is the big deal?" In the depths of his mind, a wave of unease stirred, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of tranquility and composure. At last, he ceased his swaying, steadying the brilliance of his sword light. His true essence began to circulate autonomously, repelling bullets one by one, as they were forcefully expelled from his wounds, which writhed and healed. He was convinced that if he could withstand this strike, he would be able to escape from this place. Next, it would be Gong Sunling's turn. Her situation was unique. Within her geographical map lay thousands of powerful beings on the brink of transcending. When Gong Sunling endeavored to transcend, it would inevitably trigger all these experts to do the same, resulting in a cataclysmic storm of heavenly tribulations that would astonish all. While solidifying the first domain was undeniably crucial, the process of forming a domain was a far more intricate endeavor than merely crystallizing a trait. "Haha. Thus we are a pair," said Lin as he tenderly cradled her delicate face, which was so close at hand. Over the course of 3 days, Lin Feng's prowess had been steadily augmenting, and at this moment, he had achieved a complete elevation in strength, becoming a pinnacle of sanctity. In this instant, Xiyao truly attained a state of tranquility. His mission was to assist Wang Ming in promoting the sacred hall within the Cultivation Academy, crafting a legend. Yu Chong felt an unspoken bitterness, having labored diligently for over a decade, only to find himself reverted to square one due to a single miscalculation. In the original timeline, Hu Bucho had inherited the supreme skills of the Purple Robe Marquis, and after 7 years of relentless training, his first strike had led to the defeat of the Star-Lord. The unusual sounds from above ceased, and after a brief interval, Wan Rinchi descended, accompanied by a man in his 30s, of average build and somewhat handsome appearance. Everyone knew what Jiang Hadong wished to express, yet as long as it remained unspoken, there existed boundless possibilities. Lance smiled faintly, adjusting his attire and taking a moment to rest. He engaged in casual conversation with the elder, cleverly weaving an excuse to slip away unnoticed. However, this did not hinder Di Natale's performance. After executing a spectacular lob, he assisted Falco in scoring. Despite the final score of 2-3, Di Natale was still awarded the title of the match's most valuable player. It appeared that the opposing force was indeed targeting them. seemingly comprised of members from their allied ninja coalition, Naruto softly remarked. Beside Lance, Hayward suddenly comprehended, feeling a sense of relief. So Mr. Lance was a second-tier wizard. No wonder he exuded such confidence and displayed no signs of fear. 3 joyous tidings. On the eve of Xiao's delivery, the capital finally welcomed a piece of joyous news. The second prince, Lingbo, had at last seen the clouds parting to reveal the moon. Preparing to hold a bonding ceremony with Tian, Ling Xiyao proclaimed this delightful news throughout the northern wilderness for since Ling Xing's incident. He had envisioned Lingbo as the ideal successor to the Beast King. The bonding was with the eldest daughter of the Nine-Colored Deer clan. While the capital had been restored, and the victims in the northern district were nearly rehabilitated. Old and immortal, do not bully my Buddha. Is it merely a few life source herbs? Must you resort to violence? The holy Buddha's son shouted, evading as he did so. Xiliang's words were merely platitudes, suggesting that the Qing dynasty, in its current state, required unity to overcome adversity. The parliamentarians had already attained wealth and status, even if the Qing dynasty were overthrown. They would only earn the reputation of rebels. Should chaos ensue, would they not lose everything? The Wang father and son rejoiced, nodding repeatedly. Just as they exited Luo Hongliang's residence, Luo Hongliang emerged, having changed into fresh attire. Master, if this truly occurs, what shall we do? Asked Duan Mucheng, the foremost general. With a somber expression, finally returning to the perspective of Ab's muscle brother, Yiming, who had been delightfully buoyant, felt that after 1,500 years, he remained unchanged. Perhaps even more appreciative of life, appearing more youthful than ever. Jiang Zia, the cunning old fox, despite having gained a military victory over Shiqi, had yet to vanquish it entirely. The people's passion for any matter was fleeting, especially those unrelated to their sustenance. To this day, Filian still sensed the chilling essence of chaotic winds that had momentarily swept past him. Within the depths of the underworld hall, a dark light suddenly flickered, transforming into a figure that ascended to the highest throne. Looking at the emaciated citizens, who resembled withered twigs, Lu Zhengping did not believe they could withstand the siege. The 2 individuals present were Huang Ming, the leader of the Thick Earth sect, and the Grand Elder, both of whom were more anxious than anyone else, yet could not display even a trace of disquiet. As the pillars of their sect, if they could not remain composed, the entire organization would inevitably descend into chaos, scattering like sand and facing annihilation at the hands of the demon race. His hand suddenly grasped hers, yet his eyes remained shut. The frost upon his visage had entirely receded. Although his complexion was still pale, it was no longer as terrifying as before. In contrast, on Long Fei's side, he had no supporters as he himself was to participate in the competition. With Long Fei's protection, the remaining 6 team members brimmed with confidence, unleashing their artifacts with all their might, targeting the head of the Ant Queen, who had just completed her reincarnation. The war god aura surrounding Qian Yuan garnered favor from several neutral ministers, thus Qian Yuan's inclinations and choices would, to some extent, influence theirs. Sometimes, I ponder whether this world is akin to a game for us, but for the NPCs within the game, this is likely their true reality. With Long Fei's capabilities, there was truly no need for him to partake in such selection contests, yet to earn the respect of these mercenaries, he felt compelled to join. Yisher dealt with the remaining bamboo shoots, while at the beginning of the month, she hastily prepared hot water and placed the processed shoots directly into the pot. In response to Li Yaowen's assertions, Tsunade scoffed. She had heard such claims countless times before and would not easily fall for them. As the Prince of Zhenan, the lord of the territory, equipped with various advanced technologies, Qian Yuan primarily accumulated merit through governance, subsequently utilizing the bestowed fortunes of heaven and earth for cultivation. It seemed as though Li Bai was inherently a character akin to a sword immortal, existing in an unspoken harmony with the world of Yu Tian. Without a hint of estrangement, the debts of gratitude owed. The bonding ceremony concluded amidst a lively atmosphere, as Tian and Lingbo held hands, sweetly returning to their quarters to embark on their plans for progeny. The sky gradually darkened, and the capital's banquet officially commenced. Xiao exchanged a considerable quantity of alcoholic beverages and condiments at the supermarket, determined to ensure that no one would leave sober. Lingyun and the other beastmen hastened the ripening of a batch of rice, successfully harvesting a substantial quantity. After diligently processing it, some was combined with lamb to create a dish. On one occasion, he specifically sought out Xinyan at our school, only to be met with her scorn and reproaches, a matter he has harbored resentment over since. Min Yuqing, who had followed Morong Tranqian from the Yushu Xin Zone, was responsible for alchemy and also managed the cultivation of elixirs. With these celestial springs, he felt confident in enhancing the quality of the elixirs and cultivating a greater variety of herbs. Ding Baoqiang, smiling, accepted the items, lowering his voice to remind everyone to keep this matter confidential. Despite the difficulty in maintaining a calm demeanor, she turned to meet his intense gaze, lips parting and closing without uttering a single word. Old Zhao returned to the kitchen, tenderly picking up the pickled vegetables scattered on the floor, muttering about their unfortunate fate. The sesame pickles were his own meticulous creation, from selecting the vegetables to the careful preparation. As Bai Xiao turned, she noticed Ronghua's carriage halted by the roadside. The curtains drawn back, revealing Ronghua inside, coldly observing them with an icy expression. Shang Yu declined the payment for the wild chicken, Having discerned that Zhong Matzi was indeed a trustworthy individual, behind the frantically running moat were 7 or 8 villagers brandishing hoes and rakes, urging passers-by to be cautious. The two sisters, Wu Hohot and her sibling, were hardly exemplary characters, while Ding Shuren was an outright hypocrite. Although Qiu Duanfu's remarks earned him accolades, even he recognized the immense difficulty in actualizing them. The seasoned scholars emerging from the beehive would be the first to object, arguing that enduring hardship was essential for greatness. If one could not endure the trials of these 9 days, how could they be expected to serve the nation? On one hand, he meticulously studied the layout of the palace and the specific points of spiritual energy, illustrating them on a map, and consulted Lin Chiqing, gaining insight into the fact that the yellow light represented a colossal formation. Li Chen set Zhang ran down, surveying the surroundings to ensure the wolves had lost their capacity to retaliate before summoning the others. I need to know now. Tell me, I can handle my own meals. Wei Rita held the rice bowl, taking the chopsticks from his hand. I contemplated many possibilities before my arrival. I anticipated your first 2 requests, but did not foresee this last one. I must admit, you are utterly audacious. Isaac sighed ruefully. Please, have a seat. Since I sought you out, I wish to avoid unnecessary formalities. To be candid, my purpose in inviting you here is to discuss something of great importance. Feng Yin observed Hiya's entrance with an unchanging demeanor. Her amiable disposition was merely a pretext for the conversation to follow. Has it truly been this long? Xiyao found it hard to believe that, knowing the emperor's character, he would be unaware that Hiya had lingered here without seeking her out. The newcomer, Yin Feng, was acquainted with Bai Luo, who possessed a forthright personality. It had been her suggestion to bring out the wine for an evening of revelry. Known for her generosity but with a reputation for poor drinking etiquette. However, upon noticing the filth clinging to her garment, the previously uplifted mood plummeted. Leaning down, he captured her slightly parted lips in a kiss, the sweet and tender sensation of her softness enveloping him. Yin Luoxian furrowed his brow slightly. Aware that Su Wanru had long awaited this moment, he understood its significance, prompting his curiosity as to why she remained hidden within the carriage. Zhang Jilian had visited previously when Ping Jin had just become pregnant. Seeking his expertise, he was a gaunt elder with wispy white hair, revered as one of the most esteemed doctors in Honghe County. All the suppressed fear and anxiety erupted uncontrollably upon seeing Lu Shi, accompanied by tears. Following Master Shizha's remarks, the brilliance of the Big Dipper intensified dramatically. Suddenly, the assembly within the purple jade pavilion felt a surge of radiance shooting skyward. The previously murmuring Xing Luo and Master Shizha fell silent. Gan Ning promptly commanded the fleet to launch an attack. To implement this plan, the Qin military spies invested considerable effort to ascertain the local waters, identifying where the current surged and where hidden reefs lay. The Qin forces were fully informed. The remarks regarding the 4 types of beings on the entire Sanxiong continent, juxtaposing humanity's baseness with the elves' haughtiness, raised questions about the potential for unification. Jiasu and Chengyu immediately nodded in agreement. Fully aware of Elbu's character, he had become increasingly utilitarian over the years, occasionally considering his own reputation. Yet more often than not, he pursued his objectives without scruple. Yi Ziluo made a phone call to the company leader, feigning a family emergency to request all the vacation days he had not taken over the past 2 years. His tone was resolute, indifferent to his superior's displeasure, and he hung up before calling his parents to inform them of a business trip that would keep him away for a while. She eagerly anticipated the future developments of the Wu family, curious about the expression on Wu Jiangxiang's eldest son, Wu Kuan. Upon discovering that his uncle and younger brother were still alive, as the legitimate heirborn of a concubine, his position was rather awkward. Please assist Mr. Peiqi, Henry stated bluntly, admitting he could not handle Falcone. She had not applied makeup, yet her cheeks were tinged with an alluring flush. Her eyes filled with a blend of embarrassment and indignation, evoking deep sympathy. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of fallen demons surrounded Lin Yin and his companions, the air thick with the stench of sulfur, interspersed with the chaotic remains of demons. To an ordinary person, it would be utterly terrifying. 145, an exceedingly rare divine beast cup, Jin Yang remarked, lowering his gaze, though I came to attend the second prince's bonding ceremony. My primary intention was to see you. Su Shiyu propped herself up, and upon noticing her abdomen, Jin Yang revealed a bittersweet smile. Are you expecting again? Congratulations. Thank you. Can I call you Yao Yao as well? Of course. We're friends. But I wish to be more than just friends. The 8 immortals of the upper cave belong to the celestial realm, while the eastern sea is under the dominion of the Xiyao Demon King. As celestial forces direct their artillery towards the Xiyao Demon King, both sides remain unmoving. It appears the vanguard, the 8 immortals, is destined to engage in a confrontation with the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea. What a spectacle it shall be. Anfei Hongyan, a formidable figure at the late stage of quasi-saintship, having achieved great merit through legislative teachings and seizing the opportunity of the primordial purple energy, successfully severed the last remnant of his lingering attachment, thus attaining the position of a Haiyuan saint. Wu Shi-san erupted into boisterous laughter, patting the shoulders of Jesus and Muhammad, exuding satisfaction. Yet, his tone suggested that this was not merely a transient title. He was evidently encouraging the two to refer to him as the first shaman henceforth. She saw sprinted several miles along the path, his vision obscured, evading detection by the soldiers. Only upon escaping the dust-laden area did he dare to pause and rest against a massive boulder. At this moment, there was little else he could do. It is indeed somewhat amusing. In the last life, despite being married for a decade, she never once bought anything for Huiyuqing. Hearing the brazen words of the raging ape and seeing the silver-haired, snow-browed figure beside him, sporting a gentle smile, the Lord of the Martial Star felt a chill in his heart. He promptly summoned a cloud and returned to the Star God Palace to heed the call. For it was revealed that after the North Pole Emperor achieved dominion over the two major continents, he constructed a palace in the celestial realm named the Star God Palace. Xu Fang anxiously observed Xiao Han's retreating figure. Today, Xiao Han's condition had once again fluctuated. Though still within a controllable range, he appeared significantly weaker than in previous days. However, given his appearance, he dared not venture to Yushu, fearing he would be struck down by the guardians of the Chan sect before even reaching halfway. Fenggo. Where's Lingo? She instant attempted to remain calm, yet Karina could discern her tension. The referee paused for a moment before blowing the whistle and pointing to the center, declaring the goal valid. With a sigh, Mei Tianming placed his remaining hand on Xiangyang's shoulder, his expression turning serious, imbued with an undeniable determination, seeing that we remained unyielding. The blood demon white ape's eyes glimmered with heightened bloodlust and malice, evoking a chilling sensation. With a mighty slap to his chest, the blood demon white ape unleashed a thunderous roar from his gaping maw, capable of shattering boulders. No, wait until you see your current self before drawing any conclusions, Hanyu stated, as a large ice mirror materialized before me. At 8 in the morning, the programmed alarm awakened the 7th Death Warrior precisely. All system logs indicated normal functioning. He, as usual, made his way towards the general's residence, as it was his turn to stand guard, anticipating yet another intense day ahead. The audience, witnessing the scene, instinctively shielded their eyes, unwilling to witness what would transpire next. No, I am Linyu, accompanying these individuals on their travels. Perhaps we can share a drink sometime. Linyu introduced himself while shaking his head, although unaccustomed to wearing such fashionable and revealing attire. In order to avoid becoming the center of attention, Dantai Wana reluctantly conformed. He looked forward to tomorrow's Jade Exchange meeting, anticipating the absorption of substantial spiritual energy. Lu Yinchue did not reproach herself for missing the opportunity to avenge Yun Xiaoming, but rather expressed concern for his well-being. 146, Split Body Talent. The system will upgrade periodically. The host may use it with peace of mind. Su Shiyu let out a soft sigh, pondering the opportunity that had slipped away. How could she possibly feel at ease? The overflow of the host's points indicated that the reasonable draw frequency for the talent attribute roulette was about to be adjusted, allowing only a maximum of 5 draws per single point enhancement. What? 5 times? Wasn't it 1 draw for 5,000 points? With over 3 million points this time, she should be able to draw more than 60 times. In any case, the princes of Fren each harbored their own ulterior motives, exchanging wary and mocking glances before dispersing. In the early morning, Yang Shang hurriedly turned and entered the room. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yu Haoyang's expression was focused and serious. The two swallowed their words and sat down on either side of Yu Haoyang, entirely engrossed in watching him manipulate the keyboard. The marshal's words were quite clear, and Gao Zhe understood the implication, yet he remained unwilling to accept it, unable to grasp the gravity of the matter he was facing. Roar. Stepping lightly into the living room, Founded Tyre and Uncle Wong had been waiting for quite some time, engaged in a secretive conversation. Qian Mo blinked innocently, feeling that since arriving in this world, everything he did seemed to go awry. Every word he spoke seemed to be a mistake. Her long dress trailed on the ground as Yuzhen took careful steps toward the golden phoenix couch, her fingertips gently brushing over the intricate phoenix carvings above. Her expression serene. A dull ache had been lingering in her abdomen, but in this moment, that slight discomfort paled in comparison to the turmoil within. Surrounded by computers as tall as single-story houses, the reflections within them cast the images of Yu Haoyang and his companions, their figures intertwining and multiplying in the hall, seemingly replicating hundreds of Yu Haoyangs. In the early morning, Yang Shang emerged, resembling them. Mother used to say that if one sneezed multiple times without having caught a cold, it meant someone was missing him. However, if those sneezes choked in the end, it indicated someone was plotting against him. Don't move. Completely caught off guard by Feng Hua. The gray figure never anticipated that Feng Hua would dare to confront him, and thus he was caught red-handed. Fourth brother, what has happened to you? Have you got nails growing on your backside? Gao Jianqing, riding behind Situ, found the situation increasingly peculiar. A flushed constable chimed in, Captain Kai? We brothers follow you not for great wealth, but to fill our bellies. Now, with no rewards from the office, are we to extort from the poor around us? If this continues, we shall be reduced to begging. Unaware of your highness's arrival, I offer my humble apologies for the lack of proper welcome. I hope your highness will not take offense, Xin Shao said casually, as those familiar with his reclusive nature hardly took notice. For he treated the king of Jialai in the same manner. Lei Kuan and the others gazed at the softly glowing horizon, realizing it would be a fruitless trip. Just as they were about to turn away, exposing his flesh, with bruises on his chest and back, he felt no pain at all. Linling. We are not what you think. I am merely here for a visit, Lu Qingxi nervously explained. A tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, roaring through the air. as a dozen figures descended with explosive force, causing the very fabric of space to warp violently. "Thank you, son-in-law, but I am not thirsty," Xiyao said hurriedly, pushing aside the drink you poured for her. Before the Grand Ranking Conference, the young potential ranking competition would take place first, where only the most talented individuals could emerge and compete on the Grand Ranking. The marriage of cousins is permissible as long as they are not direct relatives. Moreover, with over 3 generations separating Li Yi and Wu Qiming, one would have to trace back to the late Empress Dowager, making Wu Qiming a distant cousin to Li Yi. 147. The rainy season, floods. This time, Xichen had traveled far for an inspection and returned, weary and dusty, heading straight to Su Xiao's room to see her. "You have a son and a daughter?" A faint smile graced Xichen's stern face as he approached and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. "And there's even a divine beast?" Su Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired, "Xichen, have you already discovered it? Is it a premonition?" "Indeed, I have foreseen it. It is an extraordinary water qilin." Su Xiao curled her lips. Although her rival was noisy and detestable, she was rather shallow in her scheming. Nevertheless, Su Xiao could not afford to let her guard down. What if Liu were to launch a covert attack against her? With Luya's reckless nature, such a feat was not beyond possibility. A few skilled individuals began to contemplate retreat. However, upon realizing that returning would lead to certain doom, they steeled themselves and charged forward once more. "Lingo, are you all right?" Chu Tianqing, daringly busy, helped Fang Lingo to her feet and inquired with concern. She felt an overwhelming dread. If she were to witness the true visage of that man at this moment, would she truly be unable to escape in the future? "It has nothing to do with me," Luo Yuzhu said indifferently. While the crowd discussed the marriage, it truly held no relevance for her, and she was utterly unconcerned. Hung Daoijian seemed to perceive the implications in Lu Yunqi's words. He looked up at the sky and fell silent. "Do not fault me for being overly sentimental. Yu Ziqing was genuinely frightened this morning. What if Miyu Feng fails to arrive? What will I do? You show me no respect. You do not care about my thoughts at all." Su Xiye glared furiously at him. The several grand gift boxes in Wei Bao's hands, coupled with his remarkably handsome appearance, immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Uncertain of what the youth intended, they recognized from his attire that he was not from the palace. Seeing the silence among the group, Lan Yuyin grew increasingly pleased with herself. At last, she had found an opportunity to tarnish Lan Shirua's reputation. She must seize this chance to its fullest. For them, the greater honor lay in the acknowledgement from King Dafis on the platform ahead. Xi and Mie cursed as he departed, while Yu Yun cast a glance at Tianxing and silently left as well. Thus, they all left Shangjun to pay homage to Daiyu. With the support of the lords and after multiple contests, Shangjun reluctantly abdicated in favor of another. At the age of 53, Yu officially ascended as the sovereign of humanity, establishing Ani as the capital, naming the nation Xia, and bearing the surname Si, henceforth known in history as Xiaoyu. "Brother, I have returned." With a resounding shout, Polit's robust figure appeared in the hall. It is understandable, for the blood pool's power could only reach the pinnacle of the third heaven. Breaking through to the fourth heaven was no ordinary challenge. Most disciples of the Wuzhigong, possessing relatively average talent, remained at the pinnacle of the third heaven, unable to advance further. His mind became ethereal as his sword moved in harmony with his thoughts, emitting a fiery brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. The strong wind swirled around him as he danced with his sword in the gusts. Ling Diu shook his head, waving his hand to awaken Avril and Li Juan. As they opened their eyes and realized their surroundings, they hurriedly bowed to Ling Diu. Lu Er raised his hand and struck, but his target was not young Tianyu. It was a beam of golden light descending from the sky. Within the golden glow, a bizarre branch-like shadow was faintly discernible. When Lu Er's staff met the golden light, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. Prolonged contact with jade is beneficial for both physical and mental health, which is the greatest manifestation of jade's spiritual essence, continued Boss Zhao. It must be said, the Blood Leopard is indeed of leading actress caliber. It is a pity they do not pursue a career in film. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's secrets yet persisted in believing the other was unaware of their own trump cards, engaging in a psychological battle. 148. Continuous disasters. Go, we must go. For the sake of the beastmen of the northern wilderness, I have resolved to journey to the southern wilderness in search of the national master. Su Shiyu wore a face of self-sacrifice, yet her heart blossomed with joy. She had already concluded that the divine beast aura captured by the system during her time in the imperial city of the southern wilderness must undoubtedly belong to their national master. The mere thought of birthing a divine beast cub was worth at least 3 million points, and she was eager to try her hand at it. Xichen, filled with suspicion, glanced at her and said, "Since you are aware, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. It is indeed because you have offended a certain esteemed individual, and that person has tasked me with reprimanding you. As for the identity of that esteemed individual, I trust you are already aware, and there is no need for me to elaborate." The young man chuckled. There was indeed some truth to his words, however. They had only taken a fleeting glance at Wushuang from afar and had not approached closely. Luo Wudong, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before speaking. Nini, brimming with arrogance, retorted confidently, for teacher He's integrity was her weapon of audacity, promising even more amusement in the future. Esteemed elder of law, you jest. I merely believe your methods lack fairness. I would never dare to confront you, Fan Shaoan remarked. The barrage of criticisms aimed at the war god forced him to retreat swiftly, shedding tears that were not shed by them alone. Wang Laosan reminisced about his first encounter with Chang Liping, recalling the formidable presence and sharp strikes of his opponent, akin to a fierce warrior on the battlefield. He doubted whether his subordinates were even fit to warm up against him. Gao would not deceive him, while he previously concealed the details of the treasure map. After his visit to the Gao family, he had completely surrendered and conformed, posing no issues. Brother, you have not returned home these past few days. I presume you are not well informed about matters at home? Jinghe smiled, as if recalling something, and inquired. In an instant, a rich aroma wafted through the air, overpowering the scent of the dishes on the table. Upon catching sight of the contents within, Jinghe widened her eyes in astonishment, staring incredulously at the items in the box. Ame, observing his expression, felt particularly delighted, determined that this night would not allow him to escape as he had the night before. Xiao Jing, growing impatient with her antics and influenced by alcohol, turned abruptly and pushed Gu Nianyu against the wall, encircling her in his embrace. The method was simply to squat in the magical tower and seek information. Rescuing a level 7 giant was indeed a formidable excuse. Perhaps it was divine intervention or a gesture from ancestors, for Yao Jun truly recovered, gaining extraordinary abilities that delighted the old man Yao, though it filled Yao Jun with guilt. Fortunately, she encountered Yao Jun shortly after leaving. His presence reassured her, for his prowess was commendable, and he could certainly protect himself from any threats. Before the middle-aged man could advance to offer flattery and gratitude, he hastily departed through the crowd and left the underground passage. Typically, Qing Xian would arrive before her. Upon seeing her, he would smile and wave, producing a lollipop from his pocket and placing it in her palm. B City University stood in a prime location, with its expansive campus entrance already congested with vehicles. Thankfully, Song Mion's parents were astute enough to park early in the school's internal lot. The energy weapons wielded by the Charita people possessed an almost astonishing power, capable of dismantling a gluttonous demon with a single strike, whereas humans would require a barrage of heavy machine gun fire to accomplish the same feat. Tianyang. If you abandon the dark for the light now, perhaps I might spare your life, Duan Ruichia remarked ominously. Xing Lang rose and chose a seat distant from Zhao Mohan. However, just as he left, a portly, greasy middle-aged man settled beside her. 149, 800 pairs of watchful eyes. Upon returning to the three-story cottage, Su Shiyu recalled her doppelganger talent, eagerly sitting cross-legged in her room to contemplate. Outside, the rain fell incessantly, and Su Shiyu immersed herself in her doppelganger talent. After much effort, another Su Shiyu began to take shape. The sensation was wondrous. As she opened her eyes, different perspectives flooded her mind, expanding her vision immensely. Is this my doppelganger? Brother Wang, I sometimes truly do not understand why some humans willingly cultivate techniques such as the blood transformation demon technique. Because the conference room on the 30th floor was constructed of tempered glass, and due to Song Yi's powerful kick, he sent a zombie crashing through the glass and tumbling down. After a significant time, Xiyao suddenly heard an alluring voice on the other end, transmitted through radio waves. And tears fell unexpectedly, as if emotions surged forth without warning. Xian Shuang, holding chopsticks, casually fiddled with the food on the plate, observing his conflicted expression and remarked, well, to each their own. Why don't you try this braised eggplant? She deftly picked up some bamboo shoots, savoring them, before pushing the plate aside to present another platter of eggplant. Where's Zhou Xiaoxiao? Go Mao, where have you locked Zhou Xiaoxiao away? Zhao Lin inquired urgently, having not seen Zhou Xiaoxiao's figure. Stand by. After receiving the chairman's orders, Commander Lu commenced assembling a battalion. The senior student, adorned with a large beard, sang passionately, his hands trembling, while the accompanying drumbeats resonated tightly. To Li Yijie, it was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Unfortunately, he was the uncomprehending cow. With barely perceptible sarcasm, Lu Yuebai understood that Jin Fongyin was retaliating against his previous actions. He did not wish for Tang Miao to extend her reach. Yet had he not also overstepped? The totem on Jiyue had yet to find a more suitable master than Tianyan, resulting in its absence from the world, a regrettable matter for the Elan Manor. The vanguards could easily infiltrate through teleportation to investigate the whereabouts of the Heart of El. After eliminating Pachuca, Quito Sports University garnered the attention of fans worldwide. They were not only the biggest dark horse in the Copa America but also in the Club World Cup. Sensing the unmasked animosity between the two, Bailey Liu Wang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Within the scope of his consciousness, old Yao lay in bed, his face pale, while Yao Sherdong fed him medicine, indicating that his injuries were severe, likely affecting his internal organs. Fifth Qingru subtly shook her head, regardless of the circumstances. She could not bear to witness Yu Fan walk towards his demise. CR7 leaped to meet Carvalho's header. Carvalho simultaneously leapt, fully aware of CR7's exceptional jumping and explosive power, and could only defend from below. Taoist Huang Zhu, you jest. I am not foolish enough to invite such trouble upon myself, Fu Chinshushan remarked with a smile. Daegu, connected to the Diga statue, piloted the Guts fighter jet to thwart the threat, and as he was shot down, the timing was just right. Daega transformed into light and entered the Diga statue, enabling its resurrection, defeating Golzan, and eliminating Meiba, becoming a veritable human caretaker. Nadona sought out Eilina daily to learn the skills of flower fairies, honing her spiritual energy while gradually increasing in height. Hey, why are you being so fierce? It's not like my aunt was the one who injured that big fellow. Dongchen Miaozhu pouted and exclaimed. As Luo Min's gaze fell upon the massive head of the Chuai beast, her expression fluctuated between uncertainty and despair. How could she possibly carry away such an enormous head? At this moment, Beverly's eyes had lost their luster, and his body swayed before collapsing weakly. His power was merely at the 6th level. A stark contrast to Xiaodi's 9th level, rendering him utterly powerless. With a mere stroke of his blade, Xiaodi not only shattered all of Beverly's protective essence but also severed his heart's meridian, leaving even a demon god unable to rescue him. 150, Hidden Area. Precognitive dream? Su Shiyu almost forgot about this matter, and at that moment, a greater cold sweat broke out. It was strange. Was the physical condition of her avatar so poor? Why was it constantly drenched in cold sweat? Su Shiyu could not help but murmur, what doppelganger? As expected of Sichin, with his keen fox ears. Even though Su Shiyao's voice was barely a whisper, he still caught wind of it and immediately pressed for an explanation. Huh? Su Shiyao, with her meticulous nature, understood that Li Xingye had been residing overseas for an extended period, so she brought him to this place, hoping it would make him feel more accustomed. It appears that Sister Xiao Xiao's recommendation was indeed astute. Sob chuckled in jest, and without delay, he grasped the devil fruit and departed with a graceful stride. To her surprise, in just a few days apart, this fellow had transformed remarkably, suddenly gaining the approval of his in-laws. No wonder she had been so boastful. Had not her decades of perseverance been for this very moment? At this instant, the Su New Jersey and immortal sword gleamed brilliantly, severing not only the realm of the underworld king but also cleaving his body and soul in twain. She noticed her grandmother's expression had soured considerably, a clear indication of her anxiousness. As soon as he uttered those words, the individuals nearby, who had been attentively listening, focused intently, straining to hear. Shanks, taking over the shopkeeping duties from Machino, entered with the familiarity of a host, skillfully producing several bottles of fine wine, arranging them on the table, and guiding the trio in a toast before formally commencing their discussion. I concur with this sentiment. Otherwise, shall we have everyone toil away, exchanging rooms? Mao Dalong had also been pondering this matter lately. Meanwhile, the crimson-skinned monster, wielding a colossal axe, faced a barrage of bullets, beginning to dance amidst the onslaught. Do not be so quick to boast. Inyu's expression darkened instantly, causing his long sword to quiver, unleashing a flurry of sword blossoms. After traversing approximately 10 meters, the path ahead opened up, revealing a junction where two groups converged, only to encounter three more diverging paths. The leader of the Monish tribe, standing at the forefront of the welcoming party, watched helplessly as the cavalry of the Xiongnu drew nearer, witnessing them knock their arrows, and ultimately gazing in despair as a deluge of arrows, resembling dark clouds, surged towards him. The crucial moment was the impact of his head against the ground. The collision was severe, rendering Hu Mingchen unconscious and leaving a significant gash at the back of his head, from which blood flowed profusely. As the handprints parted, a mirage of footsteps emerged, swiftly forming two streams of mysterious energy that surged from the depths of the divine sea, entering the energy sea of Guan Yuan and gradually flowing into the palm. The Dou family's business was extensive, spanning not only the central plains but also reaching neighboring nations, with numerous trade caravans arriving. Master, do not animals and birds fear fire? Xuerengui inquired, echoing the curiosity of the others, who eagerly leaned in to listen. At the emperor's command, the military and civilians sprang into action. In an instant, the Fang Mountain fractured, the Huai River flowed through, and the tranquil Qinhuai River began to meander silently, flowing 10 miles adorned with the golden dust of the 6 dynasties. Indeed, the Marquis possesses a benevolent heart. I admire him. Gao Ping understood Wang Zhi's intentions even before he finished speaking, feeling deeply moved. This was genuine consideration for the populace. I shook my head and replied, forget it. I have no desire to endure such hardship merely to admire the scenery. Speaking of which, where is Zhang Quan? I have not seen him since breakfast. Nor have I seen Xiyao. Without further contemplation, I unleashed an explosive strike, a swirling fog enveloping the area as the entity known as Xiyao emerged. Its lower half still composed of mist, yet a hazy outline of a gray figure could be discerned. 151, the little one is gone missing. After a flash of golden light, Su Shiyao and Nanxing opened their eyes to find themselves at the dock of the southern wilderness continent. The familiar seas lay just within reach. Having departed from the northern wilderness, the southern wilderness now basked under a clear blue sky, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight that soothed both body and soul. Fortunately, they had arrived before the people began to feel stale. Su Shiyu felt the power of the blazing sun as she basked by the dock, her body radiating warmth. Senior Sister 9, have I entered the Sword Palace? Is there no need for me to demonstrate my sword techniques? Qin Hao inquired, gazing at Chu Feng with a look of confusion. Soon after, a brutal massacre commenced, employing methods akin to Gan Ning's. Those wealthy aristocrats with granaries, as well as noble families, were ruthlessly exterminated, their gold, silver, and provisions forcibly taken away. Merely captivated by beauty, she could not help but steal a few glances, laughing heartily. Yi naturally noticed the issue raised by CC, pondering why Xiao had been excessively courteous towards him, but after much contemplation, he could not discern the reason. when sages engage in combat, invoking the power of loss. Even if one party is defeated, they merely suffer injury without affecting the laws themselves. However, should they collide with the law of destruction, both the individual and the law itself may face obliteration. In any case, it was prudent to advise Cao against harboring any delusions of luck. Only through the united efforts of the three major warlords could victory be achieved. Situlan Mingwei walked alone through the Guisher mansion, leaving behind crimson imprints of her blood-soaked boots. Clad in silver battle boots, she emerged from the hall, which had long since transformed into a striking crimson. A color so glaring it felt like a warhammer striking the hearts of all who beheld those blood-red boots. Didn't the teacher just say we should fight decisively? Why now advocate for a steady approach? Yao Sheng queried, perplexed. Jian San observed Li Yi, who seemed to have suddenly lost his mind. Facing the evil spirit with a cold smile, wondering if Li Yi had experienced a mental lapse, he seized Li Yi by the collar, intending to pull him away. On one hand, he yearned to march to battle more than anyone else. Yet, the artillery of Yangzhou surpassed his divine machine battalion. And the elite cavalry of Xiyao could not contend with Elbu's prowess. Should they suffer defeat, even survival would be in jeopardy. Recalling the time he saved Xiongyu, Elbu remembered that in the eastern outskirts of the outer city, the area was sparsely populated with buildings and streets, mostly consisting of dilapidated houses that marred the city's appearance. If that area could be renovated, it would undoubtedly benefit the development of Sichuan. Xianyuan Aotian could no longer contain himself. He had been harboring a belly full of fury and could not help but laugh towards the heavens. However, faced with a terrifying weight nearing 10,000 pounds, even the long-armed monkey could not withstand it, half of his body being pressed into the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Xing Yuefeng gestured towards the arena's spiritual device, signaling that the two could ascend the stage. Unbeknownst to the bloodthirsty faction, the Righteous Alliance was secretly plotting their extermination, maintaining their usual patrols without any intention to depart, waiting for Qiaofeng and Kuanyu. Li Xiaoyu felt a jolt of alarm. Currently, the Master S faction and the Law Enforcement Hall were relatively evenly matched. Any dispute could lead to mutual destruction, hence no one dared to strike first. Once Zhao Guangyan allied with external foes, the Master S faction would be in imminent danger. After deliberating, Changsheng set aside the matters of Quan Dun and Shandy, promptly returning to the Reincarnation Mountain, accompanied by Colin and Eric. However, upon arriving at Luojian City, Bata remarked that it would take at least 10 days to reach Longgu, leaving Changsheng in a quandary. She articulated each word with a rhythmic cadence that struck Su Yinyang, causing her to shiver and feel a chill. Nevertheless, regarding slapping that scoundrel, Shinsini felt no remorse, merely regretting not having struck harder. The little cub from Nam was sat obediently on Elder Turtle's shoulder. After losing her parents, she felt frightened and hid amongst a school of sardines until she arrived here. The kindness radiating from Elder Turtle reassured her that he meant her no harm, and thus she was willing to accompany him. Just as they were about to reach the underwater city, she noticed Cheng Feng cautiously dragging something back to the city. However, the captain's voice echoed in the column. Yet the captain could not hear him, only static interference emanating from the intercom, leaving him uncertain if his device was malfunctioning or if the rain was causing disruption. The battery manufacturer, Fimatui, though not well known in the electronics industry, held a prestigious reputation within the domestic battery sector. Awakening past 10 in the morning, Xiaofei and the others finally roused from their slumber. They had been out late catching water monsters the previous night, hence their extended rest. Duxian Tian responded briefly before ending the call, opening WeChat to share his location with Zhong Feiyan. Furthermore, after their recent bout, Wu Gongran had realized he could not easily subdue Chen Hao, thus he retracted his intentions to strike and began to adhere to protocol, disregarding the lean man's aura. Xiaoyan spoke in a nonchalant manner, causing the latter's smile to contort into a more sinister expression. Behind Chen Fu stood Yin Hong, Fu Feiyang, Qin Xuanzi, Bai Qianyu, and Su Jin, all clad in armor, their fierce gazes fixed ahead. The vampire of marquis strength served as the family's primary combat force, the backbone of their vast clan system, possessing formidable power, while the duke represented the family's elite. Upon entering a corridor, Yu Wudao witnessed a throng of guards rushing from the ship's cabin, immediately attacking him upon sight. In a critical moment, he deftly dodged Mu Zhe's strike, sighing with relief and smiling. Later, Wang Ru learned that he was initially unwilling to remarry his online acquaintance, yet he was persuaded to reconsider. However, he was resolute in not bowing to his maternal family, as long as he did not foolishly provoke the ocean's sovereigns. He was confident that no adversary could challenge him on land. Qilei landed beside Zhang Mu, giving his shoulder a couple of pats without uttering a word, his eyes expressing satisfaction. Zhang Mu seized Guang Yue's arm, swiftly departing the scene. He could not afford to encounter Tina, lest trouble ensue. It was no jest. The thought of never tasting Chef Cheng's cuisine again was enough to evoke dread. Meanwhile, Kuan Wui finally steadied his mind. Glaring at the massive barrier radiating a white glow, he raised his right arm and, with a fierce sweep, unleashed a horde of mistbeasts that roared and charged towards the enemy. Brother Hong Lai, Yar will take good care of Sister Feng, Yar whispered, discreetly tugging at Shangguan Hong Lai's arm. After both parties retreated a few steps, Yuchen finally discerned that the formidable figure from the Hall of Saluo was a middle-aged monk with a plump face and large ears, clad in a simple yellow robe. adorned with a string of dark brown prayer beads around his neck, his expression brimming with joviality despite his corpulence. As long as he refrained from deliberately channeling a specific attribute, the properties of the purple gold power would invariably remain balanced. Even if Luo Zhe attempted to maximize a particular attribute, it remained impossible, a realization he had come to during the crafting of Li Feng's body. Once you ascertain the specific situation, should you find it unmanageable, we will dispatch troops to conduct a military strike on the projection site, Wang Tongao stated. If time permits. We shall also send others to investigate other ancient god projection sites. Treasures are never too plentiful. Oh, if only I had chosen to become a male beast man. I might have been with the holy female by now, and I would be the one with a delightful little cub. Princess Dantang was filled with envy as she took a step forward to gently caress the little cub. Prince Lu Feng, with a tinge of jealousy in his voice, remarked, Dantang, let not your thoughts wander. You are already a female. If you desire, we can certainly bear adorable little cubs together. I shall fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers had no time to grieve for their fallen comrades with whom they once shared their days. Clutching their weapons, which were their lifelines in the fierce battles, they donned their armor and succumbed to sleep, unaffected by the cacophony that enveloped the camp. Ben stared intently at the seemingly ordinary shepherd before him, a wild joy gradually spreading across his previously blank face, leading him to tilt his head back and laugh heartily. A spirit of grandeur emanating from his laughter towards the heavens. Those who delight in probing the thoughts of others, regardless of their rank, are seldom favored. Chun Bozong felt the same, for his role demanded obedience rather than indulging in speculation about his intentions. Walking softly to Ivy's side, Lu Yang discreetly gestured for her to temporarily vacate the tent. The third banner team advanced to fortify the gaps left by casualties. Their battered shields braced against the long spears and crossbow bolts. As for Yu Shun, his pent-up frustration had accumulated over time, exacerbated by Yu Yang's prolonged absence, leaving him and his sister reliant on their grandfather. Though they lacked for nothing materially, they were deprived of paternal affection. Observing the disintegrating infantry before him, the reserves in the rear felt an unbearable anguish. Each soldier was a seed of Greenland. Tihua should not be a place where hope withers. Li Guangbi's face turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly, and without a word, he departed with his trusted guards and the leader of the Genie Wei. Lu Yang nodded in understanding, his respect for the Qiyin auction house deepening, before stepping into the auction venue. Moments ago, chaos reigned, but now, the scene had scattered like birds and beasts. The Heishui gang fled, leaving behind lifeless bodies, their remains lost amidst the verdant mountains, unbeknownst to anyone. Gani and his companions hoped to capture Qinwei. Using him as a shield, even without ransom, he could serve as a hostage, instilling caution in their adversaries. If their position became untenable, they could leverage Qinwei to safeguard their lives. A blue orb descended, colliding fiercely with the towering pillar of ice. With a cold smirk, Zhang Lai drew a gleaming sword from his waist, the blade slicing through the opponent's vital energy, resting menacingly against Ji Ning's throat. No need to trouble Mr. Fan, Mina said, exasperated with her dear friend. Their initial meeting had been quite the ordeal, while her friends Alice and Ruth seemed eager to provoke mischief. Li Feng remained composed, the azure flames of his wings erupting behind him, transforming into a dazzling blaze that cloaked his entire being, leaving no part exposed. The deafening sounds of impact echoed, each participant elevating their speed to new heights as two beams of light collided on the arena, creating shockwaves that dazzled the onlookers, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This indifferent display left Yu Yang secretly alarmed. The opponent had evidently gauged the capabilities of his trio. Yet, why was this aged, noble woman referred to as a matchmaker? The four-symbol battle array comprised the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each with its own intricate transformations. Indeed, this was an undeniable truth. Many masters from both the righteous and demonic factions bore witness, and none could discern the origins of that punch. The young master Ao Chi responded respectfully. Champion Ho was addicted to battle, and with renewed vigor, Jean Can's battle aura surged forth, hurtling towards Li Feng in the sky, transforming into an unstoppable force of terrifying might. Yunxi simply washed up, changing into long garments and retrieving her winter coat. In any case, it was prudent to gather resources first. If an unwary intruder stumbled upon this place, it would be to their advantage. Subsequently, onlookers beheld the tearful Mr. Wulong as he consumed 3 bowls of pigeon soup, feeling somewhat relieved. Lei Zhao's muscles were taut, aware that all his actions since arriving in this timeline had been scrutinized. But he remained unperturbed. Rather, Guizhu Xiao's deductions aligned with his initial thoughts. The sensation of having one's innermost self laid bare before another was exceedingly discomforting. Most of the railroads in the West were his projects, employing unfortunate Chinese laborers for meager wages while the compensation from the state was far more substantial. De Qi and He Shia listened quietly. Lu Hong loosened the leash on his mountain dog, drawing his standard Yinling official knife, and swung it down towards the old woman. The well-dressed young man raised an eyebrow, examining him with keen interest, as though appraising an antique, before sneering derisively. Thus, Lei Xiao had taken to guarding Mingguang Temple at night, hoping to find traces of Wan Liandi. Ning Chu turned towards the village committee. Retrieving the phone he had carelessly left on the table and promptly dialed Lu Jin. Qian Duo slammed his hand on the table. Though he could not comprehend all that Mo Fei had said, He had begun to formulate ideas for enhancing the divine battlefield. Students from various locales on the island expressed their dissatisfaction, many feeling shortchanged by this novel activity. The man then slightly lowered his head, repositioning her to face him directly, drawing her into his embrace and leaning down to capture her lips. "Young Master Ji, this is your room," the nanny announced as she opened the door, gesturing for him to enter. Her demeanor appeared respectful, yet her words dripped with indifference and detachment. Chichiga was indeed a remarkable hunter. She reveled in happiness, still able to hear the rustling sounds nearby. However, before departing, she cast one last glance in the direction Lin Zhao had taken, but showed no sign of concern before returning to her dormitory, perhaps due to overwhelming fright, upon seeing the dismembered corpse on the ground. She could no longer restrain herself and leaned against the doorframe, retching violently. Was Shisuo truly frightened away? Sasuke thought to himself, further confirming Feng Shui's formidable strength. The complete transformation of his aura indicated he had reached an exceptionally advanced level of mastery, yet even under such intense pressure, he could still feign weakness. Such prowess was astonishing. Suddenly, a giant scorpion, measuring about half a meter, blocked Xiao's path, revealing itself as a second-tier magical beast. Shinqiushan found the noise unbearable, and she pulled out a silk handkerchief to stuff into Lianxin's mouth, guiding her to the firewood room. With her arms wrapped around his neck, she felt the coolness of the boy's arms encircle her waist, casting a glance at him. 154. The source of the plague. Plague? You mean an epidemic? A middle-aged male orc stepped forward from the crowd, sternly fixing his gaze on Xiyao. "You little female, do you possess medical skills? Stay away from them. If you get infected, you will fall ill too, adding to our troubles. Hurry home. I am the royal city shaman, and I will tend to them." "Ah, esteemed shaman. This young female is the one who assisted the Beast King during the recent events in the Imperial City." The sounds of gunfire emanating from the shooting range stirred our excitement immensely. It was quite exhilarating. The released warriors, those who once roamed the world, including the notorious 5 fiends of the capital, are all present here. It has been quite some time without any news. What are these doctors doing? Old Master Yi could no longer contain his impatience. He was eager to know the outcome, regardless of the circumstances. Boom. The two colors seemed to clash from afar, as Shirtiani remained enveloped in a terrifying radiance, yet appeared dimmed. His gaze incessantly darted about, as if a sliver of mysterious power flowed within him, with ethereal symbols colliding in a most bizarre manner. Yu Hong and the others nodded in agreement, aware that with their current strength, contending against a master of the 9th realm of the royal martial realm was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. As Su Tianyu slowly turned around, he was startled to find Li Tianjin standing before him with a stern expression, causing him to tremble and his legs to quiver uncontrollably. No. This was the most profound cry from Mo Li's heart. He could not bear to become devoid of any emotions. Even if he possessed astonishing cultivation, it would not suffice. No, he must forge ahead and carve his own path. The divine spirit behind him responded, reminiscent of a sagacious elder, with every word imbued with wisdom. Thus, the celestial palace overseas lost a starry demon but gained a celestial deity. The methods employed were quite formidable. Gatling retrieved a bullet inscribed with spatial magic from his pocket and loaded it into his weapon, subsequently pulling the trigger. I furrowed my brow, just as I spotted the golden Qing Hundan. A peal of mocking laughter echoed from behind me. "To immortals, we speak without reservation," said the man to Li Shanda. The actions of Li Shanda and Dan Hong had thoroughly intimidated them. Such individuals, capable of traversing the skies, could not be anything less than divine beings. However, this time, leading the troops into Xianyang should afford him the opportunity to fight alongside them, with Ming Tian present, Hu Hai could at least hold out for a while. Could he not? He was reluctant to wait. If he did not confront him, he would have to wait a month to ascend the rankings again. The body of this 9th master appeared robust and sturdy, yet the ailments from his youth had only just been cured, and he had recently recovered from a severe poisoning, making him susceptible to harsh illnesses. And I, exclaimed Chen Yin, bursting forth in a whirlwind. In response, Qian Wei, who was temporarily overseeing the dojo, expressed understanding and patiently called each student, urging them not to abandon their daily practice. In truth, who better than the emperor understood the situation beyond the mountains? Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had already comprehended their calculations. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope that the two princes would not engage in such mutual scheming. Meanwhile, the Ning and Rong families had just concluded a busy year, with relatives gradually ceasing their visits. Little did they expect that only a night later, on the 24th, Wang Shifeng would announce her affliction with a cold. Having sensed her condition, there was little point in further concealment, thus Jian Ronding chose to step aside, allowing her to ascertain the truth. Why did she not question Jiang Li's words? It was precisely because she felt that Jiang Li was not one to speak without reason. Nor was she prone to fabricating tales. As for solutions, one should take her as a master. Surrounded by the sea, the tribe's freshwater resources were scarce. They had but this one well, and it was better to drink from it than to perish from thirst. Su Shiyu was quite capable of comprehending the thoughts of the beast men. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked that there were feathers in the water, and surely there were other items submerged within. Continue to draw water until we retrieve something, she commanded. Very well. Prince Lianqi immediately instructed the beast men to persist in their efforts. Unbeknownst to her, she believed her understanding stemmed from her own maturity. However, deep down, she felt she could never compare to her biological parents. Jishu had endured much, awaiting the day her father would appear to pour out everything she had held inside. If there were players who refused to acknowledge their shortcomings, it could only be due to one of two reasons. Either their abilities were insufficient for their current positions within the nets, or they were indeed passively resisting yet refused to admit it. Seeing her expression, it was evident she had finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Appearing quite vexed by the reporter's incessant questioning, Liu Daoist felt a chill in his heart. According to Wu Zhiqi, it seemed that Suji was not there to rescue him, but rather to confront the Western sects that had besieged him. With the three great saints converging on Lishan for the purpose of seizing his inner Dan, this aligned perfectly with Lin Quan's intentions. After escorting Zhang Chuan back and familiarizing him with his household, he returned home, collapsing onto his bed for a deep slumber. Shaq. Why not have a word with Magic Johnson and see if the Lakers can procure a first-round draft pick through a trade? Barkley, standing beside O'Neal, began to propose dubious ideas. Characteristic: venomous crocodile's poison, extracted from the venomous source of the Magic Domain's crocodile. It carries a potent toxicity that enhances the user's resistance to poison-based magic by 5-fold. Shin Gongao remained silent, his eyes darting about, rather than displaying anger. He subtly revealed a barely perceptible smile. In the vast universe, the effectiveness of fusion techniques would be significantly diminished, as seen with Shieling and Meyer's combination, which yielded only a modest increase in power, unlike the remarkable amplification seen with Wujida. Outside, a sudden fissure appeared, as if a gale had been unleashed, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Perhaps due to the prolonged tension, I succumbed to sleep the moment I lay down. Zhao Hui was both astonished and enamored by the boy she kissed, her heart brimming with visions of the future. She embraced him as if holding on to fervor and courage. Determined to study diligently and gain admission to university, Qin Gong's brow relaxed, for although he had initially dismissed Lu Bu's background, his impression had markedly altered upon meeting him. At that moment, Viola approached Yin Shiran with an eerie demeanor, her large, bell-like white eyes making Yin Shiran feel somewhat apprehensive. They simply approached us, discerning our predicament with a mere glance, while voices from the VIP room answered their unspoken questions. Our gazes locked, and we leaned in closer, sharing secrets. I smiled faintly, pouring kanji into a bowl, gently blowing on a spoonful before offering it to Jean Yeshuan. Even that male model, who had once strayed, remained steadfast by John's side, eventually departing in silence. The egg pancakes were ready, and Li Zhengguo had prepared kanji and mixed cucumbers. They seated themselves to enjoy breakfast. A quarter of an hour later, the enemy's figures emerged in the distance, led by Yin Guan. Zhao Hui practiced diligently for a week, and her long-distance running speed indeed improved. Sometimes she would run several laps, thinking that if she could cover more ground, the 800 meters would become much easier. 156, may I borrow your national master? I exclaimed. Goodness, it truly is a sacred being. I never expected this. Chenju felt dizzy, consumed by envy and admiration towards Nanxing. Prince Lianqi pressed further. Did you come from the North Wilderness Continent? Yes, my visit to the South Wilderness Continent is to seek the Beast King's assistance, she replied candidly, no longer concealing her identity. Assistance? How impersonal. Ling Chen shook his head. As of now, there is no news. In recent days, I attempted to contact Ling Tao and Ling Kuan, but both their phones were turned off. Ah, you dare speak with only a 50 to 60 chance? Do you realize the identity of the patient you are to treat? Even a 70 certainty does not warrant such recklessness. Old Dr. Jean admonished. Once all the members of the Ming Snake exited the vehicle, they followed Qin Yonyan directly towards the entrance. Upon arrival, Qin Yonyan halted, surveying the crowd before fixing his gaze on Zhu Qian. Had it not been for this inexplicable involvement with the void, his aspirations to transcend his spatial domain might have remained unfulfilled for many years. Closing the video, Qin Quan pondered over Wang Chen's blood test report. Reflecting on the black creatures he had witnessed, it seemed implausible for them to produce fungal toxins. What had Wang Chen truly experienced underground? Vane felt a tinge of embarrassment. Recalling her public confession to a man before so many people, she wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Zuamaudi did not hesitate either. Given the circumstances, he nodded and departed, followed closely by Tokugawa Ieyasu, with Huang Digong and the Japanese commanders trailing behind. No wonder, with Liang Tian's protection, no matter how Du Kong and the others searched, they would never find Zhu Hong. Meng Yao, seeing Qin Tian approach, wasted no time and swiftly slapped his face. The next moment, not only Ma Tian but also Shu Chong and Shin Chong behind him had to remove their earpieces to avoid the deafening cheers and screams resonating through the communication channel. Having finally experienced such joy, Rex was unwilling to spoil the moment and transform his good mood into a negative one. A thud echoed as the monster was sent flying, landing far away and falling silent. Steve Ballmer successfully probed deeper, revealing the true intentions of the wealthy individual. Rex did not engage with this remark. What Kelsegard described was indeed true. If Anubarak remained hidden underground, Rex truly had no means of resolution. The forum's disputes had ceased, as all attention fixated on the impending moment. In the past, Kai Pingping would have found Ruoying's words both perplexing and unnecessary. The remaining players of the lawful faction watched in sorrow as their comrades fell into the sea, transforming into white light. Despite their efforts to resist, they could no longer mount an effective defense. At last, the boss, the sea god, revealed his spectral form in a most ostentatious manner, accompanied by a tempest of wind, rain, and thunder, akin to the emergence of a demon lord. Humph! Your master possesses such great prowess. Why does he not intervene personally? Must he rely on my assistance? It seems to me you are merely boasting, said Xuanwu's seventh. Given their alliance, Sally did not refuse Daro's invitation. Assisting Doro at this juncture would ensure greater returns in the future, a reflection of the goodwill exhibited by the forces of light towards their allies. Were it a demon, one might suspect Daro of harboring ulterior motives. 157, a solitary individual on a deserted island. I certainly comprehend this. The Beast King nodded, fully comprehending Su Xiao's words. Our floods and epidemics have mercilessly claimed the lives of many beast men. The Holy Matriarch has aided us on 2 occasions, once to cure my ailment, and once to combat the plague. Very well. I shall first send Lian Qi to convey the message. If the National Master is willing, you shall be able to ascend to the solitary island. Su Xiao remarked, very well, then it shall be troublesome. The first Prince Lian Qi received the Beast King's decree. But wait, it was Lian Yunqing who called out, urging Xiao Ke to spare his life due to his youth. Xiao Ke gradually awakened from the bloody carnage and released the man. When the crowd witnessed the disappearance of the collars around their necks, their faces brimmed with joy. Who would still concern themselves with their wounds at such a moment? After the tumultuous clash, Tu Muhong, filled with rage, unsheathed his large blade and leaped to strike Wang Hao. Yunhua? Are you truly Yunhua? Gu Wanli again fixed his gaze upon Yang Yunhua. I wish to inquire. When will you teach my brother your martial arts? Bai Wudi, taking a hearty swig of wine, addressed Lian Yunqing. The elusive fish-walking technique allowed one to evade various lethal strikes amidst battle while simultaneously countering with deadly moves. The combination of these two styles was indeed harmonious. As the bullets ran out, not a single shot found its mark on the evading Mussolini, yet a nearby soldier from the black-clad army was struck. The purple tail contained immense power. If Lu Ting were to be swept away by it, she would emerge severely injured, if not worse. However, the opponent was a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, truly formidable. In the development of the military helicopter, the Krupp Group assembled 10 core researchers, all of whom were unparalleled masters in their respective fields. Facing the gathered crowd, a tall, slender man in a suit from the Krupp Group confidently introduced himself. The failure to draw out the hidden assailant through banners led him to harbor disdain for the perpetrator, prompting an eager desire to bring them to justice. Previously, he was unaware of these matters. Even when others spoke of them, it felt as if they were recounting tales unrelated to him, and he felt minimal anger. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan turned pale. He had initially believed that the primordial phoenix was merely a consort of the Shura ancestor demon, and, considering the demon's reputation, they might be spared. Is Qiu Mingxue truly as gentle as Chunyu Yuyu? Chunyu is quite amiable. I must pay her some heed. Moreover, the reincarnation deity holds more favor than Qiu Mingxue, I feel. Qiu Shue's face was filled with longing. Gu Chao clenched his fist, after a night of revelry. He was still somewhat dazed, yet he felt fortunate for this haze, as it would serve him better for what lay ahead than clarity would. A message suddenly spread throughout the underworld, proclaiming that Qin Ming Jiuying had taken refuge there. The strong bowed their heads, reporting in hushed tones. Soon, as a hotel staff member passed through the corridor, a tremor was felt, and panic swept across their face, mistaking it for an earthquake. From the arm surged an overwhelming force of celestial energy. As the arm extended, this energy burst forth, shrouding the heavens as if to cover the entire sky. In the 3 months since Zhao Baoyu's departure, the global landscape shifted once more, now divided into 9 major factions. The Dark Clan, with the aid of the Golden Bloodline, no longer feared the light and no longer needed to dwell on the Dark Islands. The sole drawback of this establishment was that alcohol could not be taken outside. One must finish a pot before ordering a second, thus compelling both wine-thirsty cultivators and those craving delicacies to consume within. Facing the fierce onslaught, the Nameless One remained unfazed. Simply wielding his sword to sever the attacks, dismissing myriad divine powers with a single stroke, the long sword in his hand moved with grace and strength, capable of overcoming tenfold obstacles. She is the only Hugh. The National Master coldly responded, Wu Yin, that is my name. Ah? Oh. Su Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at the white clouds swirling above Wu Yan's head, utterly unable to discern the tumult of emotions within him. As if he had long since transcended the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Can you cook? Wu Yan suddenly inquired. I can manage a little, she replied. Let us prepare these fish and lobsters for a meal. The demeanor of the third prince of the demon abyss grew serious in an instant, the darkness in his eyes deepening significantly. The hall erupted in commotion as the information provided by Xinyu was overwhelming. Fang Zheng had actually won over 10,000 taels of silver from Xinyu in the arena? How could this be possible? Had that useless fellow grown so powerful that even Xinyu was no match for him? He also noticed some seasoned experts in the spirit-gathering stage had entered that realm, seeking to seize the primordial power within. Hui Ji comprehended Long Jingyu's words. One could carry things on a deserted road, but absolutely not in a crowded street. Thus, Hui Ji hurriedly moved ahead. This individual clearly did not regard Yu Zhuxing with any seriousness. They had learned from old Jesse that Yu Zhuxing had not been here long, merely a few months. Perhaps due to the protagonist's aura, Ji Shuhan either remained silent or spoke constructively. Li Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He was confident that, given time, he could shatter this seal. A voice resonated not far away, and the team leader, illuminated by the moonlight, observed a young boy approaching from the darkness, accompanied by an unknown robot. Leader, let us launch a frontal assault. I will charge forward with the fighters of the boxer, dominator, and swordsman classes. Our numbers clearly exceed theirs. If we charge head-on, we will secure victory in this match. Fangzhen, typically reticent, approached and spoke beside Qin Haonan. In Hui Rin's memory, it was the first time Hui Ji had dared to speak so loudly to him. If a fool like him could not manage himself, how could he expect to navigate life in this monastery? Therefore, it was imperative to quash the arrogance of anyone daring to oppose him. Dante charged toward the opposing leader, but was blocked by the grinning members of the deep-sea mercenary corps. A glance from Deshuai revealed that the giant wave had engulfed both Dante and the opposing leader. Wherever there was water, it was Dante's domain. For him, everyone had gathered here. He now resembled a minister eager to atone for his misdeeds, the first to charge forward. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively shook their heads and chuckled. Robin seemed to sense her own transformation, tugging at her arms and pinching her thighs as if this body were not her own. A deafening clang of metal echoed. The beast, born from blood-red lava, clamped its jaws around the rapidly spinning sun-golden wheel. Within its gaping maw, its menacing fangs fiercely obstructed the sun-golden wheel. After Hua Zhongwan finished speaking, four more generals appeared beside her, along with dozens of major generals and tens of thousands of battle warriors. Naturally, there were those who scoffed at this. They believed that battle itself required fervor, that one should not shy away or fear combat, and that Ji's actions were a clear affront to their perception of warfare. The assembly was somewhat perplexed, including those who rushed out one after another, such as Tian Yuan and the Vulture, who were equally bewildered. Xia Luo nodded gently, instructing a few to wait there while she approached and pressed the doorbell. The purple water lily, with its exquisite flower shape, boasted purple petals and a golden center. Its floral symbolism is one of dream and purity. It is said to bloom for only 7 days each year. 159, gain the phoenix's favor. That is innate, but I cannot heal. Do you wish for me to cure your ailment? Su Shiyu was about to inquire whether there were any elixirs available on her interface to cure her ailment. At present, the main storyline quest was being issued, which involved gaining the favor of the divine beast phoenix. Once her favorability reached 100, she would be able to activate the teleportation array leading to the realm of divine beasts. Su Shiyu was utterly bewildered, hastily pondering the meaning behind it. As he gently pulled her into his embrace, a thought crossed his mind. She, being playful in Haiqing, could easily discern the intentions of others in such a scenario. Su Jihuai smiled softly, realizing that he need not go to such lengths. Merely seeing his face was sufficient to send chills down her spine. In order to secure their position in Xinjiang, the 50,000 troops within could not be retained. They must either be eradicated or driven away entirely. If the commander desired, he could choose a day to formally propose. Zhang Lingning, who was behind the wheel, offered his counsel. Fortunately, the years had not been burdensome, and after quitting smoking and drinking, his health had notably improved. Upon hearing the confident words of Emperor Xingluo, the ministers nearby felt a slight easing of their anxieties, though the cold sweat in their palms betrayed their underlying panic. Particularly, witnessing the other party's calm demeanor made her feel as though all her emotions were unwarranted. Luo Wan, unable to do anything else, was compelled to jump in place to assure the two that she was indeed fine. The wolf eagle's gaze was cold yet resolute, as if silently guarding the land, thwarting any spirits that sought to disrupt the harmony. Though situated upon the silent altar, its presence was as steadfast as a mountain, symbolizing boundless courage and protection. Observing him from a distance, he appeared even more handsome. No wonder that Shan Ruashi had become infatuated with him. Had she not been well acquainted with the temperaments of these young masters, having developed an impervious disposition, she too might have been swayed. Ingchun felt as though she was immersed in honey. Her journey was unique, encountering an alternative version of Sun Xiaozu, which was a blessing rather than a curse. Yet, having traversed into this realm, she was confronted with a concubine forcefully imposed upon her by her mother-in-law. Must she relinquish her hold once more? Beside him stood another burly man, entirely different from him, casually holding a plastic bag in one hand while shoveling potato chips into his mouth with the other. Being called a monster by extraterrestrials was still somewhat disconcerting for Chen Zheng, who stood with his sword, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Just as he took a few steps, 5 men in black mysteriously emerged, surrounding her completely. Ingchuan's heart bled. She had never anticipated that someone among her trusted maidservants would harbor ulterior motives against her. Resolute, Ingchun expressed her deep gratitude to Lady Li, who lamented Ingchuan's excessive aloofness. The two shared laughter until Lady Li returned to her residence. Thus, if there were truly a day of world annihilation, it would not be the intelligent robots that brought about destruction, but rather the humans who bestowed such commands upon them. While Lin Yuefan was lamenting, Jiangnan had already donned her riding attire and stood before everyone. In that moment, Even those who had previously harbored resentment towards Su Long were compelled to offer their congratulations. Chen Fengqi disregarded Liang Enxi's words. He merely wished to mend their past relationship, but often exerted too much effort or failed to penetrate Liang Enxi's heart. Prior to this, regardless of Lin Cheng's immense strength and recognition as the first on the dragon list, some still did not acknowledge him. As most of his achievements were within the borders of Huaxia, with the only notable feats being the slaying of Xie Tianfeng and the obliteration of Mao Shan. At that moment, Yilingyi observed the stability below and prepared to reshape her physical form while guiding Hua Wujian's soul into integration, precisely when she was most vulnerable. Do you like me? What sort of talent is this? Can you perceive the thoughts of others? Or hear their voices? Perhaps you can sense their emotions? Su Shiyou could empathize to some extent. She possessed a similar talent, did she not? I can perceive some of your abilities, yet I cannot grasp them all, for your talents are abundant. Wu Yin sat up. His dark red hair cascading over his shoulders, and his colorless golden eyes glimmered. This wretched girl. Did she merely traverse around his words to indulge in a taste of novelty? In this vast world, each realm comprises 9 levels, and the disparities between great realms are as vast as the heavens and the earth. Apart from the rare prodigy encountered once in a millennium, it is seldom seen that individuals transcend great realms to engage in combat. However, setting aside the millennia, even the century-old medicinal herbs acquired with great difficulty are a rarity. One can scarcely fathom the existence of items aged for countless millennia. Thus, when Shiduzar exerted his oppressive aura, the hidden might of the divine butcher Yutian directly countered it. You did not come to our Chi Yue sect merely to inform me that the nether seal resides within you. You aim to re-emerge in the celestial realm, do you not? The sinister wind shifted the topic. Blood splattered onto Xing's face, sticky like glue. Yet devoid of its coldness, it was warm, imbued with the deceased's body heat. Luogu licked his wrist, where the knife had bitten, as if to alleviate the pain. However, after a few licks, he began to bite at that very wrist. Under the resplendent golden Buddhist light, Yuro's previously sorrowful visage displayed unprecedented terror. She raised her hand to shield her face, her entire body emanating black, slippery skin that erupted in plumes of dark mist, crackling like frying beans. At that moment, Jishui's condition deteriorated, blood tears staining his face as he conveyed something to Itachi, then extended his left hand, poised to pluck out his left eye as a gift for Itachi. Yet, Lin Shirin remained oblivious to this, for the mere mention of Li Xuanhuan had rendered her entranced. The terrifying tremors of space were absent, and the shocking momentum of the rift was nowhere in sight. Chao Fan had yet to attain such capability. Yet his strike similarly unleashed formidable destructive power. Su Chenxi observed the perplexed expression on Director Jin's face and discerned that the director had likely rushed over after receiving news. Completely unaware of the situation, after arriving in this world, Lu Feng sought to find yellow phosphorus, inquiring extensively, yet to no avail. With the law of time dilation, 3 days equated to 3 years. Chao Fan had already mastered the art of refining 4-pattern Dao True elixirs, lacking only a modicum of insight and practical experience with the physical elixirs. She had previously noted the absence of surveillance in Andora's office and had discreetly replicated the key to her cabinet while Lu Yuansen was unaware. Simultaneously, a powerful force drew the Shurien's sword into the air, vanishing into the night sky with a swift whoosh. I instinctively closed my eyes. Lu Kai began to set up the ritual platform, silently reciting incantations. All combatants assemble before me. The primal forces remain unchanged, the boundaries of yin and yang are delineated, and the mysteries of the arcane arts are established. Lu Kai's hand pressed firmly upon the immobilization talisman, unleashing an invisible ripple that spread outward. It was always like this, his abnormal expressions accompanied by cryptic words. Even if I did not comprehend, he would offer no explanations. Feng Lei pondered, steeling himself. The light mist was compressed into a sphere, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of azure light leaped forth, vanishing into the void. Lin Yi's tranquility diverged fundamentally from the annihilation that Xiang Ning had entered. Yet, regardless of the myriad paths, they ultimately converge into a singular journey. The roads may differ, but should one reach the end, the cultivators shall meet. 161. Use exquisite cuisine to captivate him. Su Shiyao woke to the brilliance of dawn, having enjoyed a restful slumber. Instinctively, she stretched her limbs, only to find her hand unexpectedly brushing against a wall. Su Shiyao furrowed her brow and instinctively touched the wall. The texture felt quite pleasant, and it appeared sturdy. Could it be Xichen? Or perhaps it is Nanxing? Su Shiyu mumbled to herself, believing she was still in the northern wilderness, and instinctively wrapped her arms around the waist of the person beside her, nuzzling against his chest. Meanwhile, Shangguan Xin found himself at a loss for words. Chunda's father was wholly reliant on Chunda to earn money. Although he held high hopes for Chunda's performance that day, it was imperative not to disrupt the established order because of it. Fang Tianmu glared coldly at the pirate ship, his single arm thrusting outward, unleashing a dark blade that created a void, as man, blade, and black hole synergistically devoured the energy of the two halves of the sea. Despite the cacophony they generated, soldiers among them began to scream in agony, their faces succumbing to decay. The sudden assault on the city walls caught the original defenders off guard, while the citizens were thrown into chaos. particularly upon witnessing Lu Xun struck by an arrow and collapsing, with arrows raining down around them. They were left in a state of sheer panic, instinctively crouching to the ground, entirely in a passive state of defense. The organ transplantation techniques of spiritual healers were remarkable. In conjunction with the internal vital energy, they could extract organs from the deceased and transplant them into living beings, executing complex surgeries in a straightforward and brutal manner, with a high success rate. However, despite this, few dared to intrude upon the academy. Not only due to its immense power, but also because the intricate array of patterns concealed at its entrance was sufficient to obliterate any cultivator at the initial celestial realm level. This could enhance the overall strength of a race, granting its descendants the ability to attain longevity without the need for cultivation, making it one of the most extraordinary existences among the 6 paths and 7 realms. Xian Yundao felt a wave of fear wash over her. After voicing her question and scanning the room, she discovered no one was present. The sound emanated from the loudspeaker. Mu Xian's expression abruptly turned serene, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, and when he looked up again, the unease had vanished, replaced by a spirited demeanor. Now her had experienced despair. She recognized that the man was deceiving her, for he had seen the jade pendant and learned her true identity. Yet, she recalled the man's near-obsessive desire when he mentioned her, which left her sleepless throughout the night, silently ensnared in the web of his lies. Although the 3 officials were referred to as strategists, they were not the actual decision-makers. The deputy minister of the Board of Punishments, while overseeing the Board of Punishments, also did not hold executive power. Only the prime minister, the chief of the secret police, the assistant minister, and the deputy chief of the secret police held such authority. Qin Ranran was such a clever child, yet she was deprived of her spiritual roots by that fellow, Weihua Zhenzuan, to be given to a mere mortal. Technical talents often possess a certain temper. The more skilled one is, the more pronounced this tendency becomes. The drama had an extremely low informational content. Each step was accompanied by incoherent sounds, and a few words sung could suffice to conclude a promotional advertisement. Just as he closed his eyes in prayer, a surge of vibrant life energy suddenly enveloped the entire meditation array. This would prevent them from sneaking over again, mistaking it for a dark beast, thus thwarting his plan of wishing for a wife. It is akin to the sentiment of new parents, who often perceive their own child as exceptionally gifted, while in reality, their actions are quite ordinary. Since eagle humans are not adept at long-distance high-altitude flight, they predominantly cling to the bodies of dragons. Liang Jie had initially allowed the 2 matrons to observe Li Rinxiang experimentally. With decisive action, he led them away, ensuring they remembered the various porters, merchants, and guards they encountered along the way. 162 is sealed, he chuckled. Haha, Wu Yin, it seems you can't handle spicy food. You're about to set yourself on fire. Su Shiyu stifled a laugh, remarking that if one cannot handle spiciness, one should refrain from adding mustard. It's all right, I can manage. Wu Yan's statement was not merely an attempt to save face. Rather, he genuinely believed that the pungent and fiery flavor of mustard could be intoxicating. After the first taste, he found himself yearning for more. With her comment, the others suddenly recalled that Ji Jingxi had only recently been punished to kneel, and it was indeed understandable. In the chilly spring weather, anyone would struggle to endure a night kneeling on the stone pavement. Remarkably, Ji Jingxi had not uttered a single cry of pain today, nor did he exhibit any signs of distress. Such fortitude was truly commendable. In the audience, members of the CDA and Haima teams remained silent. They had accepted their defeat gracefully in the latter rounds of the competition, and with our victory over the EI team, they recognized our strength, harboring no objections to our advancement to the top 8. The 4 masters began to chant the incantation for the repose of souls in unison, their voices clear and solemn, as if they had rehearsed the performance meticulously. Who am I? Yili pondered, momentarily lost in thought, unable to recall her own identity, until Lu Tianqing, in a fit of anger, pushed her forcefully to the ground. He intentionally avoided Snow Illusion and Ling Han, choosing instead to remain within the palace grounds, making his way to a nearby artificial lake. I am truly delighted to be here, Zhou Zikai said, gently patting the child's head, his voice tender, revealing his fondness for children. Yili did not accompany them, feeling utterly drained, desiring only to sit still and motionless. The reason for dimming the lights was that any rational person, subjected to such circumstances for an extended period, would inevitably become somewhat disoriented. To ascertain whether he exhibited any supernatural anomalies, it was essential to extinguish the lights. As the martial artist sprinted down a long corridor where no poisonous arrows had been fired for a while, just as he relaxed and caught his breath, arrows suddenly erupted forth. Feng Lingxi chuckled, acknowledging the truth in this observation. Had it not been for such circumstances, he would not have maintained a friendship with someone of such a languid disposition for so many years. When it came to true friends, he openly spoke little. Yet he was acutely aware that it was merely Chunyu Yufeng. At a glance, he noticed that his wife had indeed quieted down, no longer causing a ruckus, but rather tilting her head, staring intently at him. Luchin speculated that after escaping the pursuit of the king beast, those few noble scions had slaughtered the majority of the untrustworthy individuals, retaining only the most reliable, which explained their heavy casualties. Team 3. Eliminate those dozen or so individuals in between. Team 2. Swiftly ascertain the enemy situation outside. The rest, hold your positions, do not move until the situation is clarified. At this moment, Romus had regained considerable awareness. Everyone was taken aback. They could hardly fathom that the long-awaited outcome would be such. Although he held little hope for the fruits of his labor and had prepared himself for capture, he remained resolute, unwilling to surrender until the very last moment. Faced with such a perilous situation, he felt compelled to make one final, desperate attempt before conceding defeat. Xiyao was remarkably sensible, never expressing extravagant desires. The mere knowledge that Lu Yu intended to bring her mother back to Chang'an was sufficient for her. Lin Ranqing remained silent, gently holding one of her hands while using the other to smooth her long hair by the pillow, gazing at her with tender affection, his heart brimming with warmth. However, it must be noted that should those wielding weapons of mass destruction truly become enraged, determined to eliminate a certain innate master at any considerable cost, the likelihood of that master escaping unharmed would be exceedingly slim. 163. The rainy season has come to an end. Xiyao herself felt a chilling sense of dread as she uttered these words. Could it be that her suspicions were not far from the truth? The abandoned teleportation arrays were not neglected due to a lack of users, but rather because they were no longer permitted to be used. Xiyao felt a chill run down her spine. A seal? Perhaps that was what it meant. Wu Yin remarked lightly, "It's better for you to remain oblivious. There is no benefit in knowing. However, aren't divine beasts the same?" Zhou Huangba turned to Fa Chang Digi, asserting, "We must resolve our grievances thoroughly." He harbored intentions to kill Fa Chang Digi, whose deep facial scar was a remnant of their past encounter. Such swordsmanship would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Even if it encompassed the sword masters of Star of the Ancestor, for the Sword Sun is not an adversary to be trifled with. His skills are fearsome to an extraordinary degree, possibly even qualifying for the foremost position. Shenmu was unable to perceive Wei A's aura. It was as if Wei A had vanished into the void. Wei A's power rendered Shenmu speechless, as he could detect no traces of presence from him. Even more incredulous was how someone devoid of perception could suppress their own aura. Furthermore, some began to boast that Shen Jinghao was the world's top ADC. Though much of the online discourse seemed rather foolish. Incidentally, historical records do not mention Qin Shi Huaq as a corpulent figure, perhaps only our text contains such a claim. So there is no need to worry about Lao Fei doubting that I refer to the grave's owner he seeks to unearth. After listening once, Han Ge curiously clicked on the options symbol behind the song, discovering a feature to generate sheet music. If his appearance and demeanor closely matched that of the character, he could consider auditioning. Although Mayu possessed a high state of mind, his prowess did not match Chen Xianfeng's. Upon hearing the howling winds of the ghost prison, his consciousness became muddled, and he lost the focus to continue operating the Tiangang Beidou formation. It is known that regardless of whether at Y base or elsewhere, awakened individuals with special abilities are highly regarded wherever they go. Fae Digi struck again, entering the second layer, the central tier. However, upon unleashing his fully charged attack within the second layer, it vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. At last, Xiyao pushed the door open, and, hearing her footsteps fade, Si Hongchu rushed to lock the door. She should have remained dazed for a while longer. But Dao Yijinjuan's words jolted her awake. This was not the time for confusion. The deep-throated electromagnetic cannon replaced the silence. A metal projectile shot mercilessly toward Hong Jun. Bai Kai surveyed the battlefield, which appeared rather grim. The Fante people were no match for the red-skinned extraterrestrials. Excellent. Yao Yu nodded eagerly. Thus, Yao Yu joyfully followed the fifth prince home. Hey, can't you aspire to something more? A mere Buddha is not invincible. Perhaps I could poison his food and rid ourselves of that wretched creature. The last few words were squeezed out between gritted teeth. Yuchi did not retaliate. Indeed, he was taken aback by the sudden slap, rubbing his sore cheek while gazing wide-eyed at Nai Nai. The headquarters insisted on absolute compliance with their commands to fully control this mech. Familiar patrons boldly inquired, all eyes filled with curiosity directed at Xiyao. At that moment, the gaze of everyone in the square was fixated on Li Xian'er, though he knew that whether he was visible or not made little difference to her. He chose to remain concealed, merely to avoid the annoyance of being idly observed. Let us indulge in fine food and drink. Is that so? Bai Yin scratched his head, smiling gently. I am already grateful to be Yao Yao's beast husband. I nearly became a savage myself. Now, I only wish for Yao Yao and the little ones to grow up safe, healthy, and happy, asking for nothing more. Sichin shook his head helplessly, saying, You will achieve your wishes. With that, he turned and walked out of sight, returning home. Old Z inhaled the scent of Long Fei in the air, but was left even more perplexed. Both sides were present, but which was the true one? Old Z glanced toward the Fire Nation and chose to pursue the Shadow Clone's direction. Kubula growled in frustration, unable to devise a useful plan. Before Long Fei, he felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, unable to stir any waves. Downstairs, Lang Chaoshi confirmed repeatedly that the shop was filled with a foul odor, devoid of Huamushi's scent, before deciding to leave. In Xinyo, the only landmark was the Mountain of Accumulation, bordered by the Western world to the west and the eastern realm of Shengshenzhou to the east. If disciples of the Sherman wished to travel west, they must inevitably pass through the Mountain of Accumulation. The house was simply constructed yet sufficiently spacious and bright. comprising 5 rooms, a hall, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. The backyard included a firewood shed, chicken coop, and donkey stable, all enclosed by tall walls, ensuring Huamushi would no longer worry about intrusions during her absence. Confucianism established itself, leading to the coexistence of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and martial arts, while other schools faded into insignificance. The silver serpent bore numerous wounds. Against the sharp flying swords wielded by the opponent, its once impenetrable scales were breached in many places, particularly by the radiant red sword, which could even siphon its blood, gradually diminishing its aura and strength. Wang Shen originally intended to retain El Bin Zhong in his service but ended up the subject of ridicule, although he was quite vexed with the old man. Memories of their camaraderie over the past few months stirred a sense of reluctance. Yumier narrowed his eyes at the words, while Li Ling maintained an impassive demeanor, quietly observing Yumier. It was already commendable that Su Xiaoyuan did not clamp his legs tightly. He patted his chest, bolstering his spirits. No need for further words. I am who I am. Let us return. This place is now ours, Nobunaga declared. The massive head of Groudon loomed in Luther's mind as it drew closer, scrutinizing him intently. Axie collapsed beside the bed, tears streaming from her eyes, while Delisa said nothing, simply embracing her gently. Just as Sharona was about to ask Luther and Mai if they wished to team up for a game, she was abruptly yanked into a room by Karuna and the door was locked. Uncle Wang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yet he lacked the standing to criticize Zhao Yiming. Xiaji was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, raising her gaze to the ceiling like Tachibana AI, while Xiaming descended from her position to cover Xiaji's ears. Around them, the sea erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, each wave crashing like a dragon surging from the ocean, creating towering tides. Be bold. This is the Northming Supreme Lord, Steward Lu bellowed. Having just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, his aura akin to that of a dragon, commanding respect. A screech resonated as a car screeched to a halt outside. Emma Wu swiftly hid behind his office desk to ascertain the identity of the newcomer. All right, everyone, return to your seats. Teacher Sakura entered the classroom, clapping her hands, and the previously chatty students hurried back to their places. The Phoenix Cub is on its way. This was Wu Yan's inaugural experience with Hot Pot. As he inhaled the enticing aroma of the spicy and fragrant dish, he hesitantly took a bite. The exhilarating flavor caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was seized by a fit of coughing, his face flushed with color. Is it too spicy? He managed to gasp. I have already adjusted the spiciness for you. Sushio took a bite and found it quite satisfactory. The beef tripe here is perfectly suited for hot pot, though it could also be used for spicy skewers. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Zhang Xiaofei as he observed the desperately fleeing Garen. He realized he had been betrayed. A torrent of frustration surged through him. I do not require your interference. The auspicious occasion has passed, and you are free to leave, he stated. Wei Ming calmly adjusted his attire, masking the anguish on his face, and stepped outside with measured strides, with one hand clasped behind his back. His tall figure exuded an ethereal nobility, akin to a prince detached from the mortal realm. With a swift motion, the lamp igniter sent forth 24 calming pearls, sending the floating soldiers, including Zhu Long, hurtling through the air. After the children had fallen asleep, Yin Bingshan returned to the general's residence. He found Qi Mofan still drinking in the courtyard, and with an expressionless wave of his hand, he declared, I have returned, before heading directly to his room, collapsing onto the bed without removing his makeup or bathing, succumbing to deep slumber. Bafong erupted in fury, exclaiming, Damn it, this is my inn. Would I commit murder here? Who are you to slander me? As he shouted, his subordinates encircled Imon menacingly. Suddenly, objects began to rain down from the sky in abundance, scattering everywhere. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be fragments of something, taking on various shapes, with the foremost resembling a foot. At that moment, Lu Xing's thoughts came to a halt. Mo Wenjian required no contemplation, directly opting for the Dao fruit, the power of the great emperor realm. What business is it of yours? You go to great lengths to covet your sister's boyfriend, and yet you have the audacity to confront me? When one retorted, no longer willing to hold back. Meanwhile, the Malaysian players donned long-sleeve training attire during practice. Their training regimen was relatively simple, primarily focused on passing and receiving, with minimal intensity in their confrontational exercises. Time was of the essence. Robin's troops could appear at any moment nearby. Inform the demoning team to evacuate the woods and order the tanks to advance. The chieftain commanded with a furrowed brow. The ancient swordsmanship of Gu Yin was remarkably seasoned. Could it be that the truly capable are adept in every regard? The Chinese team's front line was well organized, yet the defense was lacking, particularly in the center-back position, where they struggled to find a player of comparable skill to do way. Amidst the gaze of many, the two finished their lunch in the cafeteria and, to avoid unnecessary trouble, parted ways as they exited, each heading homeward. Wei Feng moved stealthily through the forest, like a phantom, utilizing the cover of the trees. At this moment, he had employed the wave technique of his formidable ability, mastering the faintest sounds around the dense foliage. When Duoluo saw the terrifying night appear, he instinctively tightened his body, bracing himself against the potential detection by this fearsome figure. For Duoluo, the mind control and psychic shock represented formidable adversaries. The term had become a veritable taboo within the Lazio team, especially in the presence of Drogba. Uttering it was tantamount to courting death. Although Sang Chung was consumed by hatred, he could not conceive a more effective strategy against the cunning Yang Xiao. After numerous attempts at interrogation met with Yang Xiao's clever evasion, he could only watch as they nonchalantly departed after vandalizing the school building. In nearly a century, the first divine beast cub had emerged. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Su Shiyu lifted the hem of her dress and twirled in place, realizing that girls indeed require adornment, as it brings joy to both body and spirit. Wu Yin took a couple of steps forward, then paused, noting the fishy odor clinging to him. He decided to retreat to the house first for a bath. After a while, Wu Yin emerged, his body enveloped in steam. His dark red hair hung wetly over his shoulders, and his demeanor appeared quite cheerful. This expedition had its losses, but also gains. The most significant being the acquisition of warhorses, while the silver earned from the heads of the Tartars was merely a secondary reward. The distribution of spoils proved to be quite a conundrum for the two brothers. The land had once been a knitting factory, which, due to poor performance, was on the brink of closure. Coincidentally, Xiao had previously assisted the factory owner in a legal matter, and after quoting a reasonably fair price, it took only a few days for the factory to be transferred into Xiao's name. All right, please speak your mind. Zhu Houzhao nodded slightly. It was then that Li Yuanfu recounted the circumstances leading to his expulsion from the Lu family. She rummaged through the cabinet for quite some time before finally locating the marriage certificate. Subsequently, she made her way to the living room and dialed Luo Zhiyong's office, only to find that he had returned. They ventured to the largest pharmacy, and although it was still early, the place was already bustling with people. By noon, the weather took a sweltering turn, the sun scorching the earth and rendering everything around them unbearably hot. Shin Kanata was overwhelmed with unanswered questions, yet he felt he was inching closer to the truth. Sima Yue had also investigated his health condition, and had it not been for their numerous attempts to save him, he would not have survived to this day. In the front, the flag bearers quickly retreated, shouting for others to make way. At that moment, they could not afford to ponder too much. If Zhu Houzhao were to be injured, they would have no face to return home to their parents and would rather take their own lives in atonement. Li Aihua took the items with a hint of surprise. Surmising that Zhou Yunmei was not the type to bring gifts to her home, she speculated that they were purchased by Luo Zhiyong. If one were to speak reasonably, this truly constituted a benefit. The process of childbirth allows for thorough observation, ultimately resulting in stronger crafted treasures. Hanfen listened intently as Gege spoke of these secrets, feeling that the river Styx was shrouded in a mysterious veil. The higher-ups of the enemy forces displayed remarkable resolve, promptly adjusting their strategy, sending not only the troops prepared to airdrop onto Yunyu, but also dispatching more warships to assist with the landing. Apart from Hua Yuan and a few others, the 20th Squad followed closely behind Zhou Kuan, even joined by Yixing and Su Suyu. It was no wonder that the slave was grinning so broadly in that brief span. He had earned an entire year's worth of silver from Qingdao, and then some. A master craftsman holds immense value, yet once an arm is severed, it is likely that the craftsman's life would be irrevocably altered. Understanding this, one must approach life with both tenacity and a sense of acceptance. Confronting death is also a continuation and a chain reaction of life itself. Amazingly, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, claiming that Grandpa Ban was merely testing Daitu's character and advised him not to interject. Teacher Gu, too, enjoyed jesting, stating that while work was a given, disappearance was not an option. Zhou Kuan offered a shy smile. The opponent had not anticipated that Zhou Ming would strike so boldly, but their combat experience was also commendable. They immediately countered as Zhou Ming approached. He must be sunbathing on the rooftop, he remarked, dismissively shrugging. The sun there is quite pleasant. As the move was executed, a crimson radiance continuously shimmered and expanded around the Blue Moon Sovereign, forming a colossal halo that absorbed countless vital energies, entering a state of frenzy. I am the elder brother, he mused inwardly, though seeing the serious expression on the baby's face, he chose to remain silent. 167, has something happened at the seabed? After the arrival of their offspring, Wu Yin, like a phoenix, almost cradled Su Xiao in his palms, forbidding her from doing anything herself. Were it not for Su Xiao's firm protests, she would have been rendered immobile. Wu Yin, do not be so exaggerated. I am merely pregnant, not gravely ill. Do you not know that a mother should be encouraged to move about, lest she face complications during childbirth? Su Xiao could hardly endure the incessant presence of Wu Yin. Were it not for Wang Xingxin collapsing to the ground, he would have certainly marveled at Cheng Yaojin's astuteness while overhearing his words to Qin Qiong, a testament to Cheng's cunning nature. Although he merely took a half step back, the gaze of the youth in yellow began to darken. As Yuhao's pointed finger emanated a remarkably sharp elemental force of lightning, far purer than his own, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Cotton, which arrived in the Tang dynasty from the western regions, was not fully utilized. Instead, it was cultivated as an ornamental plant in the gardens of affluent families. Although there were western traders selling white cotton fabric, its price surpassed that of silk. Shincheng Shua was aware that no banquet is without ulterior motives. His mother's invitation to dine was not entirely innocent, yet he resolved to accompany her through thick and thin. After speaking, he instructed Qing Chumo and Yo Jianhu to bring forth a large chest, which upon opening revealed a collection of military manuals meticulously printed by Wang Xingxin, encompassing various military regulations, reward and punishment systems, and revised military songs. On the wedding car, Catherine overheard Cui Jun express astonishment alongside the driver and groomsmen. With her head adorned in a vibrant red veil, she lowered her gaze to stifle a giggle, her heart brimming with bliss and sweetness. Zhang Bao felt trepidation towards Lin Fan, while Duan Yidao held a deep respect for his martial predecessor, acknowledging him as a fellow warrior. Benefactor? Causing more bloodshed serves no purpose. Cui Benefactor, your heart is benevolent. I implore you to exercise restraint, or else the old monk can only advise you with his life. The white-browed monk said, palms raised in a gesture of peace, undeterred by fear. As myriad thoughts swirled in Li Yang's mind, he regained focus. However, when he glanced back at the river, the playful bluebird had vanished, evidently having flown away during his moment of distraction. Gu Qing, why does this paper airplane soar? Li Ji queried, perplexed as he held the delicate creation. She needed to remain vigilant in the early stages, observing the crew's dynamics. And the previous night's awkwardness warranted her some time to cool off. Once he obtained what he sought, he could leave the moon-cut sect ruins and later seek out Qing Wei and the others. Two third-tier demon kings appeared, a crow drenched in ink and a snake radiating green light. The ink crow attacked from the air, while the green serpent struck from the ground. You beast, just wait. I shall come and ensure your demise. Bai Yang shouted angrily before abruptly ending the call. Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters. A multitude of cultivators could arrive at any moment, yet in this desolate wasteland, there were no exits in sight. Jiang Jun, despite being a man, was slender, lacking the physical strength of Lin Fang. The audience gasped at Xiao Kai's movements after participating in several training sessions at Xingyun Hall. He had shown remarkable improvement, moving with a newfound agility akin to a serpent coiling around Yilang. This event gathered the brightest stars. As it was the most prestigious film award in the country, even mere nominations thrilled the actors, and those invited were usually eager to attend. It was evident that a simple dialogue could dispel the tension between the two parties, yet both involved were obliviously stubborn. In Wudu, the token in Pei Songyin's hand exuded the intimidation of a soul-reaping emissary. Amidst the snoring of his roommate Zhang Baiyuan, Lu Rui reluctantly rolled out of bed and headed towards the training room. 168, has there been an anomaly in the land of divine beasts? Nanqing exclaimed, displeased. That is impossible? Are you mad? How could the reward possibly be my little female? Wu Yin taunted, but she has already become my little female. Upon hearing this, Nanqing could no longer contain herself and lashed out with her tail. Wu Yin calmly raised her hand, conjuring a barrier that thwarted Nanqing's attack. Stop. Everyone, cease. Su Shiyu was quite exasperated. She hurriedly positioned herself between the two, attempting to prevent his advance. Indeed, I will handle this matter. In due time, news will undoubtedly circulate. And I believe the myriad clans will surely take the bait. The Soul Emperor chuckled. However, perhaps due to the incomplete nature of the legal decree or the excessively sparse vitality of the heavens and earth, the most one could attain was merely the realm of an internal martial arts master. Qixi felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Initially believing that Qi Jianglin had outright rejected the proposal, he now found that it had transformed into an acceptance by Ye. Did this imply that hope still lingered? It was utterly unexpected that the names of the medicinal herbs provided by the system mirrored those found here so precisely. Was this mere coincidence, or perhaps destiny at play? What did you mean by your earlier words? Shiman Chui Nyo suppressed the murderous intent swirling within him and inquired of Lin Yun in a cold, deep voice. Did you hear any sound? Sui scrutinized the surrounding darkness, where a brilliant azure light pervaded the atmosphere, resembling a black hole that devoured all. Before long, 5 tattooed men entered the private room occupied by Sitiyu and his companions. The leader was a towering figure, his robust muscles resembling a coiled dragon entwined around a tree, evoking a profound visual impact that was undoubtedly not the result of mere gym workouts. If this was indeed a deliberate act that had rendered her father bedridden for a year, Jiang Sushi would not let him off lightly. Get lost. The living dead, filled with rage, unleashed a devastating shot from his spear, instantly sending Lin Tiancheng flying. No need. This item is equally effective. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Even if I cannot overpower the adversary with this jade pendant in hand, I still have a chance for survival through surrender. Fang Jun asserted. Feng Mingyang and several officials from the provincial organization department arrived in Ling'an, proceeding directly to the municipal party committee building and arriving at Zheng Yi's office door. Lu Biao was acutely aware that all the mobilizable military strength in Jingzhou was concentrated in Jiangxia and Xiangyang, amounting to no less than 250,000. Meanwhile, the entirety of Jingzhou had no deployable forces. Long Yiru paused, her fury stifled by the words lodged in her throat. She shot a fierce glare at Chu Yinjia, just as a taxi passed by, and hurriedly reached out to hail it. However, the taxi seemed oblivious, driving straight ahead. Additionally, Jiang Beige might need to discuss with Xia Mingzhu the matter of leaving Zhou Zian, though Zhou Zian himself was genuinely reluctant to dwell on the issue. Another tremendous tremor reverberated through the ruins, accompanied by chilling howls and wails, this time even more powerful than before. The already dilapidated ruins crumbled further yet curiously did not raise a speck of dust. Moreover, one cannot be ungrateful when faced with kindness. Rin Tinhao and his son had treated him decently, and he had no reason to allow the Tianlong group to face destruction. Xing Fei stood utterly dumbfounded. Each word from the elder striking him like a heavy hammer, resonating in his mind. The ancient mysteries were known to few, even among the powerful in the immortal realm. Yet the elder divulged them all to him. The entire space measured approximately 12 or 13 square meters, and the walls had not been painted. The night wind seeped through the gaping cracks of the bricks, while it was forbidden to engage with civilian forces. It was conceivable that Cao Cao might turn and ally with Yuan Shao, potentially seizing my Puzhou first. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's mind erupted with excitement. While Ren Fingyu felt a growing sense of unease. A drought. Perhaps it would be better if I went instead. Su Shiyu remarked that to her knowledge. There exists a teleportation array in the western wilderness continent. Coincidentally, she intended to search for Moze and could ascertain the status of the teleportation array there. Nanxing replied, I shall accompany you. Wu Yan added, I will join as well. It is unsafe for you to venture alone. Nanxing retorted. Sister Yao Yao and I are going together, yet you have completely disregarded my presence. Wu Yan tilted his head in response. The first match was truly a spectacle for the Sweet Dream team, showcasing the exceptional maneuvers of San Yu and the assassin. The formidable output from Yulan and Tong Yao, and the crucial healing from Ming Yu at pivotal moments, each element was indispensable for their victory. The master of the Foxyod sect stowed away the skyward flying boat, a treasure whose utilization exacts a significant toll on one's cultivation. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing towards the dreaded Shura demon domain. Upon returning to the infirmary, Wang Xingxin dashed towards his tent, shaking off the snowflakes that had settled upon him. As he reached his tent, he flung open his sheepskin coat and slipped inside. At the front of the cavalry manor, the officer present was not the one Wang Gui had sought, but rather a captain, a robust man in his 30s clad in formidable iron armor. When he paused to acknowledge Wang Xingxin and his companions, he exchanged a few hushed words with a nearby squad. Qin and Qing promptly signaled to Qin Yong to organize the men to procure supplies. In no time, several tables were set up for a celebratory feast. And the entire village, alongside the personal guards brought by Qin and Qing, joyously partook in the festivities. On a summer night, Xia Yinhua gently tapped on several spots of the door, which then opened smoothly. As a seasoned fugitive, branded as EM, I deeply understand the agony of being hunted, the feeling of overwhelming power when confronting one adversary, yet being forced into a multitude against oneself. Such a profound sense of helplessness was likely her predicament. Wu San was momentarily taken aback. Hastily entering the room, he found the Iron Captain, Hu Shanzhang, laughing with another. While seated across from him was his elder brother. He was taken aback, his expression shifting multiple times, uncertain whether to enter or remain outside. Lu Ping was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a turn of events, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Although Cheng De had been courteous to him, it was merely a courtesy born of past affections. Once this matter came to light, he feared for his brother's safety and suspected that Cheng might well betray him to the authorities. It seems he remained quite loyal to his majesty, though others exhibit a lack of respect. Amidst the merchants' discussions, Ferrero's voice resonated from outside the door, which was then forcefully swung open by soldiers. Ferrero, commanding the royal guards, strode in with great authority. Order the fleet to dock at the land ahead, Tim instructed Nathan with a calm demeanor. The main forces of the Zhong family had recently suffered significant losses at the hands of the Jin soldiers in Guangzhou. The elite troops of the Song dynasty had lost over half their ranks, leaving only 20 to 30,000 under the command of Nangong Wentian. You are well aware of the consequences should you refuse the invitation from the elder, Yumi Te remarked. He did not mind taking a moment from his busy schedule to address the matter. The provisions offered to the commoners were rather decent. However, they could only linger for a short while. With nightfall approaching, they needed to continue their journey. Initially, he had intended to oversee matters from the rear upon his return. But it now appeared that Ma Zhou and County Magistrate Zhou were more than capable of handling the situation. Before long, Wang Jian and Wang Bin, fully armored, mounted their steeds and swiftly made their way toward the Tiger Bin military camp adjacent to the Xiangyang Royal Palace. This area, known as the Xian District, was designated for accommodating disciples from other sects participating in the grand competition, situated some distance from the Jia District. 170, Wu Yin has been summoned. Indeed. I can still fetch water. If you desire a drink, I can bring you more. Su Shiyu exchanged another barrel of water for him at the supermarket, fearing he might not have enough to drink. This time, it was indeed a genuine bottled water, holding a substantial 17 liters. The container for the water was rather astonishing. Chinju gazed at the bottled water with fascination, finding both the barrel and the water to be quite extraordinary. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, if absolutely necessary, a trial could be arranged. Upon hearing Chenhao's words, Lu Mingyao immediately embraced Chenhao's waist, tiptoeing to rest her chin on his shoulder. One by one, the items were placed down until everything was contained within the 5-fold 8 trigrams diagram I had drawn. It was indeed true. However, you are rather wicked for deceiving me. After discovering that her senior brothers were unharmed, Yinjima's tears transformed into laughter, revealing a smile as radiant and beautiful as a rainbow appearing after the rain. Du Hongxiu and a few attendants could only temporarily reside on Parrot Island, their daily lives being managed by Qin Mu, which led to a growing familiarity among them. Neither Gung Lei nor Erlei had brought a flashlight, and the basement revealed little. Accompanying me, Zhu Chikai continually bumped into things and eventually withdrew. I took a look, noticing many unfamiliar celestial beings, yet their names seemed quite formidable, such as heavenly generals and star deities. At this moment, Kangxi wore a slight smirk, his eyes fixed intently on the direction in which Xiao Zhuang had departed, lost in contemplation. Just then, Gengzi emerged with a shield, closely followed by Wu Ming, who confirmed the surrounding situation to be temporarily safe. Besides, they truly wouldn't touch the money. After all, the Qin family had endured poverty and scorn for many years. With such an opportunity at hand, why would they jeopardize it over money? Remarkably, the area was filled with square cages, each imprisoning a sphere of light, varying in brightness, from blindingly brilliant to flickering like a dying candle, as if they might be extinguished by the wind at any moment. Yet, the instant she closed her eyes, the pair of dark green irises beside her snapped open, gleaming like a leopard in the night, poised to capture its prey. The basement of the Wildcat served as a courtroom, a route previously traversed by Lin Yi and Yin Ji, thus not entirely unfamiliar. Of course, Madame Bovary's husband bore some fault as well, for he failed to make the most of the night to comfort his wife, neglecting to let her heart feel the sweetness of love. Lu Ruxu, do you realize with whom you were speaking? Dreamji's expression darkened instantly, his eyes shimmering with boundless murderous intent. As the head of the Wind Spirit sect, when had anyone dared to call him a beast unworthy of even a beast? Having left some food unfinished, Liang Cheng hastily chased after the boss, restraining himself from the impulse to confront him directly to avoid alarming the snake. What? Yitang gasped in shock, realizing that the bubbling sulfuric acid lake before him was far from a safe place. If a crack appeared in the energy shield, allowing even a drop of acid to seep in, it could ruin his appearance. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet the reality between those thoughts remained utterly elusive. At that moment, Luong and his companion spotted Lin Yun. Luong showed no reaction, his gaze vacant, emanating a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter. Did you not knock before entering? Qin Huai's comment was perceived by them as a disruption of a positive event, spoken in a fit of anger. When mentioning Qing Shui's father, Lin Su recalled him vividly. Back in Meiji County, Qing Shui was the teacher's pet, not only due to her exceptional grades but also because her family was quite wealthy. 171, a sign of transformation. Phoenix's favor 5, current favorability at 80. Swiftly approaching the target. The words "it's fine, I'm not that reluctant" that had lingered on the tip of my tongue were completely swallowed back. Sushiyo's eyes sparkled brightly as she nodded her head and said, "Yes, I will. But who can come from the Beast Divine Land? Wasn't it said that one can only enter but not exit?" Wu Yan's gaze was profound, and he replied in a deep voice, "As time progresses, we are not the only ones growing. You refuse to speak, do you? Can you endure? Let us see who can withstand it." He disregarded any notions of delicacy and, with a blink, raised his hand, delivering several sharp slaps. Wang Zhong also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he would be punished severely this time, but unexpectedly, the young master did not blame them at all. Ming Xian Guo and Xiao Yuwu had no intention of consuming the spiritual fruit at this stage, for there was only one fruit, and her cultivation level was still low, leaving her with little to comprehend. Therefore, Xiao Yuwu planned to wait until she established her foundation before consuming it, believing that the effects would be more pronounced then. Originally, Su Tang wanted to explain thoroughly. One was her good friend, and the other was the man she admired. She did not wish for misunderstandings to cause a rift between them. However, it cannot be blamed on Su Tang for lacking moral boundaries or for being too resolute. Luomu and Su Lu were not innocent when they caused the demise of her previous self. The world was a vast expanse of white, as far as the eye could see, with the blizzard becoming increasingly violent around noon, drastically reducing visibility and making it easy to lose one's way. Agu listened quietly, aware that Alex's tone remained deep. Agu understood that even without his inquiry, the teacher would recount tales of the past. Xiao Yuwu could not gauge the other's cultivation level and suspected he was also a foundation-building disciple, while the other two male disciples had reached the pinnacle of qi training. As dawn broke, in the dimly lit room, the rhythmic sound of breathing suddenly ceased, and Wu Qiang, who had been sleeping in bed, sat up abruptly. At that moment, she felt quite disheartened, having delivered heartfelt meals for so many days, yet the fourth master had not even summoned her inside for a brief conversation. Her senior brother had once mentioned that you had a fatal weakness, an overwhelming attachment to emotions. Although I do not know what schemes you may have in inviting me. Just to be cautious, I took your brother Nagong to a safe place. Sima Yu immediately contacted Lang Shuang and Jiang Shiying. And as they recalled the process of searching in Bei Yuzi's room, they provided a name, Yamamoto Kazuo. In truth, the odds in gambling inherently favor the house. In gambling at a casino set up by others, the chances of losing are certainly higher than winning. Aunt Su Ursha hesitated at the sight of so many people in the courtyard, hesitating and reluctant to approach. Su Hong has worked at the police station for many years, encountering all sorts of individuals, and he could easily discern Tang Lianhai's malicious intentions with just a moment's thought. The bare-chested man could hardly believe his defeat. Upon hearing Jin Tingji's triumphant voice, he could not contain his fury and charged forward once more. "I told you, your mind is muddled. You can't even distinguish between your own son and someone else's. Mijia's mother exclaimed fiercely. At most, she could no longer divide her property further, as a single employee. She was fortunate to possess what she had. No one knew the struggles he faced, the efforts he exerted, traversing both past and present, to return from the underworld to the realm of the living. Even so, the ferocious force of that strike caused Lin Yuan to collapse to the ground, blood oozing uncontrollably. Lian Beichuan pressed down with his wrist using hidden strength, compelling Song Duetian to release Gu Qidai. Yin Jia was indeed in a hurry, making his way to the restroom. Fully aware that he might encounter Gizi inside, yet he had no choice but to proceed. He quietly retreated to the back. Seizing the opportunity while his disciples fought against Chu Ming, Yu Songhai stealthily slipped away. Gu Qidai had intended to take her out for a stroll. But Chu He refused to leave the Yumin dance hall. To her, it was the safest place. 172, a ferocious star-level magical beast. Roar. As Moze finished speaking, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted outside. Quick, go take a look. The sound was far too familiar, prompting Su Xiyao to dash out for an inspection. The Serpent Tribe's legion had mobilized, ordering the city gates to be closed. The roars emanated from outside, accompanied by the thuds of something striking the gates. Beast King. There are star-level magical beasts in a state of rage outside. The report spread like wildfire throughout the city, causing a stir in public opinion. Consequently, the entire province became aware of this teacher-student romance, which, besides providing some entertainment value, what other benefits did it bring? In stark contrast to Wei Yi's current ease, Zhang Jimin and Li Jiumin found themselves in a much more precarious situation. Gobi material, gravel from the Gobi Desert, eroded by wind and sand, possesses a distinctive surface with uneven textures, suitable for pendants and ornaments. The Gobi material visibly contains cotton-like specks, indicating a coarse structure with large granules that cannot be finely crafted. A man clad in dark robes hurriedly approached, his striking phoenix eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, piercing through the night as they fixed upon her. Bakayaru, we must defeat them at all costs. The commander of the Japanese army shouted, leaping around in a futile attempt to coordinate a response against the formidable Eastern Sea Fleet, which stood resolutely in their way. Following this, the 129th Division unleashed a fierce barrage, employing all manner of weaponry, unforgiving artillery, rocket launchers, light and heavy machine guns, and grenade launchers, intensifying their assault on the Kuomintang forces. Wang Huanji felt a tinge of exhaustion. It seemed that every child he had brought into the world was more troublesome than the last, while the offspring of the Gu family were nothing short of exceptional. Strange, what a powerful spiritual energy field. Could it be that a master is cultivating within the wilderness god forest? At that moment, a boy around 17 or 18 paused, peering curiously into the depths of the woods. Feng Rupiang chuckled at Feng Yinji, her golden hairpin shaking lightly, producing a delicate chime that might stir the hearts of those who heard it. Promised to gather at 8:30 the next morning for a health check. Jiang Jun arrived at the office building at 7:30. The tunnel's end revealed an irregular cavern approximately 20 meters high and several hundred square meters wide. Although Chen Fei had entertained countless hypotheses beforehand, he was nonetheless taken aback upon encountering the light source. Returning to the city, Yihan's backpack was laden with nearly 4,000 gold coins, having purchased the endless blade and several potions. Chen Fei was particularly struck by the peculiar grassland below, which from above resembled a large character, exuding a unique charm. The two did not find Qin Yu and the three assailants at the scene. Only a few traces of blood remained from the skirmish. What? The attendants beside Takeda Shinjin were left in shock upon hearing the news. Rebellious leader. I am Peak Flame, the commander of the Mage Legion. It is an honor to collaborate with you, another mage player remarked with a smile. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted into the air. Unbeknownst to him, Zun Wui had been led to a cosmetics shop. At this moment, Shui Wuying glared at Tian Shaoan, who offered an awkward smile. He had grown accustomed to the senior's temperament. As the last to enter the misty area, he was now ensnared by the fox spirit. One could only imagine the fate of the others. At this juncture, Qin Yu released the fairy mansion, allowing her true form and the demon to enter, drawing upon the mansion's power to advance. Very well, esteemed bishop, Zalays held his sword upright against his chest, a gesture of authority in accordance with the church's customs. And when the blade was drawn, it signified slaughter. Yu Jian observed the exquisite monster girl, mistakenly believing she was merely a performer, only to find her a disconcerting blend of flesh and machinery. 22. Brother Yin, do you not wish to see the faces of these shadow family members? These individuals are perpetually shrouded in black cloth, concealing their features. It is quite peculiar, Lang Shui remarked with curiosity. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She looked earnestly at Qi Yu, contemplating that if she could harness this power, it might enable her to exact revenge. Should the burly monk find an opportunity to strike, it would spell disaster for Yin Xiao. Who would have thought that Lei Yu would execute a deceptive maneuver, twisting in midair in a manner contrary to logic? Appearing before another, his black hook descending like a divine scepter, crashing down with tremendous force. May you all perish. I have vowed to annihilate your entire Tianyu sect. As he beheld the scene, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. In the presence of underworld knight Tristan, this card could be specially summoned from the hand if it existed on the field. Lu Yi's expression was complex as he continued, you need not be overly sorrowful. Shuangshi Chao finally regained composure, expressing gratitude for his timely rescue. Had he not intervened, she would have perished at his hands. Shuangshi Chao gazed at him with a pitiful look. Shenwei conjured a massive sphere of lightning energy, tearing the ground as it soared forth. Before them stood a robust youth, appearing around 16 or 17, with a sturdy build and thick black hair, wielding a large bow. In the realm of the five elements, boundless wealth, worth billions of Biang pills, lay before Su Li, assimilated by his red Emperor Fire Sovereign aura. I did not. Nishino Nanes frantically wiped the spot recently licked by the Great Eagle, still in the midst of playing a game of chase with the cat girl. The minor engineering line was called over, wearing a displeased expression. However, as the crowd surged forward, a resounding thud echoed, emanating from Qin Xiaoyao's center, reverberating outward. The burly men spun in midair before tumbling down the slope. Is it not even on par with a golden treasure chest? No wonder one can only be ridden. Shenwei sighed with resignation. Justice and Xiyao exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. However, Su Yuaning and Ignat remained silent. As he spoke, the Great Eagle's hands reached towards Tarada Ran's cheeks, pinching the flesh and pulling it to the sides. Ask Aegis, An Xiaomiran, and the righteous Audrey Hall all nodded solemnly. 173, your illusion and my illusion seem to differ. Su Shiyo and Moze exchanged a glance, each discerning a mutual understanding reflected in the other's eyes. Su Shiyo remarked. It appears that this has been done intentionally. What? Who? Hong Ling and Hong Jin inquired in astonishment. Su Shiyao shook her head honestly, expressing her uncertainty. However, according to the principles of hypnosis, the sound of that whistle resembled a cue. Upon hearing it, one would inevitably succumb to a frenzied state. Observing that no one was inclined to raise their bids, Infeng let out a frustrated grunt, clearly irritated. It seemed this individual had aged, their judgment faltering. As they had sold what was once their most prized girl for such a meager price, at least it was not a loss. Yet, it appeared that the attractions were not merely scattered, they were in close proximity, merely separated by some foliage, rendering them invisible to one another. Would they yield or not? Watching the two in front of him, lost in thought, Yang Yang's eyes glinted with amusement. Wu Ming, however, was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Lin Wanyu appeared so anxious upon hearing Long Ji's voice. It was only when he entered the thatched hut and encountered Long Xiaojun again that he grasped the reason behind it. Liang Yunqing hesitated. His current mention of this matter to Wen Wan was not without purpose. Liang Yunqing never engaged in battles without assurance, yet whenever it pertained to Wen Wan, he became flustered, unable to think clearly, whether 5 years ago or now. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei's face darkened, water cascading down his features. Lin Wei quickly realized and hastily offered a tissue to Su Bei, pleading for her forgiveness, for it was unintentional. Mr. Wu, greetings. Our employer has requested that we await your arrival here. Please follow me, a robust figure in black said, respectfully gesturing towards the car door. Su Xiang casually glanced at the anticipated history of the first pope, exiled, from his ascension to papacy until the end of his life. What is the matter? Liu inquired. Although this iron tower was currently called the Eiffel Tower, since Glow had mentioned it, it was undoubtedly correct, suggesting that the Eiffel Tower still had areas in need of refinement. Perhaps it was a case of joy turning to sorrow, underwater. Zuofeng swiftly twisted the net into a rope, maneuvering it through the gills of the large black-spotted fish. Just as he was about to swim to the surface, something seemed to latch onto his foot, tightening its grip. He turned on the television to watch Detective Conan, and after a few minutes, his peripheral vision caught sight of the phone beside him. He rolled his eyes, picked up the phone, and dialed Gu Liken's number. Lin Fan, being a dragon body, merely needed to infuse a hint of dragon energy into the koi to ensure its vitality. On Chang'an Street, once everyone learned of Qin Xing's challenge to Tu Jialua, they were all invigorated and excited, shouting incessantly. Yun Shua smiled at Shangguan Liener, Sister Liener, practiced diligently. I'm off to play with brother Nanjiao. And tugged Nanjiao into a side hall to frolic. Knowing she was aware, Yang Rong ceased her concealment, reclining in her chair, her gaze indifferent as she questioned her. In their past lives, despite some frustrations, they ultimately lived peacefully, without disaster. Gu Liken rested for a moment, then lifted his gaze to her, fatigue etched in his brow. His tone low and languid, tinged with an uncommon hint of affection. Striding into the office, Wang Kai's snoring was still quite loud. Zhou Yiyang hesitated for a time before finally deciding to push open the bedroom door and step inside. Jiang Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he blocked Lin Fan's path, gripping his arms tightly, eyes wide. Regardless of how glitched the game was, as long as this point was realized, even the most trite games would attract players who wished to continue. 174, yet another precognitive dream. Jiangxing, have you lost your mind? Jiangxing, how did you fall into your own trap? Wake up quickly. If you don't come to your senses, we'll all be finished. A group of individuals bore swollen cheeks from the blows, yet could not rouse Jiangxing. At that moment, Jiangxing resembled a marionette, manipulated by Su Shiyao, obeying her every command. No matter how much his companions shouted for him, he remained ensnared in the illusion. Good. Hui scoffed, clenching his fists as his gaze locked onto Chu Feng, an icy aura radiating from him. However, upon suddenly catching sight of a photograph of Jun Xiaoyan in a police uniform on the ground, a suppressed hatred amassed over 18 years surged within him. Night Yuzong spoke. directly firing at the four surrounding liquefaction tanks, instantly filling the entire temple with crimson smoke. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's expression was also exceedingly grim. Wasn't Hao Yuan deemed useless? Why was the crystal sphere unable to withstand his true power? Could it be he truly possessed the strength of a late-stage yellow rank? Given Hao Yuan's innate talent and theoretical knowledge, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in the Inner Academy in the future. Finally, someone in the backseat reacted. Lin Muyang distinctly sensed Su Anren's complexion pale significantly. Smirking, Yang Qichen leaned closer to Su Anren, his head tilting towards her ear. Min, how did your performance go this morning? Mu Luo teased in her signature doll-like voice, her alluring eyes sparkling. Haha, sometimes it's better to be fortuitous. Just as I was saying, I had nowhere to store my things. Qin Hao chuckled. The focus of firepower centered on Lin Qingjie, who was in a state of despair. Witnessing Zhang Jiming escaping the beating was painfully glaring. Lord Li's affairs implicated Song Qinan, and Ling Qiong had other intentions concerning the male protagonist's withdrawal, thus persuading Yu Gaoang to wait a little longer, hinting that Lord Li's situation was more complicated than it seemed. Just as the chilling aura of the Qingxuang made Lu Zhu's flesh tremble, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared, instantly dispelling Dan Aixian's sword momentum. The 3 shards that fell to the ground fused into one, and after a brilliant flash, Vandy and the Black Cat returned to the real world. And this mirror would never separate again. Likewise, Yunai's and her sister would share the same fate. Wangchen, long time no see. The black-faced figure revealed a cold smile, slowly addressing Wangchen. Ever since learning that his parents were returning home next month, Fangcheng had been counting down the days. This place appeared off, and Ling Qiang hesitated to carelessly move anything on her person, enduring the sweltering heat. It is worth noting that among the 4 polar war gods, aside from the Arctic war god, the strongest as the eldest brother, having reached the golden immortal realm, the other 3 war gods were merely at the Tai Xianxin level. Himianer suddenly felt utterly despondent. The news she gathered from outside indicated that the 4th prince had been confined to the House of Clan. Li Chun stealthily approached Fang Cheng's desk, initially attempting to cozy up to Lin Qingjie, hoping to gain something from him. However, as the college entrance examination approached, her classmates had shifted their focus entirely to studying, leaving Germany severely lacking in potential benefactors. Upon mentioning his master, the Yunlong Jinren, Yang Fan felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. It was understandable. As the eldest disciple of Qi Long Peak, he now handled many trivial matters within the sect, making it unlikely for his master to allow him the freedom to descend the mountain as he once did. Only the Sparrow and Wolf duo found themselves without opponents. Thus, the crucial battle fell upon them, for they faced no obstruction and could advance towards the execution platform without hindrance. However, he was relieved that others were safe. Yet he harbored resentment towards the server who failed to call him. Had it been him receiving the call instead of Wuxiu Fa, perhaps such misunderstandings could have been avoided. 175. The authenticity of the holy female. Haha. Well, that would be Wu Yin, the national master of the southern wilderness continent, as well as the divine beast Phoenix. He assisted us in halting the rainy season, expending a considerable amount of his strength. Thus, I accompanied him on the solitary island for a while. Su Shiyu smiled awkwardly and offered a reluctant explanation regarding Wu Yan's identity. Oh, so you've accompanied him for a while, and now you have a little one? Huh? How do you know? Su Shiyao, belatedly covering her mouth, realized that among the remaining monsters, aside from the high-level creatures like the Corpse Igniter and Scorpion Lord, which had special enhancements, all had been replaced by monsters ranging from levels 15 to 19, with an average attribute increase of 8 points per creature. Closest to Yue, Yangsu and Li Cha-Ching at the banquet table remained silent, merely sipping their drinks and engaging in casual conversation, seemingly undisturbed by the external clamor. Once she located Baiyu, she intended to pull him directly into the space, regardless of the circumstances. Zhang Lingyun's expression darkened as he recognized that he had misjudged his own standing. As the head of the Sword Master Hall, he felt out of place. Something that even Tan Yinhai would not dare to do during his tenure. Initially, however, when Zhang Lingyun invited Bao Tian into the fold, he maintained a proper position. Meanwhile, Harry, a swordsman, drew a slender sword from his waist as he exited, while Ryan donned a pair of exceptionally standard boxing gloves. Before he could finish speaking, Yale's body dissolved into a cloud, casting an eerie black hue across the entire cloud palace, resembling a dense storm cloud, concealed in a shadowy alley. Ryan's piercing gaze spotted Inalu, nonchalantly seated atop a cloud sphere, munching on an apple in the center of the street. Our acquaintance was purely coincidental. I had just descended the mountain. Shang Yi recounted the first encounter with Hanya at the Huizue building, leaving Liao Xiong momentarily stunned. However, the skill of listening to the wind had not been perfected, preventing true invisibility, as onlookers could still perceive a translucent shadow moving on the ground. In a backward, entertainment-deprived fairy tale world, bards were the most cherished individuals, wandering to collect local legends and share tales. They cast spells through music, evoking tears and joy in their audiences, embodying the essence of a life spent roaming the world. Qian Yin sighed in relief. If the opponent were not too formidable, they could negotiate and find a mutually beneficial solution. However, it was unexpected that someone would come to seize the spirit turtle. Given the deep-seated hatred, there was a desire to eliminate Yang Qi. At that time, Huang Yuyang had not presented a billion taels of silver but instead owed 100 million. implying that he had allocated that sum in a manner detrimental to Yang Qi, even desiring to take his life. In the distance, the sound of thundering hoofbeats announced the arrival of the king's convoy. Upon witnessing this, Li Ling quickly stepped aside, not wishing to provoke anyone, be it Cersei or Joffrey, as inciting either would lead to significant trouble. Although unafraid, he had no intention of confronting hundreds of powerful guards. Additionally, Gui Bao lacked the necessary spirit stones but still purchased foundation building pills at the auction, sharing the same aspirations as many wandering cultivators. Hoping to seize the opportunity to contest for foundation herbs and refined foundation pills. Feeling her master's heartfelt intentions, Mi Zhu leaned against him, allowing tears to flow freely. Unabashedly mourning for Tian Xuanzai, the serene and affectionate embrace of the beloved disciple under the moonlight rendered them like ethereal fairies, enveloped in a silvery glow. Observing Zhou Xinnan's cold and disdainful demeanor, the decapitated pseudo-emperor remained unfazed. The sect leader, undeterred, circulated his internal energy and bellowed, swinging his great blade horizontally, causing the incoming iron feathers to be completely deflected. The young man retreated repeatedly, fleeing the hall. They harbored a disdain for the female. Mose escorted them to the Universe Beast Forest, witnessing Su Shiyao reuniting with Si Chen before greeting him, urging him to take good care of Yao Yao, and then departing with the beast men. Yao Yao, are you truly heading to the Eastern Wilderness continent? Ding Xiang, still clouded in confusion, felt as if she were dreaming. I will initiate the teleportation array, directly targeting the Eastern Wilderness continent. To prevent the teleportation array from cooling down, they chose to do so within the Universe Beast Forest. Bai Shao remained silent, yet raised his hands, gesturing left and right, up and down, while muttering an incomprehensible incantation, drawing curious glances from the crowd, who were unsure of his intentions. As for himself, he naively believed that others were unaware of anything, foolishly revealing the greatest secret. What would come next? Fabricating a lie? Consequently, several vice commanders proposed that they could not remain idle and should lead their men in search of provisions, which the soldiers readily agreed to. Subsequently, Qin Yang casually grasped a blood-slaughter demon sword, feeling its weightlessness. Sometimes, the choices we make are far more significant than our abilities. Opportunities arise. And if one fails to seize them or makes erroneous choices, it is not others' fault for excluding you, is it? This green light seemed extraordinarily powerful. After a string of curses, it merely hummed, as if already aware of all that transpired here. After waiting for the external commotion to subside, Tang Yu unexpectedly departed, treating their demon clan as mere jesters. It was precisely because of the other party that he had gained certain opportunities, boosting his strength significantly in a short time. In summary, Tang Hongdou could not fathom that a rather burly male student studying criminal investigation possessed such subtle thoughts. Regardless, Tang Hongdou was naturally affable, and as they interacted, they genuinely became good friends, thus sparing no expense when it came to ordering food. Here, your voice holds no sway, due to the flames and ice. Having just ascended to the Saint King realm, their influence in the celestial realm was limited. Thus, the three great saints regarded the 8 extreme saint under their command with disdain, issuing a cold warning. However, when the water arrow struck the sword wall, it posed no harm and was effortlessly shattered. Tu Chi Tong clenched his fists, feeling the surge of robust internal energy coursing through him, while the legs beneath the quilt began to regain sensation. Although the medicine gourd prohibited him from getting out of bed to avoid depleting his internal power, Tu Chi Tong understood his body well. He was nearly fully recovered. Just then, a furious roar echoed. Have you no eyes? Bei Chong, who was initially observing from the sidelines, was unexpectedly struck on the head by a man from Dongchong wielding a stool, naturally inciting his ire. He seized a weapon and plunged into the fray. While Bei Chong's lightning-fast reflexes proved futile in the chaotic scene that ensued, the captain, who had been peering through binoculars at distant vessels, abruptly turned to gaze at Yang Hua approaching from behind, taken aback by the sight. Meanwhile, Nagong Chu had released her grip on his knife-wielding hand. However, Black remained as rigid as a wooden figure, maintaining a comical pose of attack. She uttered no further words, merely casting a deep glance at him before slowly turning away, her solitary footsteps leading her back along the verdant path. The mountains were lush, the sun descending languidly, casting a golden hue upon the greenery. The sky was a vast expanse of clear blue, with a gentle breeze stirring the fallen leaves, captivating the star's gaze. A vessel as grand as the Guangchuan could not approach the shore. The biting cold and tumultuous waves rendered it impossible. The sea bandits, unaccustomed to winter swimming, found their escape routes utterly severed, as swimming back would be tantamount to suicide. With Shi Yuanhang present, Bai Tsuain dared not take liberties, though she harbored discontent within, responding dismissively with a nonchalant yes. This was indeed Lin Feng's way of summoning him out, though somewhat forceful. Lin Feng believed this method would undoubtedly coax him into the open. Having tidied his belongings, Lin Feng planned to return to the city the following day, with this evening marking his final night at home. Gently supporting the unconscious Ai Lu, he carried her into the cabin, restarted the engine, and steered the yacht into motion. Navigating towards another yacht anchored in the open sea, cradling Ai Lu wrapped in a blanket as he continued to operate the vessel. Do you not fear that your investment may go to waste, considering you do not even know me? Feng Li inquired, puzzled. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, ready to defend the Zhu siblings, only to be met with an unexpected proposition. Lifting his cup, he took a sip, struggling to comprehend what Qin Jingru meant by disappointment. Zhang Yuan Minfu was elated. Usually, Ding Mei avoided him at the hospital, offering only brief exchanges before making excuses to leave. What had prompted such a change today? Was she hinting at something or offering him an opportunity? By the way, do you have any plans? If not, let us dine together. I have 2 comrades from military training with me, Fu Yin suggested. Li Si's eyes reflected surprise. He had not anticipated such an occurrence, which exceeded his expectations and left him in a state of astonishment. What kind of response did we receive from the American government regarding the blueprints I submitted last time? Fong Li pondered, reflecting on his dealings with them. The two scanned the ground below, discovering no signs of life, before hovering over the lifeless body of the soul devourer. Their fists, radiating an array of colors as if adorned with the most dazzling effects, struck towards the cloaked elder. After 7 turns and 8 bursts of speed, he was still firmly struck on the backside by a bamboo staff, eliciting a sharp pain that sent a shiver through Zhao Zilong's body. However, today bore considerable rewards. The village chief, having witnessed Dongfang Yuping's extraordinary abilities, sought to ally with him, generously declaring, "Tonight, let us feast freely." I suppose, Yin Hao mused, rubbing his nose and nodding, while simultaneously retrieving the corpse of the 9-tailed demon sparrow. Fu Hanchuan unleashed his Zhu Yin power, violently assaulting the blood-soaked bats that approached, reducing them to ashes under the sheer force of his might. "Very well. Do not regret your decision," Yun Hao replied with a faint smile, as he gathered a flame in his palm and infused it into the alchemical cauldron. Yet, should she claim an inability to compose poetry, she would become the target of ridicule from those affluent young men, an unfortunate fate indeed. "A fleeting acquaintance does not guarantee a connection," Xian Juanxin remarked. "Upon our initial meeting, my curiosity was piqued, yet I never anticipated marrying you. Who would have thought that curiosity would ensnare me so thoroughly?" The once arrogant Hong Zhan suddenly found clarity, realizing his predicament, trapped without an escape, paralyzed by fear and engulfed in torment. Unlike any other day. Several corridors at the airport abruptly closed, the gentle voice of the flight attendant resonating through the hall, urging passengers to vacate immediately as all flights were cancelled. 177. The Talon stripped away. You are outsiders and thus remain oblivious to our evolution here. As you noted, the East Wilderness continent currently operates under a matriarchal society, where the Beast King is female. They have discovered new means to acquire talents, rendering males unnecessary, and we are among the discarded male beastmen. The Santa clan leader's gaze dimmed significantly. Despite his verbal disdain for females and his desire to expel them, his actions remained restrained and cautious. The press conference could no longer proceed as Su hurriedly grasped Qin Qinglong's hand and departed. The media, unwilling to relent, surrounded them in a chaotic frenzy, leaving Lin Bixiao's hair and dress in a disheveled state. At this moment, Luo Dashan's complexion appeared significantly better than during his time in the hospital. Even an ordinary person could discern his deteriorating health back then. However, he now exuded a vitality and well-being that far surpassed his hospital days. Furthermore, associating with Li Jiang was not a source of shame. Having survived the 5th-tier Xianzun tribulation at just 18 and possessing an 8th-tier Xianzun avatar, his future achievements were destined to be remarkable. A chaotic surge of spiritual energy dispersed in the air, followed by a violent cough. As Feng Wei spat a mouthful of blood. Is he truly my husband? I pondered, reflecting on my former spouse, once as pure as a blank canvas. His most poignant moment being when he held me close and wept before taking poison. Had I not stumbled upon his secret, perhaps he would have spent his life hiding my portrait. No matter how clever the escape plan, it could only be employed a limited number of times. And Lu Xinghao realized he was truly trapped this time. This was no longer merely a matter of personal honor. It concerned the reputation of the Xuanji sect. The fact that one of the 6 great holy lands, the Xuanji sect, could not respond to the provocation from the Miaojiang Holy Land would surely render it a laughingstock among the other sects if word got out. The village man picked up a wheel, tapping and poking at it, his astonishment evident as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I feared he might put it in his mouth to bite. Thankfully, he danced around the barrier, singing and laughing while joyfully carrying the wheel and steering it away. Regarding the strength of the fiery tiger, I was well aware. Despite being a 4th-tier spirit beast now, its fate was sealed. As I spoke, I slightly bent forward, my hair tinged with a rosy hue cascading past my exquisite face, my fox-like eyes glimmering with unique allure. Upon entering the tempura restaurant, Tang Lei found the bar similar to those he had visited recently, featuring a long counter with several wooden stools haphazardly placed beneath it. Do you not believe me? Yujun haughtily turned her head away, only for Tangqing to turn her back to face him again. The technique, a combination of the comprehensive transformation, the Great Smash, the Gale Assault, and the Demon Heart's infernal body, unleashed dozens of hidden strikes. Following the competition for the self-esteem legacy, a new wave of turmoil arose, instilling panic among disciples of various sections. Since this ginseng auction was an industry exchange rather than a typical auction, there were no fees involved. After submitting his bank card number, 11, 65 million yuan was transferred in full to Tang Lei's account. Listening to Nan Ting and Qingyu converse, Tang Qing became oblivious to his surroundings and reluctantly hung up the phone. When Tin Zhouyu saw Yujun arrive, he initially intended to ignore her. But upon noticing Nanjian Ruin's presence, he could only muster a forced smile to welcome them. In this era, there were no elaborate New Year celebrations akin to those in later generations, nor was there a custom of setting off firecrackers at midnight. The prevailing ethos emphasized frugality and thrift. Perhaps this was my fate. How splendid it would have been had I never encountered Linda Shang, had nothing ever begun. And only I remained. Geng Maoshan, enraged, opened his mouth to speak but found no words, ultimately remaining silent as he slammed his armrest and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of cola. She gazed at the indistinct figure above, then leaped down, splashing water upon herself. She watched Zhong Xinshin approach like a prince, yet he did not come for her. She was neither Cinderella nor a princess. Lin Hui's situation was unfortunate, and although Fu Shi's ire fell upon him, Yukon felt deeply wronged but could only endure. However, enduring once was easy. Could one truly bear it for a lifetime? I have no desire for anything but a simple life, he stated, his unwavering gaze reflecting determination. Stop. No more fighting. Wei Yu exclaimed, his voice filled with distress, as he realized he could scarcely withstand even one blow from the scythe or the scorpion tail. Further confrontation would lead to far worse than mere bruises. However, the sisters had a date that afternoon, closing the shop early to leave. The fried snack shop owner, situated in a deeper part of the street, was unlikely to witness the unfolding events and would not promptly report them. Now, they hoped for a kind soul to intervene and alert the authorities. Not all police officers are indifferent. Once they pursued, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Had they not caught the officers off guard, how could they have successfully intercepted a living person? Zhu Ming shuddered, his chin lifting slightly, and I finally discerned his features. He appeared honest, with well-defined features, and clad in attire befitting a proper monk. Zhuo Zhaojia felt embarrassment more than joy due to the Yu family's prior lack of opposition to Ning Yaobi, his face reddening as he lowered his head. The Liao King and his queen were captured, currently guarded by a rogue in the central hall of the Liao royal residence. Under the light, the rogue's long, disheveled hair was tied with a white ribbon, and his brown attire, paired with a katana at his waist, gleamed ominously. She gently closed her eyes. Her long lashes resembling ink strokes, her luscious lips pressed tightly together, accentuating her exquisitely enchanting visage. If not for her, Dream Beauty's plans would have undoubtedly succeeded. Yet, why did she suddenly choose to assist me? 17. Seizing talent is unacceptable. Where do you come from? You possess talent? You didn't emerge from the royal city, did you? Are you deliberately approaching us? What is your objective? We have nothing left to offer. What more do you desire? The Santa clan leader's agitation grew palpable as he abruptly stood, his frenzied demeanor prompting Xichin to rise as well, protectively positioning himself in front of Su Xiyao. I do possess talent. However, my mention of the royal city was merely casual. If I truly intended to go, I would lack the courage. Just look at the bodyguards that appeared last time. They would likely expel me before I even set foot inside. In response to the awkward situation, Luo Qin could only divert attention, turning to his sister, who was watching the unfolding drama. At the very least, considering Yi Xian's current worth, she hardly merited such a price unless she truly became a deity. However, Chen Shirlio's rejection did not deter the white-clad angel from fervently pursuing her, as gifts and flowers continued to pour in, and he remained unwavering in his affection for her. Upon hearing the voice of Ma Kangyi, the three who understood he had revived broke into joyous smiles. Aware of the changes in his body, Ma Kangyi understood better than anyone else. Believing the soul demon before him had tampered with his body, he bellowed, "What is happening? What have you done to me?" Simultaneously, a portion of energy was forcibly seized and gathered, with the intention of employing the dark dragon spear to pierce the person before me. However, despite the presence of such a picturesque locale, I have chosen not to exploit it for business or decoration. Meanwhile, sitting before the television to watch the Champions League final, Camacho, the head coach of the Chinese national team, unexpectedly glanced at Tang Zheng. Her hair was a deep green, cascading behind her like seaweed, and her light golden eyes sparkled with curiosity, revealing pointed ears. Over 90% of the fans were astounded by Tang Zheng's 2 goals despite battling a high fever, showering him with praise. Recently, a remarkable group of individuals had arrived in Day Continent. Although they were merely retired elders now, they were once renowned figures decades ago. Ding Xingxin's face flickered with shades of red and green, as Yi Wutian's words were always veiled in insinuation, hinting at something more. Do not think I lack the courage. Yu Sun raised his hand in anger, but froze in mid-air upon seeing Long Fu's crimson eyes. Han Xing felt perplexed, sensing that these two had come prepared. Yet he could not fathom when he had offended such formidable opponents. I have seen it, thank you. Duo acknowledged her relief upon realizing Feng Lianqing was present. After uttering those words, Mu Siye appeared calm as she passed by Mo Yihan and Princess Jinxiu towards the rear courtyard. Once out of their sight, the mask of tranquility faded, revealing a gloom that enveloped her entire being. As time ticked by, the third amp began to tremble slightly, while Su Qinying knelt nearby, unable to contain her tears, looking particularly pitiful. What should we do? Master Ma, who was lighting a cigarette, spoke to Master Jiang, who was boiling glue, both gazing gravely at Jinyang. After a decade of relentless pursuit, the truth suddenly emerged, and Tai Xiaoyao's calm demeanor was somewhat unnerving. Su Feng was aware that his words were not entirely accurate and could easily offend others, yet in the moment, He spoke rather provocatively to clarify matters and enlighten his fellow villagers. Moments later, the intelligent brain had searched through the communication records of Yi Dongxin and others, but found nothing amiss, leaving them uncertain. At this juncture, Weishan, Taishan, Qian, Quan Etian, Yinchuan, Huizhou, Gu Mingjun, and others entered the hall, with Taishan calling out twice with no response. The assembly of deities searched for the elusive Yisher Guan, when suddenly, faint, peculiar cries emanated from within the inner hall. Yueshan and Taishan exchanged glances and stepped toward the inner sanctum. Who was the person being rescued? Hey, this is the royal city. Not a place for idle folk like you to enter. Get out. The vicinity of the royal city was predominantly black soil, with most comers and goers being female. Countless patrolling guards were present, and male beast men disguised as females attempting to sneak and were swiftly expelled by the guards, falling to the ground in a pitiful state. Please, let me in to find my female. My child is inside too, one man pleaded. Luoyu, are you all right? Ningxinyu approached Luoyu, who was enveloped in a radiant glow, her concern evident. The entrance was illuminated, and the gentle light of the rainy day accentuated Ningxinyu's curvaceous and enchanting figure. What do you think of Cecina's bold declaration that the remaining teams can contend for second place? A reporter from Milan rose to inquire. I know what you intend. Xia Mingyu opened her eyes slightly, noticing Lu Yaoshi holding the curtain, feeling the cool breeze blowing from behind. I am ready. The rest depends on you, she said with a smile before closing her eyes again, awaiting the next moment. The second half commenced, yet it seemed a mere replica of the first. As the Perugia players, fueled by a commanding presence, pressed Cecina back into their own half, Wang Jianji explained. Unlike some stars who require 4 or 5 assistants to lead a life akin to royalty, He Cunghai was a responsible leader who pondered deeply after listening to Pan Shuelia. No, Meimu firmly stated, her gaze fixated on the exquisitely beautiful yet ethereal flower, expressing utmost conviction that this pale blue blossom was indeed the fabled illusory spirit flower. Following the absorption of celestial thunder's energy, the power of the thunder bow and secret thunder arrow had surged, capable of annihilating even those at the spirit realm, let alone the formidable lightning web crafted from its essence. After watching the match against Perugia, Xiaolei became restless, seizing the opportunity during a work break to thoroughly review several recent matches participated in by Gao Chuan. Upon entering the refining chamber, Guyan activated the formations within to ensure no one could enter without his permission, before settling down to meditate. Yun Sui accompanied her brothers to the haunted house and escape room in the morning, enjoyed a hot pot for lunch, and then watched 2 films in succession before finally returning home. This isn't malted milk, nor peach crumb biscuits. This is made with eggs, fried in oil. It's delicious, Ching Ji Ching. You should eat it while it's warm, Wang Hong unabashedly announced, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Ultimately, it was Zhu Jun who left him with an irreparable mess in the eyes of the world. No, my mother will not leave. Once I assist the crown prince in achieving his desires, I shall become the crown princess of the East Palace and equal to Lin Yanqi. At that time, I will certainly find a way to bring my mother back. I will arrange everything. For these 3 days, you need only remain in my temple. By the way, bring back something tangible from another world to prove your words. Mere words will not suffice. A flash of white light enveloped Athena, transforming her back into a statue as she departed for Olympus. Observing Li Rulin's anxious expression, Lu Xiaowei couldn't help but recall his older brother's visage. Naturally, Yu Wei would not neglect to pick up the elders. The earlier claim of him and Yi Mingjia not being involved was impossible. Once the talisman was donned, Ci Yanfeng felt an invisible shackle being unbound, suddenly realizing how absurd it had been to remain silent all along. Who is the true sacred femme? A silhouette of Ding Xiang flashed in his mind as he struggled to recall after such a long passage of time. Finally, he envisioned a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ding Xiang, smiling warmly at him. Ding Xiang, is that truly you? After regaining his senses, Ding Qian slowed his breath, fearful of startling her away. Yes, big brother, do you not recognize me? Ding Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Something happened? What could possibly happen? Even if it were the greatest calamity, it no longer concerns me. Languidly holding Fudo in her embrace, Yushi felt utterly at ease, wishing for a conversation devoid of any mention of the Yu residents. Hearing the madam speak thus, those present, regardless of their actual culpability, hastily begged for mercy, pointing fingers at one another. Upon witnessing this, Goshing discreetly tugged at Mama Chin's sleeve, prompting her to promptly bow and respond to the arrangements. Zhu Zhiyong wanted to inquire, but seeing Wu Zhongguo's expression, he refrained, hastily lowering his head to eat. This can't be real, can it? Why did I not notice this earlier? Dai Yao inquired, astonished. Had it not been for Lin Yi's remark, he himself would have remained oblivious to such a situation. Upon hearing this, I chuckled softly. Yet a sense of perplexity enveloped me. Why did the class teacher's father speak in such an unusual manner, as if his words held hidden implications? James furrowed his brow in concern. Was Chalmers' statement not akin to a slap in Chris Bosch's face? Did this fellow no longer possess a sense of camaraderie? We are all teammates and good friends. Why utter such words? Before I could interject, a sudden instinct of danger surged within me, compelling me to halt. Although the guards within the manor had grown lax, I dared not let my guard down. This instinct had saved my life countless times. Hence, Despite the absence of any forewarnings, I chose to trust this instinct unwaveringly. Ren Guanyu felt a twitch in his brow. His worries were indirectly validated by Yu Lang's words. It was now almost certain that the ailment afflicting Master Guanshan was somehow linked to Master Xiaoya. From my perspective, Cao Shua's elite forces, numbering merely around 15 to 16,000, those seasoned warriors had been engaged in relentless battles and were utterly fatigued. I was taken aback. Since my arrival in Hokkaido, an abundance of extraordinary events had transpired, leaving me no time to sit down and thoroughly organize my thoughts. I had been hastily pursuing forward, indeed feeling a sense of disorientation. Young lady, when the second young master places a silver note of 10,000 taels before the first madam and the eldest young lady, it will truly be a moment of vindication. Surely our good days are on the horizon. Bitao appeared to be lost in her delightful reverie. As Lu Badu drew near, old Master Long gradually regained his composure. Clearly, he understood that he could not afford to be excessively furious. Ancestor, I, a descendant of the Lu family, would never dare contravene the ancestral teachings of the Lu clan upon my death, as dictated by the four clans, Lu Sini asserted solemnly. I have matters to attend to and cannot divulge the details, Lu Badu replied casually, exuding an air of indifference. Ah, old fellow, I perceive you are rather muddled, Zhao Nie remarked with a sneer of disdain. As the second confrontation between Motari and Thornton was about to commence, the three of them struck simultaneously. Rigber acquiesced to Prevail's proposal. In truth, he had no choice but to comply. The moment combat commenced, the casualties were severe, if they did not alter their strategic approach. Dissatisfaction would surely brew among many, for this fleet did not belong solely to the British. Aliang obediently responded, yes, yes, falling silent once more, reverting to that icy demeanor. 181. Swiftly deliver a slap to their faces. A contest? The victor shall be the true saintess. Is there really such a notion? Su Shiyu clearly expressed her disbelief. In Jin Chun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence. It was certainly not that simple. There exists a place in the eastern wilderness continent that bears the blessings of the beast god, where only competitions held there can be deemed valid. Why must I do this? Has the Holy Maiden not noticed? Recently, the beast world continent has been tumultuous, with various natural disasters occurring frequently. When selecting representatives, the Holy Maiden's requirements include not only high popularity and good image, but also an essential condition, the absence of negative news. The weapons sent by Beer and Sheng Riemann are merely second or third-rate items for their armies. Even Invincible could easily guess this. Most of their own troops utilize second-rate weapons, and it would be unreasonable for these two nations to produce a large quantity of first-rate arms. However, this cheap master seems rather like a mischievous old man. Furthermore, he spoke of meeting in the divine realm, perhaps unaware that the world she currently inhabits is devoid of spiritual energy, making ascension to the immortal realm uncertain, let alone the divine realm. Nonetheless, such matters lie far in the future. The ability to unleash the magic of the elements, to dominate the winds. Utilizing this power to instantly replicate the effects of wind magic. At the edge of the pool, Yu Zheng, waving awkwardly, stood alongside Hu Bai. The victor of the third match, both lacking any sense of presence. The seventh princess was brought onto the Rakshasa by Yi Ji, which relieved her of the seal on her acupoints. After a brief explanation of the situation, she gradually emerged from her confusion, followed by exuberant joy. Sima remained silent, finally removing his hood to smile back at her. Upon seeing his visage, the seventh princess's smile froze, her eyes wide in astonishment. The queen, disregarding decorum, rushed in. While the water spirit felt exasperated and pretended to still be in a daze, ignoring her shouts. She did not linger long. The disarray and marks on the bed spoke volumes, and ultimately, she took a blade, kissing and caressing the water spirit for a long while before departing. Master, I, Gialisi, hereby vow to follow your footsteps throughout my life. I shall obey only your commands. Gialisi, with an unusual glint in her eyes, suddenly knelt before Invincible, making such a pledge. When Zhao Zhangzi and the others emerged, Zhang Shuzhen once again placed a basket of peaches into the jeep, which Zhao Zhangzi did not refuse. In rural areas, refusing gifts from others can lead to awkwardness, a principle Zhao Jingzi understood well. Suddenly, that crimson electric net trembled. A sinister grin spreading across Invincible's face as he pressed his joined hands down forcefully. Before coming, the Singaporean investors had informed them that Singapore would be comparatively warm. They had assumed it would be around 10 to 20 degrees, only to find it was actually 30 degrees. Chen Fan was also acutely aware that facing Yang Zhenren alone posed unknown threats. Gently embracing Ji Yuping, Gao Hongfei's heart brimmed with tender affection and boundless ambition. Fang Zhizhong first needed to retrieve a vehicle in New York, as Fang Rishu had left a jeep for him to inherit. Suddenly, Wu Yunzhai exerted force, causing his steed to surge forward, prompting the Yang Yinping brothers to exclaim in unison about the fine horse. The contradictory rumors circulating were not intended to deceive Zhuo Liangyu into believing any particular one, but to provoke deeper contemplation within him. After inquiring, Shen Staoming felt an urge to slap herself. How could she pose such a question to a 5-year-old? A dual-parent household is not necessarily happier than a single-parent one. For a child, a contentious household with unloving parents may be less preferable than a single-parent home where they rely on each other. Zhang Jiao had been trapped beneath Mount Buzhou for a millennium, his spirit already diminished. Had it been otherwise, how could he have willingly conformed to Qin Fan's intentions and taken the initiative against the Black Wuchang? Of course, as long as you remain loyal to me. That death pact will be unnecessary, and you will continue to live as ordinary villagers. I was momentarily stunned. A pang of pain and a twinge of loss coursing through me. What is happening to me? This ache seems to be engraved upon my heart from centuries past. Have I committed some transgression? The fathers and mothers who came along sat down, quietly awaiting Yui and Qin Jinhui's performance. Miao Keti, momentarily speechless, seized the opportunity to flee back to her room while Miao Qian was distracted. It was only sufficient for 30 children. As for the parents, they would have to find their own solutions, given that 30 children was already a considerable number. Wang Xiangyang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and focused. He did not recognize the man but observed him approaching the horse, stroking its neck, which surprisingly calmed down completely. When it came to braiding hair, with so many professionals at home, Uncle Dad would certainly not interfere. After a session of performance, both fathers played numerous pieces inspired by the places they had visited. Guess what I want to do? Luhan teased, leaning close to Yemo, his warm breath brushing against her face, causing her heart to race. However, this eastern direction also bore some southeast aspect. To claim it was utterly secure would not be entirely accurate. Lin Yuran, however, harbored her doubts, sensing something amiss with Yulan. As if she concealed myriad secrets within her heart, yet what those secrets were remained beyond her comprehension. As Mingxian advanced step by step, the heat surrounding him grew more palpable, and the sounds of breathing became increasingly distinct, confirming his suspicions but also amplifying his unease. Nevertheless, seasoned from his experiences, Mingxian maintained his composure, resolutely moving towards the source of the sound. He hurriedly explained his speculation regarding the feigned attack by the Yenzhou army. His voluntary return of the reward served to vindicate him, ensuring that Zhang Xian would not suspect collusion with Xu Nao, thereby preserving their integrity. The specialized curriculum of the Xinqing sect focused on speed and stealth. You'll understand in due time, Niu Feitian remarked. With a century-long legacy, the gates of hell must surely be teeming with experts, formidable individuals, making it exceedingly difficult for us to achieve a swift resolution without courting disaster, Yuchen cautiously articulated. 182, a perilous follow-up move. Orchid. Ding Qian instantly spotted the beautiful and gentle female among the crowd, who, overwhelmed with joy, waved at her. Orchid also noticed him, her eyes lighting up as she waved back. Ding Qian, that is your sister-in-law, Orchid. I didn't expect her to be here. Once we reunite, I can formally introduce you. Ding Qian excitedly informed her. Ding Ling could not contain her enthusiasm, eagerly nodding, hoping for their reunion. She was overwhelmingly joyful, momentarily forgetting what Gu Chuanjiu and Xiao Mama had said about not accepting red envelopes. If Sima Ying were to speak up, in order to avoid provoking him, Shanwan would temporarily accept the outcome of allowing Xiao Shifeng to enter. Then she would employ all the seductive techniques she had learned in her past life, launching various romantic offensives, confident that one day she would have her sing conquer before her. The vividly evocative lyrics painted a picture of a life lived by a struggling singer. They hesitated to approach, fearing the man might draw a knife and attack them. For he appeared utterly reckless. Go, why not? Rest assured, we will never do anything to put you in a difficult position. When we arrive, we will surely behave as loyal subjects, Zhang Ning said with a smile to Tang Zheng. El Qiqing watched as several figures departed, her brow slightly furrowed. She did not wish to stir trouble, yet calamity seemed to always find her. The family had now completely convinced themselves that her sister had done nothing wrong. It must have been others who, taking advantage of her sister's absence and the slightly ajar door, stealthily entered to commit such acts. On the side of the Frost Demon Army, Gu Xiaolei, Tain Huanin, and Xia Wu appeared together, their presence overwhelming and majestic. Shortly thereafter, General Huang himself arrived for an audience. Mo Rongsun had encountered General Huang in a past life, even frolicking on his broad shoulders, back then. The general was robust and imposing. Now, however, he bore a crown of silver hair, a poignant reminder of the relentless passage of time. The sky echoed with countless waves. Yet no river was visible. The sound surged in layers, tumultuous and powerful, instilling a sense of dread merely through its resonance. The history of the Qingwei mercenary group surpassed even that of Longyuan and Zhiming, and the position of leader seemed to be hereditary. When it came to Luo Xian, it was uncertain which generation he belonged to. Oh dear one, fret not. When the time is ripe, I shall divulge all that I know. Bai Muxin resolved to keep her knowledge from Qin Wani for the time being. By the way, sister, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Come closer. Lin Shuang glanced at the tightly shut door of Zhong Ho's room, as if sensing someone stealthily lurking to eavesdrop. With a huff, she pulled her sister aside. Why don't you drive a train, fly a plane, or navigate a spaceship? Sun Lin, feeling vexed by Zhong Ho's arrogance, delivered a sharp retort. Many soldiers, encountering death for the first time, were overwhelmed by nausea at the sight of their slain comrades and the enemies they had just felled. To alleviate their discomfort, Feng Xiaojie attempted to lighten the mood with jokes, reminding them that such experiences were essential for growth. With a sound akin to a stone plunging into water, The Punch Overlord delivered a devastating blow, cleaving the elder in half. Yet, he remained vigilant, observing the elder's body, sensing that the old man had not truly perished. A life force still flickered within him, pulsating as if it were a heart. His gaze was earnest, causing a shiver of fear to creep into Long Xia's heart. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, affirming, "Yes, if you strike, I shall too." Her tone suggested a certainty that Wu Junwei would not dare to back down. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the continuous explosions of flames. Ling Hao, drenched in blood, appeared oblivious to his injuries. His face a mask of defiance. 183 magic stones. Before they could comprehend the significance, the middle-aged man attempted to rise, only to break his leg. Writhing in agony on the ground. What just happened? Hai Tang exclaimed as she awakened from the illusion, biting her lip until it bled, screaming in pain. My rear. Jean Chung clasped her backside, her face flushed with embarrassment. What kind of power is this? At this moment, within the main hall of Lingxian Palace, Jiyu sat poised. To her left was Du Yuan, and to her right, Elder Ming Yi, with disciples Zhang Mei and Zheng Li flanking them. The homes of these men were nearly destitute, devoid of anything of value. Not to mention, the stunning receptionists at the entrance evidenced all that had been spoken of by the newlyweds. On the road, he encountered several other students also seeking advancement, but they were all significantly older than Chen Hao. In that instant, an unspoken sorrow enveloped Chen Hao. A pain so profound that even the dissolution of his relationship with Li Fangfang paled in comparison. The surrounding space felt warped. Even the stone bench beneath him gradually sank under the weight of this oppressive aura. The shell exploded several hundred meters from the left front of the enemy's train, nearly erupting into a cloud of fire and smoke. Targeting a swiftly moving train with a mortar while both were in motion posed a formidable challenge. Even the slightest miscalculation could result in a considerable deviation from the intended impact point. Suwu never anticipated such a turn of events. Everything transpired too abruptly, leaving him utterly humiliated before all the lords. Anger surged within him, yet he maintained a seemingly composed demeanor as he observed the unfolding scene. The lords regarded General Suwu with bewilderment. Prince Yujian, sweating profusely, gazed at the esteemed gentleman in astonishment. The trade of medicinal herbs between the Han and Hu territories was in service to both sides. Li Yuxing and Lu Yizhang lent their assistance at Brother Kent's warehouse. The sentiments of the young military officers began to shift. They felt certain defeat was imminent, as the communist forces had but a single company stationed at Rooster Mountain. And even Colonel Huang's regiment could not prevail, resulting in a total rout of their forces. However, Zhao Baoqing remained uneasy, for the matter had already circulated widely. As for Liang Feng's information, it could hardly be deemed a secret formula. Even if it were bestowed upon him, it was merely a token. Could it genuinely save lives and promote humanitarianism in a revolutionary context? Setting aside the hope of satiating hunger, Tian Fan peered at the throng of people approaching the residences. Deliberated briefly, and then swiftly retreated from another direction. Little did Su Mao dream that his report had yet to be submitted when a call from higher-ups had already come through. Nevertheless, it must be said that the delegation sent from Jingzhou this time was indeed impressively luxurious. Thirdly, there was a concern for the people's livelihood and anxiety over their suffering. For instance, in Taizhou Cici, the coastal embankments had collapsed, rendering them inadequate, and with every tide, the waters inundated Taizhou, affecting countless households. The local authorities resolutely issued decrees to safeguard the embankments, extending for hundreds of miles, protecting innumerable lives. The individual clad in a crimson robe was clearly not from the manor, likely there on business. In today's world of basketball, few can be compared to him. For his performance is undeniably exceptional. Ha ha ha, splendid. In response to the congratulations from the crowd, King Zhaodan burst into laughter, shedding his previous despondency. Showcasing the poise befitting a ruler. Even when enamored by beauty, King Zhaodan remained a sovereign of Zhao. Firstly, if we speak strictly of blunt force trauma, the resulting bone fractures should exhibit a radiating pattern, indicative of injuries caused by blunt instruments that spread outward from a central point. This type of injury is most distinctly characterized by a central depression and linear fractures around the periphery, reminiscent of bullet-shattered bulletproof glass. In a dream, a plea for help. Do not do this, Yo-Yo. Sichin exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing her actions, rushing to stop her. Yet he found himself equally helpless. Like a fish on the chopping board, unable to intervene. Rest assured, Sichin, everything will be fine. I will save you all. Su Shiyu wore a cold expression. The moment her palm made contact with the stone, countless suction cups ensnared her, incessantly siphoning her innate talents. Su Shiyu, can you sit up and speak? The masked man hurriedly approached the side, silently lamenting how unreliable this BTT organization was for sending such an individual to assist. The emperor slightly turned his head. He was a rational man. Although he had previously been curious about Mao Lian and even felt a flicker of intrigue, he would not allow himself to be swayed until Mao Lian's identity was clearer. Sometimes I feel that, although I have adapted to this world, it is ultimately here that all that is familiar to me resides. Therefore, in the modern era, if you are not by my side, I often feel adrift. Lu Jian sighed. Lu Ming glanced at the electronic clock on the experimental table, estimating that Ouyang Ingo had already arrived at the company. Staying here felt pointless. Harrow returned to the large tent, where the warm glow of fire-type magic crystals dispelled the chill from his body. In the past, even on a snowy day clad in armor, he would not have felt cold. The emperor remarked softly, "Perhaps it is I who have burdened everyone." Though he seemed to address the crowd, his gaze was fixed firmly on Mao Lian, clearly speaking to him. Nan Rahanyu was similarly transfixed, gazing up in admiration at the elongated figure that controlled everything above them. The visitor had already seated himself on a stone chair in his room, delicately lifting a teacup with his slender fingers. Long Jinyu did not enter their room but waited in the outer hall, as it was said that Long Shaoan was asleep. And Long Jinyu was reluctant to disturb him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A deep voice startled Bai Yi. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man in a beige t-shirt, his stubble barely emerging, standing there unkempt and inconspicuous. "Since you are here, why hide in the shadows? Come out." Ling Wei. At that moment, Zhu Li's gaze abruptly shifted and landed on a massive tree nearby. "How does it feel to pierce me with a bullet? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment?" In Ru Lai's words carried an unmistakable chill. On the other side, though his chest still ached, Chen Li found it easier to breathe. He couldn't help but glance at Guo Chu, who remained lost in thought in the corner. Suddenly, the creation tree slowly advanced toward Tang Zihan, and then, to their astonishment, it opened a massive mouth resembling that of a human to devour him. The disciples, realizing that their master's wounds had not only failed to heal but that even the third-tier flying sword had been utterly destroyed, quickly positioned themselves in front of Yi Fei, preparing to intercept Tong Youyu's attack. Suddenly, a gust of dust transformed into a swirling stream, rushing toward Lianchen. He promptly summoned the dust-repelling pearl, 3 large orbs materializing around him, dissipating the swirling sand and revealing the concealed king of the hidden. The knowledge of those aboard the spaceship far surpassed that of the natives, yet compared to the individual before them, who had roamed the cosmos for 30 years and was rumored to have participated in the cataclysm that befell Huangfu Xing. Now serving as a qualified guardian of the Earth's forces, their experience paled in comparison. At that moment, the guard was at a loss for how to respond to Zhe Jane, merely nodding awkwardly in agreement. Although he once thought he loved Tang Ruoyao, he now realized that compared to his feelings for Han Xiaowei, his previous admiration for Tang Ruoyao was merely a naive infatuation, not true love. 185. With main and side quest running concurrently, Jin Chun chuckled awkwardly. "Look what you've done. You've made me start rambling." "I didn't mean it like that. You know in your heart whether you were rambling." "Yao Yao, we have arrived." Ding Xiang and Ding Qian ventured deeper into the beast forest from another direction, only to be met with a dismal sight. Accompanying them were the females who had previously gathered to watch. Su Shiyu laid everything bare, declaring, "No. This is my final concession. 3 days hence, should I encounter any individual from the temple, I shall slay them." Ji Chung shook his head, turning to Yin, stating that there were no alternative methods, his eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent. Previously, with a formidable figure like Li Qing at the helm, there were seldom any significant issues. However, with both of them preparing to depart, it felt as though they had lost their support, leaving an emptiness within. Even the righteous sect struggled to endure, let alone the demonic factions. The Dao sect, once proclaimed the foremost sect throughout history, had long since perished, illustrating that no matter how powerful a force may be, it ultimately proves fruitless. "Yes, how could I refuse my sister's plea?" Jiang Feng remarked, pinching Su Yu's cheek. "Provided that Sichuan can successfully seize control, what is the likelihood of that?" Bain inquired, directing his gaze at Kading. "Inshama." Upon the arrival of Inshama, Luo Shiwei's eyes abruptly turned to vivid crimson. With a swift motion, she unleashed her single-edged sword, a flash of azure light darting towards Inshama. "Something is amiss." Yun Jie mused, running alongside the carriage, piecing together the morning's nonsensical utterances from a boss in the increasingly heavy carriage. Everything felt as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. In this vast world, scarcely explored by anyone, various spiritual herbs flourished, promising bountiful harvests. Lu Huan's current combat prowess remained uncertain. Hao Lan was not inclined to attract undue trouble during his visit to France, for such complications would prove troublesome later on. Many would be beguiled by Yi Xiao's profession, presuming that the Sword Saint's combat capability lay in instantaneous bursts of power. However, upon Yi Xiao's transition to a dragonborn swordsman, his signature dragon-s might would instill caution in all. Ouyang Ning appeared astute. Why then did she commit such an error? Observing the world, one encounters myriad bizarre phenomena, rivers that flow backward, the elderly regaining youth, and countless inexplicable occurrences unfolding before one's eyes, as if the populace could vividly recall the scene from over 10,000 years ago, when the immortal martial emperor led 1,000,000 divine generals into the primordial wilderness. "It's quite all right. My mother is currently preoccupied with reprimanding my father. I've heard she even scratched Wang Chunhua's face today, prompting her to run back to her mother's home in tears." A gust of wind swept through, stirring my unease, as my body began to tremble uncontrollably, signaling a rapid decline in body temperature. "Thank you all for gracing my wedding with your presence," Luoan proclaimed, raising a glass of champagne to those gathered before him, then tilting his head back to drink it all. Above the estate, auspicious clouds swirled, mingling with ethereal streams of milky essence, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The pines swayed lightly, lush greenery surrounding them, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, a haven for cultivation. The Chi dragon approached, unmistakably revealing a direct passage to Earth amidst this tranquil expanse. Naturally, actions infused with performative flair often lack true power, instead revealing numerous vulnerabilities, serving merely to please the eye, much like Taekwondo, which is widely recognized as mere spectacle. Zhao Taizhu halted, casting a glance back at Han Feng, convinced that Han Feng would not speak without reason. There must be an underlying conspiracy. Within the Grand Hall, spiritual energy surged violently, and even from a distance of several meters away, he could perceive a visible force manifesting in the air, striking Ling Jianxin sharply across the face. A tremendous crash resonated, as the sword energy collided with the fire dragon, erupting in a powerful wave. The fire dragon was cleaved in two. While the Night Granny felt compelled to retreat, her body trembling involuntarily. Very well, I shall have Lu Sihan send a vehicle promptly. Gan Liang nodded, retrieving his phone to call Lu Sihan. Gan Liang had observed the animosity in Zhao Jin's eyes, witnessing two strangers harboring hatred at their first meeting. Had Gan Liang not been aware of the familial ties between Zhao Jin and Lin Mabai, he might remain oblivious to the reason for being so unexpectedly targeted. Nevertheless, he persevered in selecting, pinching his nose as he evaluated each item. As long as they appeared acceptable, one could ascertain the prior use of a bottle by its shape or the remnants of labels, although many had become illegible. Typically, the assessment of the bottles would not be far off. He would ensure they were cleaned. Upon seeing Yifeng's pale complexion, Su Qing's eyes immediately sparkled with joy, though it swiftly faded to a neutral expression. Princess, he halted my impending words, his demeanor imbued with an authority and gravity I had never witnessed before. It was no exaggeration to say that at that moment, I was so intimidated by his presence that not a single word could escape my lips. Who exactly are you? With prowess rivaling the top echelon at the Go Institute, Yu Tian was nearly a pinnacle figure in the current Go arena. How could he lack any recognition? Overwhelmed by the fervor of the crowd, Gan Liang and Jiang Yuyan reluctantly raised their glasses to share a ceremonial drink. As the black pieces fell, they effectively obstructed the white pieces' influence, allowing for the capture of a substantial territory, totaling over a dozen stones. Lei Hu examined the spiritual stone, his eyes widening in delight, clearly satisfied with its quality. Such a premium spiritual stone was undoubtedly a treasure for any demon. He shivered, his gaze settling on Lu Zirui. Momentarily taken aback before comprehending Lu Zirui's words. The banquet hall was expansive, crystal chandeliers cascading from the ceiling, spanning the entire expanse and shimmering with a dazzling array of colors. The opulence of the hall's decor could only be described as resplendent. Thus, Li Hongzhang tucked the note away, daring to glance at its contents only after school, which simply read, "Meet behind the great banyan tree after school." The dust-laden ground and branches springing up from nowhere were hardly kind to his suit trousers and leather shoes. "I have my methods," he assured. Glancing at the high elves still relentlessly felling trees, he signaled to Shanti and Alamir before retreating back into the forest. 186. The Voice of Temptation. Su Shiyu was utterly exhilarated. This was an unprecedented reward of high scores, comparable to the birth of a divine beast offspring. "Jinbao, what is happening? Is it truly this intense right from the outset?" Su Shiyu could not help but inquire of the system. The value of the main and side quests is automatically generated. The significance of saving the beast world is exceedingly high, thus the points awarded are substantial. Restoring the talents of the beastmen is likewise a commendable act of great importance. Therefore the points are influenced not only by Sidu Jun's considerable reputation, but also by the formidable strength of the Hylian gang, and furthermore, the presence of the elder who is currently playing chess with Sidu Jun. When Guhan appears, Ling Huzong is startled, for he can faintly sense a trace of murderous intent in Guhan's gaze. "I thought you were going to present some treasure." "It turns out to be merely 2 sheets of yellow paper," Lei Ming remarked with frustration. "We plan to travel and marry, foregoing a wedding ceremony," Lu Xiwenhuan said, leaning against Di Hongxi, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. The prince he admired was currently bearing news of the Chun family's movements to Lu Xian's chambers. Lu Xian had not been summoned to the palace today, conveniently receiving the news regarding the Chun family's actions. "And Wan, just take a glance." Yi Qinghan's voice carried a hint of pleading, intertwined with anticipation. Fang Haobai was about to respond when a pair of individuals suddenly burst forth, cameras and microphones in hand, all bearing Asian features. "The finances have always been managed by Su Yuan. If I were to broach the subject abruptly, it would completely ruin our rapport," Siyu said, rubbing her temples, fatigue evident in her tone. Suddenly, her wrist was seized, and she was pulled closer by the man in front of her, his large hand encircling her waist. Casting her gaze around, Dodo's attention settled upon the terrace at the southern side of the banquet hall. The heavy, cascading velvet curtains fluttered gently, reminiscent of a tranquil lake stirred by a breeze. Lu Man's cheeks flushed, and biting her lip, she said, "Mind your own business." Seeing Ma Wang and Bai Zongping had halted to look in their direction, she stomped her foot and hurried over. However, for someone like Enlake, who hails from humble beginnings, such extravagance is utterly intolerable. Dong Minqing snorted, patting his empty pockets at his waist before drawing his blade. Making it clear to all present, they possessed no wealth but armed themselves, thus they had nothing to fear from others stealing from them. For streaks of white gunfire sliced through the void, soaring towards the heavens, a shadow passing through the eyes of the celestial cherub. His right hand extending to grasp the holy lance, Longinus. On this day, Dugu Hong ascended the player rankings, the most prestigious and classic leaderboard in the game. Reserved for recognized masters and leaders of great factions, yet the reason for Dugu Hong's inclusion was due to the notorious chaos he had caused among players. As the flying claws reached their destination, the distant fog suddenly dissipated, revealing a dilapidated, centuries-old black wooden sailing ship emerging from the mist. The prowess of Yi Guoyan is well known to us. During his time with the church, he was pursued, forced into exile, living under an alias. The current pope intervened directly, nearly ending Yi Guoyan's life. Although he escaped that peril, he has since been lost to the annals of time. Xiao Xin's brows knitted, his face pale as he gently placed the phoenix in the elf's palm, allowing Yuer and Xiang to protect the heartbroken elf. He leapt into a tall tree, his cold gaze scanning the surroundings for enemies. In the midst of his airborne journey, Du Yuan was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. An ominous unease creeping upon him, his heart heavy with apprehension. A glance revealed a shocking sight. The ground was strewn with an estimated 1,000 injured, far beyond the capacity of the medics to manage. 187. The green has vanished. Have I been exposed? Xiyao appeared utterly bewildered, her mind racing through the myriad faces she had encountered. With so many individuals in her life, where could she possibly find one who could counter the ferocity of the beast? Ha, are you afraid? If so, it would be far wiser to collaborate with me. Otherwise, once I depart from this place, you shall not escape the fate of becoming my prey, destined to serve as my subordinate, though I might spare your life. Unable to hear Xiao's response, the ferocious beast cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chi Fan, clearly irritated by his scrutinizing gaze upon her mother. While she understood that her mother's flamboyant attire invited such attention, it nonetheless filled her with distaste and even contempt. As Gu Chen prepared to voice his objections, he felt his shoulders sag under the weight of realization. Half of his internal spiritual energy had dissipated. His face flushed with indignation. Zhang Bufan could not suppress a smile, proclaiming, "There is no doubt, this esteemed title of one-word shoulder king was personally requested from the royal family by the 7th princess." A year swiftly passed, transforming the once chaotic realm into a structured society. The once murky and tumultuous land had become a place of tranquility, with lush fields stretching across the landscape, and newly erected cities flourishing throughout the kingdom, a testament to the prosperity of the commerce. At that moment, all darkness was illuminated, and light emerged with the refreshing rush of orange juice cascading down the throat, revealing a world uniquely belonging to them. Only the divine soul energy, originating from the same essence, could still faintly circulate, allowing the cave to perceive the unfolding events. Otherwise, it would remain motionless, akin to myriad beings in the outside world, trapped in a state of stasis between life and death. The young man's long dark hair was tied into a ponytail, secured with a lengthy white sash, which hung from his back, concealing unknown contents within, though it was evident they were not ordinary items. As they drifted downstream, their amusement waned after an hour, prompting them to row back to their starting point. Although neither party had yet recognized the significance of their bond, time was on their side. Who could predict how this friendship might evolve? Yet, she dared not gamble, fearful that even a minuscule chance could render her mother unable to emerge once more. Upon nearing a meter from Lung Bing, Wang Chun halted, inhaling deeply, ready to extend his hand towards her, only to be obstructed by an unexpected figure. Lo Ju, the fool of the Luo family. The crystal ball he held gradually levitated, expanding as it revealed Lin Yi on the other side, images shimmering through the light portal. Long Xiaoyan's forces were limited, and he had previously alerted several families to intensify their vigilance. Yet, he was perplexed at how easily they had been ambushed. Soon after, under the remarkable effects of potent medicines, robust physique, and inner energy, aside from a few severe wounds needing time to heal, all other injuries were trivial. Doqi, far from angered, was rather moved, stating that Songgu fur thrives only in the frigid northern lands, and the Tianhun mud can also be found within the Wuxiang spring of the sacred temple's 4 elemental realms. Standing still, the sky darkened, ominous clouds blanketing the sun, as a gust of wind brought a light drizzle that felt icy against Nzi's face. He gazed upward, a hint of ire in his expression. Adapting to the environment required time. He tiptoed at the entrance, straining to see further, only to be thwarted by the overcast sky that concealed the truth, compelling Nzi to delve deeper within. Wang Chun had articulated his intentions clearly, and Dong Lixin had reciprocated with a promise. During her remaining time, the Zhongwang Society would ally with the Tyrant Society, pledging unwavering support should the latter face adversity. 188. The land of mythical beasts has opened. No, that's not it. Jin Chun shook his head gravely. It's not that simple. So what do you truly know? When I assumed the role of clan leader, my aging grandfather once recounted a tale, revealing that our ancestral beast gods have been safeguarding this increasingly prosperous beast realm. Yet there exist shadowy forces intent on subtly stealing everything that belongs to us. After 3 days of recuperation, when Rui could finally speak normally, while Xiyao would not remain in the hospital indefinitely, on the 4th day, she returned home, purchasing ingredients to prepare soup for when Rui Wang Tao, in a state of panic, suddenly darted towards the restroom, yanking the door open, only to be taken aback the next moment. This viscous black substance, known as red fire glue, was developed by the Xiyao family as an accelerant for steel smelting. While primarily used for that purpose, it occasionally served specialized applications. As they advanced unimpeded, any pedestrians, vehicles, or stalls in their path were ruthlessly obliterated, leaving chaos in their wake. To his surprise, he had dispatched Generals Zhou Bo and Chai Wu to ambush Ingbu's forces, instructing Chao Qian to remain vigilant for support. However, battlefield reports indicated that Ingbu's offensive was surprisingly lackluster, leading to a stalemate where both sides were evenly matched. Xiyao chuckled awkwardly, releasing her grip on the door handle of the backseat and quickly slipping into the vehicle. Today, Ningyu had sought out the outsider Yang Simu to discuss swords, a matter that ultimately led nowhere, yet surely this would circulate among the prominent families. His complexion pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered, unsure how to confront this sudden revelation. After exchanging a few words with the Bai family, she proceeded to the front hall, where she scrutinized Xie Yuchen, adorned in official attire. The Han Wang and Ho Junji had been deposed, but once Li Qinqian ascended, what would prevent them from reclaiming their former positions? Consequently, Shao Kai promptly pulled me aside, feigning a conversation before returning to the soldiers with a grim expression. Lu Qianxiu could only display a mix of irritation and amusement, but despite staring at him for a considerable time, he found no means to reprimand him. With only the two of them present, it was inconceivable to resort to violence. After a moment of frustration, the fierce sister of the dual god ultimately relented, choosing instead to sit quietly beside the campfire, keeping watch. As he began to chant an incantation, he heard Imo Shu's roar, a massive wave crashing towards his boat. Should Danny Eyes dare to refuse, he would immediately be branded a public enemy, regardless of his current status, rendering such an action impossible. Both the taste in his mouth and the substance expelled affirmed that what had entered his mouth was indeed sand. Meanwhile, the remaining customers, having spent little time with the shopkeeper, including the demon Emperor Dujuan and the transcendent Shou Qing, pondered whether the shopkeeper harbored ulterior motives. Yet, just as his breath quickened with excitement, the staff in his hand emitted a barely perceptible glow, a frigid energy coursing through his body, leaving him feeling as if doused with icy water, his earlier enthusiasm fading as he gazed listlessly at Meiya, who was still adjusting her skirt. Truth? Mo Zhonglian's tone remained perpetually indifferent, his expression devoid of excess emotion, rendering his temperament inscrutable. The final destination was, of course, the church. Jelanis had returned to her usual office, seemingly having given prior instructions, allowing the moment to proceed smoothly as she awaited his communication. 189. The beasts are coming. The white quadruped, cloaked in a layer of pristine white fur, gazed at her with its innocent deep blue eyes, which glimmered with a faint golden light. Little creature, are you all right? You were almost buried beneath the earth. Upon seeing that he was unscathed, Su Shiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out to gently stroke his head, discovering that nestled within the soft fur were two hidden horns. Su Shiyu pondered and asked him, "What kind of beast are you? I have never encountered one like you before." Si Qing recalled his initial conversation with Gong Yimingmei, where she candidly shared news she had received from her sister. Considering Mingmei's impressions of the organization's members, it was not unreasonable to assume that the similarly situated Hai Yuan would indulge in gossip as well. Although nearly 2 months had passed since their divorce, the former couple still held feelings for each other. Cherry felt a lingering affection for Qin Bin, who embraced and kissed her during Li Mu's stay at his residence. He felt a profound sense of safety, devoid of any worries, as the eunuchs no longer suspected him, and even the party members gradually became his subordinates. Witnessing Su Yi's murderous intent, they dared not delay any longer and hastily urged their steeds to flee in a panic. Zhang Hao, you are ruthless. Remember, Hu Mimi is not someone any man can discard. Hu Mimi glared at Zhang Hao as she walked past the window. In no time, the 3 elders were summoned, and upon learning that Li Mu intended to execute the county magistrate and required their signatures as testimony, they all readily agreed. Were it not for Ji Shuhan being burdened by the most repugnant and grotesque emotions of this world, he would have held a keen interest in her. Look, these are the beautiful clothes and shoes I bought for you at the mall. Come try them on and see if they fit, the mother said, approaching Cherry with her chubby white hands outstretched, ready to embrace her, only to be pushed away by Cherry. Conan gestured for the others to take a look, but confusion was etched on the faces of the onlookers. Time passed in silence, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Elisa had not awakened, she could still feel something brushing against her face, causing her brow to furrow slightly. However, the unwarranted disruption of the New Year's atmosphere drew discontented glances from the crowd, which converged upon the 2 individuals. Yet, she persevered, concealing any hint of fatigue, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening her eyes, they reflected an icy demeanor, as if frozen for a millennium. Lu Dashan disregarded everything and unleashed the meteor hammer technique, striking fiercely. If Dong Zhanyan were to take a hit directly, it would be quite severe. During their journey a few days prior, Suho often conversed with Qin Lai, fostering a decent rapport that left no room for awkwardness. Haizi, speak more politely. Nefeng pointed at Haizi, unable to tolerate his manner of speaking any longer. Tianfeng Laozu nodded and remarked, though this is our first meeting. Surely you can sense the depth of our cultivation. Ryu cast cold glances at the darkly resentful presence and wondered if they would have dared to disregard her in the past. These islands rose and fell, revealing distinct layers. She could find no man more suited to Red than Jin Xiuqin, nor anyone who surpassed him in excellence. Dong Zhanyan unabashedly poked the young man's eyes with his fingers. The young man sneered further, casually brushing Dong Zhanyan aside. All right. I truly have no idea who he is, but I heard from the dean that he is a prominent figure. I just helped him change his bandages. And since he was lying on his stomach due to an injury on his back, I didn't see his face. However, judging by his skin, he appeared to be quite young, Qiu Jing remarked. You all go assist General Shui. Long Tianyang instructed his subordinates. In this chaotic battle, casualties were inevitable. Aside from those who needed to oversee the scene, Long Tianyang dispatched everyone else to aid Shui and Gue. Is she a villain? The nine-tailed fox, a native of the divine beast realm, soon led them to a paradise beyond the world. Here, a grove of peach blossoms flourished, remarkably half in bloom while the other half bore abundant fruit. Come in quickly, this is our home, the nine-tailed fox beckoned, leading Su Xiyao into the grove. The fragrant aroma of peach blossoms enveloped them, intoxicating the senses, illuminated by the Destruction A4 laser sword in his hand. Luo Tianhuan ensured he would not collide with the walls unexpectedly. He was grateful to have reached level 35 just in time, otherwise, matters could have become quite troublesome. It was evident that in areas with a high concentration of spiritual energy, the difficulty of absorbing it would naturally increase. The host would best adapt to the environment of the virtual realm before the next battle, the system replied. Yun Lao, who took his responsibilities seriously, even on a day off. He remained concerned for the team. Yu Miao rubbed her temples, feeling a slight throb. She was unsure of the cause and dared not speak, fearing she might reveal that she was not herself, so she could only nod. Each time she thought of this matter, Bai Xiao felt a sense of frustration. Initially, both she and her sister had developed feelings for the child of the Yi family. However, their father believed that her sister and Yi Jingchang had a greater chance, and thus he consistently supported her sister while maintaining a passive stance towards her. Clad in tattered clothing, the hem of her shirt nearly worn through, her black trousers patched, her weathered face, darkened from labor, bore numerous wrinkles. Yet, upon seeing her emerge, those aged hands eagerly pulled her closer, inviting her to sit beside them. Moreover, it seemed that Outing had not broached this topic again, causing Yu to harbor some worry, albeit to a lesser extent. Everyone who had encountered him held great fondness for him. His grandparents adored him beyond measure. Li Qi and Song Yin wished to stay indefinitely, contemplating relocating for the sake of the baby. He did not believe that she genuinely cared about their family's well-being. Rather, he suspected she would prefer them to fare poorly, as that would provide her and the three useless members of the second household with a sense of psychological balance. The Dawn-class flagship was equipped with 8 Xiongwang superfighters. Although this type of fighter was standard for the Apocalypse fleet, it was an outdated version from decades ago. While the fleet now employed the third generation of Xiongwang superfighters, these individuals fervently declared that their legs had been saved by the panacea and vowed loyalty to the Lord. However, who would heed their words? As long as there was no significant danger, the portly fellow could sleep soundly, undisturbed until the sun was high in the sky. If he could defeat Yi Hang, then he would no longer have to remain under Yi Hang's command, and he believed this would certainly earn him Lu Chuan's respect. As the sleep chamber slowly closed, Baiye's consciousness drifted into a state akin to a deep slumber, enveloped in darkness. Ramos felt no stir within. It was not the first time he had been surpassed by Messi, and he quickly resumed his pursuit. Yet, upon reassessing the profiles of these individuals and their movements, he realized he had overlooked something significant. This investment of 500 billion had already signaled Lonting Company's stance, a fight to the death. A true battle to the death. And it was only the first day, yet they had reached this extent. Observing his spirit and humor, Li Manjun confirmed that his mental state was quite sound, contrary to what his brother-in-law Qian Dongsheng had assumed. Returning to the club, Marcelo and Carvajal stood as the most formidable contenders on the world stage. He lingered in front of Yang Qingyue's stall, refusing to leave, making lewd remarks towards her. If his good friend Ding Na were to discover that the reason the boy she secretly admired, Wang Yingwei, rejected her was because he liked her instead, how much would Ding Na come to despise herself? Yes, quickly hand over the belongings of this elder, or do not blame me for being impolite. The second elder boldly stepped forward, shouting at them. How dare you? The queen is with child, and you treat her thus, banishing her from the palace. Bai Lisen shouted in anger. Today, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, particularly her soft lips, which seemed to beckon him, inviting him to taste their sweetness. Judging by the reactions of those around, the idol cloud pavilion must indeed be a remarkable place. The fact that Chen Fan chose to reveal it at this moment indicates that conversations within would undoubtedly be secure. Lanterns hung along the path bore riddles, while Gun Yan, clutching a rabbit-shaped lantern, savored the candied hawthorn she had won from solving riddles, engaging in a lively discussion with Nan Li about the riddles inscribed on the lanterns. Soon, voices could be heard approaching. Someone was coming. She strained to open her mouth in an attempt to speak. only to discover that she was utterly unable to do so. Xiyao grew displeased, swiftly tearing off the blindfold from his eyes to gaze at the several bridesmaids before him. The future prospects for the application of the Changjiang 3000 series turbofan engines are quite extensive, in addition to serving as the standard engine for the C-929 wide-body aircraft. It may also power the forthcoming, larger C-939 wide-body aircraft, which will necessitate an increase in thrust or possibly a 4-engine configuration. However, he soon found himself troubled, not by the fear of the betting company withholding his funds, but rather by concerns regarding his journey to America. Yet, dwelling on such matters was futile, for the money was already in his possession, and there was no turning back. After departing from the property center, Lin Haozong drove Zhang Mingli back to Jiangdao Shuren University. Rest assured, I am already making arrangements. The new member, Yao Ji, is on the lookout, and I will secure a secret base. Meanwhile, we shall develop our own commercial empire in Shinhe City, Jin Siheng remarked. Thus, Zhang Bei could only pray that Ning Hongxian would be reassigned to Teeling upon the completion of his Wanxiang City project. This was essential for him to establish another source of support. A smirk appeared on Zhuo Lifeng's face as he realized his scheme had succeeded. Of course, he had not anticipated that Lu Xiaochong would be so impatient, revealing his true nature within just one night. Under Feng Lei's watchful gaze, the solemn Huidong inhaled deeply before picking up his dedicated phone to make a call. 191, that is the family of Xichen. Su Xiao gazed at her healing light, truly perplexed. How strange it was that she had not heard Xichen mention this matter. She had thought that there were no gifted females left in the entire Beast World continent. What? Who did you just mention? Si Yun, believing she had misheard, couldn't help but ask again. Su Xiao blinked, her expression a mix of laughter and ambiguity. Did you hear correctly? I just mentioned Xichen. Do you know Xichen? The Zhao Kingdom also has eunuchs, and they have appointed officials to manage the palace's attendants, known as the Eunuch Order, currently held by Miao Xian. Before she could finish speaking, 2 burly men immediately dragged her into a room, forcing her to kneel and rendering her unable to move. A member informed Ning Fuchan that arrangements had indeed been made, and the location was precisely there. When he inquired about details, the member could only shake his head, for he no longer had the privilege to partake in such meetings. He had been captured. Ai Chiao Chiao picked up a spoon, first tasting a shrimp, then sampling some tofu, and finally sipping a bit of broth. The 2 men trembled with fear, while Zhao Kuo before them resembled a wolf king betrayed by his pack. His eyes ablaze with fury. If his wrath were to ignite into flames, the 2 would surely be scorched. Due to her awkward relationship with Fu Shijing, Lin Jiajia prepared soup for the 2, while Gu Qian retreated to allow them to eat first. Despite the pallor of the face before her, the eyes remained bright and gentle, easing the tension in the air. At the request of Ing Chongru, the wedding ceremony required the bride to be fetched from the He family in Port City. Hence, 2 days prior to the weddings, Lin Jiajia moved into the He family villa. In the distance, a figure approached, clad in green trousers and a red shirt, sporting sunglasses, with hair neatly combed back, dragging a worn suitcase, walking with an air of confidence. One must understand that Chu Yinji's current status was entirely due to the emperor's clandestine support. The emperor had gone to great lengths to elevate him to the position of heir apparent, even sacrificing his other 2 sons to pave the way. How could he possibly seek to elevate an infant yet to reach a month old to counterbalance him? Nearby, the only place capable of shielding Su Lin's perception was that peculiar room. Deep within her mind, memories that ought not to resurface, deeply embarrassing moments, flickered like slides in her consciousness. The carnage had caused an overwhelming tide of bloodshed, leading the recent assault on the Wanyao plain to an inevitable defeat. Master, do you know what illness she has? Su Xiao asked nervously, looking at Hua Shanqing. After missing this opportunity to invest heavily, the Kuei Guang Group encountered no similar project requiring extensive funding and full-scale operation for an extended period, let alone her teasing him ambiguously, even if he flirted with her. She would likely respond with disdain unless she harbored some interest. Although leaving Zhang Xin left him feeling conflicted, the thought of receiving guidance from Su Lin and continuously enhancing his martial arts skills filled him with excitement. From a distance, sitting on the sofa while playing on her phone, Chang Jiqing suddenly lifted her head, fixated on the newly arrived agent girl. I feel like I pursued Yang Hao too easily. Within less than half a year, we became a couple without any real challenge. Who would believe that the chairman of the Kuei Guang Group, after so long, finally saw his bank balance exceed $1 million for the first time? Brother Guang, are you talking about me? Boss Dai finally regained his senses, incredulous. Previously, all the spotlight moments had belonged to Wang Fun, causing him to overlook certain details. He never expected that such a publicity-loving individual would allow him to take center stage. Was this the reward for enduring the pressure? However, with the obstruction of these 2 formidable demonic auras, the figure of the demon man had already vanished in an instant, only to reappear several dozen meters away, gazing at Ji Xing with a cold and sinister expression. Rewind to 2 months ago at Zhuiyang's seaside villa in Barcelona, where the chubby Liola and the formidable Zhuo Qiutian arrived to deliberate on transfer targets. That night, Zhuiyang and Liola engaged in fervent discussion, while Zhuo Qiutian, who had remained silent, decisively made the final call. Wang Fun, akin to protagonists in many cultivation stories refining materials, was not wasting star cores aimlessly or out of perfectionism. It was genuinely a necessity for construction. Let us not fight today. I'm here to discuss matters. Old Zhang quickly altered his tone upon seeing the opposing boss appear. Observing the surrounding icy pond, feeling the chill of the water penetrating his body and soul, Xiyao couldn't help but ask after breaking into goosebumps. Will I be affected in any way, particularly in that regard? Discovering that there was no clear path to becoming the Beast King left Wang Fun somewhat disappointed. He forcibly suppressed his curiosity about how to become the Beast King, redirecting his concern towards the consequences of achieving such a transformation. Subsequently, these crystals ceased their vertical growth, instead expanding horizontally until they connected into a solid mass, transforming from a light wall into a metallic barrier, thus completing the crystallization of a tank body. Without further contemplation, Xylock understood that most personnel had already been evacuated from the majority of Glypus II, leaving only a few supporting staff in the experimental area overseen by Ein. The sudden turn of events left Zhang Honglu dumbfounded. Upon reading the urgent report from Yao Shu, he could only sigh heavenward. Even if one side were to suffer defeat and death, the other would undoubtedly incur grievous injuries, paying an unimaginable price. At this moment, once again struck by the fallen god contract, Ying Tian Daozun remained indifferent, even too lethargic to mobilize energy to expel that fleeting connection from his body. While the act of killing and seizing treasures led others to label Yu Tianqi as the evil sovereign, he had never committed such acts. If he were truly that kind of person, why would he have previously exchanged a heavenly level technique with Luo Han for the Wolf King? Wow, I never knew that Snow Sister's father was so formidable, managing to eliminate so many industry miscreants simultaneously. Perhaps no other company as owner could achieve such a feat. Zhao Kersen expressed her thoughts. After the physical education teacher's lengthy boast, the students were finally dismissed to enjoy their free time. Once they entered the Xiyun Peak, they would inevitably confront the formidable beasts lurking there. 5 shadow clones, shielded by Susanoo, pressed their palms against Ming Yue's back, channeling their scion powers into her. As this energy surged within her, Ming Yue felt a profound transformation occurring within her body. 192. The Marshlands. Aunt Yun, do you not know what kind of beast Xiaobai is? Xiaobai was a name Su Xiao had casually given. She was unaware whether it was a beast man or a regular beast. I don't know. It seems I've never seen it before. Xiyun remarked after a long observation, shaking her head decisively. As long as you give me the beast, I will leave here. Even if the cloud-walking beast was manipulated by dark forces, it spoke in a coherent manner. The power of the Dragon Wolf King was overwhelming. Sun Dashing could clearly sense that he was no match. Shall we recruit local men to use as cannon fodder for the siege? Wang Xinyu had already fortified the surrounding areas, and the local villagers had long since fled. Where would Wu Sangue find others to sacrifice as cannon fodder? After finishing his meal, Han Yi pulled out his phone from his pocket and lit up the screen. The screen glowed, revealing a striking number of missed calls. Now having reached the Golden Core stage, specifically the 3rd level, this cultivation level rival that of a great master in the nascent soul stage. If all his abilities were unleashed, he would surely have no fear of even a 9th-tier demon beast. Ultimately, Zhao Hao and his companions aimed to leverage the shadowy manifestations within the Kunwa Palace to fulfill their own ambitions. The pivotal moment of transformation from weakness to strength began with the duality of the true and false Monkey King. Following this encounter, Sun Wukong became considerably more docile, and his powers diminished significantly. Why is this the case? Hani bombarded them with questions, leaving no time for contemplation. Anakalea, gnawing on a hind leg of a demonic rabbit, merely rolled her eyes at Lin Feng's directives without further comment. She had developed a certain fondness for Tyrania and did not mind teaming up with her for tasks. However, Matsumura Junrokuro was unaware that his selfish and foolish thoughts had utterly obliterated the last flicker of hope for the 106th Division, transforming this unit's heavy losses into total annihilation. Before the dust had even settled, Carlos waved his hand, prompting his 2 subordinates to rush through the shattered doorway. Surprisingly, he was met with the sudden resounding roars of bears from within, causing the 2 to retreat hastily. Roaring with a thunderous wrath, the Lord of Tianhu unleashed an earth-shattering bellow, radiating waves of boundless light from his form. A single punch erupted with explosive force, unleashing a cascade of gray light and a series of continuous, earth-shattering detonations that resonated through the golden pillars of light. What could he be doing on this island? Has he established it as a base, or is he, like us, one of the invaders? John pondered. Even formidable martial gods like Hai San dared not venture deeper. There must be profound terror within. Zhang Hao did not believe Hai San was deceiving him. Rather, he hoped to grasp the reality of the situation and, having profited, depart swiftly. The more one drinks, the more one speaks. Naturally, it was primarily Song Xiamping and Kuang Zi who engaged in conversation, while Li Qin, burdened with numerous secrets, needed to maintain clarity, though he did indulge in the drink. Zhang Hao's consciousness entered the Buddhist realm, where the divine tower radiated pure white light from top to bottom, exuding an unparalleled sanctity, accompanied by the resonant sounds of celestial chants. You must not let your cousin see this. Ling was somewhat anxious, wishing she could directly instill all her knowledge into her mind. This jade fairy vessel not only imprisoned but also gradually unraveled the individual within, eroding their magical foundation until, in the end, not a trace remained. Yet, Qin Xianyu possessed a treasure that protected the path, rendering him impervious to the vessel's malevolent aura. Had it not been for the realization of Shui Xian's implication in her statement about sharing the surname Lin Miao had no intention of accompanying her son, who was spiraling into madness, especially when he was still at the North Sea Immortal Workshop, a fiery spirit beast that revels in combat. The nine-tailed foxes quickly surrounded them. Xiyao breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yao, are you all right? Where's the cloud treader beast? Su Xiao spoke cheerfully. I'm fine. The cloud-treading beast is locked inside. Locked inside. But isn't the swamp land devoid of anything that could keep it contained? Indeed. Can the cloud-treading beast remain there indefinitely? It is due to my innate ability, a spatial barrier, coupled with illusions, she thought, her heart in turmoil. Needing a moment to compose herself. Slowly rising, she walked to the altar adorned with the tablets of past priests. Striding boldly across the boundary. Do you intend to breach our agreement? Qin Shi Huang gazed coldly at N2, his tone imbued with an emotion he had not previously shown. Had he arrived just moments later, he would have lost not only Tang Tang, but also his son, King. Yes, young master. That person I saw is merely a farmer, nothing suspicious about him, but the old turtle he holds weighs at least several dozen pounds, as large as a grinding stone. It might be extraordinary, Shen Dazhuang remarked. Bodhi's ancestor nodded slightly, disregarding the people. They frowned as they gazed at the blood-red passage. I merely seek that opportunity. Yan Yuchao quietly addressed his wife, already aware of Fu Xiu's actions. Hey, must it be so serious? Can't I simply make a friend? Mu Feng exclaimed. Bai Rong had long been sent to rest. These days, her face often betrayed an unmistakable weariness. She had erred in keeping him by her side, as his body had only just recovered. Qing Rang let out a sigh of relief. This is precisely what I relish. I will certainly drag him to you by the ear, father. Just wait. I know where he is hiding. With that, Qing Rang hurried out, surmising that her father wished to share a drink with her elder brother and planned to procure some fine wine on his way. At least he understood what was right, and under such circumstances, he would strive toward it, contingent upon the transformations he had truly undergone in this matter. Sensing a shift in the aura of the water pavilion, Dabu Tian-yi smiled, his figure once again becoming ethereal, fluttering like a butterfly amidst flowers. This time, his technique effortlessly breached the water pavilion's defenses, the white light slicing through the fabric of the pavilion's attire. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the external steward of our tea house, the matriarch declared after much contemplation. Her heart brimmed with countless unvoiced questions, yet in her bewilderment, she wondered where the person she yearned for was at that moment. Ma Yan, being a modern individual, though somewhat apprehensive, mustered his courage to shout, Great Lord Laozi, I urgently invoke your command. He casually tossed a hefty stone, retrieved from behind the foam mountain, into the well to his left, creating a resounding splash. As the young man descended, Yin Tianhing exclaimed, Hai Kuei, you're alive? His surprise at Hai Kuei's survival seemed to suggest he had anticipated his demise. Both parties were momentarily stunned. Xia Han's face lit up with joy, as if she could not help but rush a few steps toward her vessel. When they were all prepared, even Zhao Qian and Jia Jin, upon receiving the news, hurried over from the hotel. The dark spot in the sky grew larger, ominously descending, as all the Fushi warriors looked up, perplexed by its nature. Until a loud crash resounded, something struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Finally, 2 days before Jian Su embarked for America, Alexander presented her with a dress. Appearing haggard as if he had endured many sleepless nights, evoking a profound guilt in Jian Su, who had requested his assistance. At the reception desk, upon her inquiry, she was initially directed to the right side, where an electronic board hung, and she wondered if she had overlooked it. This estate was vast. Cian Hall and Qingning residence were the closest 2 courtyards, yet still some distance apart. Miao ran and the others stood agape, feeling as though the experiences of the sent-down youth they spoke of were from entirely different worlds and eras compared to their own. In his life, he had secluded himself in the mountains, cultivating his character, never having engaged in slaughter. His first encounter in combat was so sudden that he lost his arm before he could react. She was watching television when Zhang Tianai entered silently, taking a seat on the sofa, staring at her, lost in thought. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, behind the drooping pearl curtains, the celestial emperor on the high seat remained enigmatic and imposing. The celestial officials in the hall stood silently, bowing their heads as usual, expressing their reverence and submission. When Qinwan first encountered the term Taoist, she instinctively became alert. After Fan Nan's explanation, it began to make a degree of sense. Her medicinal powder was colorless and tasteless. When the two awoke, they would feel nothing more than a sense of elation from having overindulged. As her words fell, she found herself ensnared between his chest and the wall, his hand firmly gripping her arm. Those nurtured by century-old families, even the servants, differed greatly from ordinary maids. Observing Shan Yang's demeanor, It was evident she was no mere servant of the Zhu family, but rather a companion brought by Madame Zhu as part of her dowry. They had been excavating the spirit-devouring stones here for several nights, yet the expanse of this vein was nearly beyond their imagination. A hefty mass suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the arena, causing the stone-made platform to shudder violently. Is that so? Yang Dong chuckled at Freddy, knowing full well this fellow had set a trap for someone last night. Yet suddenly, the air turned somber, even the kings wore smiles. And the warriors who had just bested the corpse king paused in confusion, uncertain why the task had abruptly concluded. Within the Shushan sect, the sword saint, deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, gazing sternly in a particular direction. Also, there is little left, primarily firewood, and there aren't many vegetables either. I fear that if everyone merely begins to eat, there might not be enough, which would be rather unfortunate. Perhaps it would be better to let them return home to eat instead, to avoid them persistently asking you. Wang Yu contemplated this matter. Zhang Xiaozhu's voice boomed, echoing through the corridor, startling Tang Ku. Mother, can you tell me how I should proceed for the best? Li Xiaoqin asked her mother with half-closed eyes, her tone heavy with longing. This year, I raised 2 batches of pigs, selling the first batch for 5 million, all thanks to the profits from the distillery. Thus, the distillery's profits need not be factored in. 194, are you truly carrying a phoenix offspring? Zhu Xian scrutinized Su Xiyao, expressing disdain, even if she is female. Isn't she of the Fox clan? Wu Qing, what jest are you making? Offspring of fox clans and divine beasts cannot possibly compare to her Zhuke clan. You ought to come to your senses and persuade Wu Yin. He is the mightiest among the Phoenix clan. No wonder our princess remains so enamored. He glanced at Wu Qing with a discerning eye. Here, we value the essence of love based on freedom. If you cannot even best me, how do you dare to aspire for more? Madame Ho, witnessing her son's outstretched hand, wept bitterly at the sight of his bruised and swollen skin. As his soul power ascended to the 20th level, his strength was further unleashed, enabling him to summon the physical manifestation of his martial spirit for combat, distinctly separating it from the previous hand-to-hand confrontations. Should word spread that a team arrived here to plunder a significant quantity of food, unforeseen calamities might ensue. Lu Zhiming's pupils constricted as he gazed at Lin Yu, his expression resembling that of one perceiving a celestial being rather than an ordinary mortal. She had long harbored thoughts of despair, yet a single phrase from Yu Cheng reignited the flickering flame of her hope. Due to the early hour, the first class had yet to commence, and the surroundings were filled with the clamor reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Not far away, Yuan Zun's visage had turned cold and sinister, exuding an air of mockery, seemingly indifferent to the actions of those around him. Above the inky night sky, the silver moon hung high, casting a delicate sheen of light upon the earth, creating an aura of enchanting mystery. Huang Chen promptly reacted, altering his stance to summon his sword back, intending to unleash the second technique of listening God. But no, he would implore